Child abuse, child exploitation cases were a high priority for me as United States Attorney, and they will be a high priority now for me as Attorney General. Standing together, we will send a message to the predators and the pimps, the child abusers and the sextortionists and the traffickers. You will not harm our kids, and we will never rest until we find you and bring you to justice for your appalling acts. But the reality is, and I wish it weren't so, that incarceration seems to be, in many cases, the only thing that will protect children. It's been over 30, maybe even 40 years of really basically a reduction in crime. Murder rate a few years ago was half what it was in 1980. It's a tremendous achievement. But the truth is, we're seeing something that I don't think is a blip. We had an 11% increase in murder last year. We have some real challenges. We do not want this to continue. We've got to develop ways in utilizing primarily our state and local expertise to continue to use the techniques that have been developed over the last 30 years that are proven to reduce crime.
All right, a new report from the website The Intercept appears to have led to the arrest of a federal government contractor named Reality Winner. Now, when making the announcement yesterday, the Department of Justice did not specify what Winner is accused of leaking or which news outlet she allegedly leaked the information to, but the DOJ statement was released about an hour after The Intercept published its report. And according to the article, which cites a leaked NSA document, Russian intelligence, military intelligence, allegedly launched a cyber attack against a voting software supplier and sent phishing emails to over 100 election officials. Now, of course, some liberals hyperventilating in the destroyed Trump media, they are jumping on this and purposefully mischaracterizing all of this. And you know what? They are once again lying to you, the American people. They are claiming it's a smoking gun that Russia changed actual vote tallies. Now, take a look, for example, at this headline from Newsweek. Who won the election? NSA report suggests Russia might have hacked voting system. Now, here's the problem. If you actually take the time and read the leaked NSA document, it does not draw any conclusions about the potential impact of so-called Russian interference on the outcome of the 2016 election. Even a columnist for Bloomberg is pointing out that the media is not telling you the truth about what is truly and really going on here. Now, the headline reads, the leaked NSA report is being read backward. Now, in it, he makes great points, which we verified. And according to the Intercept's report, Russian hackers did target a voting software company that is called VR Systems. Now, what liberals and members of the Destroy Trump propaganda media will not tell you is that 7 of the 8 states that use VR systems, they include the following: California, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, New York, North Carolina, West Virginia, they use paper-based systems. And the 8th state, Virginia, is mostly paper-based. So if they hacked into this company, okay, it's all paper-based, so, well, that would not have made a difference in the outcome of the election. Wow, truth matters. And more importantly, in the key swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they don't use VR systems at all. So let's use logic and common sense. If Russia really was going to hack the elections through this system, wouldn't they have targeted the key swing states? Now, if that does not blow the Russia conspiracy theory completely out of the water that you're being fed today, well, there's also this. Back in January, while testifying before Congress, the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper, said that Russia election interference did not have any impact of actual vote tallies. Watch him.
First, we cannot say they did not change any vote tallies or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I'm just talking.
We have no way of gauging the impact that certainly the intelligence community can't gauge the impact it had on choices the electorate made.
Now, the former FBI director, James Comey, and the current director of the NSA, Admiral Mike Rogers, have also said the same thing. Now, on top of that, we also have the former director of national intelligence, Clapper, and several prominent Democrats admitting, we have played this before, no smoking gun that they have seen, no evidence whatsoever, in spite of thousands of hours of black helicopter, tinfoil hat conspiracy coverage of Russia collusion. Watch the Democrats and the security intelligence agencies tell you directly.
Have you seen anything that suggests any collusion between the Russians and the Trump campaign?
Well, there's an awful lot of smoke there, let's put it that way. People that might have said they were involved, to what extent they were involved, to what extent the president might have known about these people or whatever. There's nothing there from that standpoint that we have seen directly linking our president to any of that.
The last time we spoke, Senator, I asked you if you had actually seen evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians, and you said to me, and I'm quoting you now, you said, not at this time. Has anything changed since we spoke last?
Well, no, it hasn't.
I know we need to go soon, but just to be clear, there has been no actual evidence yet.
No, it has not been.
Okay.
No, it has not been.
At the time I left, I did not see any smoking gun certitude evidence of collusion.
Is there any evidence of collusion that you have seen yet? Is there?
There is a lot of smoke. We have no smoking gun at this point.
Now that we've once again, I don't think anyone else in the media does this, we have shot down these pathetic attempts to smear President Trump. I want to now ask some very serious questions about this alleged leaker. Okay, why did this 25-year-old that's named Reality Winner ever have access to this kind of information in the first place? Now, according to reports about her social media posts, well, okay, she's very political, a huge Bernie Sanders supporter who hates the president, Donald Trump. She also reportedly tweeted that, quote, being white is terrorism. And she also allegedly vowed to stand with the Iranians. And what's even more shocking is that the NSA, well, they may overlook certain red flags in favor of people who have, well, okay, particular skills like Reality Winner. And according to a report, she was apparently fluent in languages that are spoken in Iran and Afghanistan. And according to Matthew Aid, an intelligence historian who spoke to the NBC News, quote, the vast majority of people who do the National Security Agency's intercept work, who translate and analyze, most of them are fresh out of high school. High school? Are you kidding me? And then he continued, there are thousands and thousands of 18 to 21-year-olds doing critically important and secret work around the world. So, apparently the NSA doesn't care about your background. As long as you have certain abilities, you can get top security clearance in this country. Wow. Now, here's my opinion. Reality Winner is a very small fish in the deep state pond. And let me make a point here. And I think it needs to be raised. And as for the liberals out there, I'm asking questions. These questions need to be asked. And one of the itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny problems that we have in all of this, do you remember WikiLeaks? Remember what they revealed in Vault 7? And by the way, what Vladimir Putin claimed just the other night? According to information that WikiLeaks released about the CIA and the tactics they used, they did this back in March, the spy agency has a database of malware that was created by other countries. In other words, they can disguise their own hacking attempts and make it look like a foreign country and foreign actor carried it out, put their fingerprints on their own attack. That's something we've got to think about. And in an interview over the weekend with NBC, the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, he actually said the same thing. Take a look at this.
I haven't seen even once any direct proof of Russian interference in the presidential election in the United States. What could be easier in this day and age than using all the technical means at the disposal of the intelligence services and using those means to organize some attacks and then pointing the finger at Russia? We don't care who's the head of the United States. We know more or less what is going to happen. And so in this regard, even if we wanted to, it wouldn't make sense for us to interfere.
Now, do I trust Vladimir Putin? No, nobody does. Former KGB guy. But here's the important part. WikiLeaks has been saying the same thing. Now, WikiLeaks, like them or not, they have not been proven wrong once, not one time in 11 years. So, could it be possible, and we don't have all the information at this point, it'll include a deeper dive on our part and the parts of others, but I want to be very clear here. I would argue, and this is important, 99.9% of those that do work in our intelligence community, I believe, are good people. They're patriotic Americans. They're brave. They work to keep us safe in a very evil, dark, and dangerous world. They have nothing to do with any of this deep state stuff. But the big problem we have in this country is this. We have deep state, selective leaking that is designed by some in power that clearly want to hurt, and I would argue even take down the President of the United States and overturn the election that you voted for last November. You have these Obama holdovers. You have, for example, if this young woman is a minnow, then you have the deep state sharks at the top of the food chain that would be orchestrating this sabotage and misuse of our intelligence community. We need to find out who they are. They need to go and be removed because they're hurting the country and they're purposely advancing their own political agenda and weaponizing the use of intelligence that only should be used for our security. Now, also tonight, ABC News is reporting that James Comey, is testifying Thursday before Congress, will, quote, stop short of saying that President Trump obstructed justice. By the way, that's a smart move for the former FBI director because, as we've been telling you, he was never going to say that. You want to know why? Take a look at the side of your screen. As my friend, colleague Greg Jarrett pointed out, if Comey thought Trump did anything wrong back in January, oh yeah, he would have broken those two laws because he had a legal obligation to come forward and tell people. And by the way, on May 3rd, well, James Comey also said it never happened. So he'd be contradicting himself. Also, earlier today, President Trump wished Comey good luck on Thursday.
The Senate Intel Committee tomorrow takes on FISA and Section 702 of the law governing the collection of foreign intelligence. It expires at the end of this year. Its fate is uncertain. And Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats, Acting FBI Director Andrew McCabe, National Security Agency Director Admiral Mike Rogers, and Deputy U.S. Attorney General Rod Rosenstein will appear before the committee in both public and closed-door hearings. Joining me now to discuss the search for answers from the intelligence community and the fired director of the FBI, James Comey's expected testimony. We're joined tonight by Tom Dupree. He is former Deputy Assistant Attorney General under President George W. Bush. Great to have you with us, Tom. Let's start with the expectations that are surrounding the Intel Committee's proceedings. This is being hyped, if you will, like it was the biggest carnival ever to arrive in any urban center in the country, this time the nation's capital. Are things getting just a bit overblown by the national left-wing media and more than a few politicos?
Well, there's no question that Thursday is going to be a big day, not just here in the nation's capital, but I think throughout the country. And look, your point is well taken that I think the hype might exceed the reality. But at the same time, this really is going to be the first time that we're going to hear former Director Comey tell his side of the story and reveal what it was the president said or didn't say to him and how he responded. So you're right that the media is hyping this like there's no tomorrow, but I still think it will make for pretty interesting viewing, if you ask me.
That may be the reason that every network in the country is going to be carrying it. But at the same time, James Comey's credibility has been shredded. The conflict between the leaks from Comey through his enablers in the leak process to the media basically puts him at odds with his own previous testimony. There is very little in this that really makes the former director, look very good. And he hasn't, as FBI director, he hasn't a very good record on resolving investigations, particularly the biggest and most public.
Well, and I think what's interesting about Thursday, Lou, is that we've, in many senses, already gotten a preview of what he's supposed to say, because you'll recall these memos that he drafted. The contents have already been leaked by anonymous sources to the media.
Memos to self.
Exactly. The memos to self were leaked. And so if we can believe those reports, we already know what he's going to say. But for me, at least, I think one very interesting thing is, are the rumors true? Did he really write these memos to himself? And are the reports of these conversations and these characterizations accurate?
Yeah, this is, it's sort of hard to figure out where you attorneys would be talking about the probative quality of all of this. The rest of us would be just worrying about, is this really a rational use of one's time? What in the world are we to make of a man who writes memos to himself and then wants to put it forward as gospel?
Well, you know, at the same time, I will say this, Lou, that it is pretty common practice, particularly in law enforcement circles, to memorialize conversations that you would have with a witness or with a superior. And frankly, it doesn't surprise me that Director Comey, after meeting with the president on any topic, regardless if it's the Flynn or the Russia investigation, but any topic, would go back to his desk and write down what the president said to him. If nothing else, just to help him remember the guidance that he got from the president.
You know, you've got a he said, she said situation, but in this case, the he said it in a memo to self. It gives it no greater credibility. It gives you no greater assurance that that one version is reality. But not, you know, we can go on about that, I guess, forever. It is, without question, Comey's view that he stated straightforwardly to the Congress in his testimony that he had never been under any pressure to drop an investigation. He can't very well put himself in conflict with that statement.
I hear exactly what you're saying. And for me, one interesting aspect of this hearing is also going to be to see whether they really press Comey on issues other than his conversations with the president. I mean, that's what we all want to hear. But let's not forget that there are a lot of very interesting topics that it would be terrific to have a public discussion, a public exploration of with James Comey on Thursday.
Chief, amongst those, from my perspective, would be, why could you not resolve an investigation into Fast and Furious? Why could you not resolve an investigation into Benghazi? Why could you not resolve an investigation into the Internal Revenue Service and the abuse of power that the agency carried out in targeting conservatives and conservative groups with the power of your agency? I mean, that's just for openers. Then I might just as an aside say, well, how in the world could it be that the Clintons could run a criminal enterprise and you not take any interest in it, namely in reference to the Clinton Foundation and the obvious conflicts of interest that surrounded its entire lifespan? Those would be interesting to me, would they not you?
I would love to hear a discussion on many of those topics, Lou. Now, I think at the same time, there is going to be the central question of what did the president say to you and what did you say to the president? And my guess is that Comey is going to testify consistent with what apparently his allies have been leaking about his conversations with the president. And I expect that's what we're going to hear on Thursday. But I agree with you that there's a lot more fertile territory for the Senate to explore with James Comey. And I hope they'll use that opportunity to do so.
You know, at some point, is there one person of mature mind, spirit, and soul who is going to stand up in the middle of this circus and say, there is no evidence, and we have heard the statement that there is no evidence of collusion between Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin or the Russians and the Trump campaign. And what we are engaged in here is public assassination, an effort to absolutely subvert an administration on the part of the deep state and its representatives in both the Congress and the U.S. Senate. At what point do we, and of course the intelligence community, which is keeping this alive? Did I mention the national left-wing media, Tom? This is despicable conduct on the part of each one of those institutions, and it's obviously fervently committed participants and actors.
Well, and I think one very interesting aspect of the hearing, as you said, is they may well try to pin Comey down on the substance of the investigation. And I think what will be very interesting to see is if Comey, in fact, draws a line where he says, look, on one hand, I am comfortable reporting on the substance of my conversations with the president, but on the other hand, I'm just not at liberty to speak to the substance of where the investigation stood at the time I was relieved of my duties.
I mean, I find it troubling, frankly, that that the special counsel is letting James Comey testify at all. Because if he's a witness that he's using in an investigation, why in the world would you put your witness up to be examined? And James Comey, let's face it, is not exactly the most credible witness. This is a guy that had to correct his testimony before the United States House and Senate on 3 separate occasions. One of them was a very significant statement. He talked about tens of thousands of emails going from Huma Abedin's computer to Anthony Weiner's, only to find out, and this was during the election, only to find out it was less than a dozen. So he's not a credible witness, and he's discussing his testimony with the special counsel. I think this points to what we're going to see on Thursday, which is probably basically not much. I don't think there's going to be a lot he's going to be able to say, and James Comey's better be very careful on what he says, Shannon. Let me emphasize one last thing here. 18 U.S.C. 4 says, if you know of a crime being committed and you're a federal agent, and you do not report that to the authorities, which means for James Comey to walk across the street to the Department of Justice, you're committing a crime. So the fact is, if he felt he was being, there was an obstruction of justice, he had an obligation to formally report that. He did not. Case closed.
Yeah, and there are a lot of folks who say that's going to be one of the #1 questions that GOP senators have for him when he takes that seat on Thursday. Now, let me ask you about this. The FBI has declined to turn over any so-called Comey memos, if they exist.
Right.
They have been, reported through basically anonymous sources to this point. Current House Oversight Committee Chair Jason Chaffetz says he does think that Congress should be able to get to those because he considers them federal documents if they exist. What say you?
Well, I mean, they are federal documents if they exist. And, I mean, James Comey didn't have any problem with his staff leaking it to the New York Times. And, by the way, how did the staff get their hands on his private memos? I mean, I like to ask that fundamental question. How in the world did James Comey, then the FBI director, do a private memorandum, got it to his staff, and allowed that staff to leak it to a newspaper? I mean, I think that, and that while he's testifying and discussing his testimony with the special counsel, what doesn't look right here? Everything looks wrong. That's the truth. This whole thing is a setup. I'm afraid to say that the memos would be self-serving at best, may not exist at worst. But what they're doing is trying to paint a picture here. And the left better be very, very careful, because if I was on that committee, I would bear down on James Comey and I'd ask him first, you are under oath again, former Director Comey. 3 times you've had to correct your testimony. By the way, if you and I had to do that, we could be facing jail.
Yeah, we would. I don't want to have to think about that.
Tell the truth.
Well, okay, so he's already been before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and during that time, there was an interchange that people have made a lot of note of. The fact that when he was pressed on whether someone had tried to interfere with him in this investigation, he'd said no. Now, some say he was only referring to the Justice Department. Others say, sounded more broadly, like that was an opening for him to say if he felt he was being pressured by anyone at any point with regard to this investigation. Do you think he'll be able to explain that away?
Well, he's going to have to try to explain it away, but I'll tell you this. If even what the president said was true, it would be a big bag of nothing. That is not obstruction of justice. That's not by threat or coercion. That's not, I mean, that doesn't rise to the high level of obstruction of justice. But I go back to what I said at the beginning. If James Comey really thought there was an obstruction case to be made, he had an obligation, not should have. He had an obligation to report that to the Department of Justice. He didn't do it. That's it. Case is closed right there. So, he could testify. He better be very careful, by the way. He's under oath again. And maybe they'll give him another chance to correct his incorrect testimony if he does that. But he better be very careful on what he says here.
Former FBI Director James Comey now scheduled to testify on Capitol Hill next Thursday. All eyes will be on this, but here's the thing. We're learning that perhaps President Trump could try to block Comey from testifying and discussing their conversation by asserting executive privilege. White House senior advisor Kellyanne Conway said President Trump will decide whether to invoke those presidential powers next week. Joining me now to discuss, Greg Jarrett and Tom Fitton. Tom, let me ask you first, listen, this is the moment of truth, the moment we've all sort of been waiting for. Not too long ago, earlier today, Senator Graham says he thinks this whole thing is going to turn into a hit job, or could turn into a hit job on President Trump. Your thoughts?
Well, certainly the reports since Comey's been fired about his disgust for the president show that he doesn't like him and is unlikely to testify in a way to make the president look good. But, that's neither here nor there politically. Frankly, that will probably make Comey look bad if he betrays confidences. I don't think the White House should prevent Comey from testifying, even though they have probably a legal leg to stand on there, or a legal right to. But if Comey's smart, he'll testify generally about his impressions from the meetings with the president without disclosing the specifics of what he was told. You just cannot have FBI directors betraying confidences like that. Right. And Comey, despite his bias against the president, I hope is smart enough to understand that he can disclose without breaking confidences. Well,
I think, Greg, obviously certain things will be redacted, but I think the key here is all these memos that he wrote after phone calls and meetings. If they're asked to read those out loud verbatim, whatever doesn't, betray national security, then it might turn into some form of a hit job. If he went home after one of those meetings and said, the president pushed me around, and he actually typed out those kind of words.
My guess is the most incriminating part of it was read to the reporters by the colleagues of James Comey. And that was, Flynn's a good guy. I hope he can be cleared. Well, hoping and wishing that something happened isn't the same as directing and ordering, which could arguably obstruct justice. So this isn't obstruction.
Right.
I would encourage the administration to take this approach to release the Comey memos, all the memos he wrote, notes he wrote about the Clintons and the meeting between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch. Are there notes like that? If he was only writing notes about Donald Trump, certainly it suggests that he had it in for Donald Trump. If there are other notes out there and memos to the file that he was writing after meetings with other political leaders in the administrations previous, they should be released as well. My view is let it all come out, but don't just rely on his testimony. Let's get the documents out there so people can judge them for themselves.
Real quick, Greg, executive privilege, would that be able to be, could they use that next
He could invoke it, but I don't think he will. Lawyers have probably told him, look, you've probably waived the right to assert the privilege because you commented publicly about the conversation. And it would be political suicide. It would really look like the president is trying to cover up criminality when, in fact, there's no crime if the words are as stated in Comey's memo.
Let me ask you about the other part of the White House legal docket, if you will. The travel moratorium now being pushed to the Supreme Court. Your thoughts?
He's got a better chance in the Supreme Court. Kennedy will be the swing vote, so we'll wait and see. But what the lower courts did is they well exceeded their authority by looking at campaign rhetoric. The Supreme Court itself has never done that. And my guess is the Supremes will be very critical of the lower court judges for doing that. I mean, campaign rhetoric changes all the time. You can't hold that against a guy when he becomes president and when he justifies within the order the reasons, national security, for naming these 6 nations.
Tom, how do you handicap it?
Oh, I think the president is likely to have his order reaffirmed, if not immediately, over the medium term, maybe next fall. But it's absolutely right, that analysis. And not only that, the courts let their anti-Trump animus get in the way. Basically, what they said is if another president had done this, it would be okay. But because President Trump said a few things here on the outside, as you pointed out during the campaign, he can't do what would otherwise be legal for any other president to do. This anti-Trump animus is not only deranging the media, some in Congress, some in the FBI, but it looks like some court judges are getting bound up in the craziness too.
All right, gentlemen, thank you both very much.
My name is H.A. Goodman, and I'm an author, columnist, and journalist. And to read all my writing, go to counterpropa.com. To support this YouTube channel, go to my Patreon link below. I apologize for the sound quality. I am out and about. And first things first. Accused NSA source Reality Lee Winner Facebook post from November 2016 shows signed image of CNN's Anderson Cooper. Okay, so Reality, thank you for your service. Love, Anderson Cooper, with a very fantastic photo of Anderson Cooper looking out into the horizon, or whatever he's looking out into. So we know now that the whistleblower, the Intercept's whistleblower that they threw under the bus, almost certainly threw under the bus, was anti-Trump. First things first. Yes, there is the signed photo of Anderson Cooper. This also should be correlated to the fact that another whistleblower, John Kiriakou, WikiLeaks, former CIA officer John Kiriakou, imprisoned for exposing CIA torture. State's Intercept reporter burned him too. So it's not just Reality Lee Winner. Whatever your thoughts are, the Intercept threw her under the bus, burned her, but they also, according to John Kiriakou, Intercept should be ashamed of itself. Matthew Cole burns yet another source. It makes your entire organization untrustworthy. This is actually big, very big news. That's a whole other segment as to why the Intercept, or why one reporter at the Intercept would do this, first with John Kiriakou and now with Reality Lee Winner. Let's get to before I get to Winner and my thoughts again, I'll get to Jeremy Scahill. Well, he
British authorities have just identified the third London terrorist.
He's Joseph Zogby, an Italian national of Moroccan descent. An Italian newspaper says he was stopped at the airport trying to go to Syria last year and then put on a watch list, but someone must have blinked.
He's the guy on the far right. The other two have already been identified. Police also identifying the second victim of the attack. Her name is Christy Bowden. She is an Australian nurse. Her family says she was killed after running back to help people on the London Bridge.
Incredible. Right. Let's bring in Laura Ingraham. She is the founder and editor-in-chief of LifeSet. She's a Fox News contributor. Laura, it is stunning as we start to connect the dots on who these three killers were, because at least one of them was on TV last year on something called The Jihadis Next Door, waving an ISIS flag. So, you know, why wasn't he under 24 hours surveillance? People are wondering.
I think part of the problem, and there's many problems involved here, guys, but part of the problem is that the sheer number of individuals who are under surveillance and who have ties to radical groups within London, throughout the UK, is staggering. We're not talking about a couple of hundred. We're talking about thousands and thousands. We saw the same problem happen, remember, in Belgium before the Paris attacks. We've seen this problem happen time and again throughout Europe, where individuals are on watch lists. They're persons of interest for intelligence authorities. But I think they're overwhelmed. And this, I mean, it goes back to the initial problem that we've talked about so many times on this show, that's why it's so important that before you allow people to come into your country, you have a very good sense that they are interested in being, part of the British experience. They're not interested in undermining the culture or carrying out horrific attacks. How you really do that type of extreme vetting is proving very, very difficult. Well, the problem especially with a mass migration into Western Europe.
And Laura, the other problem is it's a lot of times the second generation. Their parents come here. Right. Next thing you know, with the Manchester bombing, that was the case with Olivia and Ty. Now, this guy, the one we know about in detail, was actually in Pakistan. His parents were in Pakistan, left in the 90s because they were threatened. So they come to Britain, and they instilled the British culture so well, sarcasm included, that this guy grew up obviously hating the country and wanting being able to be radicalized via the internet and via some imams down the road.
Think about Brian, how long we were all talking about that hate preacher Anjem Chowdhury. How long was he doing what he was doing, spewing this vile hatred, inciting violence in his sermons? I don't want to call them sermons, hate speech. He was doing this for years and years and years. It was only last year where he was finally sentenced to 5.5 years in prison for the incitement to violence. But this was no big shock. I mean, we have video after video on YouTube or in news outlets that we can see of radical Islamists going through public parks and chastising women for the height of their skirts, saying about language. I mean, this is happening right now in Britain, and everyone's like, well, this is just what we're going to have to start living with. This is just, we're going to have to live with this. This is the cost of living in an open society. And I grew up in the 1970s, and I know we had hijackings and all that in the 80s and so forth, but we didn't have this type of thing going on back then.
People were running over us and then trying to stab us to death.
That's why, and Laura, the left is trying to be so PC and love everybody. You have all these celebrities, the love fest.
Right until the knife is at your throat. Yeah.
Right. We look at what's happening in London, and we have to look as a country and say, what can we learn from this? They were in the parks. Some of these terrorist suspects were in their parks with ISIS flags, and the local network, Channel 4 there, had them on doing this documentary, and no one went to their house and arrested them. Imagine if that happens in the parks here.
Well, yeah, well, there'll be a lot of people saying, you know, that's free speech and celebrate it. And that was all, all looked staged. Yeah, all of that looked staged, by the way. Didn't that look like that was all, okay, we're going to go in there, we're going to put our flag on the ground, then we're all going to, do the call to prayer, and we're all going to, that all looked, that whole entire thing was made for TV. And the journalists who were part of this, it's all part of the big scam. We saw that with the anti-ISIS protest that CNN was staging the other day. I mean, this is all part of the show. But the thing that's really sad about it, guys, is that innocent Brits and people traveling to London and all over the Western Europe, now the price they have to pay for multiculturalism is the risk that you're walking on the sidewalk and a man will, or a woman will purposely mow you down, and then while you're maybe finishing your cappuccino in a cafe or having a drink, someone will put a knife to your throat and slit it with the attempt perhaps to behead you. That's what we all have to live with for the free and open society that Sadiq Khan and all of these other multiculturalists want Britain to become. They want this is the nirvana they wanted to create, and this is what we have.
All right, something we have today is we have the name of a leaker, and we know that she's 25 years old. Her name, Reality Winner, apparently that's her real name.
Yeah.
She was a Trump hater. She has used the hashtag #NeverMyPresident. She appears to be a Bernie Sanders supporter. She worked for the contractor Pluribus International. She had top secret clearance, and she just mailed off to Intercept, which is the media publication outfit, a top secret regarding Russian hacking. She wanted to make Donald Trump look bad, and ultimately, what sort of justice does she face? I'm asking Laura Ingraham, the lawyer, now.
Well, she could be she's subject to, anywhere from 5 to 15 years in federal prison. She will, she's already made several admissions. Without the presence of a lawyer, but she made them willingly, apparently, according to the initial report. So she's already convicted herself of some of the lesser crimes, but she's in real trouble. There's a lot about this that is interesting. Number one, why did it take so long to find out that this woman was leaking? I'm glad we found out, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, guys. There are people burrowed into the federal contracting world and into the federal government who have an anti-Trump bias, an anti-Trump agenda, and they will use every tool in their disposal to try to embarrass the administration and hurt what they are trying to accomplish, both on the international level and the domestic level. And this is just like someone you'd see at a random, anarchist protest. You check out some of the photos on the Daily Mail piece about her.
You're not
She's
kidding.
a radical.
She's included the Women's March and the Islamic Society of America. She says some vile things about our president. You got to go through all these contractors right now, and you got to go through questioning, polygraph, whatever it takes at today, because you know that she's not the only one.
Oh no! This is a situation that is rotting from within, and the rot, just like when you rot in a tree or you have to cut it out. and try to regrow the plant. This is a deep rot within our government and within the contracting world. We saw this in the last administration. There were a lot of problems with leaking in the last administration during the Bush administration. This is not new, but the ferocity of the leaks and the intention behind them is much more politically based versus just, oh, everybody should know this information. This is geared toward one thing, getting Trump out of office. And she's a radical. She should never have been working in this. She speaks 3 languages, Pashto, Urdu, I think, in Arabic. She's a linguist, but this has got to stop, and it's got to stop now.
Yeah. Hey, Laura, I'm looking at Twitter. The president just tweeted. He said the fake mainstream media is working so hard trying to get me not to use social media. They hate that I can get the honest and unfiltered message out. What's your response?
Well, I think he has an enormous following, and when he has a point to make that is salient and which kind of pulls us away from the verbiage of the day, cuts right through, he can be very, very effective. They don't like that. That's for sure. The only caveat I would throw to that is tweeting out anything about the investigation that's ongoing. I do not think that will help Donald Trump. I think, if I were giving people advice in the White House, I'd say you're not going to win the investigation regarding James Comey in the press. You're not going to win it. You're going to win it with really great lawyering, really sober lawyering, but you're not going to win that through tweeting. You're going to win that through, smart organization of your legal team and a great strategy, but you're not going to win it through the Twitter war.
All right. From Twitter to talking, Laura, go do your radio show.
Great to see you guys.
Good to see you too, Laura.
We survive now, at all costs. I killed a man.
What did you do? What did you do? I'll teach you something. You tried to kill us. Please! Why are you doing this?
This is the safest place to live in a world gone mad.
Travis!
Fear the Walking Dead season premiere Sunday, June 4th at 9, only on AMC.
Well, the federal government has arrested a government contractor whom they believe is behind the leak of a top-secret NSA document detailing Russian efforts to influence last year's presidential election. 25-year-old Reality Lee Winner. Reality Winner I thought that was her screen name. That's her real name. She was arrested Saturday, and she has been charged with gathering, transmitting, or losing defense documents. Court papers didn't name the media organization Winner is accused of giving the top-secret documents to, but The Intercept published a report on Russian hacking just before she was arrested. Joining me now, it's Jim Harper, the Vice President of the Competitive Enterprise Institute. Welcome back, Jim.
Nice to be with you, Kennedy.
So let's talk about Reality Winner a little bit. Is she the Edward Snowden of 2017?
Barely. She did leak information, classified information, and I think she did the public a service on the whole. Unfortunately, the service she did was illegal, and she didn't have the skills or the knowledge that Edward Snowden did, nor did she reveal the information that's as important as what Edward Snowden did.
And when Snowden gave his gigantic trove of documents to Glenn Greenwald, who happens to run The Intercept, he did so because he knew the vulnerabilities at the NSA, and he did pretty much everything on a thumb drive, which he took with him when he left the building and the country. But this person, I don't think she realized that the NSA has been scorned. And this is a spying agency. And they figured out how to use their internal skills to squash people who will try and Snowden them once again.
Yeah, where leaking in Washington is a professional sport, and Edward Snowden was a professional leaker. Reality Winner wasn't playing tennis like they did in the Obama administration. She wasn't playing hockey in terms of leaking like they're playing now in the Trump administration. She was playing checkers or tiddlywinks. She really didn't know how to securely leak things, that is, secure vis-a-vis herself. And so she's been arrested in short order.
And what's going to happen to her?
Well, it looks like she may do jail time.
Yeah.
Again, I think that on the merits, she may have served us well, because people know people need to know about phishing attacks. Election officials and companies that produce software that goes into election machines need to know about the seriousness of these hacks. We can defend ourselves better if we know about these problems. But that service was illegal, and I don't think she was really well advised to go it alone like this and put this information out.
She was an active member of the Air Force for about 4 years, so she knows her way around government institutions. She's been working for a contractor for the NSA since February, and I think it is a very intoxicating thing to be in this position and leak something to the media to give you a sense of power and control. But you say ultimately it comes down to the fact that, and this is something I agree with you on, these government agencies are too vast and too powerful. They just have way too many resources concentrated in single places that operate in utter opacity.
Yeah, this episode illustrates a story that we've seen illustrated again and again. The federal government is super large. The intelligence bureaucracy is super large, and classification is overdone regularly. So you've got these huge agencies with lots and lots of stuff that shouldn't probably be classified. It's just hard to secure that stuff. Security should be thought of as a strategic weakness, rather secrecy. You're in a weak position when you're trying to keep something secret today in the digital age, because somebody can put something on a thumb drive and walk out with it. We saw that in the Chelsea Manning case, Edward Snowden, and now in a small degree with Reality Winner.
All right, and there are also too many intelligence agencies. The fact that we have 17, I think, speaks to your point. And I guess my question is, because I'm not surprised to see someone under arrest for leaking. I'm not surprised to see that person coming from the NSA. But what I'm wondering is she a convenient scapegoat?
Well, she is, and it perhaps helps the Trump administration say that they're getting after those leakers. That's something that President Trump has talked about doing.
Yeah.
But the serious leaking for his purposes is the stuff that's happening in the White House. It's the people who are skilled at this, the people who are at the level where they can do so with impunity. We see that again and again. If you're at a certain level in the government and you leak, you get away scot-free. Not something that Reality Winner gets to do. No, she did arguably much less than Hillary Clinton, but she will probably see jail time. And I think you're absolutely right. There are advisors very close to the president, very high up in the administration, who are leaking information, trying to damage each other. And we'll see if anything follows from that. Jim Harper, thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
What's happening is a whole lot more than we expect. We don't know anything about what happened. We don't have any information. My daughter's a veteran of the Air Force service distinction for 6 years in the intelligence community. This is all really very shocking and overwhelming. And I'd appreciate it if y'all give us a little space and kind of, we're going to make some statements when it's appropriate. We're working with her attorney. And we just don't have a statement right now. We're just here to support our daughter. We love her. She's a good person. She's got a lot of friends here in Augusta. She's dedicated, to trying to make the world a better place. And that's all I can do. So, she's our daughter, and we love her and support her. And, I know my daughter. She's a patriot. She served with distinction. One of the highest classified jobs in the Air Force, and she did that and was proud to do it. She turned down a full ride scholarship to college to join the Air Force. So she's not what's being portrayed on social media. You're completely blind. She's a good girl.
Yes, absolutely. Never saw. As far as the allegations,
I can't speak to that. I don't know anything about that. Whether she did it or whatever they're alleging that she did. I haven't had a chance to talk with her about that.
I've seen so many ugly things out there, and she doesn't deserve that. And I just want her to be treated fair. If she did something wrong, yes, pay for it, but I don't want her to be out there as like I'm making a case on her. What am I trying to say? Hanging her out. She doesn't deserve anything more than what she should be getting. I don't know. I just want her to be treated fair. I want her to be safe.
Joining us now with their special report and more, Sarah Carter, John Solomon. John, I'll start with you. Anything I'm saying here that's wrong, in your view?
Well, listen, we have a man tonight that filed a lawsuit that walked out of the NSA, CIA, and FBI with 47 hard drives, 600 million documents that were classified. This is way larger than Snowden. He gave it back to the FBI and said, the reason I took him is I want to sit down and show you all these mass civil liberties, and nobody's heard about this in the last 2 years. I think it's a pretty important story, and it goes to this larger issue of how much abuse may be going on beneath the intelligence community's cover. And we need to get an answer about how often our identities are compromised, how often our privacy is affected. We've been looking at this for 3 months, and there's a lot of concrete evidence, facts, that there are violations going on that need to be addressed.
And Sarah, so what your report is saying here is you had an ex-Intel contractor suing Comey, saying that the FBI, on a mass scale, covered up mass civil liberties violations against Americans, and he has evidence. Isn't that a little bit bigger than Russia collusion with no evidence, as I just proved up to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. This is on a much larger scale. We have seen the itemized reports of the 47, and we've posted them on our website at circa.com, of the itemized list of hard drives that he gave to the FBI, signed by the FBI. We have all the documentation to show this. And think about this, Sean. He said, and I just spoke to him before I came to see you, he said he unmasked, with the technology that he had, with the NSA, over 20 million Americans. 600 million documents. He said if you stack those up, that's 30 miles high. 30 miles high, but over 20 million Americans. And I said, well, what was it you were unmasking? He said everything from their bank accounts, their homes, their records, phone conversations, emails. He was able to take down every single firewall. And it was so distressing because, you know, this is what he was directed to do. And when he tried to do the right thing, and he did, in his opinion, the right thing and got the immunity agreement from the FBI decided to not move forward. Move forward with that investigation, and that's all he knows.
Did Comey know about this? Because the headline is that he's suing Comey, alleging this mass cover-up of civil liberties violations, and you're telling me 20 million? 20 million? This is the
20
biggest...
million.
Wow. Did Comey know?
According to Dennis Montgomery, who is alleging that all of this happened and who is willing, he said, I am more than willing to tell anybody, face anyone, face Comey, face former director Robert Mueller, who was working at the FBI at the time when he began his work, because he spent 9 years working with them, started out with the FBI, then went on into the CIA, NSA realm. And so when he began this, he said that, you know, he was willing to talk to anyone and testify before anybody, face Clapper, face Brennan, face Comey, and he would not back down, even though he is right now. He's struggling with some health issues. He just wants to get the story out.
John, I'll give you the last word. I'm imagining that if it's more information than even Edward Snowden, that there's beyond smoking gun evidence here. When will the American people see this?
Well, it's been assigned to a very well-respected judge, Judge Richard Leon here in District of Columbia. He's the judge that previously ruled that the NSA had violated Americans' privacy. And the court process is going to play out now, and there will be a venue now where Americans can find out if these things are true and if their violations have been going on that have been swept under the rug by our government.
And you've been able to see what evidence?
We have been able to see that he did get an immunity agreement, that he did turn documents over to the FBI. So that part of his story is confirmed. Wow. And now his lawsuit lays out the actual predicate. Sarah did a great interview with him with some really fascinating insights on what he witnessed during his 9 years as a contractor.
Guys, we'll have you back tomorrow. This is huge. Thank you for your hard work. This is important for our Constitution and you, the American people. We'll continue on this story, I promise.
Antifa has been at the forefront of attacks on conservative speakers as well as the supporters of President Trump. One America's Marty Golingan has more on the origin of the group and the globalists who back their behavior on American soil.
In a country where individual freedom should be honored and protected, so-called anti-fascist protesters are actively trying to shut down any point of view that doesn't align with their liberal sensibilities. The assault on the First Amendment right is a growing trend on college campuses and in the streets of America.
One solution!
The far-left rebel group Antifa is ever present anywhere support for the Trump administration might be gathering, or if a conservative voice wants to be heard. Antifa slowly started planting chapters in the U.S. during the 2016 election, as it would be the perfect opportunity to introduce this anti-fascism idea. The group recruits from minority groups, the mentally ill, and anti-body shaming communities. They usually dress in all black, keeping their faces covered. On Inauguration Day, Black Bloc protesters destroyed storefronts in D.C. in protest of President Trump. They also assaulted right-wing Speaker Richard Spencer while he was speaking to news reporters. GOP lawmakers say the University of California, Berkeley, the so-called birthplace of the free speech movement, has become a place where free speech goes to die. In February, Antifa members destroyed much of the campus upon news of a scheduled speech by former Breitbart editor Milo Yiannopoulos. And in April, commentator Ann Coulter canceled a speaking event at UC Berkeley after administrators couldn't ensure her safety due to the destruction on campus. And recently in Portland, Oregon, Antifa protesters were arrested for inciting violence against law-abiding conservatives who were peacefully gathering for a free speech rally. These anarchists are not new. They came out of the woodwork during the 2011 Occupy movement and the anti-globalization movements of the late 1990s and early 2000s. Antifa's roots originate back to the early 20th century Europe. Their presence was felt especially in Germany and France due to the polarized political climate in Europe. The group was known for killing, lighting fires, and obstructing transportation. They also have a communist ideal system and have affiliated groups in the Middle East.
It's strange that you don't ask questions about who are you speaking with. That's a mistake. You asked
Why do you think you got in?
Antifa is rumored to be funded by billionaire George Soros, whose emails showed an agenda of destabilizing Eastern Europe for their non-refugee policies. Soros is also affiliated with corporate globalists who are reportedly seeking ways to end the populist agenda. Once a year since 1954, this secret society gathers the most influential people, both businessmen and political leaders, at the so-called Bilderberg Conference to talk about global economic issues. Topics this year include, quote, why is populism growing, the war on information regarding fake news, and environmental challenges.
It's not your first time at Bilderberg, correct?
Can you help us understand why there's such a mystique or mystery or secrecy about it? No comment.
This secretive nature of the event, however, has many asking other questions, like why are no reporters allowed inside the event? Why aren't there any reports or minutes of the talks written up? And why those in attendance are required to stay hushed on what was discussed? Some say through more journalistic digging we may find an answer. But until then, these deep-pocket billionaires will do whatever it takes to stop opposing viewpoints around the world, even if it means backing far-left anarchists as a means to an end. Marty Golingen, One America News.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
I write pretty much all day, every day, and Grammarly makes my writing better.
As a student, I like that it's free. It actually is correcting everything as I'm writing it.
Grammar errors, spelling errors, and even helps me find the right words to use so I can say what I want to say.
It catches all those embarrassing.
Police in Portland, Oregon, arrest more than a dozen people. Protesters opposing President Trump clashed, with those supporting him. Joining us now is Chris Cox. He's with the Bikers for Trump group. Chris, now I know that you were at the protest. I am told that the anti-Trump people vastly outnumbered the pro-Trump people. Is that accurate?
You couldn't be more right, Stuart. This is one of the most liberal cities in the country. To give you an idea, they've got a statue of Stalin here. Stalin exemplifies socialism. Socialism is the Venus flytrap for any democracy.
Were you there to protect the pro-Trump people? And were they in need of protection?
Well, no, sir, but only because the feds were there. Homeland Security showed up, and they were in force, and they exemplified law enforcement yesterday. I couldn't be more proud of the law enforcement community. They seized bricks that were broken in half that people were throwing into the crowd, bottles. They had fireworks, slingshots, pepper spray, and big knives and machetes. we're really grateful they were there. We would have been outnumbered, the bikers. Because,
wait a second, Chris. Hold on a second. Are you telling me that you saw anti-Trump demonstrators with knives and other literally weapons that they wanted to use in combat against you guys?
Yes, sir. Homeland Security actually had them all on display. They were collecting them for evidence, I guess, for some of the court hearings today. And in there were long knives, fireworks, like Roman candles they were going to shoot into the crowd. They had slingshots where they want to... Stuart, if you get hit in the kneecap or the elbow with a ball bearing, that will shatter it, and it'll be a pretty bad day.
Now,
so
did you go did you go loaded for bear yourselves? I mean, look, biker guys they're tough guys, and sometimes they go around in a violent situation. Were you there with weapons ready to defend the pro-Trump people?
Well, Stuart, the first weapon of a biker or any patriot is courage. So we're loaded with courage. We're locked, and we've got the six of each other. And we're there as a defense force here. We're on the defensive. We're not on the offensive. And we want to see that these Trump supporters are there, and that they can assemble peacefully, and they can express their feelings for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is delivering on all his promises, and we too have to deliver on supporting him.
Give me a rough idea of the numbers, would you? How many people opposed Trump when they were demonstrating? How many people supported Trump?
Well, if we had, say, 2,000 people there supporting him, there were probably 3,500 to 4,000 that were against Trump. And so on one side of the street, you had union workers that were protesting. On the other side of the street, you had the Antifa, the guys with the ski masks and the guys that are there for chaos and mayhem. And then on the other side of the street, you had an LBG. And they were all protesting. We were surrounded, and we were probably outnumbered at least 10 to 15 to 1. But the bikers are used to being outnumbered, and we had a lot of resources there with us. For instance, Oath Keepers, along with a lot of other groups, were there, and we were doing pretty good. We noticed that a lot of the protesters had infiltrated into the group and around the crowd. But when they take a look at the guys that we've got standing there on guard, ready to act and spring into action, they certainly weren't going to stand up to our guys. They never do.
Wait, just sounds like the battle lines are drawn out there on the West Coast. Chris Cox, thanks for joining us. Keep us informed about the battle as it progresses. I'd like to hear it.
Yes,
thanks,
sir.
Chris. Yes, sir.
Yes.
What a great team this is. What an unbelievable team. We'll know soon. We have a great team. And it's wonderful to be here this afternoon with the Republican leadership, House and Senate, including Speaker Ryan, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, Senator Cornyn, Representatives, please. Thank you all for being here. I greatly appreciate it. In just a short time, since the election, we have achieved truly incredible gains for the American people. We've already added more than 1 million new jobs, and it's going up very fast. You see the new reports coming out, going up very, very fast, and approved a historic increase in military spending. We have increased the stock market values and values of corporations on the public markets by $3.4 trillion since November 8th. I've signed 36 bills into law and repealed one job-crushing regulation after another. In fact, the House and Senate have sent a record number of resolutions that eliminate regulations to my desk for signature, saving our economy many billions of dollars annually. And in fact, based on the numbers we just got, the actual number is approximately $18 billion we've saved annually with all of the bills that I've signed. So that's a great job, Mitch and everybody, Paul. Together we'll fight for promised measures on the border, and we have fought very successfully. We have tough policies to keep deadly drugs and the vicious gangs out of the country. MS-13 is being taken care of at a very, very rapid clip by General, now Secretary Kelly. He's done an incredible job, really incredible job. And we're down, reduction on people pouring through our border down 78% as of now, 78%. It used to be if you got down 1%, it was a good job. We're down 78%. That's before we have the wall. The wall will be a great help, and that'll happen, believe me. My administration is also working with Congress to rebuild our infrastructure. We'll be discussing that in great depth next week with Gary Cohn and with Steve Mnuchin and with Mike Pence and everybody else working on it, and to pass a massive tax cut, which will be the biggest tax cut in our country's history if it's passed the way we'd like to have it passed. It'll be the biggest tax cut in our country's history, and it will spur business like never before. At the core of this agenda is repealing and replacing the disaster known as Obamacare. Average Obamacare premiums have more than doubled from 2013 to 2017, including an increase of 203% in Alaska. Wow, that's a new one. I always use Arizona at 116. I got stuck at 116. Now we're at 203. That's pretty big. 123 in Louisiana. These are the new numbers, folks. I think after a year of talking about 116% in Arizona, you'll be happy to hear we have some new numbers. And 176% in North Carolina, a great state. Insurance carriers are fleeing and leaving many Americans with only one insurer or even no insurers to choose from, and that's been happening now in numerous states. And just this afternoon we learned the last statewide insurer in the great state of Ohio is leaving. So they don't have any insurers. That means another 20 counties in the state of Ohio will have no health care plan. If Congress doesn't act to save Americans from this Democrat-inflicted catastrophe, next year is only going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse. Although I don't know how it can get worse than 203%, but I'm sure the Democrats will find a way. Almost every major insurer has already pulled out for 2018. The House took an important first step to rescue Americans from this calamity when Paul, you and your group, and Steve, and everybody passed the American Health Care Act. And that was a very, very long and difficult negotiation, but it really gives a great print and a great concept to Mitch. And now the Senate, I'm sure, will follow suit and get a bill across the finish line this summer that will be great health care for Americans. And I'm looking forward to seeing it, so looking forward to seeing it. So we're working very hard on massive tax cuts, and we're working very, very hard on the health care. And I think we're going to have some very pleasant surprises for a lot of people. So I'd like to thank the leadership for being with us. Mike Pence, you've been great. I appreciate you being here. Steve, great. I appreciate everything. Jared's actually become much more famous than me. I'm a little bit upset about that. So I want to thank everybody very much for being here, and let's get to work. We're going to get to work and get it done. Thank you all very much.
What message do you have to give Comey ahead of the testimony?
I wish you luck. Thank you, everybody.
Anything else there, sir? Thanks, Press.
President Trump's extreme vetting order, or travel ban, boosted today as he pushes for an expedited Supreme Court hearing. Republican officials from 16 states, led by Texas, filing a brief with the U.S. Supreme Court urging the justices to reinstate the travel ban, saying the order is, quote, emphatically not a Muslim ban, end quote. My next guest says President Trump's travel ban is lawful and constitutional. And joining us tonight, Fox News senior judicial analyst, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Judge, great to see you.
Thank you, Lou.
This is a remarkable statement of support from these states. Is it likely to move any one of the justices in favor of the president's ban?
I don't think so. I don't know which way the Supreme Court is going to go, but I don't think the court will rule on this until they hear from the Ninth Circuit, which quite frankly could rule any day, and most probably, almost certainly, will go against the president. The problem for the president is that the order of the Fourth Circuit upholding the injunction in Maryland, which is nationwide, and the likely order of the Ninth Circuit upholding the injunction in Honolulu, which is nationwide, are preliminary orders. There have been no trials. There's been no testimony. There's been no clash.
Just, I think we could say, a district court judge's willfulness rather than
evidence.
Evidence.
Supreme Court doesn't like to rule until the case is over.
Well, the poor darlings.
And
we're talking about national security.
I know we're talking about national security.
The president is saying is crystal clear to those justices and the American people, we're talking about American lives. We're talking about my responsibility under the Constitution to protect those lives. And this Supreme Court better wake up.
So what he should hope for, and what Attorney General Sessions should ask for, is lifting the stay during the pendency of the litigation. He shouldn't say, we don't want this to be tried. He shouldn't say, they can't challenge me. Just let me run the foreign policy of the United States, which you, Supreme Court, have said is exclusively in my hands. Just let me use...
Which also the Constitution says is his responsibility.
Correct. Just let me use the statutory authority that Congress has given me, which almost every one of my modern predecessors has used, to keep the country safe. You can try anything you want. You can challenge anything you want. Don't interfere with my foreign policy during the pendency of the trial. That's what he should ask for. Now, if they don't do that, if they wait for this to be over, he will be at the end of his term before the case reaches them a second time.
In that case, is there a way in which you could possibly pull the justices from their chairs and acquaint them with the idea that national security is their primary responsibility?
It's the primary responsibility of the President of the United States.
Of the entire government.
And they have written that in prior Supreme Court decisions. I can't predict
which way they're going to go. So this idea that they would wait till October to rule, we're talking about a war on radical Islamist terrorists who are warring on us.
Okay.
And we would watch this court. I mean, what do they think it is? 1940?
Here's the flip side of that. Justices read election returns and justices read newspapers, and they look at the same websites and the same television programs as the rest of us. And they know exactly what's going on in the world, and they know how acute these problems are. And we have 9 justices with theoretically a conservative majority. I say theoretically because Justice Kennedy has been known to go from one side to the other.
My God, if national security comes down to an ideological dichotomy, conservative and liberal. I mean, we are really in trouble.
It did in the Fourth Circuit, and it probably will in the Ninth. It's wrong that should happen. Justices should shed their concern about the ultimate outcome of the case when they put that black robe on and just do the right thing.
What about the
politics at the courthouse door?
The timeliness. Expedite. The President of the United States has called for an expedited
The Supreme Court will gather to the 4 corners of the earth on June 30th, and they will not resume again until the 2nd Monday in October. The President has a tough row to hoe to get them to rule in the next 3 weeks, but that should be his goal.
9 justices will take their leave on a nice summer vacation rather than take care of their responsibilities under the Constitution. National security will be at risk.
They may take their responsibility before they leave, but don't expect rulings during the summer. Once they leave, they're gone until October. So the
should we expect a ruling from them by the 30th?
In my opinion, if they do the right thing, they will invalidate the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals and invalidate what we expect will come from the Ninth. They'll do it before June 30th.
Would you say that there's something awfully wrong in this nation's capital when we have 9 justices who would act like it's 1860, 1870?
I don't want to
take a vacation.
I don't want to criticize them until I see what they do. Do they have the tools to resolve this before June 30th? Yes. Do the rules permit the resolution of it before June 30th? Yes. Do they have the will to do so? We'll find out one morning.
Yeah, well, shame on them if they do not move expeditiously to resolve this and to support the president in defending the nation. I mean,
it's very,
shame on them.
Very clear cut, in my view, that the president has this authority and he has exercised it properly.
Well, hopefully we will find out very quickly whether the 9 august justices have joined this century and understand the threats and challenges that he and the nation contend with.
Right.
I want to ask you very quickly, Comey, you expect much of it?
No. I think we've all built up a great deal of hype. I think he's going to be very sterile and non-judgmental. It's not going to be FBI Director Comey. It's going to be private citizen Jim Comey. This is what I said. This is what I heard. You guys decide what it means. I'm not giving you legal opinions anymore. That's what I think we're going to get on Thursday.
Not his usual electric illuminating self.
You mean with the nausea in the stomach? No.
Judge Andrew Napolitano. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Great to see you, my friend.
Pleasure.
Welcome back. One final point before we go tonight. These are the people London's mayor, Sadiq Khan, hasn't gone on TV to suggest that Britain disinvite from the country. This guy, and this guy, the 3 terrorists who killed 7 people, ramming them with a van and stabbing them with a knife, and the 20,000 more with the potential identified by authorities to commit such atrocities. These are the people London's mayor, Sadiq Khan, did go on TV and suggest Britain disinvite from an official state visit. This guy, our president, Donald Trump. Yeah, great priorities there, Mayor. Don't you just feel safe and warm and fuzzy with progressives and liberals and Democrats in charge? This is what liberals propose we do to fight ISIS. There is only one way to really defeat terrorism, they say, to refuse to be terrorized. Well, refusing to be terrorized didn't stop the London killers from killing, did it? Hugs and kisses and love and tolerance is not the way to defeat radical Islamist terrorism. This is what liberals did not propose we do to fight ISIS. Kill the ideology and kill the terrorists. The only way to really defeat ISIS and keep our people safe. Houston, we have a radical Islam problem and liberals are trying as hard as they can to ignore it. Moderate liberal Muslims are more offended by people who condemn the religion of Islam than they are with the terrorists who pervert and hijack the Quran to use it as a weapon to destroy the Western world and impose Sharia law supremacism. Liberals protest outside of Trump Tower, but not outside radicalized mosques where radical imams preach violent jihad and radicalize youth to inspire terror attacks against Americans and Brits and the French and the entire world who doesn't bow to the feet of their caliphate. Liberals freak out about climate change, global warming, carbon footprints, and polar bears. John Kerry warns us this is the end of the world as we know it. All the while, I haven't heard a single Democratic politician here or in the UK go on TV and say, this year alone, we've suffered 924 terror attacks at the hand of radical Islamists. In 46 countries around the world, 6,641 people have been killed by Islamist terrorists this year. 7,283 more injured. Meanwhile, as politicians bloviate about climate change and peaceful Muslims protest Trump because, well, we live in a free country and they haven't had any rights denied to them, the media focuses on the unprecedented number of bullets London police used to kill the terrorists. You know, before the terrorists murdered more innocent people. No mention of the unprecedented 2 out of 3 British Muslims who claimed they would not report a terror plot to the police. No mention of the number of innocent victims who had no way to defend themselves against brutal attackers because of London's asinine gun control laws. Yet liberals, they want us to trust them. Elect us, liberals beg. We know what's best for you. This coming from the same politicians who suggest that if mainstream Muslims weren't alienated, terror attacks wouldn't happen. Let that sink in for a moment. The same party that decries Islamophobia is suggesting that all Muslims are vulnerable to commit terror attacks if they get their feelings hurt. Maybe, just maybe, if liberals stopped whining about the climate, stopped stealing our guns, stopped pacifying terror groups who cannot be pacified, we'd actually have a fighting chance of winning this guerrilla war against evil people who celebrate dying just as long as it means killing us. And until that point, liberals, stop begging for our votes. You don't deserve it. And that's my final point tonight. You can reach me on Twitter at Liz_Wheeler. If you liked the show, please send me an email at oann.com/contact. In the meantime, catch us here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. And until then, have a good night.
These are the only 2 men in the entire country
and no one else
that dared to touch this.
No other law enforcement agency even offered to help them.
And it is likely, and I say likely only because I have to, likely it is because of the work that these 2 men did that we have seen the things come out this week that we have, like Representative Nunes saying,
"Oh,
we
my
now
gosh.
know that Trump and his team were being surveilled."
Because Zullo and Arpaio knew it for years.
That's right. That's right.
And yeah. Go ahead.
Well, and I was just going to say, and you know, a lot of our audience will know what I'm getting ready to say, but a lot won't. Mike Zullo and Jerome Corsi last Sunday and Monday combined, I don't know, spent a couple of hours or more on radio.
On the Alex Jones
on the
show.
Alex Jones show on Infowars. That's where Jerome Corsi works now, revealing what we couldn't say for so long here.
And there's still a whole lot they haven't
this
revealed.
Is just, you know, minuscule. But it's so important. But revealing the depth of the spying, IP addresses, telephone numbers,
addresses that no one else had, privacy.
I'm talking Trump's personal cell phone numbers, personal apartment numbers to Mar-a-Lago. Michael Savage. Jerome Corsi went on the Michael Savage show.
Because
and told
Michael Savage had been spied on.
He sent Michael Savage an email live on air and then called in and told him, he says, I have phone numbers for you, and verified them, not on air, of course. And Savage says, yeah, those are my phone numbers. That's my address.
But nobody else knows that.
Nobody else knew about. And Corsi says, I have them on NSA paperwork right here. They've been spying on you. Thank you, Mike Zullo and Sheriff Arpaio, for having the guts to be the only two law enforcement officers in the country willing to look into this.
World.
And think about this.
In the world.
If Mike Zullo, and under the direction of Joe Arpaio, America's sheriff, had not done what their constituents
this
wanted
wouldn't be going on
and
this
investigated the birth certificate, Mike Zullo would never have gotten this information about the NSA and the depth of the spying, and would never have been able to go on national radio this week with Jerome Corsi and say, here it is, and show the documents. They were showing them, you know, and to prove this, which then, in my opinion, forces Nunes to come forward.
Well, think about it. Take a breath right there and think about it. Isn't it coincidental? I've been spied on. The media and the left and Congress. No, you're not. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Zullo goes on the radio. Corsi goes on the radio. They release documents and release information. The very next week, everybody in Washington changes their tune. And now we're getting ready to have hearings, and along comes Manafort, and along comes Roger Stone, and along comes Larry Klayman with Dennis Montgomery, and along comes the two guys, NSA guys, we're going to talk about this in a moment, in Washington, who were connected with building the software. Along, they come now to radio and to congressional hearings, and now everybody's saying, well, maybe he was spied on. What's the chances that as soon as Zullo opens his mouth and reveals some of this stuff, all of a sudden the narrative changes? Thank you, Mike Zullo.
No, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. And again, more than likely, at least here's what my mind sees. And I know my mind's a little different, but here's what my mind sees.
Just a little bit.
If Mike Zullo, never under the direction of Joe Arpaio, never investigates the birth certificate, never finds out, goes down this rabbit hole where he's on this radio show saying, people, there are things that are deep and dark
and nasty.
I mean, you and I are on here saying, listen, pray for Mike Zullo. He is in a spiritual battle. You know, if he never does that, then we never uncover this. Then he and Jerome Corsi are never allowed, they never have the information to go on radio, all over media, and say, we have the IP addresses, we have telephone numbers, we have addresses.
And put copies of the documents on the internet.
Then, more than likely, Nunes never has the guts to come out and say, oh, it's real, and here's the evidence.
And more than likely, Trump would have never tweeted out and said, I've been spied on, because he probably would know that he wouldn't have the backing.
Because one thing we figured out about Trump, and there's going to be people that disagree with this, but prove me wrong, feel free. You know, a lot of people, well, he just shoots off at the mouth. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Name me one major thing that he has come out that sounded like lunacy when he put it out that he hasn't been proven right on. Name me one thing.
I know, even with this.
I can't think of one single thing.
Even with this tweet about, it looks like Obama and his folks been spying on me, and everybody called him a liar, 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 liar. And now we have Nunes coming out and saying, well, well, he's on to something. So now the narrative has changed. Now we have the House Intel Committee and Nunes, and saying to the media, of course, the media is all embarrassed. They've got egg all over the face. So they're trying to put a bow on a pig and make it into something nice. And, and now the talking points are that, okay, so Nunes says there's something been going on. There's been some intel on Trump. What's the word I'm looking for? Not spying. Spying. Surveillance. Yeah, there's the intel. Yeah. But they're saying, but this doesn't vindicate. Doesn't vindicate. Well, excuse me. Yes, it does, because the tweet said, I've been being wiretapped. Quotation marks, meaning that he knew that there's no such thing as wiretapping, but surveillance. Now, again, we're going to have to get down to the brass tack of, did Obama order it and know it and do it, because Trump said in his tweet, by Obama. Okay. But, see, you and I know stuff that we can't say. But I can say this. Now, all of a sudden, just this week, after Mike Zullo goes on Alex Jones, that same day, Michael Savage, who finds out his name was in that intel list, he goes wild. After Jerome Corsi goes on Michael Savage, who's with Alex Jones now and was on the air with Mike Zullo, the day after, you have people starting to let it leak. Well, maybe there's something. And then Nunes comes out a couple days after and says, it does look like. Now Paul Manafort says, I need to talk to y'all. Now Roger Stone comes forward today. I need to talk to y'all. Yeah. Now Dennis Montgomery, who's the whistleblower who went to Sheriff Arpaio when Mike Zullo and Sheriff Arpaio were doing the birth certificate investigation, went to them and says, I need to whistleblow on the CIA. Yeah. We're collecting information. I helped with the software. We've been hammering into people's personal lives for years. And here's the list. And he turned over 600 million pages of information. And now Mike Zullo has been careful to say this, and I'm going to be careful to say it. They haven't been able to right now to prove that those documents that Dennis turned over are actual NSA documents. Yeah, because the NSA won't look at them. Well, that's right. Yeah. But here's the case. Here's the deal. Nobody has come out and said, oh, no, they're fake. Those are fake. Yeah. And we can prove they're fake. And see, that's important, folks. Yeah. So Mike Zullo's careful to say, I'm not saying to you that these documents we have, he said, but I am saying to you these documents contain names, phone numbers, addresses, and bank account numbers, and on and on and on. And most of it was stuff like phone numbers and addresses that were hidden, secret stuff that nobody knew. But here they are. How did Dennis Montgomery get this? How? And he worked for the CIA and the FBI. How did he get this? Where 600 million pages of this stuff from people all over the nation? Including Trump, including Michael Savage, including Alex Jones, and many other, and because Mike Zullo hasn't said them yet. Yeah. Where did he get this stuff? Yeah. And the NSA hadn't denied it. He didn't make them up out of thin air. And it just so happens that when Zullo releases this, Nunes comes forward and says, there might be something to this. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm just convinced that without what Mike Zullo and Jerome Corsi did last weekend and then Monday, that Nunes never has the guts to come forward. Now, I can't prove it, but coincidence. So, Mike Zullo, Sheriff Arpaio, if you guys are listening, thank you. Patriots, God bless you. Thank you. Not another lawman had the guts in this nation to take up the investigation, and not another lawman. You got all these sheriffs on TV talking about how great they are. Not one of them offered Sheriff Arpaio or Mike Zullo any help in this investigation. Most of them stayed away from it because it was too much of a political hot button. Well, of course it is. That's how the communists work. They make something a hot button. They build websites against you. They marginalize you. They call you all kind of names so that you'll leave it alone. Yeah. That you'll back away. You've gone down a deep, dark alley. And that's what Mike Zullo said. We've gone down a deep, dark alley, and we found some nasty, nasty stuff. And let's just be very clear on this. Mr. President, Mr. Trump,
this garbage of Sheriff Arpaio being drugged through the court system. And, I mean, listen, folks, he could potentially face jail time.
He could. Mr. Trump.
It's garbage.
Step
Make
in,
this go
vindicate
away.
the guy. Make it go away.
In no way, shape, or form has what has happened to Sheriff Arpaio, is it even close to being legal.
Right.
In any aspect of the laws of our country.
Right.
Not even close. So it was just, Mr. President, protect this man.
Judge Murray Snow out in Arizona.
Yeah, put him in jail.
I'm telling you, man, he's the one that dropped the dime on Dennis Montgomery in open. Nobody knew except for Sheriff Arpaio and Mike Zullo about Dennis Montgomery until Judge Murray Snow dropped the dime on him in open federal court, and it wasn't even related.
Use their own
to the
laws
case
against him. Use the NDAA, but disappear him in the middle of the night, never to be seen again.
Well,
goodbye,
but here's the thing.
I mean,
here's in your opinion, right?
Yeah, in my opinion,
No, but here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing, folks. Please, just know, watch the news.
Yeah.
And as this stuff unfolds, and as it comes to the forefront, that they have been surveilling Donald Trump. Remember that Mike Zullo and Sheriff Arpaio had at least something to do with this.
That's right.
I'm not saying they've solved the whole case on this, but I'm telling you, you think of the timeline, the media, Congress, the left, even people with R's beside their name were calling Trump an idiot until Mike Zullo went on the radio.
That's right.
With Jerome Corsi.
That's right.
And until Alex Jones and Michael Savage sounded off, and their radio programs together have more listeners than the mainstream media combined on any one show.
That's right.
And the next thing you know, it's in the headlines. Well, Trump is probably right, and we need to have, and now the NSA said they're coming forward with, quote, smoking gun information showing, and I'm reading the headlines of Fox News, potential smoking gun showing Obama administration, that's not me, that's Fox News, spied on Trump team, source says. Smoking gun coming from the NSA, Obama administration. Well, Mike Zullo, what did he say on Alex Jones? Here's NSA documents. Or at least we think they are.
Yeah.
We were told they are.
Somebody show us
by a CIA whistleblower.
Right.
Somebody please prove us not. Hey, here's my challenge to Congress. Bring Mike Zullo to Washington.
Wow. Yeah.
Bring Sheriff Arpaio to Washington. Bring them before a congressional committee. You're going to talk to Manafort and Roger Stone? Bring Sheriff Arpaio and Mike Zullo, who were the first ones to get their hands on this information. Bring them to Washington, Congress. It should take you a day or two, and you find out if the whole thing's a fake. Ask them about the birth certificate.
Yeah.
That's the foundation to the whole thing.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Bring them, Congress. See, here's the thing. Congress is complicit, brother, because 8 years.
They're all guilty.
8 years, Congress and the media called Zullo and Arpaio tinfoil hats. Yep. 8 years, the media, Fox News included. Oh, these guys are idiots. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Now the chickens are coming home to roost, to quote a famous preacher. The chickens are coming home to roost. And I'm saying to Congress, get some good. Listen, I'm going to drop some names here pretty soon, but I've talked to congressmen who have assured me they would talk to Mike Zullo, have yet to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to call their names on this radio program very soon. They have yet to talk to Mike Zullo. They have yet to call him up to Washington and say, oh my God, show us what you have.
Yeah.
But it's getting ready to all come down, folks. It's getting ready to all come down. And I'm challenging our president, make this go away for Sheriff Arpaio.
That's right.
This trumped up false junk of a man who was trying to defend his citizens. Now the sheriff that's in there, Paul Penzone, now he calls illegals guests. Yeah. You're welcome in our county. We consider you guest. Sheriff Arpaio was trying to enforce federal law, and a judge dragged him into court. Now he's looking at jail time, and I'm saying, President Trump, make that go away. Sheriff Arpaio, Mike Zullo, they are American heroes. They need to be vindicated. And I'm saying to congressmen, and one of them, I'm just about to give his name, you better call Mike Zullo and get him to Washington.
Yeah.
Because don't come in at the end of it and say that you were in on it, because I'm going to call you out. I'm going to say your name over the radio. Okay? Now, I'm pretty hot right now, Brandon. You take it over. We're going to go to break, but you comment.
Yeah, no, listen, you've said it brilliantly, and I don't think there's a lot left to say except for, again, thank you to Mike Zullo, to Sheriff Arpaio for having the guts to be the only two lawmen in the entire country that would take this issue on head on.
371-8199. 371-8199. That's A&F Construction, another fine area name interested in the safety and welfare of our kids.
Experts agree that America's water infrastructure is deteriorating. Threats include aging infrastructure, ruptured pipes and sinkholes, as well as chemical, pharmaceutical, and sewage-saturated water sources.
Larry Klayman joining us now from his mystery bunker in the California hills. Welcome to the program, Larry. What do you make of the Comey business?
Franklin.
Give us your thoughts, if you would, please. Larry Klayman, Freedom Watch.
Franklin, it comes as no surprise that Comey got fired. I mean, it was a long time overdue. I think the straw that broke the camel's back is the Comey who flips from one side to the next. He wants to please the Republicans. He wants to please the Democrats. He basically is a political animal who wants to survive. But that's not what you need as an FBI director. So as you pointed out correctly in parody, first he lets Hillary off the hook, but then he says enough to wound her during the campaign, the presidential campaign. Then he flips back when the emails from Umar Abedin come out and says he's reopening an investigation, which he says was closed. He has no authority to do either. He's simply an investigator as a director of the FBI. Of course, he knew that if he had given the decision to Loretta Lynch, who was then Attorney General of the Obama Justice Department, he knew what that was going to be. So he tried to be all things to all people. But the straw that broke the camel's back with Trump, and it has been reported in part, is that Comey, to push back because he's being blamed for the defeat of Hillary Clinton, which of course is not true, but he's being blamed by it. He says that he's investigating the so-called Russian connection between the Trump administration and the campaign, but he's not going to investigate the leaks that have destroyed General Mike Flynn, that have released classified information. He's not going to investigate the mass surveillance that's being conducted. And this is where I come in, because I have a whistleblower by the name of Dennis Montgomery. You can read about him at www.freedomwatchusa.org. And Dennis Montgomery was an NSA CIA contractor. He left with 47 hard drives, over 600 million pages of information, showing that everyone from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to other justices, to hundreds of judges, to Donald Trump, to me, to anybody who was anybody, was subject to this government surveillance by the intelligence agencies, the NSA and CIA. And these are crimes. And I took him forward to Comey and his people at the FBI. I got him immunity. He turned all this stuff over. He testified under oath. And Comey sat on this for over 2 years. He buried this investigation of perhaps the biggest scandal in American history. And it involves Trump. And Trump knew about it. I made sure he knew about it. And so did others. I didn't give him any classified information because I can't see it. But it was sitting in the files of the FBI. And it's been reported just in the last 24 hours that Comey was not investigating that, the wiretaps, particularly of him, but yes, he was going after Trump on the issue of the Russian collusion. And so I had some role to play, along with Montgomery, I believe, in getting Comey fired. And he should have been fired. The guy is despicable. He's two-faced. He's a liar. And frankly, he's furthered criminal conduct. And to let him off scot-free, man, the guy should be prosecuted himself at this point for covering this up. So good riddance to James Comey, a real disgrace, one of the worst directors in the history of the FBI.
By the way, Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General, outlined the case for firing Comey. The director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation can be fired by the executive. And as we pointed out on this program, I believe yesterday, it's happened before, and Bill Clinton did it. So, I mean, it's not that crazy. It's not unusual. And the director, Comey, was wrong to usurp any attorney general's authority and announce conclusions about cases that they should be closed without prosecution, and that it wasn't the function of him to make that announcement. And furthermore, what seemed to have happened, Larry, was certainly in the case with Hillary Clinton, he overstepped the bounds of his job and frankly did directly affect the outcome of an election. It was a very, very strange thing to do, and it seemed to be outside of his authority. Am I right?
Well, that's a complicated issue, too. You're right, Franklin, technically speaking, but the reason I think he stepped in at that point, he was trying to placate both sides. He recommends against prosecution of Hillary Clinton, but he releases information which shows
that was derogatory,
a crime at the same time. But if he had ever bucked it over to the Attorney General under the Obama administration, Loretta Lynch, for sure she would never have brought any indictments against Clinton. She's a political hack. She was basically Barack Obama in a skirt at that time.
Since we have a few minutes with regard to surveillance, which is a much bigger issue for Americans than,
Right.
The truth, Hillary Clinton lost the election because she, frankly, was so capricious that she really thought she would win it and didn't do any work. She was lazy. Her own campaign people, some of whom I know, who worked very hard for her, said that she had basically abandoned her own campaign. But here for a moment, a little bit of your interview with Dennis Montgomery, and I was there during it, and the revelations are stunning. I don't think I have exactly the right place, but we have a little time. Larry Klayman and Dennis Montgomery. Listen.
I provided to the FBI 17 businesses of Donald Trump, including the Trump Tower, the Trump leasing programs, all of these different programs, and including Trump himself and the various family members that had been wiretapped under these programs. In fact, if you remember, Larry, I started by going to Maricopa County and showing that Sheriff Arpaio himself was wiretapped under the Obama administration.
So a very powerful revelation, right, Larry, by a man who actually did the wiretapping itself. He was the guy who did it. And he's go to the FBI, right? You got him immunity. And they're talking about precisely the kind of surveillance that the mainstream media is now poo-pooing as one of the evil fascist dictator Trump's imaginations.
Right, and it's really important, Franklin, you're absolutely right, you hit the nail on the head, is that we Americans are living in an Orwellian state. That's what federal judge Richard Leon had ruled in 2 cases that we brought at Freedom Watch. Again, you can see that at freedomwatchusa.org, the whole history. To enjoin, that is to stop this illegal surveillance. It has not stopped. They're violating the law, and we are hopeful, but I'm not confident that Montgomery will be listened to by the next FBI director. We know that the intelligence committees on Capitol Hill are burying it as well. I've gone to them and asked them to investigate. I've said, well, bring Montgomery there. He can testify. They don't want to hear it because this mass surveillance by the NSA and CIA, they have everybody's phone calls, everybody's emails, everybody's social media. And if these politicians push on these intelligence agencies, in all likelihood, stuff's going to start flying out of their files about them. Their boyfriends, their mistresses, God knows what. And consequently, they don't want to look into it. So these intelligence committees are a total sham. They are not in any way conducting legitimate oversight under the intelligence agencies. The agencies own them. And as we also pointed out, the intelligence agencies now and people that run it are more powerful than the President of the United States. They can make or break people at any time. And just in the last few days, Franklin, my phone has been hacked again.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm filing new complaints against them because they know no bounds. None.
There's new information that there are new hacking techniques that involve smart televisions, and we have a bunch of them around here. We reported on this program that the NSA collected more than 151 million records of Americans' phone calls last year, even after Congress limited their ability to collect the bulk phone records. So you're absolutely right. And the mainstream news media sort of reports it, but then they sort of deep six it. Our final question in the last minute we have, what fights are on your desk at Freedom Watch, and how can people get involved?
Well, yes, we need their support. We're the mouse that roars. So if you can contribute to our cause, go to freedomwatchusa.org. Thank you, Franklin. Coming on the horizon in the next few weeks is a lawsuit we're going to bring against the University of California at Berkeley for allowing peaceful protesters to be beaten up, pro-Trump, conservative protesters. So we're fighting that. We're fighting Black Lives Matter and Louis Farrakhan and those racists down in Dallas for a massacre that they perpetrated last summer.
Nobody does quite as much work as Larry Klayman. I want to tell you real quick, I want to thank you, Larry Klayman from Freedom Watch. And as we go out here in the last 20 seconds, remember, there are plenty of outfits in Washington that call themselves Americans for Apple Pie or whatnot. Freedom Watch is out there prosecuting for freedom.
You need a website. Why not do it yourself? With Wix, you can create your own professional website. Choose from
$371-8190.
Sleep. The following program is furnished by Caravan to Midnight, Inc. and is responsible for its content.
St. Patty's weekend. I was wondering, if you're not Irish, what can you talk about and who can you talk to that'll somehow make up for it? I know. I've got it. From the bridge of the Ark Midnight, we welcome you. I am John B. Wells, and this is Ark Midnight, sitting here on the floor of an ancient sea, from which eventually rose the city of Dallas, jewel of the Southwest. How about that whole Irish thing? I found out that the name McAfee, or McAfee if you prefer, but I'm thinking it's McAfee, can be Scottish or Irish. And so we shall have a conversation with the one and only John McAfee. You know, as in McAfee antivirus software. Yeah. You know, this whole Vault 7 release of Julian Assange and his WikiLeaks crew has instilled high levels of tension and angst in the security services, if reports are to be believed. And so we'll just find out. Oh, and there's ever so much more. It just gets sillier and sillier and sillier. It really does. For example, a Secret Service agent parks her car, and the next thing you know, a couple of bags and a laptop containing the floor plans to Trump Plaza are gone, and one bag gets tossed on one front porch, and another bit of the gear gets tossed in another yard, and off the guy presumably goes with this laptop. Yes, he arrived by car, got out of the car, and the car drove away. I wasn't there. These are just the reports, which makes it even more ridiculous, right? So he goes away. The driver, that is. And this fellow goes directly to the Secret Service agent's car, extracts the booty, and then makes his way off down the street. Kind of sounds to me like he knew exactly what the target was, doesn't it? Yeah. And I just wonder if this really is some sort of random car burglary, random vandalism. I'm thinking, no, it isn't. Something perhaps made to sound like a random car burglary, but not at all. Sometimes in this game of analysis and intelligence reporting, you find that it may quack like a duck, it has feathers like a duck, it swims like a duck, it's water resistant like a duck, but it's not a duck. No, it's actually a rare sea monster. I am John B. Wells, and Tuesday through Friday, I am privileged to host Caravan to Midnight, which can be found at caravantomidnight.com. It is a program during which we speak with wonderful people from all walks of life, and we give them all the time they need over the course of our 2.5 to 4.5 hour time slot. We have no commercials per se. We have no clock to go by. We just pretty much do what we want. And that's a beautiful thing, because that way people, they're relaxed. They talk about what they want to at whatever depth they want to talk about these things. And it's very rewarding. Our Caravan members find. Caravan members? Oh, yes. Because we are totally member supported. Many outfits, one I can think of that gets, I'm thinking a lot of millions of dollars from the United States government, claims to be listener supported. Well, they are, just not in the way that they're suggesting that they are. And then, of course, I did mention that commercial-free thing, and we pick music cuts that we contour the music to the program, and they're full-length cuts, so it's good. Although one listener, one member did say, "How many tracks by air must I endure? I don't know what's wrong with him. He seems to not care for the French too much." Anyway, he said he'd like more blues, less jazz. I'm like, okay, we're going to fix you up. And we have some nice musical samplings for you this evening. By the way, episode 708, which went down on Friday, featured George Webb, the accidental journalist. Boy, he's good, too. And he came on to discuss the Awan brothers, these Pakistani dudes who got hired by Debbie Wasserman Schultz and have now been fired. But the conversation spans the various political leaders they worked with, the over 20 burglaries in the House of Representatives, a little history about cell phones, shortwave radio, and a lot more. George Webb, very cool. And then Thursday, we talked with Pastor Mike Spalding. He's just a great guy. He's not, you think pastor, you think pious, you think rigid, you think maybe it's only been good experiences. But Mike Spalding is just a tough guy and a man of faith and just a great individual. His talks were inspirational. And then Sir Joseph Meyer came on. We call him Sir Joseph because he is an Ark Knight. And then Matthew Bracken came on. He's an ex-SEAL, and he's a sailor and a writer. And we were talking about what we're looking at in as much as this Civil War thing that people keep fearing may be on the horizon for us. On Wednesday, we spoke with Leo Holman. He's just a genius writer. He's a news editor at WND. And Dr. John Huber was on there as well. And then James Perloff and Alana Freeland were on Tuesday. And that's just this past week. All kinds of people come on the program all the time. We even spoke with Michael Reagan one time. We spoke with John Densmore of The Doors. We've had Ted Nugent come on. He's pretty uninhibited. It's good stuff. So, anyway, if you want to check it out, you can go to our YouTube channel that has the daily news segments posted on it. Every day we put up the first news segment. It ranges in length from 36, 40 minutes, depending on what's happening, to about an hour. And so that we offer that for free so that people can see what we're doing and by way of an invitation for them to join us, because we simply cannot do the program without our beloved caravanners, and there are a lot of them in around 150 countries around the world. So may I just underscore that and say around the globe. So there are a couple other things to write down. Did I say write down? I meant run down. And so we will. But I'm going to do it on the other side of this break. We get rid of the break, and then we'll write it down. I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. I'll run it down. You write it down. If you find it of value, please stand by. Good to be with you on Saturday night, every Saturday night here on radio station KLIF 570 AM. And we shall return momentarily. Stand by for John McAfee. This will rock. Trust me. Here, Chuck Berry checked out. Chuck Berry, one of the defining, well, really icons of rock and roll, if not, well, most people attribute it to Elvis, but Chuck. Chuck was something else. 90 years old, which should tell you that rock and roll is really good for you. Live a long, long time. You know, I found this out a long time ago. Probably you did too. No matter what you do, no matter what you try, somebody, somewhere, is not going to like it. But when you do a program like Caravan to Midnight, you try and have something in there for everybody. And I'll tell you, I don't really like talking about politics really any more than anybody else. It's just that politics is kind of like warfare, you know? I remember that thing about you may not be interested in war, but war is very interested in you, and so it is with politics. You may not be interested in them, but they are very interested in you. And there's an admonition from one of the founding fathers or someone from that era. At this moment, I can't remember who it was. Could be somebody like Thomas Jefferson, but I'm not sure. But it was that effectively the penalty for not becoming involved in politics is that you wind up being ruled by your inferiors. So take a look at Congress. Got some good people up there. We got some real slackers too. And Rand Paul comes out and basically says that John McCain is unhinged and makes a really good case for term limits. Well, how long have we been squealing for that? We've been wanting term limits for a long time. And, you know, a lot of people, somebody said that, you know, they've converted to Catholicism and they've been with Caravan to Midnight from the very beginning, which was February 3rd, 2014. That's when we did the first episode. And but they're just going to have to bow out now because they just can't take all this heat from that's being directed toward Pope Francis. But, you know, Pope Francis is a really, really interesting cat. For some people, it's not the good interesting. Jeffrey Grider, NowTheEndBegins.com, published this little thing. The Pope's first ever video message on his monthly prayer intentions was released Tuesday. But this is from January, this particular piece of web news, highlighting the importance of interreligious dialogue and the beliefs different faith traditions hold in common, such as the figure of God and love. But at the same time, there's been a lot of conflict between the Catholic Church and other churches, hence the Protestants, who just went, no, we're breaking away from the Church of Rome, and that's all there is to it. So, in some people, and then there's the whole pedophilia scandal that rocked certainly Boston and other parts of the world. I don't know how many millions of dollars. I did know. I want to say it was $240 some odd million that was paid off to the families of children abused just in Australia. And I don't know of anywhere in the Bible that it says that you should pray to anyone other than Father or to Father in the name of Jesus. So, hate to lose a good caravaner, but politics and religion, you know, they will divide people. They always have. All right, now, what else? What else? Oh, there's ever so much more. You know, John McAfee has had one heck of a career. He really has. He's an American computer programmer and businessman, founded the software company McAfee Associates in '87, ran until '94, when he resigned from the company. But it achieved great early success as the creators of McAfee Antivirus produced the first commercially available antivirus software, and they now produce an entire line of enterprise security software. The company was renamed to Intel Security in 2011, according to what I'm reading here, after being purchased by Intel, though the software still retains the McAfee brand name. And John did real good. I mean, his wealth peaked in '07 at about $100 million. But the interesting thing about John is that he is a genuine feeling human being. He is a true artist with a, with a focus on tech. And hey, people have called me a crazy artist on occasion. They've called me other things too, but I like Crazy Artist a lot. So anyway, you ever heard the expression "crazy like a fox"? Yep, that's John McAfee. So let's just talk to him, shall we? John, are you there? And if you are, it's good to have you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wells. I received a call today from a gentleman named Mr. Keeling who alleged he was your producer.
Yeah, he is.
However, he sounded suspiciously like Alex Jones, who's a very close friend of mine. So I wasn't sure who I was going to get. However, the deal that we cut is I'd be more than happy to come on for an hour and 15, 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
Provided I could talk about what I think is the greatest problem facing the male gender of the human species for just a couple of minutes. And he agreed. So maybe it was Alex Jones agreeing to this. I have no clue.
You know, I knew a guy that did a pretty good Alex Jones impersonation. And in fact, he called me up on the phone one time. I thought it was Alex, and he was trying to sell me a product called Tangy Gucciardi. That was the name of it, Tangy Gucciardi. But, you know, it turned out it was a guy named David. So I sort of got, not good. Oh, well, what is the most important thing? What's the brightest?
That's not the important thing, but I'm talking about for the men, for the male gender of the human species. I think it's not the most important thing, but one of the most insoluble problems. And that is, for those of you who have traveled, you will fully understand what I'm about to say, and that is how in Bangkok does one distinguish between ladyboys and legitimate females? Now, I addressed this. Oh, hang on. Wait, well, this is a serious issue. Now you're laughing, but
okay.
So I scientifically, I addressed this scientifically first, and everything failed. And I'd like everybody that's listening tonight to do this little test. Hold your hand up with your fingers out, your fingers together, pointing to the ceiling. For the men, you will find that your index finger is shorter than your ring finger. For all of the women, you will find that your index finger is longer than your ring finger. Try it out. You'll see this is some magic. So that's among the physiological things I learned in the process of trying to solve this extraordinarily difficult problem. But that did no good because the ladyboys learned to keep their hands under the table or what have you. So I finally, since I am a hacker and social engineering is one of the greatest tools of hacking, I met with two of my closest buddies, Eddie Mize and Chris Roberts of DEF CON, both of whom had been struggling with the same issue. They are indeed world travelers. And we came up with a social engineering solution, and that is you sit at a bar by yourself. You do not sit with women. You sit by yourself. You will always get women coming to your table within 10 to 15 seconds. And by the way, they're all going to be the most beautiful women you've ever seen. As soon as they sit down, you say, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I was looking for a ladyboy." If she gets up and leaves, you say, "It was a joke. Come back." If she says, "Well, you're in luck tonight, baby," then you get up, say, "I've got to call my mom," and you leave. That's it. So for those who've had that problem, that is the 100% solution. Anyway, let's get on with the real show.
Yeah, that would definitely do it. The question is, what are you doing in Bangkok? Never mind. It's all right.
You've never been to Bangkok, clearly.
If I was ever in Bangkok, I don't think I would admit to it. You know what I mean?
It's a great place. It's a great place to buy art, and the food is awesome.
Yeah.
Two other reasons to go.
You know what? Truthfully, John, I've never been to Thailand, but I hear you got to go. You know.
It's one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. It really is. And the city itself it's spectacular, is all you can say. Canals going through it. Everything is colorful. The language is like sing-song, like a lullaby at night and morning sparrow in the morning. The weather is spectacular. It's one of the greatest cities in the world.
Amazing. Well, all right. I'll put it on the must-do list. Okay. How hard can it be? Got a big airport right down the road. It's like this guy said one time. You know, I love Dallas-Fort Worth. I just wish I could use that airport more. So, yeah, I can understand that. Maybe he'd been to Thailand before. Say, you know, John, I want to talk about you for just a second here. I see all kinds of stuff about John McAfee. Let me ask you something. Are you Scottish or Irish?
I'm Irish.
Okay. Well, in that case, happy St. Paddy's to you. All right, then. So do you prefer, is the correct pronunciation McAfee or McAfee?
Well, my father, grandfather, and his father said McAfee, but I'll answer to anything.
Okay, gotcha. All right, McAfee it is then. I just thought it was like, hey, McAfee, how you doing? You know, that thing. All right. I mean, if you pull up your name and you go onto a search engine, you see all kinds of stuff up there. I mean, it's just insane.
It's frightening too, isn't it? If you dig deep enough.
Well, yeah, but the thing about it is you and I have talked a couple of times on Caravan to Midnight, and I didn't pick up any of this stuff. I mean, it's like John McAfee accused of murder in Showtime documentary, you know, and fled to Belize, couldn't escape himself, and what really happened in Belize. You know, what is all this PR, man? I mean, I'll tell you what, it's spectacular. You'd have to spend several $1 million to get a PR company to do something that would attract this much attention.
Right. I mean, P.T. Barnum was not the only bright man to say that there's no such thing as bad publicity. I think an Irishman actually once said the only bad publicity is your obituary. So no, there really isn't any such thing as bad publicity. So I take most of this stuff with a grain of salt. Now, the Showtime documentary delved so deep into fabrication that I was actually forced to respond a little. Normally, I say nothing. I just get on with my life. And one of the miracles of the modern press is that the worse a story is, the more the public is interested in hearing the subject's response.
Oh, sure.
I mean, just a fact of life. So if you respond, and if your demeanor is balanced, as if, well, yeah, this is mainstream media, what do you expect, and get on with your life, then suddenly you're elevated rather than demeaned.
Yeah.
But in this case, I did have to respond. Both Nanette Burstein and Jeff Wise. Jeff Wise is probably my oldest, well, it's actually my arch enemy, and has been so for a dozen years. And in fact, I can no longer remember why even. So he produced it. Nanette Burstein, who actually produced a false documentary in 2007, literally, and was caught in the process, she's brilliant, but not exactly the best director.
Understood.
So I responded. Every single person she interviewed in that documentation went on video afterwards saying they were paid to tell lies. It's a very poor country, poor country, and I don't. No, really. You can look it up. So even in the headlines on the Belize newspaper, the largest newspaper in Belize said, "Money for lies." So but that's water under the bridge, and it hasn't hurt anything.
Okay.
Added to my popularity, perhaps.
Yes, it has reinforced your position as a cult hero. All right, tell you what, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break and come right back with John McAfee. He's famous. He's an icon. Stand by. We'll be right back. This is Arc Midnight. Which dragged on. I thought it was going to drag on until Hades froze over. But anyway, he's back up and punching now. What do you do? What are you doing now, John? You're working on something all the time. I see these photographs of you. You're holding pistols pointed in various directions, and just you're just like an all-around guy that just does what he wants. I take it you're still living down in some tropical paradise somewhere. I'm not asking you where you are just because you may not want to tell. But
well, actually, I live in Tennessee, and I do spend a fair amount of time scaring my neighbors, not purposely, of course. Just running around with armaments, but that's just my style.
Good.
I'm doing the same thing I've always done. I only know one thing in life, and that's software and cybersecurity. You mentioned running for president. Nobody who knows me would believe that I could ever be president, including me. I knew for a fact. I mean, look at my media baggage. It's larger than any human that I know. However, it gave me a platform to talk about the things that really do matter to me, and that is, I believe, John, we're teetering on a cliff, a very dangerous cliff, where the next war will not be fought with guns, ships, planes, and nuclear weapons, but with cyber weapons, with weaponized software. I mean, we already have the capability, and this is verified more or less through the CIA leaks last week, that we have the capability of taking out another country's electrical infrastructure permanently by merely shunting the electricity in certain frequencies and voltages to the point that every transformer burns out. When that happens, think this through. And by the way, every other country has the same weaponized software. And our power grid, by the way, is 25 years old, run by computers that are 20 years old, running software that was designed before the word cybersecurity was even coined. So we're more vulnerable than anybody else. But if you lose the power grid, you need power to repair the power grid. All of our tools are power tools. If we lose power, we lose all emergency services, communications, and in a couple of weeks, we run out of food. Because every processing plant in this country is automated, meaning it needs electricity and computers in order to run. Those plants cannot be staffed by humans anymore. We fired all of them 20 years ago, and there's no one to do that. We'll run out of food in a couple of weeks. Even if we had food, we couldn't deliver it because all of the scheduling for trucking, trains, airplanes is done by computer, on and on and on. So a study done for Congress last year said that 90% of the American population would perish in the first 12 months if we had an all-out cyber war with either Russia or China. And I think that's overly optimistic.
90%?
90%. Well, again, without power.
Right.
Think about it. We have no heat. We have no food. Most of us are way past knowing how to hunt deer skin for clothes or even to build a fire without matches. Seriously, think about it. We would be back in the Stone Ages without the tools and knowledge that Stone Age people had. So, of course, we would perish. So this is my hot button. I mean, I have children and grandchildren. And many of you listening also have children and grandchildren. I mean, for them, if nothing else, we've got to wake up, smell the coffee, and see this cliff that we are teetering on. And so I spend my entire time, if I could help by running naked to the streets with a sign, I would, because it is worth that much to wake this country up. So that's what I do, and I've been doing it. I'm also the CEO of MGT, which is a software company that builds security products. And another thing, by the way, the antivirus paradigm, which I invented back in 1987, is dead. It cannot help us. Everybody knows this, and yet people still buy it. Tens of billions of dollars a year from the 4 or 5 largest companies. So, we're living in a dream, and we need to wake up.
So you're talking about the viruses that can really cause the damage, because I went to a website the other day just based on what I'd read in an article, and when I got to that website, I got the little tabs came up, the little windows popping up. Threat block, warning, all of that. So what did it block?
Nothing. See, here's the issue. That software is totally useless because what it's looking for is malware that's already in the public domain. But hackers are much smarter now. They have tools that can whip out a new piece of malware in a day and a half that the antivirus products don't know about and cannot stop. I mean, consider all the people, all the companies that have been hit with ransomware. That means you get a piece of software, it encrypts all of your files. Then you get a message saying, "Send us 5 bitcoins, and we'll give you your files back." It's devastating. Japan now, because the Japanese always pay. Americans go, F you. I'm just going to go and recreate everything, but not the Japanese. They pay. If any of you in the listening audience have ever visited a pornography site, and I'm sure none of you have, but if you have, every pornography site on the planet, from Pornhub to Xhamster to all of them, the first thing that they do is plant a keystroke logger on your phone. Now, what is a keystroke logger? It's a piece of software that monitors all of your keystrokes and sends that information somewhere. We don't know where always. So that means that when you do your online banking, it's got your password. It knows what your bank balance is. It knows what your Bitcoin wallet address is. It knows everything about you. And by the way, these keystrokes aren't being monitored by people. Why? Because in America alone, there are close to 75 million of us whose smartphones are infected with a keystroke logger. Now, so what happens to these keystrokes? They go to a massive data center in some large hacking organization in Uzbekistan or Russia or Iran, who knows where. There are hundreds of them. And this massive database analyzes these keystrokes, looking for things. Bitcoin wallet. Right off the bat, it will say, okay, there's a Bitcoin wallet. Then the software will determine how many Bitcoins you have in there. If you've got 100 Bitcoins in there, I promise you that wallet's going to be emptied. And the way it works is that specific wallet will be kicked out to a human. It goes, hey, we found this guy has, $100,000 in Bitcoins. Here, do what you want. And then they'll make a decision. Do you wipe it out now, or we're going to wipe out everybody's Bitcoin wallet in a year and a half? We'll just wait. They're looking for other keywords, Donald Trump's phone number, which means you might know Donald Trump, or the name of a congressman or a senator, someone that can be blackmailed. Because once that keylogger is in your phone, every text message, every email, everything that you do is monitored. Your microphone is turned on, and they're listening to you while you're in bed with your spouse. Your camera is turned on. Everything you do from that point on, you are owned by that hacker. Now, again, this is only if you've ever visited a porn site, which nobody has, but there are thousands of other sites that do exactly the same thing. And this is not counting phishing schemes, where you get an interesting email, and it's so interesting, you are just forced to click on that button to see what it is.
Yeah.
Don't ever click on anything. If you get an email from someone you do not know, you don't need to know that person. Delete it immediately. Do not open yourself up to the possibility of succumbing to that link. So this is my hot button. Always has been. It's just that now it is urgent for me. I'm 72. I've been screaming from the rooftop for years. People are suddenly starting to listen. I just hope it's not too late.
Let me ask you this, John. If first thing that got my attention when you started this story, which the whole thing was interesting, but the first thing that grabbed me was it's on your phone. So I take it that it'll be on your laptop also. And if you plug your phone into your laptop and you didn't even do any business on your phone, even if it's set up to do some banking business on or whatever, whether it's buy a song or whatever you're going to do, if you plug this thing into your computer, I take it then it goes to the phone also. So your laptop and your phone have the malware.
You don't even have to plug it into your computer. If you have a local network or Wi-Fi router at home, and you've got your laptop, your desktop, and probably your Samsung TV. By the way, all Samsung TVs are now watching. I don't know if everybody's aware of that. And all the other connected devices in your house, you'll come home and your phone will connect. Why? Because it's easy for you. At that point, everything is infected.
Wow.
And so, no, this is the world we're living in. By the way, if anybody is listening that has purchased a Samsung television set in the past 2 years, open your user manual. go to page 38. You will see the warning. Warning, if you wish to have a private conversation, do not do it in front of this TV.
Oh, it's true.
Because they're listening to you, and they also are sending it to a third party, which they refuse to name.
Oh.
They don't have to name. They don't have to name it. Now, who is the third party? So, God forbid that you have a Samsung TV in your bedroom.
Yeah, and you know what else? I saw just down the road there. There was it's not there now. In fact, it didn't stay up very long, but it was up for, I don't know, I'm thinking 2 weeks, maybe a little longer, and it was an AT&T store. AT&T, hey, free 40-inch, I want to say, Samsung Smart TV. Details inside. And I thought, AT&T giving away Samsung Smart TVs. That makes perfect sense to me. No, John, I've been singing out about this for a long time, about the TV thing. I think it's become so outrageous, some people just don't believe it. But it is happening.
Well, that's it. That's it. But if you want to believe it, here's what I suggest you do. I'm sure everybody listening has downloaded free software. Some of it extraordinarily sophisticated, meaning it costs a lot of money to build, sometimes millions of dollars. And yet, you can go right onto Google Play or the Apple Store and download it for free. Did your mother and father not tell you there is nothing free in life?
Mm-hmm.
That someone's going to spend millions of dollars and say, here, out of the goodness of my heart, use this. And not all of them try to sell you things through ads. No. What you have just done is invited that application into your life because it has asked for what we call in the field excessive permissions.
Yeah.
For example, you download a Bible reading application. All it does is late at night, if you're too tired to read, you say, read me Genesis. And in a synthesized voice, it reads you Genesis. All it needs access to is your speaker. Every single one of them wants access to your microphone, your camera, your emails, your text messages, and your contacts at the very least, and your Wi-Fi, and the ability to make phone calls without telling you at your expense. All of that data is going to some strange data center that's focused on the family in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, why? I don't have a clue. But you need to start looking at these permissions that applications ask for. If all it needs is access to a speaker, and it's asking for your emails and to read your text messages, don't run it. I'm sorry, because there is nothing free in life. This is just a fact that a 72-year-old man right here and now is telling you from my own experience.
72 is the new 50, John. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And might I add that what also happens with particularly the Samsung Smart TV is that it goes into a false off mode. It appears to be off, but
yes.
Embellish that a little bit, will you?
Well, by the way, it's not just your TV. If you have malware on your phone, when you turn your phone off, it may go through all the bells and whistles and make the ding sound and go blank. No, it's not off. It is still awake and listening to you and watching you. Believe me, I've been in this business my entire life. For example, if you doubt this, Google John McAfee's phone number. You will find an article in Business Insider where I publish my phone number. The title is, here's my phone number, don't call me. I've had probably 10,000 calls on that number from that. Why? Because I want people to hack this phone. I want them to put their malware here so that I can be the first person to see the new techniques that you're using. I mean, this is my... No, wait, this is my job.
I love this, man.
But check it out. I publish it for that specific reason. And my phone gets hacked 3 to 4 times a day. Fortunately, I am still relatively competent at my art, and I can remove it. With the exception of this one thing, my wife and I and my bodyguard went to Bucharest 2 weeks ago to talk at a convention. I got hacked by had to have been a state actor. It was the most subtle hack I have ever seen, the most sophisticated sophisticated, and I barely caught on to it. I almost missed it. I came back. I could not remove it. I went to the AT&T store where I bought the phone. They could not remove it. You couldn't do a factory reset because it had intercepted the factory reset switch, so it just pretended to do a factory reset.
Wow.
Wiped out everything except itself, which was still there. So I ended up buying a new phone. And that's the first time that's happened to me. However, I get hacked first, I know the techniques first, and therefore I can come out with the solutions first. And not that I want to be first, but my God, somebody has to stop this. Somebody has to at least help this. But I can't do anything until the world wakes up enough to say, good Lord, we really do have a problem.
April 18th, 2016, John McAfee, here's my number. Don't call me. Business Insider. There it is right there. Libertarianism contains an important principle called non-aggression. It means that we do not strike out at another person or entity. It also states that if someone strikes out at us, we respond with the minimal force necessary to defend ourselves. Saturday, I got another chance to practice this principle. This is pretty cool. This is a rather large article. Folks, you can find it real easy. Just Google John McAfee phone number. That's all you got to do.
That's the only one that will pop up. But that, I mean, and that got thousands of views, and still a very popular article. And I still get calls from that a year later. So I do these things purposely. I put myself out there because, good Lord, somebody has to.
Well,
because I've got to have the latest technology that the hackers are using in order to counteract it. And by the way, I only hire hackers. I would never hire a Stanford computer science PhD or anybody. Not that they're not good, but a hacker is someone who lives, eats, breathes, and loves hacking and technology. That person is the person I want on my side.
Yeah.
If you're going to build a bank safe, the best in the world that no one can crack, who are you going to hire? The best safe cracker in the world, aren't you? Because if you do not hire him to build that safe, then he's going to crack it. Now, people say, good Lord, you're opening yourself up to all kinds of problems. Well, I mean, we're talking about human nature now. Hackers are people just like anybody else. Most of them are ostracized by our culture and certainly by our government. And the reason is that they're so good that they can do and act any way they want. Most of them have purple mohawks and 10-gauge earplugs, and some of them have tattooed faces. And most of them demand to smoke weed while they're working. Well, God, for God's sake, put up with it and accept it. Because if you don't make friends with these people, and if we keep alienating them, then the good hackers, the white hat hackers, are at some point going to go, I don't even want to be part of this society anymore. Let's take it down. And they have that power.
Do they?
Oh, indeed they do. You must believe me. I just gave you one example of, and it's trivial. By the way, two 18-year-old kids took out the Ukrainian power supply, half of the country, for an entire day. People died of exposure because they had no heat. Two kids using a piece of software that was 18 years old called Black Energy. Very trivial piece of software. Now, what do you think modern-day hackers who are clever, not that these kids weren't modern-day, they just weren't quite up to date, who are clever and organized, like the CIA, or just as good, the criminal Russian hacking organizations, not part of the Russian state or the government. They just happen to reside in Russia. We need to make that distinction. They have the power. They have the power to destroy the world. Why don't they? Because they're making money off of the fact that the world is still existing. Through ransomware, through stealing your credit cards and your identity, emptying your bank accounts, and on and on.
Unbelievable. It really is. Unbelievable and yet completely believable. You know, I want to time my questions, because I have so many for you, John, a little bit carefully, because I don't want to have to go to a break, you know, right in the middle of, like, you're about to tell us the meaning of life, you know. Oh, sorry, we got to stop for a commercial. I hate it when that happens. But
well, I'll ramble on forever. So interrupt me when you need. Okay.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you can hold your place in the thought chain. Well, let me ask you this: is a dumb phone any kind of defense against this?
Yes. Yes. I have a flip phone. My wife has a flip phone. Anybody who wants to make a real conversation that is going to be private, like you're calling your wife and, you know, making plans for Friday evening, you want the wine and the toys or whatever, please do not do that on a smartphone. Buy a $30 flip phone that has no internet connectivity. There is where safety lies. Now, isn't that tragic? So I know lots of people now who have an expensive smartphone, which they do whatever they want, you know, play their games, access Facebook. But when they want to have a conversation that's private, you'll never have a private conversation on a smartphone, I promise you. Get one of these dumb flip phones. It's $30 a month. Reserve it for those people that you need to have privacy with.
Yeah, that's really good. You know, so if it goes over the net and if it goes over Wi-Fi, no yes. Bueno. There's no even these little phone applications like Signal and WhatsApp and all of that. Yeah. Here's the problem. You want to get the dumbest phone possible so that it has no capability of putting an application on it. Gotcha. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh yes.
Doesn't have the memory, doesn't have the processing power, does not have the facilities. Meaning you can't download WhatsApp or Signal. You can't download a game. All you can do is call somebody or send a text message. That's it. Game over. Because if you can't put an app on it, then the hackers can't put malware on it. Because malware is just an application.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So, but if it has internet access, then normally it has enough memory, it could run a browser, that a hacker can get into it. So make sure no internet access, voice calling and text only, you will be safe.
That's fantastic.
And the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA will probably put me on their, suicide list right away. So, you'll probably read tomorrow, John McAfee commits suicide overnight for telling you this.
Yeah, right. He and John Wells got together and held hands and jumped into the sea over there by Bangkok. Something with some lady boys pushed him over. They paid him to do it. Right?
That's right.
All right, we're going to take a little break and come right back with John McAfee. This is a good one. I told you it would be. This is Arc Midnight. I am John B. Wells. He is John McAfee, and we shall return. Hang on.
The preceding program.
You got to hear this one last little bit. It's so 60s. It's so English. Check it out.
When I was old, they gave me.
That's doing that scrapyard thing by Cream from the Goodbye album. I mean, where else on terrestrial radio, seriously, do you get to talk with... you do get to talk, by the way. I'll tell you about that in a minute. You get to hear a chat between anybody and John McAfee, and hear Vintage Cream from the Goodbye album. Answer nowhere. This is Arc Midnight. I am John B. Wells. I am speaking with John McAfee. And I just want to tell you, on the homepage of caravantomidnight.com, remember, if you go to it, do not use a number in place of the word two. Do not spell midnight with an N-I-T-E. Just the words. And you'll see this, that Big Jim at Berkey asked us to put on to the page. And so we did. And all you do is you just you click on it, you get a free guide to selecting the best, most suitable gravity-fed water filter. I'm telling you, I don't drink any water whatsoever unless it is strained thoroughly through my Berkey filter. And I'm not just saying that. Everybody in the whole Caravan crew uses a Berkey filter because it's city water is just plain nasty, and bottled water is not much better. Trust me on this. And ladies, this is for you. I'm serious. If you will get just a little short glass of water purified through your Berkey filter, and just splash your face with it. Guys too, for that matter, but the girls will like this. I'm telling you, your skin will love this. And just try and experiment. I experiment on myself all the time, always have. So far, I'm still alive. But you put city water on your face, your skin goes, you can feel it react negatively to it. I'm not making this up. You splash it with the purified water, and your skin goes, ah. So check it out. And check out all the stuff that we have in the Caravan to Midnight stores. We use virtually every product that we list. We use it ourselves. We don't just try to sell it to you and then we use something else. We use this stuff. Okay, back with John McAfee. John, somebody was wondering if a dumb phone doubles as a surreptitious recorder. Now, obviously, it can be picked up somewhere along the cellular chain of towers and so forth. But what about it being converted to a nefarious purpose outside just real-time monitoring of your call over the cellular circuitry? I don't have John. I am upset. Not bad, but, I'm wondering where he is.
Hello?
There he is. All right, gotcha. Did you hear me?
I heard you, yes, sir.
Okay, can that dumb phone be turned against you? Can it be turned into a nemesis of sorts?
No, not really. If you have a warrant and you are a member of the U.S., CIA, FBI, or something, it is possible to tap and eavesdrop. That's the only thing. You're not going to get a hacker get into your phone. You're not going to have it turned into a recording device. None of those things. And it is getting increasingly complex, by the way, even to get warrants to tap into a phone. It's far easier to go to Google and get your password, for example, and read your emails.
Yeah.
So, no, you're totally safe with a dumb phone, with the exception of the authorities possibly listening in. But I think that's a very rare problem, and we can discount it.
Yeah. Well,
the question I have, John, is between live TV and podcasts, and I do all the time. Am I currently under the FCC strict regulations?
Only because we're going over terrestrial radio, but I mean, I wouldn't drop any.
That's fine. No, it's just I'm not going to drop the F-bomb. It's just that the full glory of my personality only comes out when I am not constrained. However, I'll do the best I can.
I don't know. It's pretty dazzling, John. I'm completely okay with you. Everybody okay with John's personality at this level? Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's really good. John, seriously, I'm not blowing smoke up your you're Irish, so I would say up your kilt. I'm not blowing any smoke toward you here, but really, you're such a bright guy. Let me ask you, what do you make of this whole vault? So we'll get back onto personal security here in a second, but I want to ask you about Vault 7 and Julian Assange. What do you make of him and the WikiLeaks dump of data? And is the reaction to it feigned, or is there, or do you think the security services are really shook up about this?
Well, let's talk about Julian Assange first. I mean, everybody is always saying, is he a hero or is he a traitor? There is only one way to look at this if you are an American citizen. Julian Assange, just like Edward Snowden, tells us things that we need to know as American citizens. I mean, if the NSA is spying on us, good heavens, I want to know that. If the CIA is keeping from American industry the zero-day defects, and these are, by the way, flaws in software which can be used by hackers, which manufacturers desperately need to fix if they know about them, the CIA not only keeps them from American industry like Google, Apple, Microsoft, but actually creates them for its own purpose. Now, we need to know that because it's massively damaging to American industry and to us as people, because we lose our privacy and our security through these actions that the CIA is condoning. It's like keeping penicillin out of the hands of the sick, because you do not want that penicillin to get into the hands of the enemy. I mean, it's unconscionable. So no, I think we do need to know these things. And in my mind, as a patriot, and I think every American patriot should demand that both Assange and Edward Snowden get medals and a ticker tape parade. And now, our government thinks otherwise. But have we not been warned about this? Didn't Kennedy and Eisenhower warn us about secret societies and the dangers that they pose? What is a secret society? Well, the CIA is one. The NSA is one. All 14 of our government's covert agencies are secret societies.
Yes, absolutely.
And they justify it by saying, we can't tell you because the enemy will know. Well, that just shows their naivete. In this world of cyber espionage, there are no secrets. Good Lord, this has just been proven by the fact that the CIA treasure trove of documents and the $100 billion of development into weaponized software was just taken. It's not like nuclear bombs that you can keep track of and put in a bunker under lock and key. No. This is bits and bytes of electronic data that can be sniffed and accessed in thousands of different ways and is impossible to keep secret. Now, if the CIA does not understand this, it needs to be dismantled and restarted from the ground up.
Yeah, I get you. So, what do you make of this laptop and other gear? With the floor plans to Trump Tower and all this other stuff. There's something about that doesn't look right to me. It's almost as though the story's being put out to justify what may happen next. Well, we told you, we released it to the press that, or whatever you might call it, that this laptop was stolen. So hey, it's no big deal. And now a second intruder's got onto the White House grounds and all that. I mean.
Again, we are in a state of chaos. And this is what chaos looks like, where we have contradictory news reporting on the same subject by reasonably intelligent people. We have opinions that go from the Russians are bad people and hack the DNC to, wait a minute, Putin is now the most powerful man in the world because we are in such chaos here in this country.
Yeah.
So we need to get our act together. We need to understand exactly what's going down. And the mainstream media does not help. I think the mainstream media has become so politicized and polarized on both sides of the spectrum that there is no way for the average person to find truth or fact in any of this. But we can't resort to the web. Every single news story I see, I don't care what they say. I've got my smartphone and Google, and by the way, I'm no friend of Google, but they have some great information, and Google, and I'm fact-checking that sucker, because I'm not believing anything that anybody says anymore.
Yeah, that's it.
And you should all be just as skeptical. This is my advice to the youth among you. Because I was as idealistic as anybody, but also naive. And I hate that losing naivete loses some degree of idealism. But we need realism in this country. We need to take a hard look in the mirror as a nation, as a government, and as individuals, and realize that we have given up so much in order to gain an easy life where I no longer have to remember a phone number or my appointments, and my little magic box in my hand takes care of virtually everything for me. We've got to back off from that and take responsibility for our lives.
Yeah.
Else we will fall off this cliff, all of us.
What do we do about people who say, well, I don't have anything to hide. I don't care if they're snooping on me or not. Bleep them.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. The person that says that is the most naive person on the planet and has never looked at themselves. Let me give you an example. Every one of you listening to me right now has made, in this past day, hundreds of privacy choices. For example, if you went to the grocery store and purchased something and you didn't know the checkout clerk, would you tell them the most intimate details of your life? Heck no. You would talk about the price of tomatoes or the weather. With a casual acquaintance, you might divulge more. With a good friend, a lot more. And with your spouse, you might divulge everything, unless you're having an affair with her sister or his brother. So every relationship in a person's life, everyone, every individual, every enterprise relationship, the relationship to your company, to the boss, to the IRS, to the government, has a unique and distinct privacy token attached to it. And you all know this is true. Why? Because we are imperfect creatures. We love, we have dreams, we hope, we have compassion, and we also have jealousy, anger, hatred, fear, and a host of other things. We are divided and conflicted creatures. And if everybody knew everything about everybody else, we would have riots in the streets, beginning with a rash of spousal shootings. You know this is true. So when someone says, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, what the heck are they talking about? Which relationship are they talking about in your life? Because you have hundreds or maybe thousands. The man or woman who says that should be locked away with a mirror until they come to their senses.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Hey, John, do you mind taking a call?
I do not.
Jared in Austin wants to be in programming. The note says. Let's see if that's accurate. Jared, welcome to Arc Midnight.
Oh, thank you, Captain John B. and Mr. McAfee, two of the most respectable people I think out there at the moment. I actually started a programming course, Mr. McAfee, and I just wanted to know your advice as to where to continue this education, because I want to specialize in cybersecurity, and what your recommendation would be as far as where to go.
You're not going to like my answer, Jared, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. I would abandon all formal courses if you're truly interested in software engineering, and cybersecurity. And this is why. If you go to a college, and this is a very complex subject, by the way, software and cybersecurity, you will be taught by 2, 3, 4, or 5 professors who have a limited brain capacity and a limited capacity for knowledge and also for change, because they got to teach courses all day long. They don't have time to keep up. You have access on your smartphone, on your laptop, and on your desktop to an infinite or near infinite body of knowledge, including everything you could ever want to know about software engineering, everything you could ever want to know about computer security, and also something that you will never learn at school called the dark web. If you don't know what the dark web is, it's that underbelly of the web where, among other things, you buy hitmen, drugs, whatever. But you also have access to the world's hackers,
so hit up
who will tell you anything, and they are the smartest on the planet. So again, the establishment is going to hate me, but if you truly, all of you out there who are listening, if your heart is leading you into software engineering, and especially computer security, drop out of college and start to learn. I'm sorry. There you have it.
No, I think it's genius. Thanks a lot, Jared. Hey, surprise phone call. Peter and Dion up there in Chicago. Hold the line. Just hold on. Hold your position. Anthony Patch, come on to the bridge.
Hey, John and John.
Hey.
Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, well, thanks for calling. What's going on? Anthony Patch, the man behind so much CERN research. I'm pretty sure you didn't. I'm pretty sure this is not a crank call, Anthony. So, what's on your mind?
No, I just wanted to ask John if he has any thoughts about the latest Wi-Fi system, 5G, and it's just an open-ended question. My concern are possible psychological effects on people, that it being used to manipulate people remotely, so to speak, but just like to hear your general thoughts, John, on 5G Wi-Fi.
All right.
You know, we are being manipulated already in the most sophisticated fashions you could possibly imagine. from the FBI choosing appropriate times to demand that Apple give them a master key to all of their software, playing on the fact that they got the phone that they wanted to unlock from a terrorist act, to the ads that you see on TV, and the fact that if you do a Google search on a subject and then go to your Facebook account, oddly enough, they're trying to sell you something that you just searched for. So we are in the midst of manipulation. What I see 5G is a natural growth of accessibility. Bandwidth is the limiting factor for everything today. And when technology expands, it will always be put to two uses: good and the not so good. The not so good is what the CIA, FBI, and NSA are doing, and the world hackers who are doing ransomware and emptying your bank accounts. But this is just what life is. I mean, from the moment we invented fire, or not invented, but we harnessed it as humans, the good was we got to cook our food, made it softer, easier to digest, kept us warm at night. But if you take fire to its extreme, the nuclear bomb is the result. Is it not? I mean, fire even then was used to set fire to your enemies' houses and so on. So every advance in technology has to be contained by the human heart and spirit, which we have not been doing for the past 50 years, please.
Yeah.
And those who were wise, using whatever means they could, whether it be religious myth or sheer power, and understood that if we were constantly beating and killing each other, we would simply not exist, attempted to contain that negative aspect which all of us have: anger, jealousy, hostility, resentment. So, yes, 5G represents terrible possible intrusions, but it also represents possible growth for the individual. The lesson is this: nobody can protect you except for you, and nobody can take responsibility for your life other than yourself.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your answer.
Hey, I appreciate the call, Anthony. We'll talk again. Anthony Patch, he's been on Caravan to Midnight several times, been on Arc Midnight three times, so it's good. Mr. McAfee, please stand by. We've pushed our quarter-hour break to combine with the bottom of the hour break so we can have a longer lengths of chat with you. So we're going to take that break and then come right back. How about it? All right. I didn't hear a response. I'm thinking he's okay with it. I am John B. Wells, and we're speaking with John McAfee tonight. And it's a pleasure to be with you. It really is. If you like what you're hearing, this is Caravan to Midnight Light. We're keeping it easy. You already heard John McAfee say, hey, listen, I'm holding back the horses of my personality. If you really want to hear it rip, then help support us. Our members are the only support that we have, and it's good support. We are a family. We help each other, and we welcome you to the family. Stand by. Arc Midnight will return. Oprah has hacked you, and we're offended. All of us are so offended. We are universally offended. Chief's offended. Everybody's offended. And by the way, I want my car. I want my free car. But if you want to be a stand-up gal, Oprah, I want you to pay the tax on it too. So all I have to do is drive, baby, drive. All right, let's get back with John McAfee. John, we got a call from Peter in New Mexico. He's waiting to ask you about firewalls. So come on, Peter. And thanks for holding on the line for as long as you did.
Oh, you're most welcome. John and John, may the Lord Jesus Christ bless both of you and your families. I just have a few questions here. One, I've got a hardware firewall. It's called a WatchGuard. I've often wondered if that's effective. My second question, do you think that President Trump will be able to prove this wiretapping debacle that Obama and the rest of their clan took place in? For my third question, gentlemen, I use a virtual keyboard, and I've often wondered if that helps. I use multiple screens so that if they look at one screen, they won't see the virtual keyboard on one of them. And my fourth question, gentlemen, is Mr. Wells, I'm looking at the CTM membership. I can do the $60 PayPal thing, no problemo. Is PayPal safe when I use it?
Well, okay, you know, John, you go ahead. You go ahead. I'll sit back.
Okay, it's a lot of questions. First, you ask about your firewall. No. And here's why firewalls are not safe. If you have a smartphone and you carry it with you, you leave your house and you will connect up to some other network. Or you'll use the LTE or something. You have no firewall at that point. When that phone gets infected, the first thing the phone does is it steals your identity. When I say steal your identity, it learns all of your passwords for your email account, for everything, for your banking, for your Bitcoin wallet. And basically, it becomes you. So when you bring that phone home, your firewall cannot determine whether you are doing something legitimate or illegitimate. This is the problem. The second question was virtual keyboards. A virtual keyboard helps somewhat, but the hackers are getting far more sophisticated and hacking deeper down. You know the hierarchy. You've got the applications running at the very top. You've got an operating system. You've got firmware. Under this, you've got device drivers. Device drivers are the things, for example, that talk to your printer, your external devices. Printers, let's assume you've got all of that locked down. Printers are the easiest thing to hack. So the hack will come in from beneath rather than from above. So it will help, but it will not solve anything. The question about membership, I'm afraid I can't help you with, Mr. Wells.
Well, I think the thing was he was asking if PayPal's safe, but I think you've answered that question. They got somebody's got your password. Somebody's got everything.
Yeah, they've got everything. Trust me.
So here's the thing.
The key is avoid those sites which cause danger. If someone's advertising something and the price looks too good to be true, it probably is. And as soon as you access the website, you have a keylogger. Do not ever access a pornography site from anywhere, because if you do, I mean, by the way, I'm not against pornography. I'm against getting your identity stolen by just visiting the site will hack your phone. I mean, how do you think they make their money? You're not paying anything. They make their money by stealing your identity.
Yeah.
So never, ever, under any circumstances, go to a site that looks too good to be true. And most of the porn sites, by the way, look too good to be true.
You know, Peter, you can send us a check. People do it all the time. Send a money order, send a check, whatever, and we'll get you hooked up. And if there's, if there's a problem with it, we'll call you. But otherwise, don't worry about it,
All right, no worries.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wells, I'm sorry. Mr. Wells, I had allotted up to 11:45. I believe it or not, at this time, or in 5 minutes, have an interview with the China Daily in Shanghai. It's morning there. It's morning there, by the way. So
I am not going to stand between you and that. So, Peter, thank you for calling. Dion in Chicago, come on, because Mr. McAfee's got to go. So come on, Dion.
Yeah, where is a good place to learn hacking, and can you use it to do good, and are they employable skills?
Well, they're employable skills, all right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Well, he wants to know where to learn how to be a hacker.
Go to DEF CON. If you've never heard of DEF CON, it's the world's largest hacking community. It's coming up in August in Las Vegas. 50,000 of the world's sharpest hackers go there. Hackers are the friendliest people in the world if you have a willingness to learn and to observe. and also to respect, because these people are the modern day equivalent of wizards. They truly are. Barring that, no matter what state you're in, there are hacking groups in every state. Like in Florida, Hack Miami, one of the largest groups. They're all over. Go onto the web, find a hacking group or a hacking organization near you, find out where they meet. Sometimes it may be difficult to find out where they meet. Some of these are fairly secret, but explain your willingness and the urgency of learning, and they will accept you.
That sounds pretty good.
What employable skills? Are they employable skills on demand?
Are they what now?
Is there a demand for the skills?
On-demand skill.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, there's always a demand for wizards, especially in the field of social engineering, which is one of the most powerful hacking tools these days. Yes, there's a demand. The reason these hackers wear the purple mohawks and 10-gauge earplugs and have tattooed faces is because they can, and they can still hire themselves out to those companies willing to hire such people, and they make a fortune.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call, Dion. Take care. And so what, John, give us a preview. We got a couple. We got about, I'll leave you at least a minute to get ready for the next one, because you've been talking now for a while. But the Chinese want to talk to you. It's morning over there. It's none of my business. I'm just nosy. What do they want to talk to you about?
Well, keep in mind, or maybe you didn't know this, last August I keynoted the Chinese National Security Conference, the largest security conference in the world, and I believe I was the first gringo to ever keynote that group. Why they asked me for it first, I don't have a clue. But when I got there, I found out that there's not a single person in China that did not recognize me. No, I'm serious. It was horrifying because I was swamped. And even though the government had protection for me, it was scary. So I said on the second day, let's go to the Great Wall and get away from this. We got out of the taxi at the Great Wall. A man came rushing up and said, John McAfee, I want a picture. So I don't know why. It's crazy. People are always loved outside of the country more than they are in it. Who knows why?
You know, I'm just wondering, the Chinese are supposed to be, at least according to the press, and I'm with you, I don't believe any of it. None of it. I mean, I investigate it as much as I can, and I'll tell my audience, my beloved audience, I've hit a dead end with this. I've gone as far as I can. The answer now is I don't know what comes next. But they're supposed to be just notorious for hacking us. So it seems like everybody's hacking everybody. And I'm just wondering, I've got to ask you about encryption email programs for one's computer. Is this worth having? Is this good stuff?
Well, no. Not as long as we continue to use Windows or Google or iOS.
Okay.
Because these systems are designed to be spy devices, literally.
Gotcha.
Because the marketeers want to know where you are, who you're with, what you're buying, which is fine, because you can choose not to buy something. But since the marketeers can use it, so can the hackers. So absolutely not. Nobody's in the middle listening anymore. 10 years ago, I would have said, absolutely, encryption, that's the way. No one cares anymore. If you have a keylogger on your phone, as you're typing the message in, they're reading it. Then it gets encrypted and sent. Well, what's the point? What's the point? So no. Until we solve the fundamental architecture problem of our smartphones and mobile devices, no, nothing is going to work.
All right, last question.
Yes, sir.
Linux. Any difference there, or equally hackable? No problem.
Well, Linux is a lot safer only because it is seldom used, and hackers go for the large targets. So, however, if everybody started using it, we'd have the same problem.
Yeah, I got you. Well, look, you have to go, and I really appreciate the time with you. I look forward to meeting you in person one of these days. Maybe I'll see you at DEF CON. You going in August?
I always go, yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll see.
You won't recognize me. I'm running around in disguise, so. But but I'll recognize you.
Yeah, I'll wear a top hat or something, all right? Hey. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, God bless, John. Thanks for coming on the program tonight. I'm pretty sure everybody enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. John McAfee, everybody. Wow, how about that? Mark dropped off the scope. Hey, does anybody else want to talk about anything? Huh? You can call 888-787-5543 because John's gone, man. John's gone to talk to the Chinese now, man. And that's just how it is, okay? All right. So, I mean, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the Army? It's about to get a Lockheed Martin, a real no-kidding Lockheed Martin, better than an HK. It's a laser that can zap drones. You want to talk about those gals that were on earlier, Loretta and her friend? They were talking about somebody getting in trouble for shooting a drone down with a shotgun. And become a marksman, you know? Just become a marksman and just take it down with your pellet gun. The worst thing to get... Yeah. Leslie Kramer, she's cool. They were talking about that. It's get a pellet gun. Be a skilled marksman. As I was saying, the worst thing that could happen is somebody might lose an eye or something. And the only thing that would happen after that, rather than a funeral, would be a massive lawsuit that would take everything you have and everything you're ever going to have. So, just tell you what.
Now I probably got some other group pissed off at me because I said fruit. There's a different group to get pissed off at you in this country for everything you're not supposed to say. Can't say fruit, can't say faggot, can't say queer, can't say Nancy boy, can't say pansy. Can't say nigger, boogie, jig, jigaboo, skinhead, jungle bunny, mooly, moulignon, or schwarzer. Can't say yid, heeb, zeeb, kike, maki, dago, guinea, wop, ginzo, greaser, greaseball, spick, beaner, oye, tiger, PR, mick, donkey, turkey, limey, frog, squarehead, kraut, jerry, hun, chink, jap, nip, slope, slopehead, zip, zipperhead, gook. There is absolutely nothing wrong. There is absolutely nothing wrong with any of those words in and of themselves. They're only words. It's the context that counts. It's the user. It's the intention behind the words that makes them good or bad. The words are completely neutral. The words are innocent. I get tired of people talking about bad words and bad language. Bullshit. It's the context that makes them good or bad. The context that makes them good or bad. For instance, you take the word nigger. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the word nigger in and of itself. It's the racist asshole who's using it that you ought to be concerned about. We don't care when Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy say it. Why? Because we know they're not racist. They're niggers. Context. Context. We don't mind their context because we know they're black. Hey, I know I'm Whitey, the blue-eyed devil, patio fade, gray boy, honky motherfucker myself. Don't bother my ass. They're only words. You can't be afraid of words that speak the truth, even if it's an unpleasant truth, like the fact that there's a bigot and a racist in every living room on every street corner in this country. I don't like words that hide the truth. I don't like words that conceal reality. I don't like euphemisms or euphemistic language. And American English is loaded with euphemisms because Americans have a lot of trouble dealing with reality. Americans have trouble facing the truth. So they invent a kind of a soft language to protect themselves from it. And it gets worse with every generation. For some reason, it just keeps getting worse. I'll give you an example of that. There's a condition in combat. Most people know about it. It's when a fighting person's nervous system has been stressed to its absolute peak and maximum, can't take any more input. The nervous system has either snapped or is about to snap. In the First World War, that condition was called shell shock. Simple, honest, direct language. 2 syllables, shell shock. Almost sounds like the guns themselves. That was 70 years ago. Then a whole generation went by, and the Second World War came along, and the very same combat condition was called battle fatigue. 4 syllables now. Takes a little longer to say. Doesn't seem to hurt as much. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. Shell shock. battle fatigue. Then we had the war in Korea, 1950. Madison Avenue was riding high by that time, and the very same combat condition was called operational exhaustion. Hey, we're up to 8 syllables now. And the humanity has been squeezed completely out of the phrase. It's totally sterile now. Operational exhaustion. Sounds like something that might happen to your car. Then, of course, came the war in Vietnam, which has only been over for about 16 or 17 years. And thanks to the lies and deceit surrounding that war, I guess it's no surprise that the very same condition was called post-traumatic stress disorder. Still 8 syllables, but we've added a hyphen. And the pain is completely buried under jargon. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I'll bet you if we'd have still been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam veterans might have gotten the attention they needed at the time. I'll bet you that. I'll bet you that. But it didn't happen. And one of the reasons is because we were using that soft language, that language that takes the life out of life. And it is a function of time. It does keep getting worse. Give you another example. Sometime during my life, toilet paper became bathroom tissue. I wasn't notified of this. No one asked me if I agreed with it. It just happened. Toilet paper became bathroom tissue. Sneakers became running shoes. False teeth became dental appliances. Medicine became medication. Information became directory assistance. The dump became the landfill. Car crashes became automobile accidents. Partly cloudy became partly sunny. Motels became motor lodges. House trailers became mobile homes. Used cars became previously owned transportation. Room service became guest room dining. And constipation became occasional irregularity. When I was a little kid, if I got sick, they wanted me to go to the hospital and see the doctor. Now they want me to go to a health maintenance organization or a wellness center to consult a healthcare delivery professional. Poor people used to live in slums. Now the economically disadvantaged occupy substandard housing in the inner cities. And they're broke. They're broke. They don't have a negative cash flow position. They're fucking broke. Because a lot of them were fired. You know, fired. Management wanted to curtail redundancies in the human resources area. So many people are no longer viable members of the workforce. Smug, greedy, well-fed white people have invented a language to conceal their sins. It's as simple as that. The CIA doesn't kill anybody anymore. They neutralize people. Or they depopulate the area. The government doesn't lie. It engages in disinformation. The Pentagon actually measures nuclear radiation in something they call sunshine units. Israeli murderers are called commandos. Arab commandos are called terrorists. Contra killers are called freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight? They never mention that part of it to us, do they? Never mention that part of it. And some of this stuff is just silly. We all know that. Like on the airlines, they say they want a pre-board. Well, what the hell is pre-board? What does that mean? To get on before you get on? They say they're going to pre-board those passengers in need of special assistance. Cripples. Simple, honest, direct language. There's no shame attached to the word cripple that I can find in any dictionary. No shame attached to it. In fact, it's a word used in Bible translations. Jesus healed the cripples. Doesn't take 7 words to describe that condition. But we don't have any cripples in this country anymore. We have the physically challenged. Is that a grotesque enough evasion for you? How about differently abled? I've heard them called that, differently abled. You can't even call these people handicapped anymore. They'll say, we're not handicapped, we're handy-capable. These poor people have been bullshitted by the system into believing that if you change the name of the condition, somehow you'll change the condition. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. We have no more deaf people in this country, hearing impaired. No one's blind anymore, partially sighted or visually impaired. We have no more stupid people. Everybody has a learning disorder. Or he's minimally exceptional. How would you like to be told that about your child? He's minimally exceptional. Oh, thank God for that. Psychologists actually have started calling ugly people those with severe appearance deficits. It's getting so bad that any day now I expect to hear a rape victim referred to as an unwilling sperm recipient.
Warning, the Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, America's most exciting radio talk show, The Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, winner of the National Radio Hall of Fame Award, Michael Savage.
D-Day, June 6, 1944, when brave men stormed the beaches at Normandy. A question for you, the audience of the Savage Nation. What would the men of World War II, the so-called greatest generation, have done today, given the press and given the invasion? That's the number one question, but I want to go back to D-Day, which today, of course, is a day that we shall remember, June 6, 1944. We're now June 6th, 2017. We have federal workers who have become spies for the other side, who are given top national security clearance. We have had 8 years of a president who flooded America with Muslims unvetted, who are causing havoc, not only in the streets through violence, but on the social media through their postings. Yes, my friends, America is under siege. We are at war, and we all know it. We don't need the press to confirm it. Just watch the press conference right now with Sean Spicer. What you're looking at is a group of subversives who are trying to make Donald Trump worse than the Muslims who just did that horrible act in London, trying to make Donald Trump worse than Genghis Khan. I want to go back to 1945 Memorial Day. It was still called Decoration Day. And there was a celebration, a memorial really, at the Anzio Nettuno Cemetery where American men were buried. I was reading about this by Flint Whitlock, the editor of a magazine called World War II Quarterly. It'll only take a few seconds of your very valuable time. I realize you could turn the show off at any moment and listen to a rapper, let us say, smearing America, or one of the vermin on HBO, laughing his way all the way to the bank as he spits on the country that made him rich. One of the drug degenerates in television, but I hope maybe you could stay with me another few seconds. It was May 30th, 1945, and the cemetery was the final resting place for thousands of soldiers who had been buried there. And there was a sea of white wooden crosses and stars of David, according to the writer Flint Whitlock. And giving an address was Lieutenant General Lucien K. Truscott, 5th U.S. Army Commander. And there were dignitaries and military folks. But also in attendance was a real journalist, when journalists still had dignity in America. He was the journalist Bill Malden, who was a GI cartoonist, and he represented the great newspaper, The Stars and Stripes. And he wrote movingly of General Truscott's speech. And here's what the real journalist wrote, the type that no longer exists. When Truscott spoke, he turned away from the visitors, and the general addressed himself to the corpses he had commanded there. It was the most moving gesture I ever saw. It came from a hard-boiled old man who was incapable of planned dramatics. The general's remarks were brief and extemporaneous. He apologized to the dead men for their presence here. He said everybody tells leaders it is not their fault that men get killed in war, but that every leader knows in his heart this is not altogether true. He said he hoped anybody here, through any mistake of his, would forgive him, but he realized that was asking a hell of a lot under the circumstances. The great American journalist for Stars and Stripes, as I just mentioned, he has a name, went on. His name was Bill Malden, and he's quoting what the general said. Truscott said he would not speak of the glorious dead because he didn't see much glory in getting killed in your late teens or early 20s. He promised that if in the future he ran into anybody, especially old men, who thought that death in battle was glorious, he would straighten them out. He said he thought it was the least he could do, close quote. This again is from the World War II Quarterly by the editor Flint Whitlock. And now we go to a newsreel of that time. Robert, fire away.
In England, General Dwight D. Eisenhower and his deputy commanders chart the liberation of a lost continent, plan when and where the mighty armies of the United Nations will strike. Today, northern France is that battleground. Vast squadrons of bombers and transports led the way, more than 11,000 planes spearheading the attack. Paratroopers landed in Normandy behind the coastal defenses. Barges approached shore ready for instant action, some bearing artillery and rocket guns already opening fire. This is the day for which free people long have waited. This is D-Day.
Following the arc of the enemy within this country, and there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of them, mainly in the entertainment business, following the fact that we have now been invaded on every level, I wonder if Europe will not have to be bailed out again. And when that day comes, I wonder what the subversives in the entertainment industry will say. Which side will they be on? We don't have to look any further than the top of the Drudge Report. Federal worker busted for leaking top-secret NSA docs on Russian hacking. How did this creature get top-secret security clearance? She wrote tweets such as, being white is terrorism. She's white. She vowed to stand with Iran. Can you believe what's going on in our country? Who gave this woman top-secret security clearance? Well, you can thank Hussein Obama for that. Meanwhile, over there in old London town, the first Muslim mayor is screaming that Britain should cancel the Trump visit. Isn't that interesting? He wants to ban a president. He has nothing to say about his fellow travelers over there in the mosques who are screaming that they will introduce Sharia law. You talk about a fifth column. If you don't know what a fifth column is, just listen to the speeches of the London mayor and you'll know what a fifth column is. If you don't know what a fifth column is, just listen to HBO and the fake comedians with fake audiences. If you don't know what a fifth column is, just listen to the so-called press corps trying to bring down the president, even though a major league terrorist incident just occurred. General Truscott's memorial to dead World War II soldiers in Sicily, 1945. What would the men of World War II, the greatest generation, have done today that's not being done? It's an interesting question. Paul on WABC, you're the first to call. Go ahead, please.
Dr. Savage, the problem with our society is we don't have those types of people anymore. We don't have a Winston Churchill. We don't.
Wait. See, I totally disagree with you. We have them, but they have been silenced by the fifth column. You're telling me that the men of the 101st Airborne and the 82nd Airborne who jump out of airplanes today don't have the same guts as the men of the greatest generation? I would disagree with you. You're telling me all those men in Afghanistan are not the same, made of the same material? The guys on the front lines? I disagree with you. No, we have them. It's just that the fifth column in the media doesn't show them.
I'm trying to say, sir, I'm not disagreeing about that. I'm a huge veteran supporter. I have a newsletter article that I enormous veteran supporter. But I'm saying society.
We have the men. We have the men. I had a woman like that on the show yesterday from England who was in the military in England who's as tough as nails. We have the men, we have the women, but we have a fifth column that silences them. We have a fifth column in the media. We have a fifth column everywhere you turn. In the military itself, it's filled with fifth columnists. No, they're there. The question is, how are we going to ignite them? What will the spark be that sets off the prairie fire amongst patriots in America? How's that for a question? We kept hearing about prairie fire in the 60s when the communist left had infiltrated the universities and the media when they were just beginning. And they said they wanted a prairie fire to set off a revolution in America. Well, I raised the same question in reverse today. What will the prairie fire be? What will set off the prairie fire amongst all of those of us who know that our survival is at stake and it is time to stand up for America? What will be the spark? If not now, when? If not you, who? This is the Savage Nation. I'll be right back.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. Hey.
We're going to talk to Lee Stranahan, and of course, we've talked to him before. He's been a reporter from a wide variety of news outlets, from Breitbart to Huffington Post. You can find him at thepopulist.us, also on Twitter at Stranahan, and he has a citizen journalism school, citizenjournalism.com. I wanted to talk to Lee because he was at a press conference last week. He asked a question about CrowdStrike. And, of course, he's done a series of articles. If you go to thepopulist.us, you'll see the articles that he's done about CrowdStrike. Why is that important? Well, CrowdStrike is the IT company that was hired by the DNC. They were the sole source for saying that this was a Russian hack, the information that was handed over about the DNC. And, of course, as Lee pointed out, back in March, we had former director Comey say that CrowdStrike was a great source, praise them for having revealed this, although he had never seen this information. So joining us now is Lee Stranahan. Lee, I want to talk to you first about this press conference last week when you mentioned CrowdStrike, and that disappeared from the transcript.
Yeah, it was very interesting. One minor correction, by the way, it's citizenjournalismschool.com, just so people don't go wrong URL. But no problem. I appreciate you mentioning it. So I've been doing the White House press briefings. I did them when I was at Breitbart, and then they asked me not to do them, so I left Breitbart. I've been doing them in the past week or so, again, now that I'm less busy on my schedule. And they had the president introduced a new executive order on cybersecurity. So they had a guy up there talking about it, and I thought it was a good opportunity. I'll tell you one thing that's interesting to me, David, being out here in the swamp. The people in the press room, this sounds like a cliche. We talk about it all the time, but it's really true. The inside the Beltway people don't actually care about the people outside the Beltway. I never see them ask a question that is based on what people are interested in. Do you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's really weird. And they don't even pretend to care. And so they were talking about these cybersecurity measures and the possible use of private companies. And so I tried to get a question in. And as they were breaking up, I said, because they'd mentioned that one of the companies that would be involved is Facebook. Now, my question was, a lot of people might be concerned that politically motivated companies like Facebook would be involved. Yes. And as I'm shouting the question, the guy starts, because by the way, often if you shout a question, they will turn around and come back and answer it. So then I mentioned CrowdStrike, and a number of people, I have a fair number of followers on Twitter, heard me say CrowdStrike. They were like, I heard somebody say CrowdStrike. That must have been Lee. And I did say that, because my question was basically, what about people who are concerned about the involvement of private companies that have political motivations, like you mentioned Facebook, and this company CrowdStrike, who are the only people to have examined the DNC servers? I got as far as CrowdStrike, and the guy who was listening, you can see it on video, then turned around and walked out, okay? Now, then every day a transcript comes out of the press conference, and I noticed And the only thing that was weird to me about it was I had 5 people on Twitter say, I heard you say CrowdStrike. Like as soon as it happened, okay?
Right.
And then on the transcript, there's no mention of CrowdStrike. Now, it could have been that I was over talking with Sarah Sanders at the time. I don't know why it wasn't included, but what I know is 5 people told me, I heard you say CrowdStrike. Then later that afternoon, independently of that, CrowdStrike is no longer there. And it's disappointing to me because CrowdStrike is the key issue here, David. Look, let's go over this again. The media the other thing I've noticed is they ask the same questions every day, day after day after day, right?
Oh, yeah.
I never see him ask about CrowdStrike. I never see him say, the DNC did not give up its servers. They refused multiple requests at various levels from the FBI. This is according to who? Me? To right-wing nut jobs like me and you? No. This is according to James Comey. Okay? He said that in sworn testimony in the Senate.
Yes.
That multiple requests at various levels, the DNC never turned it over. Now, the reason CrowdStrike's significant is, and I wrote about this, and this is one of the reasons that this is the question I wanted to ask that Breitbart told me to stop going to the White House. So I'm a little sensitive on it, right? But
yeah, but it's important. It's important, and it's important. It's interesting that they would ask you not to ask this question. But what is that question? Tell the audience.
Well, the question was, given the fact that CrowdStrike was forced to retract their report that came out December 22nd, where they claimed Russians had hacked Ukrainian artillery. Mm-hmm. Turned out to be completely false. And CrowdStrike used this. By the way, that date is significant, David. It was a week before. Remember how President Obama kicked Russians out, saying that there was conclusive proof of hacking?
So it was a week before that.
It was 1 week before that. And CrowdStrike at the time said, this is the connective tissue. This artillery in Ukraine, this proves it was the Russians, right?
So Obama threw out these Russian diplomats based on CrowdStrike's accusations, which were subsequently proven false.
And by the way, not proven false by right-wing nut jobs like you and I. They had to retract their own report.
Yes.
Okay? So let's be clear. This is not conjecture. They had to retract their own report. I have not heard a single question about that. Now, you'd think that Breitbart, I thought this has occurred to me. What I think they should have done was say, yeah, this is a big deal. Let's get because Breitbart's got more than one reporter in the room. They should have been, let's make everybody. That's a good question. Let's get that question on the record, right?
Right.
Instead, they were like, we don't want you to go to the White House again. And I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm not that kind of guy. And so I'm like, well, I think I'm going to keep going anyway. Because I said to him.
Well, it's very interesting because, as you point out, and you tweeted out, CrowdStrike is still the sole source of the Russian narrative. And I think today we're looking at issues around Seth Rich and the information that's come out that there's been something like 40-some-odd thousand interviews that went between him and WikiLeaks, and the comments that were made by Julian Assange and others, the UK ambassador, saying that he came to the United States to get information handed to him. It calls into question the entire issue of whether or not there was even a hack, let alone a Russian hack. So was this information handed over? Was it handed over to Guccifer? Did Guccifer hack that information? I think all that stuff is now up for re-examination.
Well, I on the Seth Rich story, I'm cautious about things, David. The way I work as an investigative reporter is I don't like to report things that are not 100% rock solid.
Sure.
And I had contact with Guccifer too. And some of that contact was after Seth Rich's, all of it actually, forgive me, all of it was after Seth Rich's death.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get any indication from my dealings with Guccifer 2. I was the guy, they've subpoenaed Roger Stone. I was the guy who got Roger Stone onto this story.
Mm-hmm.
I contacted Roger and I said, I think this is a big story. And I wrote a piece with him that went up under his byline on this. So, I got no indication of that in my dealings with Guccifer 2 at all, that he had been dealing with somebody. Now, that being said, do I know who Guccifer 2 is? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Do I know how they got the information? Absolutely not. I know that they had information because some information that Guccifer 2 gave me later was released publicly. Does that make sense? In other words, he gave it to me privately.
Yeah.
A week later, by the way, Breitbart didn't want to run with that. And a week later, it came out, and I'm like, okay, well, there it is. Breitbart they were like, well, let's have him put it out, and then we'll write about it. But
I don't want to cut this off. This is an interesting line of, we need to get back on this, but we're about out of time. We've only got about 50 seconds left. I know you wanted to talk about what's happening with George Soros and his war on law enforcement in Florida. You got a whole series on that at thepopulist.us. Give us a quick overview of that. You got about 40 seconds.
You bet. I think this is especially important, David, because it's police week. And we've already had 2 cops shot and 1 killed this week. This is when we honor police. George Soros has been engaged last year. He spent millions of dollars in local races. And he's had an effect in Florida. A state's attorney he helped elect said she's not going to file the death penalty on any cases, including that of an alleged cop killer. I have it at thepopulist.us. We're going to have more coming on this. This is how Soros doesn't just affect things internationally and nationally, but he's now working on a local level, David, and it's very dangerous, especially to law enforcement.
That's very important. Give us a little bit more time, because we've run out of time here for our nightly news broadcast, but we can put this on
Sure.
We can put this on YouTube. Give us a little bit more information about the George Soros connection. It's a very long article. It's about 13 pages printed out here. Give us a little bit more of an overview, and again, people can see that at thepopulist.us.
Sure. Yeah. Well, again, the way I like to work is, and what we're doing at The Populist, is I give people enough material, completely vetted research material. There's no conjecture here, so people can look into it themselves, because I've noticed people who like news like digging into stuff, right? And so George Soros last year launched an initiative where in 11 different states, he began putting money into municipal and state attorneys' races. Now, this is really smart. Don't forget, George Soros, I don't like the guy, but he's a genius, okay? He's an economic genius. And he realized, simple economics, most of these local district attorney races, people spend like $1,000. Does that, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the old slogan, think globally and act locally. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's working at the grassroots level. That's why it's so difficult to get people to act at the local level. They only want to look at politics at the highest level, at the national level. Usually only at the presidential level do they get interested.
That's right. And Soros saw an opportunity here. And so what he did was, and again, this is verified by Wall Street Journal, Politico. This is no conjecture here, okay? He put money into 11 different races. He helped knock Sheriff Joe out of Maricopa County, for instance.
Yes. Spent a lot of money there, yeah.
The way he did it's real simple. In most of these races, he could put $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 into a race. In the case, for instance, in New Mexico, in Bernalillo County, the Republican opponent literally had to withdraw because he was being outspent so badly. He literally just said, I quit, okay?
Wow.
Now, this was very effective. And because it's happening on a state and municipal level, it sort of rolled under the radar. There were a few, like I say, Politico wrote about it, Wall Street Journal wrote about it, Daily Signal wrote about it, but there were some national stories, and I wrote about it a little bit too, because you have to remember, of course, David, George Soros was also a big funder of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things I detail in that Populist story, I did a big 3-part series, because people often ask me, they'll say, what's Soros after? Right? What's his goal? And I know what his goal is. The Black Lives Matter movement, one of their goals is literally prison abolition. Okay? And that's because they're spiritual, they're not just spiritual. The grandfather of the Black Lives Matter is founded by 3 women, Patrisse Cullors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi. Patrisse Cullors' mentor was a guy named Eric Mann. Eric Mann was a Weather Underground radical and associated Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorrance. And what they believed in was what the Black Panther Party believed in 1966. It's in their program. They want to release every black person from prison. That's their explicit goal. Their argument is that no black person has ever received a fair trial in the United States because it's a racist country. That's their argument. So Eric Mann wrote a book about this guy, George Jackson. His girlfriend was Angela Davis. You've heard about Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Free Angela with the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And Angela Davis is the inspiration for Michelle Alexander. Michelle Alexander wrote the book, The New Jim Crow. And Angela Davis is a prison abolitionist. She's written major works on this. Michelle Alexander, there's video of her up. Just Google on YouTube, Angela Davis, Michelle Alexander. And you'll find Michelle Alexander sitting next to Angela Davis saying, this is my inspiration. So what they talk about is and here's the way they sell it, David, and it appeals to libertarians, so it's interesting. They'll say mandatory minimum sentences, well, you end up with nonviolent drug offenders. And we need to ease up on nonviolent drug offenders. Now, that's an argument that I think for people like you and I is probably pretty compelling. We'd go...
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I covered that yesterday. I talked about Senator Rand Paul saying, you don't know what the real Jim Crow laws are. It's the mandatory minimums, because that's what's locking up people. And we know that black people are not using drugs at a higher rate than white people are, but they're going to prison at a much higher rate. But the mandatory minimum thing is just drug prohibition, the drug war in general, is something that is very troubling. And I think that Attorney General Sessions' movement to restore this mandatory minimum stuff, I think that is really going to backfire on them politically. And I think it's going to feed this whole Black Lives Matter movement.
I've said the same thing, and I got to point out that I'm sympathetic to that argument, but I want to point out the danger here, because there is one. I could show you video of the leaders of this movement, including a former Symbionese Liberation Army. Remember the SLA, Patty Hearst?
Yeah.
Former SLA guy. They admit that they use the nonviolent drug offenders. They say, look, there's only a few 100,000 of those nonviolent drug offenders. Our actual goal is to release 11 million people from prison. By the way, 11 million people from prison is the entire prison population. I could show you a video where they admit that. So the danger is they're very smart, you see. They understand they need to get a little bit of a coalition going. And so they understand libertarians like Rand Paul, like the Koch brothers, okay, will come out and they're in favor of that. And again, I'm sympathetic to that argument. I think especially when it comes to, I agree with you. Nobody who voted for Donald Trump wanted Jeff Sessions to go after marijuana users. Nobody, okay? That being said, I think we need to be a little careful of what the end goal is. And you can keep both of those things in mind, right? You can say...
And I think when we look at George Soros, the bigger picture, the final end game, I believe, is something like we've seen in the color revolutions that he's funded throughout Europe in terms of creating and he has to have a good cause here. And what they have done throughout Europe is basically they create revolutions, I think, based on based on economic classes. Here we have the sense of upward mobility except for racial classes. So what they try to do is they try to create and build on this racial division. That's what Bill Ayers and the rest of them have historically done to sell their communist movement when they brought it here. They brought it here based on a racial movement rather than economic classes like they did in Europe. And I think that's really where this is headed. Would you agree?
I 100% agree. And not only that, let me prove your point. We talked about this. I was in a film called Occupy en Masse with my friend Andrew Breitbart, directed by Steve Bannon. In Occupy en Masse, which is about the Occupy Wall Street movement, Anita Moncrief, one of the people in the film, she says at the end, the next step in this is going to be moving it to race. Yes. Because if you look at Occupy Wall Street, it was about class, 1% versus 99%. And it didn't really kick in.
That doesn't work in America, but race does work in America. Yeah,
exactly right, which is why the next iteration of it was Black Lives Matter, which directly connects to Occupy Wall Street, but they've changed the tactics. Now, by the way, where's Black Lives Matter moved now? What's the current state of the movement? Antifa.
Yes.
The current state, we went from Occupy Wall Street. I see a line between Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter. And by the way, if you trace the line back, you go to the WTO Battle for Seattle in the 90s. And if you keep tracing it back, you get to the Weather Underground. I mean, when I say this, literally, Eric Mann is the mentor of Patrisse Cullors from Black Lives Matter. He recruited her, his word, when she was 17 and a half years old. She spent the next 12 years with him. learning revolutionary organizing. Then she started Black Lives Matter. So when I say a direct line, I mean literally she learned at the feet of Eric Mann, whose hero was George Jackson, who was connected to Angela Davis directly. I mean, not just connected; they were lovers. I mean.
Oh yeah. Well, the whole thing goes back. If you look at Bill Ayers and you look at the fact that it was the Weather Underground that created white skin privilege. They've now shortened it to white privilege, and then he stopped bombing buildings and started educating kids in his propaganda, his racialism. That really is the foundation of what we're looking at here. So give us a spin on what he's doing, what Soros is doing now with these local races with law enforcement and how this is playing out in Florida.
Well, so remember, I mentioned the history only to say, look, there is a goal. Because people say, well, what's Soros's goal? I think his goal is he's anti-law and order, ultimately. That's what he is. Now,
yes.
In these 11 different races...
Well, he just wants chaos, because as chaos breaks down, then they create chaos throughout the West, and they can establish themselves in their new order.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's he's making a little more money than the people who are working in the movement that he funds, right? So
he'll really like law enforcement when it's doing everything that he tells it to do. He'll love law enforcement. You'll get it good and hard then at that point. The boot in the face,
Now, so what's happened in Florida is he helped elect a woman named Aramis Ayala, okay? Aramis Ayala came in under Soros. Now, again, I don't like conjecture. How do I know Aramis Ayala knows about Soros? Well, here's how. There was a guy named Lloyd. He killed his pregnant ex-girlfriend. So killed the unborn child, and a female police officer in Orlando. You remember the story about the female police officer in Orlando being killed.
Yes.
This guy, they did a manhunt. Allegedly, he killed him, right? A manhunt for 11 days, okay? Forgive me, for a week. It was a week-long manhunt. Okay, so Aramis Ayala comes out in a press conference and says, I'm not going to seek the death penalty against Lloyd. And by the way, I should point out something. And I'm mixed on the death penalty, too, okay?
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to put that power in the state's hands. But interestingly, Governor Rick Scott had, and I am in favor of this, had made it harder to institute the death penalty. He'd he'd signed a new bill into law that means that a unanimous jury decision is required for a death penalty. I'm in favor of that.
Yes.
If you're going to have the death penalty, make it difficult, okay?
Yes.
So, even though he'd done that, Aramis Ayala came out and said, I'm not going to pursue the death penalty in the case of this alleged cop killer, and I'm not going to pursue it anywhere. The police wrote to her and said, what are you doing? We want this decision to be in the hand of a jury. She did not write back to the police, never wrote back to the police. But what she did do, and we know this by some great reporting from a local TV channel, TV6 down there, Michael DeForest is the reporter's name, great work. She texted the leftist friends, the advisors, and said, what do I do if I'm asked about this Soros question? That's literally what she said. So like I say, there's no conjecture on my part that she's keenly aware of the Soros issue.
Yeah.
So a lot of people in Florida, now then what happened was Rick Scott pulled her off the case, and now she's suing to get back on the case. And really, pretend you're not in Florida. Pretend you don't care about.
Let me interject this too. In your article, you say she also there was $1.4 million that was given to a political action committee by George Soros that ran ads for her, supporting her in her political campaign.
That's right. This was a big campaign. I forget what the amount was, but it was a lot of money poured into that campaign to win. By the way, interestingly, this goes back to what we said. You know, the Weather Underground used to refer to the Black Panthers as the vanguard of the revolution. Their theory was, let the minorities lead. That was what the Weather Underground split, by the way, from the Students for Democratic Society was about whether we should let the minorities lead. Interestingly, I mentioned that history because everyone who George Soros ran was a minority member. Everyone was Hispanic or Black. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm not racist. He apparently is.
Yes.
It's an interesting coincidence that he was letting that be the vanguard of the revolution here.
Yeah, he's absolutely trying to start a racial revolution here, racially based revolution. Yes.
That's my point. And to be able to say, well, what, are you opposed to an African American woman being a state's attorney? To which my answer is, it depends on which one. It's the same thing. You know, there are plenty of white guys whose politics, Chuck Schumer, I could just go down the list of white, Bill Clinton, white guy.
Yeah.
Kind of a good old boy, right? Not a big fan of his politics. So I don't have that kind of litmus test, right?
Yes.
Thomas Sowell, right? And but that's the way that he ran this race. And it happened, he did it in Arizona, he did it in Illinois, he did it in Texas. He did it all over the country, 11 different states. And we're just starting to see, and the reason I want people to be aware of this, especially during Police Week when we honor our fallen police officers, is that this story is going to be affecting municipalities. It's going to fly under the radar.
Yes.
And here's the other thing that disturbs me, David, and you and I have talked about it. We know for a fact that Jared Kushner, president's son-in-law, big advisor, has direct ties to George Soros.
Yes.
We know for a fact that Steven Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary.
Yes,
so
deep
what I'm
ties,
saying is,
deep financial ties, yes.
Soros is as opposed, I believe, and I think you do too, that Trump is the fact that they lit up did you see the White House lit up blue last night?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, here's a guy who I know in his heart, Trump is a law and order guy.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. A bit more than I would like to see in many cases when it comes to things like civil asset forfeiture and other things like that. But that absolutely is something he's passionate about.
And that's why I think, because people are like, well, do you think we were tricked? No. I mean, I don't think Trump's being disingenuous with his respect for law enforcement. I think he's got people in there, Mnuchin and Kushner among them, who have a very different agenda than he does. They're simply put, they're globalists, right?
Yes.
And they're down with the globalist agenda, right? And so that's my other broad concern here, is if there were no Soros connections, who I feel are going to be a moderating influence. Does that make sense? Like that's honestly,
and that's the key. That's the thing that's concerned me from the very beginning when I started seeing some of the people that Donald Trump was picking for his cabinet. We all heard the expression that personnel is policy, and the people that are going to be there, they're going to get that policy in place because it's just such a large, complex government. If those of us who are libertarians understand that government was never designed to be this concentrated, this centralized, this complex. They've gotten into all these different areas that they should never have been in. But you're never going to be able to control this or even minimize it in any way if you're going to have people that are opposed to your agenda. And he's got a lot of people there that are opposed to his agenda. And we're seeing the fruit of that now.
And we're barely seeing the sapling of it, unfortunately. Here's why I say that. When you got a guy like Gary Cohn, Democrat, registered Democrat, was recently asked by Gayle King in an interview, what's a nice Democrat boy like you doing in the Trump administration? And he's head of the National Economic Council. He's making appointments, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a hardcore, big-time Democrat supporter. Yeah.
He is. And he's appointing other people. So what I'm saying...
And I've asked that question, too. What is a Democrat boy like him doing in the administration? Many of us are.
I think a lot of Trump supporters should ask that, too. Yeah. And here's the thing. I'm very sympathetic that the president is fighting a multi-front battle. He's got the media that I see in the White House press room fighting him every single day. And the way they do that is with this omnipresent narrative where they just keep hammering and hammering and hammering and hammering.
Absolutely.
And, I do a lot of periscopes, and someone was like, well, you should do fewer periscopes. And I said, you know what? I'm competing against 24-hour MSNBC, 24-hour CNN, 24. I'm like, I'm not doing enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah. We all feel that way. We all feel that way. It's a 24-hour cycle that everybody's going through. Well, I think it's very key. This article and the way you've laid the facts out here so people can do their own investigation and put all this stuff together is very important. People will find this at thepopulist.us. And I would say, Lee, as we look at this, the key thing to take away from this is that we're very vulnerable at the local level. That's been one of our brakes that we could put on this centralization of power and the way things are going in an unlibertarian, unconstitutional way. But now we've got somebody like George Soros, who is very clever, who has a lot of money, and who will commit millions to small local races and absolutely swamp that race. And so that's why it's very important for people to pay attention to what's happening locally. As we all said, they think globally, but they act locally, and now they're funding races locally in a massive way to get exactly what they want in a very strategic way.
Let me tell you just one other thing I'm going to have up at the populist.us event pretty soon is a sort of mini manifesto on an idea. It's exactly what you said. Look, Trump is a populist nationalist. I came up with this idea a few months ago. We did a little press conference about it up in Twin Falls, Idaho, dealing with the Chobani situation up there. It's what I call populist localism. It's applying populism on a local level because you can't fight oligarchy just up here. You have to fight it. The people who, look, on the left and right, the people who are giving big tax breaks to Walmart at a local level, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or doing eminent domain at a local level to help Walmart, let's say. And I'm not picking on Walmart. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, but it's always the big guys. It's always the big guys like Chobani that gets nearly $1 million loan from the Small Business Association. I had small businesses. My dad had small businesses. My grandparents had small businesses. We never got 8 cents from the government to run our business. But these guys, just like the people who have stadiums, they get the local, the state, and the federal government, in many cases, to subsidize what they're doing. And who's subsidizing it? It's the workers and the people who have small businesses.
That's right. And so I really think the way to fight this, and I ran this idea by Steve Bannon before he was part of the administration. I said, I'm working on this idea of defining populist localism. And he was just like, love it. He got it immediately. He's like, you really got to talk about that. This is a way, I think we're at a really interesting point, David. The left and right labels in a lot of cases no longer matter. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And we saw that in France. You got a guy who comes in, he's a banker. What does he do? He takes somebody from the right-wing party. He adds people from the left-wing party. But the key thing is they have to be pro-EU. So, again, we see it's nationalism versus populism. Even there, the left-right paradigm doesn't make it. Even in the place where it began in France, it has absolutely no currency today.
Yeah, that's right. People ask sometimes, well, how were you? You wrote for the Huffington Post. How were you on the left? And I tell them, I didn't like George W. Bush. And guess what, David? I still don't like George W. Bush. Still don't like him.
We both agree on that. Thank you so much, Lee. And you can find Lee at thepopulist.us. You can find him on Twitter at Stranahan, Lee Stranahan. Thank you so much, Lee.
Always great to spend time with you, David. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This week, a major misprint has been found in the neoliberals' favorite bedtime story of a Russian-hacked 2016 U.S. presidential election that stole the crown away from Hillary Clinton and instead placed it on the orange-tufted, horned head of the evil Donald Trump. It is being reported by Voice of America, of all places, that CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm behind the Democrat National Committee's assertion that it was indeed hacked by the Russians, that they indeed hacked the DNC servers over the summer, may have made quite a whopper of a misattribution back in December regarding Russian hacking. It appears that a CrowdStrike report asserting that the Russians had hacked into a Ukrainian artillery app that resulted in heavy howitzer losses in Ukraine's fight against pro-Russian rebels was basically categorically untrue, according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies and, well, Ukraine's very own Ministry of Defense. These revelations are now calling into question the company's motives and findings. For the DNC RT's own Alexei Yarshevsky has been following the story since it broke.
In December last year, the CrowdStrike cybersecurity firm thought it dropped another bombshell by investigating that Russia hacked Ukraine's artillery systems, which led to major losses of Ukraine's armed forces. Not as large in scope as its initial suggestion that Moscow hacked the DNC, which was put into the heaviest rotation across the media world. And the report was illustrated by the, evil cyber commies to amplify the message. In March, CrowdStrike updated this report with quotes by Henry Boyd, Research Associate for Defense and Military Analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, who asserted that Ukraine's army lost between 15 and 20% of the pre-war D-30 inventory. The quote, which was destined to add legitimacy to the already under fire report. But here's the problem. The Institute says CrowdStrike used the data erroneously and disavowed any connection to the report. And they told this to none other than US government-funded outlet Voice of America. This just adds to the pile of suggestions that December's report by the shady cybersecurity firm may have been false. First, the designer of the artillery app, a Ukrainian, slammed the report on his Facebook page, calling it nonsensical and that he has the sole control of the software. Then, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry came out with a statement in English debunking the allegations. And this was followed by a number of independent cybersecurity experts like Jeffrey Carr, casting a major shadow of doubt on CrowdStrike's investigation. Was this all over the news? No. This network almost sole-handedly reported on the possible falsifications about CrowdStrike, while their co-founder, also a senior fellow at Russia-bashing DC think tank the Atlantic Council, popped up on all major outlets. After all, it was the CrowdStrike which injected the idea of Russian hacking into the American politics. The same CrowdStrike which quite unprecedentedly got the sole access to the hacked DNC servers. Not even the FBI forensics team has admitted twice already by the Bureau's director James Comey. But if the firm might have faked one allegation, and quite a serious one, it's not unhealthy to question all other statements by them. Alexei Rashevsky, RT, reporting from Washington, D.C.
And here's the man back, returning champion, Alexei Rashevsky, back into the Hawks' nest. And Alexei, break it down. How have these findings thrown a monkey wrench into the Russian hacking narrative that we're seeing come out of like the Democrat side, neoliberals, intelligence community? Like, how has this upended the apple cart for them?
Very simple. The birthplace of this whole notion that Russia hacked the DNC, influenced election, and so on and so forth came from CrowdStrike. Remember the time 8 months ago when Robbie Mook was sitting, the Clinton campaign manager, was sitting with Jake Tapper at the DNC and said, experts told us that we have been hacked by Russians. So these experts were CrowdStrike. There was another company which was sort of involved in the investigations called FireEye. It didn't really break anything down as well. And even the initial findings or investigations by CrowdStrike have been put into question many times. I mean, their proof has been that hackers operated in the same time zone as Moscow, and they used the Cyrillic name to alter one letter. I mean, come on, seriously. This is the investigation and evidence.
And that's the thing, too, where a lot of people, a lot of cybersecurity experts have said that that's one of the things that you would do to mask your trail. Is to, if you didn't want people to know where you're at, make it look like a foreign entity did it, make it look like someone completely opposite of you would do it.
Right.
Now, what's interesting, too, with the CrowdStrike is it's apparently not just the DNC who's been basing their assessments on CrowdStrike, at least that's what's being reported, but the FBI as well. Now, why would the FBI be using CrowdStrike instead of their own investigation?
Great question, Tyrell. And if we ever get an answer to that question, maybe we'll solve the whole mystery of whether Russia hacked US or not. Because, I mean, Director Comey said twice already that the forensics, the evidence, the actual hacked DNC servers were handed over to the CrowdStrike, not the FBI investigators. Even in the earlier meeting, he actually said, we asked multiple times to have access to these servers and were not given. And when one of the congressmen asked him, is that a normal practice within the FBI? I said, usually we like to have the direct access to the servers, but this time we agreed that this would be the preferred choice. This is not an accusation of an identity theft or cyber theft of money. This is an accusation of a country hacking another country to influence the political process. This is not like, some minor thing.
Right.
But why is that happening? I mean, and in regards to this story, this is not even the problem of misattribution of a quote in this respect. It's a problem that we, as an RT, as a network, have been reporting for quite a long time. Yeah. The problem with credibility of CrowdStrike, most of the stuff that comes out of them, going back to 2008, the so-called cyber attack of Georgia, which never really happened. Their founder, Dmitry Alperovich, was one of those pushing this theory, which was debunked.
Well, that's where I get to my next question: is why would CrowdStrike? And we're pontificating here, or maybe there's evidence. Maybe there is some good hard evidence out there. But why would CrowdStrike, either be getting it so terribly wrong that they're just being a bad business, Or is there other, what is the motivation for CrowdStrike in all of this? I mean, is it just that they're just getting it wrong? They're not very good at what they claim to be?
I don't believe it's the case. I think they have an agenda. I don't know what happened to Dmitry Alperovich, the reason why he had to leave Russia. He's a Russian expat. He works as the senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and you would not find a less hawkish, think tank in D.C. when it comes to Russia. That's one reason. Also, we live in the era of fake news when every word uttered on CNN is believed by millions. The same thing with CrowdStrike. Obviously, people just believe they're the super experts and let's take their word for granted. We don't need any evidence. We don't need any proof. Oh, actually, there is evidence. It's a timestamp of Moscow and a time zone thing and the Cyrillic language which popped out in one of the evidences. But seriously, people are not questioning the nature of these findings. And now, with Voice of America of all outlets, the U.S. government-funded outlet, suggesting that CrowdStrike may have been wrong, I don't know, maybe it's time for people to wake up.
That's what really was incredible to me, too. This came out of this came out of Voice of America, and that really blew my mind because that was, I didn't expect that. You find interesting stories from the darndest of places.
Right.
But, I guess, lastly, I'll just hit this quickly, is that, they completely, according to Ukraine themselves, they completely got that story wrong. The Russia did not hack Ukraine, and then you said Georgia as well. Are we going to see them come up again at this point? I mean, are we going to see them use, now, because a few other outlets beyond just Voice of America is now reporting this, not as many as should be. We got about 30 seconds. Are we going to see them rear their ugly head again, do you think?
I have no idea at this point, but listen, they updated this January report, which had been debunked by the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, by multiple experts. They updated it a few weeks ago with the misinterpreted quotes, misattributed quotes. Probably they're still defined. They say, we're right in everything we said. And it's hard to realize when when your house is on fire.
To me, the reason that we report on this is nobody wants to be that reporter that found themselves like the run up to the Iraq War. I don't want to see another war. I don't want to see another Cold War, and I don't want to see us pushed into that with information that may not be all the way truthful. Thank you very much, as always.
It was a pleasure.
That was a pleasure.
The American intelligence media found the next article interesting because one of our key articles that was written in January 2017 is used as one of its primary sources, and that is about the Russian hackers found. The link will be below, as well as the link to this article. The article entitled, DNC Paid the Russian Founder of CrowdStrike to Hack its Server So It Could Be Blamed on Russia. DNC hackers finally identified. This from the Millennium Report. Would you trust this guy with technically verifying who penetrated the alleged Russian hack? Believe it or not, the above photo of CTO Dmitry Alperovich was taken directly from CrowdStrike's official website, the firm tasked with the digital sleuthing of the DNC server hack. CrowdStrike has since been proven to be a criminal hacking organization by internet investigators. The shadowy IT firm was founded by a Russian American so that the U.S. intelligence community could use it to perpetrate the Russian hacks. In this way, CrowdStrike methodically fabricates fake evidence on demand for the CIA, NSA, FBI, which can then be blamed on Russia. In the fictitious Russian election hack case, CrowdStrike was the CIA contractor paid to create digital evidence with fake Russian signatures in order to incriminate the Kremlin. Here's another fake report produced by CrowdStrike regarding a hacked uranium artillery app during the Ukrainian war. The article attached is entitled, Cyber Firm Rewrites Part of Disputed Russian Hacking Report. What is particularly suspicious is that CrowdStrike is the only IT entity that has ever been given unfettered access to the DNC servers. Another article attached is CrowdStrike's report, Use of Fancy Bear Android Malware in Tracking of Field Artillery Units. CrowdStrike can't even be trusted to perform illegal hacking proficiently, much less confirm the true source of the DNC email hack. Therefore, if CrowdStrike asserts that the hackers were Russian, we know that Russia had absolutely nothing to do with it. As a matter of documented fact, it was actually CrowdStrike who hacked the DNC server before the 2016 election. The following expose is a must-read for anyone who wants to know the real backstory. And the article is from the American intelligence media entitled, DNC Russian Hackers Found. Perhaps these highly radioactive details explaining the now notorious grin worn by Dmitry Alperovich in his company photo is explained.
Joining us now with their special report and more, Sarah Carter, John Solomon. John, I'll start with you. Anything I'm saying here that's wrong, in your view?
Well, listen, we have a man tonight that filed a lawsuit that walked out of the NSA, CIA, and FBI with 47 hard drives, 600 million documents that were classified. This is way larger than Snowden. He gave it back to the FBI and said, the reason I took him is I want to sit down and show you all these mass civil liberties, and nobody's heard about this in the last 2 years. I think it's a pretty important story, and it goes to this larger issue of how much abuse may be going on beneath the intelligence community's cover. And we need to get an answer about how often our identities are compromised, how often our privacy is affected. We've been looking at this for 3 months, and there's a lot of concrete evidence, facts, that there are violations going on that need to be addressed.
And Sarah, so what your report is saying here is you had an ex-Intel contractor suing Comey, saying that the FBI, on a mass scale, covered up mass civil liberties violations against Americans, and he has evidence. Isn't that a little bit bigger than Russia collusion with no evidence, as I just proved up to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. This is on a much larger scale. We have seen the itemized reports of the 47, and we've posted them on our website at circa.com, of the itemized list of hard drives that he gave to the FBI, signed by the FBI. We have all the documentation to show this. And think about this, Sean. He said, and I just spoke to him before I came to see you, he said he unmasked, with the technology that he had, with the NSA, over 20 million Americans. 600 million documents. He said if you stack those up, that's 30 miles high. 30 miles high, but over 20 million Americans. And I said, well, what was it you were unmasking? He said everything from their bank accounts, their homes, their records, phone conversations, emails. He was able to take down every single firewall. And it was so distressing because, you know, this is what he was directed to do. And when he tried to do the right thing, and he did, in his opinion, the right thing and got the immunity agreement from the FBI decided to not move forward. With that investigation, and that's all he knew.
Did Comey know about this? Because the headline is that he's suing Comey, alleging this mass cover-up of civil liberties violations, and you're telling me 20 million? 20 million? This is the
20
biggest...
million.
Wow. Did Comey know?
According to Dennis Montgomery, who is alleging that all of this happened and who is willing, he said, I am more than willing to tell anybody, face anyone, face Comey, face former director Robert Mueller, who was working at the FBI at the time when he began his work, because he spent 9 years working with them, started out with the FBI, then went on into the CIA, NSA realm. And so when he began this, he said that, you know, he was willing to talk to anyone and testify before anybody, face Clapper, face Brennan, face Comey, and he would not back down, even though he is right now, he's struggling with some health issues. He just wants to get the story out.
John, I'll give you the last word. I'm imagining that if it's more information than even Edward Snowden, that there's beyond smoking gun evidence here. When will the American people see this?
Well, it's been assigned to a very well-respected judge, Judge Richard Leon here in District of Columbia. He's the judge that previously ruled that the NSA had violated Americans' privacy. And the court process is going to play out now, and there will be a venue now where Americans can find out if these things are true and if their violations have been going on that have been swept under the rug by our government.
And you've been able to see what evidence?
We have been able to see that he did get an immunity agreement, that he did turn documents over to the FBI. So that part of his story is confirmed. Wow. And now his lawsuit lays out the actual predicate. Sarah did a great interview with him with some really fascinating insights on what he witnessed during his 9 years as a contractor.
Guys, we'll have you back tomorrow. This is huge. Thank you for your hard work. This is important for our Constitution and you, the American people. We'll continue on this story, I promise.
Called Corsi, and I called Merkel Phelan, who's our hacking internet specialist, and I said, I want to add a lot of stuff to this article that's background, that they admittedly, in the New York Times and Washington Post in January, said they were spying on President-elect and President Trump with intercepts, wiretaps, you name it. Then they tried to walk that back. We're going to cover that today. I said, I want that added into some context, and I want to add it into context that the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Intelligence Committee was spied on by the CIA 5 years ago. Remember that huge controversy? Just search in. CIA spied on Senate Intelligence Committee. Just type it in for yourself. In fact, I printed that Friday. Will you reprint that or pull it out of my stack? Because they just act like none of this is happening when it is happening. But we have the actual law enforcement NSA database. Now, the reason we have this is state police, the DEA, the FBI, and others. There's London Guardian. Constitutional crisis, the CIA turns on the Senate, openly spying on them. Domestically, because they were worried about their budget. That's illegal. Yeah, print that for me, thank you. That's September 2016, but that came out 5 years ago that was first happening. So, they give access to these databases. In fact, print me the article out of Associated Press 3 years ago. Headline is Parallel Construction, DEA involved in parallel construction, Yahoo News as well. That's where they have the NSA database for spying on people, but they can't use the NSA database domestically, so they have to go rebuild the case with the info they already have. I mean, they know you're a drug dealer, they know what you're doing, they know who you're supplying, they know what you're up to, or maybe they're going to set you up, maybe not. Maybe they're putting false info in the database, as the new Vault 7 CIA WikiLeaks shows, where they're framing Russia and others. Communist China is being used to frame Russia for, quote, us. That's the globalist. Oh, America's pretty much run by the Communist Chinese right now. It's truly sickening. Our elites have sold us out to them. They're the ones with North Korea opening and threatening to nuke the U.S. Yeah, there it is, Reuters. Exclusive. U.S. directs agents to cover up programs used to investigate Americans. Print me that solid gold. So what's happening here is, as the head guy at Infowars, I don't really act as an editor, Paul Watson does, and so does Dr. Corsi on his own pieces in our Washington Bureau. But I saw his article, and it was so powerful. I said, listen, you're going to have to not give up sources here, but they already know how you're getting this. This is no secret. This is from state police, DEA, things like that. I'm going to stop right there. So they're able to get into the database of who's already been spied on without a warrant in these, quote, dragnet operations. NSA files decoded Edward Snowden's surveillance, revelations explained. Dragnet NSA spying survives, 2015 review. Electronic Frontier Foundation, very respected. What's the news we've got? And I'm holding publishing this till next hour till we've added all these links. Because, of course, Corsi's the type of journalist. He just gives you our breaking report, our info that's bombshell. But I want, when the media tries to pick it apart, I want to have all the other admissions of, oh, they were ordered to illegally cover up their illegal, activities in America. Oh, they're spying on everybody. Oh, here's London Guardian. Oh, here's Reuters. Oh. Here's the Senate committee admitting it. Oh. How's that feel? Before we give you the big enchilada. We've not just received the data of the dragnet. Our law enforcement services, who are patriots in many cases, have given our sources, who are impeccable, the database excerpts, and we have them. And by the way, we could be SWAT team ready at any minute for this. But again, we have President Trump now who wants law and order. So but there's still criminal elements in the government. We don't know what's going to happen. This is all done in the interest of the Republic and the truth. We have President Trump being surveilled by Obama previous to even running for the presidency. And then it cuts off and the rest has not been put in the database since then for these law enforcement groups. We only have the database up until 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Barack Obama spying on the Trump kids, the Trump wife, particular interest in the Trump's daughter. Oh, and guess who else is in the database? A guy named Alex Jones. my private cell phone number, our little shadow office, all of it is in there. So, very interesting. And I'm getting calls by these law enforcement guys, and they're like, yeah, is this your number? Is this your address? Yeah. I'm like, of course it's my number. You're talking to me on it. And I guess they just went live with it. You know, that's fine. But I talked to them an hour ago and 30 minutes ago and 15 minutes ago before I went on air, and I said, wait, because I want to add all that. But it's fine. It's now gone live on Infowars.com, and we're going to add some of the background to that information. But we also probably need to clip out this little segment of the live show and add this into the piece. But it explains it and breaks it all down. But we've put this out a day early because of security concern issues. Because let's just say behind the scenes, some stuff broke loose. Once they were obviously listening to our phones last week, we were talking about this. And with most people, you're just being recorded and it's in a database, then go back to it later. When you're talking about Sheriff Arpaio or myself or Dr. Corsi, who's up there with his nose and everything in D.C., they're spying on everybody in real time. And, of course, Trump knows it's going on. He's ordering them to stop. They won't stop. People kept saying, you know, Trump's going to learn he was a victim of all this illegal spying, and he's going to stand up against it. And now it's happening, and he's this big champion against it. And the media is trying to act like, with the Snowden movie that came out and all the rest of it and all the documents, that none of this is true or happening. You know, they make fun of Conway for saying your appliances spy on you, and it's all over the news. And it's in the new database dump. And I'm told more's coming, but this is not from the latest Vault 7. It's not from the other stuff. This is directly from law enforcement to our sources. And it's a big, big deal. More breaking straight ahead. I'm Alex Jones. Infowars.com has at least the first portion up.
Talk show host is Alex Jones. He's a conspiracy theorist.
Radio talk show host Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Jones is the wildly popular conspiracy theorist.
Radio talk show host and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Deeply, I think, racist.
I just got called racist by MSNBC.
I don't want that man to have a gun.
1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms.
The Alex Jones Show. Watch the free stream live at Infowars.com/show.
Mike Zullo, Dr. Jerome Corsi, both men have broken scores of giant international news stories over the years, are joining us in the second hour. We've put out the first basic boil down with even more added documentation being added as we speak by Mikhail Phelan to Infowars.com. And the story, NSA database documents, NSA electronic surveillance of Donald Trump in Trump Tower and Alex Jones in Texas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these databases, here it is out of the New York Times. Inquiry by CIA affirms it spied on Senate panel. Remember that in 2014? There it is, okay? This goes on. They think you're stupid. And, of course, Trump has the same sources we have. He's the president. He knows he's in the databases. He now knows he's been spied on for decades, okay? Including by Obama. We have the entries. A constitutional crisis. The CIA turns on the Senate, the London Guardian. So that's the Senate being spied on. Exclusive. U.S. directs agents to cover up a program used to investigate Americans, Reuters, with illegal NSA databases being given to federal and state law enforcement. CIA accused of spying on U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee. Reuters confirmed. Okay, I'm just giving you background here when they play dumb and say Trump has no proof, he's crazy, and they get all these people in the Senate and the House to say it's so. That's because they're desperate. Well, law enforcement, who has access to these databases of who's been ordered surveilled, and then who can get access to that surveillance, different agencies. And Donald Trump is in there. You can see where, when, and how, month after month, year after year. It gets cut off a few years ago, but it's got Obama and Bush, W, spying on Donald Trump, running from 2008 right down. So you want to see it for yourself? The phone numbers, the back of the, and by the way, I've known some of Donald Trump's phone numbers. I'll leave it at that. It's Donald Trump's phone number. I've dialed that number. I've got that number. He no longer uses it. Well, one of them is just the direct line into Trump Tower and into his secretary. But so this is the real deal. And of course, he knows about this. He's friends with Arpaio. And of course, Mike, are looking into all this and doing the investigation. Now, in this segment, the next, because I've got to get off the air. Plus, I was already going to air these clips. They're so important from Friday's show. I've got to go work on this because there's a lot I want added to the story. I want to add where the DEA admits they're getting illegal stuff from the NSA. I want to add where the state police are. I want to add where they're going after journalists with this stuff. I want to add where they're using it for blackmail. Mainstream news now thinks you're dumb. And I want to add screenshots of the New York Times, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, with the reporters at the New York Times on CNN saying, we never heard of this, it's insane, when they wrote articles saying it in the headline. So we've got them here. They're trying to just totally scam everybody like Gruber did with Obamacare, saying, thank God you're so stupid. Well, you're not so stupid. Flashback, New York Times admits that there was wiretapping of President Trump. That's all being added in, previous background of the article that just went up on Infowars.com that needs to go completely and totally viral. Again, whistleblowing is covered if it's covering illegal information. If you're illegally surveilling Donald Trump, the businessman, and Alex Jones, the radio host / TV host, his wife, his family, for a decade, and Obama's part of this. Oh, and by the way, I told you Friday that Trump hadn't apologized. There was no statement of that. And then Spicer came out and said, the president hasn't apologized to the British. He knows for a fact they use the GSGQ to spy on us and we spy on them. That's part of it. That's admitted. So here is the CIA top-level individual, also former with the State Department, deputy head of counterterrorism, Larry C. Johnson, used to be a Fox News contributor until he wouldn't shut up about this, coming on the show Friday to break it down in an hour interview. We're going to air 5 minutes of it now, 5 minutes when we come back. And then we're going to break down just how big a deal this is with Obama denying all this. And here it is. They're admitting they were doing it in 2016. Then they tried to deny it. But now we have the actual database documents where they were doing it years before at Trump Tower. And I just can't believe I'm in the database too, but isn't that just cute? Well, I mean, I've seen federal court cases where they use stuff from the government database on people they're going after that have been guests of mine, and it comes up. So I guess I've seen this before. I mean, we know we're getting surveilled, but my goodness, in there with Donald Trump. But see, they know who to watch, folks. They know who the patriots are. So let's go ahead and go to this report they don't want you to see. By the way, this got censored off Facebook when he was first interviewed by RT. Here it is.
Donald Trump is, in essence, correct that the intelligence agencies and some in the law enforcement community on the side of the FBI were, in fact, illegally trying to access, monitor his communications with his aides and with other people. All of this with an end to trying to destroy and discredit his presidency.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
The real fundamental thing that ought to alarm all Americans, regardless of their political party, their political affiliation, is what has been going on with former leaders of the Central Intelligence Agency and in the Director of National Intelligence Agency's office is direct interference in their domestic politics. If we're going to talk about Russian meddling in U.S. politics, it needs to be acknowledged that these intelligence agencies or the principals at the top were involved with meddling. Now, do I have firsthand knowledge that John Brennan was doing this? No, I do not. I have been told, though, by someone who is in a position to know, who's still within the intelligence community, that absolutely that's what was going on. That Brennan and that there were shenanigans going on between the GHQ and U.S. intelligence. How does that work? You got your listeners should understand that it is illegal without some warrant for any of the intelligence or law enforcement agencies to collect on American citizens. It is not illegal for the British, through their version of NSA, to collect on American citizens because we're foreigners as far as they're concerned, and we're a legitimate target. Similarly, the United States can freely collect on any British citizen because they're not Americans. They don't have the constitutional protection.
We all spy on each other then.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, if anybody's so naive as to think that the Brits aren't spying on Americans and Americans aren't spying on Brits, well,
Yeah, I hate to burst your bubble, but the reality is that's what spy agencies do. They collect and gather intelligence on other entities. That's one of their purposes.
Well, remember the scandal just 4 years ago where the CIA was spying on Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, the Intelligence Committee heads.
Right. Well, and that was, John Brennan, again, had his fingerprints all over that because they didn't want the information about the torture report to come out. And Brennan initially denied that was going on, and then later had to admit that it had in fact happened. So it's not, we're not raising these allegations without precedent.
Director Brennan, in 2014, the CIA conducted an unauthorized search of Senate files, including the emails of Senate staff investigating the CIA's use of torture. The CIA Inspector General later stated that the search involved improper agency access.
All right, folks, we're going to be back after this quick break. Again, I'm Alex Jones. Major news on the illegal NSA spying on Donald Trump by Obama now confirmed.
Live from Austin, Texas, broadcasting worldwide, it's Alex Jones.
Project Dragnet is admitted to have existed. Now we've got part of the database from our law enforcement sources. It broke just 45 minutes ago at Infowars.com. NSA documents prove surveillance on Donald Trump and Alex Jones. Breaking now at Infowars.com. Get it out to everybody. And the investigative journalist and the law enforcement officer that helped get this out will be joining us in the next hour. But here is the former high-level CIA section chief of analysis, who has been censored all over the news, former Fox News contributor Larry C. Johnson, with his current sources saying Trump was under surveillance during the campaign. But we have documents that Obama was surveilling Trump. We have the actual targeting documents. That's breaking now at Infowars.com. Here it is.
In 2014, the CIA conducted an unauthorized search of Senate files, including the emails of Senate staff investigating the CIA's use of torture. The CIA Inspector General later stated that the search involved improper agency access to Senate files, and a review board that you appointed concluded that the search resulted in inappropriate access to the committee's work product. Senior officials from the NSA, the FBI, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence have all testified that it would be inappropriate for their agencies to secretly search Senate files without external authorization. Would you agree that the CIA's 2014 search of Senate files was improper?
The actions of the CIA were reasonable, given the very unclear and unwritten or unspecific understanding between the committee and CIA at the time.
The exact words of the review board were, it resulted in inappropriate access to SSCI work product. And your Inspector General reached the same conclusion. And so that undermines the very checks and balances that protect our democracy. And it's unacceptable in a free society. And your compatriots in all of the sister agencies agreed with that. Now, you disagree?
Yes, I think you mischaracterized both their comments as well as what's in those reports. Do not say that we spied on Senate computers or your files. We did not do that. We were fulfilling our responsibilities.
My concern here is that involving intelligence agencies in domestic politics takes us down a very, very dangerous road.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
But I would say that Mr. Snowden hasn't lied to anyone. He did break his oath of office, but part of his oath of office is to the Constitution. And he believes that when James Clapper came in March, our National Director of Intelligence came and lied, that he was simply coming forward and telling the truth, that your government was lying. And this is a big concern of mine because it makes me doubt the administration and their word to us when they come and talk to us, because they have now admitted that they will lie to us if they think it's in the name of national security.
Getting back to this New York Times writer, I want to play a short clip where he claims Trump got the idea from me that there was wiretapping. No, it was in the New York Times. I mean, I've never seen such a attempts at just bizarre, the sun is in the sky at noon. I don't know as a CIA guy what you'd call this, but it's just like the worst gaslighting I've ever seen. Let's play this clip.
Has heard. What do you make of the White House citing your article as part of the evidence?
I mean, it's getting bizarre at this point because we've said it very clearly, and I said on your show that that's not what the story said. Anybody can read the story and see that's not what it said. And so there's this bizarre circular thing happening where the president cites a theory that he was wiretapped, which developed on the kind of fringe right-wing media.
There it is. There it is, fringe wire. And he wrote an article the day before.
After his tweet storm, Infowars then started saying, well, look, it was the New York Times that reported it, citing our story, misreading our story. And now, a few weeks later, the White House and the president are citing Infowars. So they've got one kind of bizarre right-wing fringe theory to defend another bizarre right-wing fringe theory, both of which there's no evidence to support.
And just to be clear, there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's absolutely nothing whatsoever in your reporting in the New York Times that indicates President Obama wiretapped or ordered wiretapping of then candidate Trump, correct?
Nothing. I mean, if we knew that, that is a fantastic story.
That's a fantastic story. It was all over CNN, everywhere. We have the intercepts. We've caught General Flynn. He better resign. We have the transcript. Then they wouldn't release it because there was nothing there. He was lining up a phone call. We're showing you the articles of your radio listener. Intercept Russian communications. Part of inquiry into Trump. Matthew Rosenberg and phone calls from Trump Tower being intercepted. Man, that guy, what would you call Mr. Rosenberg politically? I mean, what is he doing there?
A disinformation specialist. Look, he faults Donald Trump for being able to read. I mean, your listeners and those who are watching, the headline simply states wiretapped data used in inquiry of Trump aides. It wasn't, Donald Trump didn't write that headline. Alex Jones didn't write that headline. That was written by this guy. And then the guy who writes it has the audacity to claim, well, this is somebody else's fault. I mean, we are living in such a surreal, dangerous time. It's literally the world that, we read about as children in Alice in Wonderland that was a fictional world. We're now seeing it in real time, where objective facts are suddenly dismissed as being, right-wing conspiracy theories. And it's just, to me, it's alarming because it really threatens the foundation of our republic.
Donald Trump is, in essence, correct that the intelligence agencies and some in the law enforcement community on the side of the FBI were, in fact, illegally trying to access, monitor his communications with his aides and with other people. All of this with an end to trying to destroy and discredit his presidency. I don't think there will be any doubt of that. I think it's worth noting that the head of the National Security Agency, and Admiral Rogers, made a journey to Trump Tower shortly after Trump had won. And in the immediate aftermath of his visit, Jim Clapper and others in the intelligence community called for him to be fired. Now, why did Rogers go to Trump Tower? My understanding is, let's call it was to cover himself because he was aware that the NSA had been,
all right, let's start fading this down.
Had been misused and abused with respect.
There's about 4 minutes of this boil down of the hour-long interview we had on Friday with a gentleman who was a CIA section chief of intelligence and analysis. So he ran a whole region. And then was the deputy head of counterterrorism in the State Department. That was leading expert on terrorism in the State Department because it's always the main deputy that actually executes the operations. And he's a famous guy. Just like all the other famous guys, the former head of technical at the NSA, the guy that actually ran it. William Binney, who's on Tuesday. He's had some medical issues and couldn't come on last week when all this info came out about the NSA and the rest of it, but he's joining us tomorrow. Tough guy. He got hit with something and lost both his legs after he whistle blew, and then they SWAT teamed a bunch of other stuff. And that's why I'm not being dramatic here when I tell you we're not playing games. They're going to come out and say this is fake, like they always do. And they're going to come out and, say Lord knows what else. I know for a fact they've got the highest levels of the Democratic Party I'm not going to say what they're doing at this point. I'm just telling you. There's been certain things I've done over the years that all hell breaks loose. This is one of them. Because the president knows there's a bunch of cowards out there that won't stand up for themselves, stand up for the country, or stand up for him. But there are people that will, and Infowars is it. And so the president knows he was spied on. He's the president. Plus, it's all public. They spied on the Senate, you name it. Well, now the database with him being spied on before he was president is out when Obama was president. So there you go. Powerful info on Infowars.com right now. Go ahead and publish this early because of obvious security issues. Stay with us.
Bad luck, wind been blowing at my back.
His name's Matt Rosenberg. He was in 4 articles. Keep saying 3. Zach was pointing out during the break. One of our great producers and researchers. No, it's 4 articles. The week of the inauguration, the 18th and 19th, the 20th, 21st, saying intercepts, wiretaps, communications, Trump Tower, NSA, spying on Trump. And then he goes on CNN Thursday and says, Alex Jones is crazy. He made up that I said wiretaps. They just choose me like they think I've been discredited and then say, Alex said it and Trump picked it up. And then we show, in the piece Friday, I guess Zach found another one, 3 articles where Rosenberg says that they were wiretapping Trump, that Obama was. Now, I want to explain something. I'm going to show you mainstream news articles from Reuters, AP, New York Times, London Guardian to prove this. I mean, I've covered this for decades, so it's old news. But they play this game like, oh, the whole universe starts over every 5 seconds. Like we're all goldfish and have no memory. Remember Gruber? The guy that helped write Obamacare said, thank God you have no attention spans. Thank God you're so dumb. He has such nerve. He comes out and attacks Trump for scams in the new health care bill when it's not perfect, but it's a lot better than Gruber. So Matthew Rosenberg thinks you're an idiot. Here it is. This is Mark Mazzetti, Carl Hulse, July 31st, 2014. Inquiry by CIA affirms it spied on Senate panels. So see, they spy illegally domestically. That was all admitted. A constitutional crisis, the CIA turns on the Senate. London Guardian. Exclusive, U.S. directs agents to cover up programs used to investigate Americans, Reuters, using NSA database given to federal and state law enforcement through threat fusion centers. And then what comes out is the Electronic Frontier Foundation, that is a pro-privacy rights, probably the preeminent group, even bigger than the ACLU. They actually do something, defending your rights in the digital world. And by that, they'll defend right-wing, left-wing, they don't care. Secret mass surveillance network to spark global controversy this year. Yet the National Security Agency Dragnet programs continually, unconstitutionally monitoring Americans. So it goes on how it's continuing. Now, the Dragnet's admitted, Dragnet's been in mainstream news. We've covered it. Law enforcement has access to the Dragnet database of who was surveilled. If they can go show an agency, they have pertinent reason, they can be selectively allowed in to the database of the National Security Agency. Not just the DEA, not just the FBI, not just the federal marshals, but local law enforcement. A large portion of it has been basically federally deputized, which is, of course, I've always said a dangerous thing, but then you kind of see how that's exposing it. But this comes from federal sources. In Sheriff Arpaio's cold posse case unit has broken so much, and Mike Zullo, who's an incredible patriot, and has all of his sources. But this is from the database. So the database is admitted. But no one's ever seen the database but law enforcement. So they want to say the president's lying about all this when it's already been in the news in 4 New York Times articles by one guy that goes on the news and says he never said it and we're crazy. And you all heard him a month and a half ago saying, we have the intercepts, they got the wiretaps. Why, we heard Trump and we heard all these people. That was all lies. They were wiretapping, but there was nothing really there. As Nunes said 2 weeks ago, and he finally came out yesterday and said, we've looked at it all. There's not even phone calls till he's president-elect to the Russians. There's nothing. Then they try stuff like, well, one building he built in England had a Russian contractor. So they're desperate, folks. But you remember, but you don't have to remember. We can show you the headlines. So Zach was just saying during the break, it's crazy how dumb they think we are. Remember, Obama administration rushed to preserve intelligence of Russian election hacking and their contacts with Trump. That was just 18 days ago. So you've got the whole deep state and the corrupt bureaucracy that's bipartisan that doesn't want Trump to be right, doesn't want him to reform the system. And isn't it funny that Trump was all Mr. Surveillance as long as it was against Al-Qaeda or something? It's like, no, sir, they'll use it against everybody. Now he gets it. Isn't that incredible? Now he's learning. So the big news here is Infowars.com has screenshots of it with the phone numbers cut off the back and the home addresses cut off the back. You see, we even have a warehouse where we ship products out of and are administrative. And then we have a place where I actually do the show. And they have the location of where I was actually doing the show until just a short time ago in the NSA database. And then this is the place to surveil, and these are the phone numbers to surveil, and this is where Alex Jones is really at. And this is where you actually target. This is where he's using phones. As if I'm running around using, the secretary's phone to make some illegal phone call. And I remember back when I first learned about this 10 years ago that the federal cases came up. So it ended up in newspapers that in intercepts of my phone calls and my emails, people that were being indicted and stuff on separate issues, they were using phone calls and stuff from my show to indict them or arrest them. Just like we learned with Roger Stone was actually got a FISA court on him. Hell, they were all over the news saying he's a Russian agent. Surveil him, target Trump. We need the DOJ to investigate Trump as a Russian spy just 3 months ago in the campaign. Remember that? And then they were. Then they tell you they never were. It shows how dumb they are that they think you're that stupid. That's why Trump's approval ratings go up, theirs go down. But after all these years of surveillance, they don't have anything that I ever did wrong because I'm pretty boring, folks. I never get sick of barbecue and swimming in the swimming pool or going hog hunting like I did with my son and some folks yesterday. I just never get sick of the same old stuff. I'm just a regular guy, other than the fact that I'm not going to be a slave of the New World Order. So coming up, we've got Dr. Corsi on first, who broke this through Sheriff Arpaio and the detectives, outgoing sheriff, now gone sheriff of Maricopa County. We got all this other incredible news. But I see these comments on Infowars. And I see the reports. And it's just mind-blowing that they think you're so stupid that they can deny they've engaged in all this illegal surveillance. I have several clips I want to play. Before we do that, the crew's pointing this out. Infowars got knocked off of Google Ads through AdRoll, their subsidiary company they work with. And they said, because you criticize Obama and the Democrats and the UN and climate change, you're not real, we're banning you. They said the president isn't real. They're trying to ban him. They said he's not legitimate. And so they took that ad program, strangely enough, was just about all the extra money we had to budget for expansion in 2017. It was $3.3 million. We've been doing it 3 years. It was very successful. It was to be $5 million or more this year. But that sounds like a lot of money. When you've got 60-something employees and bandwidth and expenses and legal, and let me tell you something, that's not a lot of money. We have a lot of other ways to fund ourselves, but that was just getting us there. And it's funny, what they blew away, all these leftist groups boycotting us and saying go after our sponsors, what they blew away was the extra money. So now we're in a position of not even having the money to go forward, and then they're hitting us with other stuff behind the scenes because they know we're hurting them. They know we're real. They know we'll tell the truth. They know we're fearless. They know we want justice. They know we're not stopping. They know we're Americans, bitter clingers, who want unity and prosperity and freedom in this country. The globalists don't want that. Their own WikiLeaks show that. They want total monopoly of power. That's called dictatorship. So we sell water filters everybody needs because of the toxins, the glyphosates, the garbage in the water. Filter your water, at least for your kids. We have the best shower filters. We have the best bath filters. That's where your kids really absorb it in the skin of their lungs. Get them and support the broadcast. InfoWarsLife.com, InfoWarsStore.com. We have so many other great products at InfoWarsLife.com and InfoWarsStore.com. But whatever you do, go there. We have state-of-the-art Defender new body armor that was just adopted by the Defense Department across the board instead of steel plates because it's the best Kevlar new system that's concentrated, super lightweight, amazing. We also have the nanotech systems by another great American-made company. But Defender, same price as Defender sells it. Nobody else gets this deal. Infowarsstore.com. No reviews yet. We just started selling it Friday, but this is something that everybody needs. And who knows, if they throw Trump out or take over, Kydex holsters are the best NSR tactical systems. We've got it. Everything that's the highest quality, the warfighters use, you name it, and we have the contacts. We give you the best deals. Infowarsstore.com or 888-253-3139. You sign up for auto ship on the stuff like the supplements. You get 10% off additional. Free shipping this weekend on Super Male Vitality and 30% off. 5-star reviews. Todd, in an undisclosed location from Power Review, says, wow, more energy workouts and great, feels stronger. And my girlfriend is enjoying it too. That's the first thing you notice. This is definitely a repurchase. Thank you, Todd, for the purchase and the review. Incredible, says the other reviewers. Yeah, find out. Infowarslive.com, Infowarsstore.com. And whatever you do, spread the article, spread the links, spread the videos, because they're trying to block us on Google, not just with being able to sponsor, but being able to share our links. Facebook, Twitter's ratcheting us down. They first strangle you before they shut you down.
There is a war. It's happening now. It will decide the fate of humanity. The time to choose sides has come. We are the resistance. We are the Infowar.
We are back live.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to The Outer Light. Well, before I go on, I just want to thank my patrons, of course, for your continued support. It means a lot and helps out my channel to a great deal. Wouldn't be able to really continue without that support itself, so it keeps this operation running. Well, there's a story going around at the moment. But before we go into this, in regards to the lawsuit now against James Comey himself, James Comey is set to testify today. Just want to give a shout out to Babushka for bringing this information to light. To me, at least, I wasn't aware of the updates in the case that had happened. Of course, I'd covered this a few months ago. This is in regards to Dennis Montgomery, who's famous, it would seem, a whistleblower who tried to blow the whistle internally, working within the system, instead of taking all this information to WikiLeaks. Of course, unless all this information is Vault 7, I'm not sure. But let's have a look at this information in general. So shout out to Babushka up there, and let's jump over to back in time a little bit, back to March before we go into the article. So this is, of course, a letter from Freedom Watch. You're probably aware who Freedom Watch is. I commented on them in the past. Freedom Watch was founded by the same veteran lawyer who founded Judicial Watch. In fact, the former federal prosecutor here. So this is a very serious organization, fighting, got a lot of integrity, things like that, fighting for these documents to try to put into the public domain and representing a lot of entities here. So this document was from March, and this made a lot of rounds around Reddit at the time. It was very, very interesting for the fact that it named the amount of documents that Montgomery actually had, outlined them at least in a legal letter. And here we can see that, in fact, it was a vast sway of documents. Dennis Montgomery left. He was a former NSA or former intelligence contractor. Who really knows the difference between the NSA and CIA now? Because they all seem to actually work together with different intelligence contractors. So Dennis Montgomery left the NSA and CIA with 47 hard drives and over 600 million pages of information, much of which was classified and sought to come forward legally as a whistleblower to appropriate government entities, including congressional intelligence committees, to expose the spy agencies were engaged for years in systematic illegal surveillance on prominent Americans, again, including the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, other justices, 156 judges, prominent businessmen such as Donald Trump, and even yours truly. So there you have it in a nutshell. This is spying like no one's ever seen before. Well, at least the information shows that. 600 million pages of information. So this was really big. A couple of months ago, still a big story, been kept in the, pardon me, keep on drinking carbonated water. I apologize for that. But, you know, former Supreme Court, other justices, 156 judges. So how do you get control of a system? Imagine the power when you've got all these people under surveillance to sway the judicial system. The amount of power and influence is unbelievable. And in essence, you can see how that spider web evolves and helps people consolidate more power and in essence become kingly or queenly, i.e. they become royalty within this consolidated power system like Hillary Clinton. Why do I say Hillary Clinton? Why do I say the Clinton and Obama machine? Because they were in control of all this. Why didn't Hillary Clinton go down for all the espionage, all the thousands of emails and of classified emails on Anthony Weiner and Uber Aberdeen's computer systems, okay, that were not supposed to be there, emails that include information about SAP programs, special access programs? Why didn't they go down? Well, the FBI was overseeing the investigation. The FBI is massively being shown now to be corrupt. This person tried to work within the internal whistleblowing system. It didn't work. The FBI actually covered up the investigation, slow-stepped the investigation to a standstill, and that was the problem. But at this point, Freedom Watch was stating that they wanted it aware and in the public domain that there was a mass surveillance program. And they gave until March the 24th for a reply to this letter, and we now know that we haven't heard anything on the surveillance program anywhere, so it didn't happen. No information was released, nothing happened. Of course, these are all classified programs, and anybody with a rubber stamp can say if something is classified. In essence, you can cover up whole trails of evidence by just stamping it classified. It's a problem. So that's it in essence. So let's go over to the article and the update. The article from the update is this. This is from Circa, as you can see. There's a URL above right there. Did the FBI have evidence of a breach larger than Snowden? A lawsuit says yes. So this is published on June the 7th by Circa. A former US intelligence contractor tells Circa he walked away with more than 600 million classified documents on 47 hard drives from the National Security Agency and the CIA, a haul potentially larger than Edward Snowden's now infamous breach. It's not potentially larger, it is vastly larger. Just look at the document size. I mean, it's equivalent to a mound, you know, a hill, and Mount Everest. It's 600 million classified documents on 47 hard drives. It's literally terabytes of information. You know, I don't think anyone would have ever seen anything the likes of that before. And now he is suing former FBI Director James Comey and other government figures, alleging the Bureau has covered up evidence he provided them showing widespread spying on Americans that violated civil liberties. So he brought all this information to the FBI. Freedom Watch was representing him, wrote that letter at the time, and they wanted that information to come out. They wanted some admission. Well, there was no admission to any kind of spying at all. But how many people were being spied on? Well, according to this article, it ranged in the numbers of millions of people. Montgomery says the evidence he gave to the FBI chronicled the warrantless collection of phone, financial, and personal data and unmasking of identities and spy data about millions of Americans. So the domestic surveillance was all being done on computers supplied by the FBI, Montgomery told Circa in an interview. So these supercomputers, which are FBI computers, the CIA is using them to do domestic surveillance. So in essence, because the CIA is not supposed to operate domestically like this, what they're doing is they're just using the FBI as a legal proxy so they can operate domestically. Classic CIA. So there we have new documents achieved by Circa, the letter to the DOJ lawyer Vincent H. Cohen Jr. to Montgomery. This also involves a deal for immunity. So they gave Montgomery immunity in order to explain how he got the information, about the information, etc. You don't just give people immunity unless you know the information's legitimate. So he got immunity. He's also got a receipt down here for the actual documents themselves, as outlined by Babushka, but we'll take a look at this in a moment. So there is immunity granted to him. He has complete credibility. The organization has complete credibility. Freedom Watch, former federal prosecutor, and here we have a receipt for the property turned over to the FBI by Montgomery. Let's take a look at the receipt. So here we are on the receipt itself, and this is from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Let's just have a quick look through it for historical purposes, and you can see the lists of the hard drive here. Of course, I've used these quotations to denote the same wording, and also things of that nature. So a lot of information just there in terms of the receipt. Signed Montgomery there, received, etc. August the 19th, 2015. Dennis Montgomery, etc. It looks like Miramar, Florida. So interesting enough, similar to the districts of Debbie Waltzman Schultz. The federal judge ended up deceased. And here we have all of the the hard drive labels, etc., the disks, etc., and the information. So that's pretty much the price of it. You know, that's pretty much the price of it, as you see right there. And it just goes on to explain pretty much it in a nutshell, as we read in the other letter. 156 judges, prominent businessmen, others such as Donald J. Trump, as well as many plaintiffs themselves. Montgomery and Cayman allege in their suit. Claimant, sorry. So there you go. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Just an update to the case by Circa, stating that now Montgomery is suing James Comey, who again is testifying before Congress today, and we'll see what he actually says. You know, see what he actually says, and what happens with that. I don't know what will happen with that. We'll see. But in the meantime, go out there, do a little bit of research, decide for yourselves. Put a link to this in the comment section. It, in a nutshell, is 600 million classified documents, 47 hard drives. They tried to work within the whistleblowing system of that structure. It didn't work. The FBI slow-stepped their investigation, protected the corrupt individuals involved because they're incapable of actually giving any information to the public. And that's pretty much it in essence. So what would be learned from this? Well, he should have taken the information to WikiLeaks, although he'd probably been there for a long time if he was trying to upload 47 hard drives worth of information, and he'd probably need a small van in order to transport them because there's no way they'd fit on a thumb drive. That itself shows you the significant scale of it. But in the meantime, I think that you can't trust the FBI, so I'm not sure why anyone would want to whistleblow from inside there. Of course, I don't want to judge these people. These are heroic people. This person is completely heroic. He's tried his best. He's tried to work within the system. I do not want to knock him in any way. I mean, it's a heroic person that walked out with all this information, tried to do good, and of course the FBI is trying to destroy him. They probably have him under Contel Pro surveillance by now. CIA is probably trying to put things in his coffee. Who really knows? But yeah, very brave individual, Dennis Montgomery. And also excellent organization, Freedom Watch, of course. Just people of integrity, brave individuals on every level. There's no doubt about that. So when I say he should have gone to WikiLeaks, that was just my opinion. But I mean, look at the scale of it. It's very hard to get, you know, even 47 hard drives. I mean, But in my opinion, you should have gone on WikiLeaks. But, you know, hey, what do I know? And I don't want to knock him. He's an incredibly brave individual that's tried his best, I guess, with the situation he has, and it's vastly more complex than I ever could imagine. In the meantime, though, this is Ed from The Outer Light. Go and do your own research, decide for yourselves. Put a link to this, of course, in the comments section so you can read all of this. It has a really good summary on it from Circa. Excellent article. In the meantime, though, this is Ed from The Outer Light. Stay safe, and I'll see you all later.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Klayman. You know me as the founder of both Judicial Watch and Freedom Watch. I'm a former federal prosecutor. Next week, the Senate Intelligence Committee, which is highly compromised, run by establishment Republicans, establishment Democrats, the chairman, Richard Burr, senator from North Carolina, the ranking minority member, Mark Warner, senator from Virginia, are setting out essentially to destroy the Trump presidency. Rather than looking into the mass surveillance of what the NSA has been doing, the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, not just into President Trump and the people around him, but the entire American people. I have suggested that they bring Dennis Montgomery, a whistleblower who we represent, who I've talked about many times, who left the NSA and CIA with 47 hard drives, over 600 million pages of information showing unconstitutional legal surveillance on the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, other justices, 156 judges, President Trump, yours truly, and anybody who's anybody. They're not going into that. They want to bring Comey in front of this committee, someone who has actually suppressed and obstructed justice by not investigating what Montgomery gave to him 2.5 years ago, but in fact buried it because the FBI has been doing the exact same thing, Circa News reported just about a week and a half ago. They're going to get into Comey saying that the president obstructed justice, in effect. Well, watch what we do in the next week, because James Comey is going to be held accountable under the bar of justice. It's just a matter of time. And if he comes in front of that committee and perjures himself, this is something that he's going to have to answer for, and I hope he knows that. And Larry Klayman and Freedom Watch will be pursuing that in other matters. Because President Trump is really our last hope. If you think that President Obama was bad, wait till you see what happens if President Trump is impeached and convicted and thrown out of office. Now, I'm not going to sit here and always say things that are good or complimentary of the Trump presidency. I think he just made a mistake in not moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He made that promise. He must keep that promise. That land does not belong to the Arabs. That land is not in any way related to the Palestinians. Their capital is Mecca. That's the capital of the so-called religion called Islam. But President Trump must make good on his promises, just like he just made good on the Paris agreement with regard to the environment. And this is important. But we, the American people, need to stand up. We need to defend this presidency. It deserves a chance to succeed, and we at Freedom Watch are doing just that. Go to freedomwatchusa.org. Please support us. We need your financial support and other support. Sign up for our free newsletters, our communications, because we are, in fact, your Justice Department. God bless you. God bless America. God save America.
The defense is, hey, I got immunity in Arizona, and that evidence would have never come out if I hadn't got immunity.
Don't count on Arizona. They know Attorney General really had the balls. They didn't even want to hear the word of
came out of Chicago.
The petition.
That IP address comes out of Chicago.
How about the district attorney in this county?
Is this a civil thing or criminal?
Oh shit, criminal.
Well, I got a couple questions for you, and this is obviously I want to understand you first so I can understand this. Obviously, what did you do for a living to make all your money? Because obviously, if your wife goes ahead and buys in this company for $25 million, you guys obviously made your money somehow. How did you
Real estate.
Real estate. So you're a real estate guy. You and your wife were together for a long time, and then
25 years.
You guys decide to get divorced, and she goes to this computer route.
Mm-hmm.
How did she ever know this guy?
She met him through an acquaintance who knew an acquaintance, and she was looking for some big home run to be the star of the show instead of being second fiddle.
Okay.
She was a blazing alcoholic and just a crazy person.
And obviously, you made enough money so she could just throw $25 million at this thing and go with it.
I made about $1.3 billion.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I made
because $25 million is a lot of money just to throw at a project that you don't know whether you're going to survive.
Yeah, I made about $1 billion on one deal.
Okay. Who else has talked to this guy that has had this brain tumor or brain aneurysm? Like, seriously, has anyone, like, obviously you've sat down and talked to him, but has anyone really sat down with him and got him on tape, got him on video, got his statements written down somewhere?
Yeah, Fox was there for a week.
Oh, so Fox has it all.
It's all video.
Okay. So
and
Fox,
they've filmed the computers running, which is, I'll show you. I was there for a little bit of the filming. This is where it starts. That's Carl Cameron from Fox, and that's the guy. And they start that'll be on the news. And he's got a little mini tiny bank of computers that he's processing all this stuff. It takes a hell of a long time with just those small computers. And
is he filming you? Or?
No, he's filming Montgomery. And so it's Fox News' number one priority to break this. So,
when are they going to break it? And what's their? I mean, I don't want to say what's their motive, but as soon as they break the story, realistically, we all know. Seems like Obama just holder skates every single time because no one wants to do anything about anything. And this is all great stuff, but yet again. How do you see, I mean, they must already have a plan. If he's going ahead and filing 18 complaints and every single one is shutting them down, they've already had a meeting and they've already thought about how they're going to approach the issue because their best offense is a good defense.
Right, what happened when they raided Montgomery's house and didn't get the hard drives that have all this information on it in 2006, they started shattering him. Everywhere he went, any legal appearances or depositions, like I said, they always showed up. So what they did is they planted 2 stories, real horrible negative stories on the guy. Full-page New York Times.
Okay.
That said he was a con man, and he conned the U.S. government out of these contracts on Al Jazeera. But it's very interesting. 2 things happened. 1, they never made an example out of him or arrested him. 2, they hired him back. So why the hell... If you're on the front page of the New York Times, a full-page article saying that you're a con man, you con the government out of tens of millions, why would they hire you back in 2009? Because that's what they do. So I think they're going to rely, I'm sure they're going to rely on 2 negative articles and say, look at this. New York Times says the guy's a con man. Or they're going to say this. Okay, he did work for us because I have all of his documents, his contracts, but he did it rogue. At night, he was working late, and he did it rogue.
With no direction from anyone at the CIA at that time.
You're still going tonight? You're still going? Okay.
The only problem with that...
I gotta go.
The only problem with that is that I've got emails here about Brennan and Clapper,
I gotta pick her up at 4.
and he's got all the emails that they knew about it.
Did you know if those emails were passed to Fox?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. On your flash drives that you have now, do you have any of those that you could bring up that we could see?
I didn't bring my laptop. I wish to have...
We're trying to look at a laptop up here. It's like gold. You can't Can we get a laptop? We could bring them up.
It could be a desktop with a tower.
No, it'd probably be easier on a laptop anyway.
I don't know if you look at...
What do you think? I mean, you've lived this thing for a while now. So how do you see this thing playing out?
Well,
I mean, realistically, you know...
Here's one scenario. Right after the Fox News is going to interview people in this county, specifically this county, at my request.
Okay.
They're going to call and they're going to say, hey, Sam Smith, is this your login and bank information number at Wells Fargo on Camelback Road? Well, yeah, how'd you get that? Thank you. And I'm going to do that to confirm several things. I'll do that this week.
Okay.
Then they're going to call Brennan and Clapper and say, okay, boys, the story's going to break. What do you got to say about it? As I see it playing out, you've got 153,000 victims in your county of a federal, I think it's federal crime. Probably state, multiple crimes.
You can do it however you wanted to do it.
You got a guy who's willing to come down here for a grand jury, present all the evidence, and say who done it, but he doesn't want to he wants immunity of some sort.
You
could indict Brennan and Clapper, probably.
I can't indict anybody.
Well, you could maybe help.
Because that's a prosecutor grand jury. That's why I'm having trouble with the birth certificate.
Right.
Nobody, this sort of has a little interlink with the birth certificate.
It does.
The way.
So, my problem on the birth certificate is getting somebody to do the goddamn thing. Nobody would touch it. And we have the evidence. But we haven't given up yet.
Wait till the Fox piece breaks.
And I think this is the way my mind thinks, Sheriff. I mean, with this case, if we could prove that we have victims here, unlike the birth certificate case, the birth certificate case, the problem we've always had from the beginning is jurisdictional.
Never been a problem. Never been a problem. They never went after me on that. Because they know we have jurisdiction because he put that.
He put it on here. But
everywhere.
The difference between Obama and this one are these actual victims. You put a list together of, just say,
targeted victims.
200 victims. 200 victims in Maricopa County. Yeah. The problem is the biggest problem we're going to have is obviously, and here's the other issue is the best witness is probably going to be dead here in the next 3 to 6 months. I mean, realistically,
he was in ER the last 2 weeks, every week. I don't know. A guy could die tonight.
Yeah.
But you have statements from him?
We have a video deposition.
Well, Fox does, but the problem with that is Fox is never going to release to us.
We've got 4 sworn affidavits on the guy, too.
Okay.
Where's the guy live?
Seattle. We have 4 sworn affidavits.
See, here's what I would suggest. When you talk to Fox, we got good relations with Fox, although they refuse to touch the birth certificate. They got their orders from above. Hannity, you do know that. I'm a little surprised, but this isn't the birth certificate, why they have an interest in it, because it's
I'll tell you why,
all that shit being released.
I'll tell you why, Sheriff. Because they went after James Rosen, their chief White House correspondent. Mm-hmm. They remember that recently? Mm-hmm. They went after that, and Cameron told me yesterday, I was talking to him, he said Roger Ailes is so pissed off now. He said he will bring down Obama at any cost. I said, well, that's the right attitude.
No, he's the owner, the Fox guy.
CEO of Fox.
Yeah.
Roger Ailes.
Of course, the other guy in England still owns
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah. Rupert. But Roger calls the shots at Fox.
So, as you do just some quick research, before Fox does the story, okay, they know me.
I know.
So maybe the guy should say, we've gone to the sheriff who actually worked on this somewhat has some relation with the birth certificate, and he's going to look into this. I mean, you can't do it now. You can't solve the thing in 2 weeks before Fox does the story.
No.
But if you laid the ground or you come, no, you're not involved in it. So you can't even say you talked to me, right? Because
I don't know why I can't.
Have you talked to Fox about that?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, you have talked. Not the other guy. I thought they talked to the...
No, they did both. Montgomery, they got on video.
In fact, Carl Cameron's standing by. If we wanted to call him, he'd talk to us right now.
Oh, so you've talked already about this?
Sure.
With Fox?
Oh, yeah.
So it's no secret that you're...
Well, I helped engineer it.
When are they planning on doing the story?
Carl told me yesterday, days, not weeks.
See, that's the problem. We got to make that decision.
But you could come out, and back to your question, Brian, about what do I see playing out?
I just, you know what, this is the reason why I ask, because, I mean, my biggest thing is obviously, I don't know the newspapers and the media like you guys know it. My number one thing is obviously to try to protect the sheriff. Because you know the media, how they do things. I'm thinking of it as a way, like, I have the investigative mind.
Mm-hmm.
I see how we could work this in our favor as far as the investigative standpoint goes. But obviously, a lot's going to depend on what the time frame is until it gets out to everyone. Does that make any sense?
It does. But back to kind of finishing my answer, was if you've got 150,000 victims here in this state, or this county, I mean, they're random across the board. Rich, poor, white, black, Hispanic, they're all
Great
in there.
to see if I wanted to. Wouldn't surprise me.
Wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't. Both of our phone numbers. Watch.
Yeah, how can
I'm sure mine's is there too.
They're gonna look. Yours is there too.
Our phone numbers are in there.
Well, no, they're not in this. This is only about 3 million. You're not in this 3 million. I checked last night, but we got another 840 million phone calls to go through. So,
be great if we're in.
Watch. Has to be.
Watch, of course.
Has to
I'm in there. I'm in 6 times just already.
I could be in there. You could be. Yeah.
Okay, where is your Delta?
I'm like a cancer.
Here we go. Angela.
Yeah, I know.
That's why. You're mobbed up. That's why.
You know how to work this shit.
She knows. It's got to load up.
Got to load up.
What's it saying up there?
His computer is in use and has been locked.
Oh, jeez, that's Brandon. Let me
You're
get Brandon's
stupid.
Brandon.
Oh, shit. I don't even have computers.
So how many do you think are in Maricopa County? 140,000?
No, 153,400 we know of.
Now, are those bank accounts or those calls or those combined?
Combination. There's 100 in the main database. So they use the phone records to be the basis and nexus for the database. Once they got the phone records, then they went to the banks with the same names.
Because that's how they're spinning it out. That makes sense.
You.
That makes a lot more sense.
You're kind of an expert at this shit, aren't you?
Not an expert, but I can understand what he's saying. They would go through the phones first because that's how they got into the banks.
He's a big expert.
Almost to your rank.
All right.
Thanks,
Brandon.
All right, let's get the thumb drive up. Where is it?
I went to a computer hacking course on time ago too.
You did?
Yeah, but it was nothing like the way they did things.
Okay, let me see it.
The thumb drive's not showing up.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it takes a
we'll
little
show up. We have to open it.
Okay.
Let's go to where's my computer here?
Right there, I think. It's not even coming up.
It's not recognizing.
Yeah, let's put it over here in one of these.
Maybe it's the wrong port.
Because
It's like a tape.
No, this
think
is-
of it as a miniature CD disc all compiled. You plug it.
You can hold tons of shit.
So it should come up, should pop up if it
It
recognizes
should say
it.
Patriot.
Yeah, it's not coming up yet.
That should come up this time.
You can close it and go back into it because it might not recognize. It's still not coming up.
No. I wonder if they're corrupted.
No.
No.
Let's try another one. This is the one that's got everything on it. We're not doing something right with this computer.
No, we're doing it right.
It's not picking it up. Just not.
Yeah, it's not picking it up.
No.
All right, well, he's got a tablet. This is not working, obviously.
So what is the fraud charge?
Here's, I mean, as far as we would be concerned, this is.
This? Okay, that's what's on the drive. You see these names? Jeff Larson, Wells Fargo, Lakewood, Colorado, zip code, phone number, the date it was harvested, password. There's 900 million of those. I mean, all across America. And so here's what I was thinking with this reason I came down to see you guys. You've been chasing this birth certificate thing and not getting much traction. Like you said, you can't get anybody with balls to step up. This is a pretty easy one. It's a lot easier, but it crawls into the...
Excuse me, Brandon's going to hook it up. I've got to go take care of that.
How can we get this...
so Windows 8 tablet, so we just put it in here.
They'll keep you posted on the
See if it comes there. It wasn't,
here's the latest one they just
It wasn't coming up.
Yeah, because I disabled the ports on that one. I just now remembered.
Oh, okay. That makes
This
sense.
one doesn't have any disabled. Here you go.
They're numbering 3 to 350 now outside ice.
So if I
according to PPD, event is over and they anticipate custodies. Although there are no indications to that effect. Transportation has been contacted.
Probably
West jail vans available.
I'm looking fine.
Page holding
Is
16.
there fine?
But those drivers are CDL holders, so we don't have resources.
When are these guys going to put that out?
Okay, then I want to go...
Who's working on it? Isn't it James?
You want to find, you can search Flintu just by typing there, and then a keyword will pop up.
Well, I want to go let's say to the harvest. Oops, excuse me. Harvest. That's all. Let's go to harvest. Let's go to banks. Banks part 2. Okay.
There's so much info on that thing. It's sucking it out, though.
It's a big file.
Yeah,
Just
big
take
file.
that
It's
one.
huge.
It's
Huge.
So, while we're waiting, here we go. Here we go. Look at this. Now, there's got to be a way to search this, right?
Well, it all depends. It looks like it's on a Word file, so
It's in
probably
PDF.
unsearchable.
Yeah. You know what that guy is?
Is that PDF?
The PDF.
PDF.
You know what that guy is? That's the head of the FISA court they hacked into. Reggie Walton.
Get the hell out of
He's the head of the FISA court. And John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was hacked. So how do we... Can you know the laptop that was here?
Mm-hmm.
Can you enable that?
Or do we have a regular computer just with a tower?
We don't want to put these in
You don't
a
want to put
regular
them on?
computer.
Yeah, I can't enable
This is off the
USB ports
network,
because I
right?
had to delete the drivers on it.
Okay. This is off the network, right?
This is off network. Right?
Okay, how do I get back to...
Just flick it that way.
Okay, so... let's see, part 2.
Double click. I'm sorry.
Okay, do a load. Hold on.
So, keeping on with the idea. You got all these victims in this county, right? You could have
Brandon.
Sure.
Maybe he's the expert on
He knows computers too.
So I don't want to call it computer crimes and all this shit. I want to keep this very quiet. So you keep this shit. This is top secret.
10-4.
Where you end up with a bullet in your brain. Who did they kill?
Some guy who did the birth certificate.
Birth certificate, Bill.
They killed, wait a minute, which guy did they put a hole in his?
No, the guy that worked for Brennan that was subpoenaed the night before he was supposed to go before Congress and talk about the birth certificate. They killed him.
When this happened?
Don't worry about it. All my affidavits are going to say Lieutenant.
I guess they said it was a random street killing.
That's Brandon Jones.
You want to
explain it?
I can say whatever you need me to do, boss. Whatever you need me to do.
We're all Brandon Jones.
We're all Brandon Jones.
That's a nice name, Brandon Jones.
That's good.
CIA type.
Gonna go back hack all the newspaper clippings. I'm Brandon Jones posse guy.
So, while this is booting up here, let's say you got thousands of victims in this, clear victims here, and you can pick up the phone as an investigator and say, you see, you're Bank of America, here's your account number, your login number, is that you? And they say, yeah, how the hell did you get that, detective? Well, you tell her, you don't tell them. There's thousands of them here, 153,400.
Could this be construed as ID theft?
Yeah, that's what it is.
We're experts at that.
Well, here's the problem is, I would have to look at the statute, but what did they, the problem is going to be is we're going to have to prove what the intent was to get the information in the first place. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, Okay, I got your information, but if I never use it, then is it really against the law to obtain your information if I never use it?
Violates your Fourth Amendment rights. Oh, the landscape.
I don't know what your statutes are, but you have to have a private industry that has its own computer system is breached now at the direction of a federal government agency. That information is secured. The public is under the belief this is all encrypted information and is supposed to be safeguarded.
Should be.
Right? So there has to be, I don't know what your statutes are, but there's got to be something in there, Brian.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of laws against it. I just have to sit down and look at.
Well, the sexy part, obviously, is it's the government.
It's the government.
Paying a guy. This guy made
millions of dollars.
But back up to that, Sheriff, if we wanted to do it the right way, the first thing before anything else needs to happen is someone needs a cop, a law enforcement officer needs to sit down with the guy in Seattle for probably days and just go from point A to point B.
Right.
Because without that, all the rest of this is garbage. Right. Because the problem is you have to have the way the case is going to be put forth is this guy is the one bringing forth the information that this is what he did on behalf of the government or paid by the government, and this is what happened. Because realistically, and here's the good thing, here's the bad thing. The good thing is that by his statements, he corroborates all the evidence, obviously, but it's him the one that's giving the evidence, but obviously corroborates everything, and law enforcement would have no idea if it wasn't for his statements.
Right. He'll be there.
The hard part, I think, is going to be, not really hard, but identifying the victims. We're going to identify them.
You know who the victims are,
but it's going to be very time consuming to go ahead.
How many do you need? 10, 20?
Well, no. I mean, you just need a small sample, but the more you have, the better, obviously. And I guess
Fox is
you would have to figure out how you want to.
Fox is going to, at my request, they're going to come to this county and hone in on this county and on their show, they're going to say, this person confirmed this in Phoenix and Scottsdale. And they'll probably go to, Little Rock, Arkansas, and New York, or around the country, but they're going to include Maricopa.
I think it's definitely it's a lot easier than the birth certificate.
First of all,
the problem with the birth certificate always was,
but it's tied in.
No one would ever take a look at that.
Brian, it's tied in.
No, I agree with you, but as far as I was investigating it,
you think
I would never
think anybody's going to look at this? It'll be 50 years before if the feds get in. This is a federal thing more than a state.
It is. Here's the thing, though, and this is just my mind. If we were to do this, and Fox National goes ahead and breaks the story, they come to you and you can say, you know what, I'm already investigating this.
No, because they tell you, I'm not making this shit up. He's here. We're getting information, just like the birth certificate, they came here. So there is nothing I'm stimulating. Somebody comes to me, and we're going to look at it.
No, I understand what Brian's saying,
but here's the thing, Sheriff. If you can say, you know what, we received the information, and we're currently doing an investigation, and realistically, if your guy up in Seattle has never been talked to by, he's been talked to a reporter.
He's never talked to law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Just like the birth certificate thing.
But no, this is a lot better than.
No, nobody went after the birth certificate.
But Sheriff, how my idea, talking to Mike on this when I called, was it does tie into the birth certificate.
It does, but see, my mind.
Who knows? Maybe we can thread that straight.
We came up with this through the birth certificate investigation. Right?
You know what?
Well, that's how it came in. I came in here 2 years ago.
Yeah. So we didn't just make this up now.
The way the way that this is just my own 2 cents though, and my own personal thing as far as investigator goes. Nothing. I would approach it with this has nothing to do with the birth certificate investigation at all. It has to do with
citizens of this
150,000 people that got their identity stolen in Maricopa County.
But we came
and
up
then
with
you
it
can,
through the birth certificate.
and
Right.
that's
It
you
has
can
nothing to do
exactly
with
you can.
It's got nothing. The investigation's got nothing.
But the investigation part, this is nothing.
Let me
because as far as I'm concerned,
Because let me
I'm going to stay as far away as
you're
we
talking
have to.
about as an investigator. I'm talking about other things. This may stimulate the birth certificate thing too,
Right.
which they won't touch.
Right.
You get the point?
Hey guys, let's do a timeout.
Yeah.
Let's call Carl Cameron. This is a secured phone. I want to put him
Call
on
who?
Carl Cameron from Fox. I want you guys to hear. I'm going to say I'm with the sheriff, and we'll ask him what his story and all that stuff. Just you guys.
Well, you can confirm that you're here talking to me. You are.
Right.
If you get this guy on video and he vapor locks.
The problem, we've already done this whole fucking video thing.
Tim.
All these Fox, all these news stations.
Tim Blix that.
They don't have to give us any.
No, if you did it, and this guy drops dead, aren't we done anyway?
As far as prosecution goes, but at the end of the day, is that what we're all? I mean,
No,
But if
he
he
wants
drops
an
dead,
immunity.
it drops dead. You get 4 signed affidavits. And you could do.
Hi, it's Carl. You can leave a message.
This guy wants an immunity deal. He doesn't want to get prosecuted for doing this here.
Yeah, but first thing out of my mouth,
You can't.
hey, I can't promise.
I know.
You got to want to do this for the right reasons, and if that's what you want to do, it's great.
Hey, Carl, it's Tim. I'm here with Sheriff Arpaio.
Hi, Tim. My
Carl.
favorite station.
Carl.
Hey, Carl. I was thinking of Hannity, my favorite Fox. This is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I know you never heard of me, but I'm here in Phoenix talking to
Tim. All right, so we tried to call you. Hit me with an email if you get off a phone call or something. We're kind of coordinating things, talking about the county here and when your story's going to break and all that stuff. Thanks, Carl.
So maybe this may generate some interest with Congress and all that. This thing.
Well, Trump's name is all over this, right? They have to.
Trump is a double agent anyway.
Right.
But we got John Roberts, Chief Justice of the United States, was hacked. Get the FISA court.
Hacked.
Well, he's saying hacked. His information was.
That's what it is, hacked.
His information was obtained through illegal means, realistically. If he didn't give him permission.
Let me tell you what, I've read the Patriot Act front and back the last 2 months. The Patriot Act says specifically that the United States of America waives sovereign immunity if these kind of records are taken without a court order.
Under
it spells it out. Yeah. Under FISA court, if they don't go to FISA, and they never went to FISA for 900 million phone calls.
Tim, he tried to pump you, see how much you're worth, but forget the bill.
Well, you just Google me.
All I want to know...
No, that's my investigative mind, Tim.
Yeah, that's his job. All I want to know is, do you have like 20,000 you can spare to hire a lawyer to help you and help us? Do you know any lawyers?
I brought one last time.
Yeah, but does he know this shit? Are you getting some advice from lawyers?
Sure.
You are?
Yeah.
So everybody stays out of trouble?
Well, they'll probably try to...
I can't go to any lawyers now.
They'll probably try to indict me.
Indict you for what?
Aiding and abetting the national security. I mean, they'll try all kinds of horse shit. I don't care. Now let me just share. This is a secure phone. Let me share something that Montgomery dropped a bomb on me 2 days ago, and Carl. It's like, holy shit. I wish he hadn't told me this. So he's telling me the last year all about these bank records that they illegally hacked into and all the credit cards and all these phone calls. And I always felt there was something else. There was some reason that the CIA and Carlotta Wells, who's head of the Civil Division of the DOJ.
She ran I think she was involved in our DOJ investigation.
Sure she.
And then she divorced herself and the other guy. There's now Labor Department. Perez.
There was two of them.
She started this shit.
Carlotta Wells and Rafael Gomez.
Well, Carlotta was my gal for a while.
Well, let me tell you something. Carlotta Wells knows about this. She was part of this shit. She knows what they did. That's why they had her shadowing Montgomery. So anyway, so 2 days ago, I said to Montgomery, I said, Dennis, you told me everything. You told Fox News everything.
Well, he's going to keep an ace in the hole. He has to.
And he said, no.
Of course.
I said, well, tell me what it is you haven't told me. He said, you really want to know? And I said, yeah, I do. And I said, but don't show me. You can tell me you could lie. It could be a lie. So I'm not complicit with breaking some law. Carl Cameron says, no, fuck it. He said, send it to me at Fox. He said, we're willing to take on the First Amendment battle with the administration. So he sends it to Fox. And then he tells me, Montgomery tells me, I go, oh, Jesus Christ. This is what they've been hiding. While he was at Fort Washington, Maryland, starting 9 and 10.
The undercover naval yard?
Yeah, at Riverview Drive. They hacked into every embassy of a foreign country in the United States.
And we've had smoke on that. That's come out.
That's smoke, but nobody's had their something's called crypto keys. And the crypto key is how that ambassador communicates with his country. Their crypto keys are in there. Their bank records are in there. Can you imagine the international shitstorm that would happen? People talk about it, we all read it in novels, but nobody said, hey, like the president of Mexico is so pissed off right now because it came out a month ago that they were getting information on him. You imagine a country, how many embassies? I bet there'd be, Carl thinks there might be 10, 15 embassies say, we're out of the country, screw it.
Tim, does Carl have he's got those crypto keys?
Carl doesn't know if he's going to break that part of the story because he says, I'm not sure that it could really hurt America.
Well, let me ask you, what's the relationship between him and his wife, him and your wife now? Because they were partners, right?
They were partners until June of 12.
Okay, and why did that partnership break up? And what does your wife think is going on right now? Because obviously, she's probably, you don't talk to her at all.
Yeah.
Is she part of this though?
She knew it was her company.
Her company.
Now, if you guys, you don't remember this, Sheriff, but I'll just bring it back up. I may not have told you when I was here last. When Montgomery was hacking into my lawyers and my emails to help her during the divorce.
He was on the other side.
He was on the other side. He hacked into Eric Holder and Lanny Brewer's emails. Because my ex-wife, I went to the feds about 3 years ago because my ex-wife really tried to screw me over, and they got a grand jury, a 2-year investigation with the IRS, the FBI. They got a grand jury. They get a target letter. So they say, lady, you could be charged under USC, this. And Brian O'Neill was the Secret Service lead investigator, good guy. I talked to him 35 times. We supplied evidence to him. He calls me, and he goes, it's over. I said, what the hell are you talking about? He said, Washington, D.C. just canceled the grand jury and pulled the plug on this case after serving the target letter on her. I said, shit, that's got to be Lanny Brewer. Because Lanny Brewer is tied in with my ex-wife in that group. Well, Montgomery had hacked into Brewer's emails. And it says, I almost brought it, it says, this is going to Ron Burkle. And Ron Burkle is a big Safeway guy, multi-billionaire. He's the biggest Democratic bundler in the United States. He was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager in California. He's on that team. So Burkle and my ex-wife are in business. And having an indictment of my ex-wife a year and a half ago would not have been good for that business. They could have lost a couple $100 million. So the letter says, Burkle sends an email to Brewer while Brewer is head of criminal division and says, this thing with Blixus getting out of hand, the investigation, and Lanny answers back. The investigation is going to go nowhere. I've talked to Eric about this, Holder, and anything will be killed before it gets legs. Lanny. And P.S., we've talked to the judge. So Brewer's gone back to Covington, but he's not forgotten in my, because I got my sight on that son of a bitch, and also on Holder. At some point in time, when this guy gets immunity, he's going to cough up all of the Eric Holder and Lenny Brewer emails.
The problem is I don't ever see that happening. I don't see anyone in the United States giving him immunity as long as this administration is here.
Well, we don't need the administration to approve. We don't want federal immunity for him. If it's with a city dog catcher, as long as there's one form of immunity.
But the problem is that okay, we give him immunity here, and I've never even heard of that being done. All the feds are going to do is indict him and then extradite him out of the county custody into the federal custody.
Yeah, but the lawyers, the big-time lawyers that are working, and they're working free on this, say because of the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine in our legal system, which I explained earlier, that it's almost impossible for the feds to prove the case. Because they got immunity, that's why he coughed up the information. So whether they're right, whether they're wrong, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
So on the extreme, say, for example, that you wrote me a letter with a whole bunch of this, all this shit. And then I would have to decide to do with that information.
Yeah,
I would have to decide, do I give it to the FBI? Did I give it to the feds? Do I look into it myself? Is there more federal involvement than anything else? A stupid question, but you can give me a stupid answer. Who would I write?
It's easy for me to do.
Who would I write to forward this information on if we didn't want to do it? Who do I write to?
Well, if I wrote you the letter, it's about citizens in your county.
Or if we looked into it and then we came up with evidence and we can't get anything done local and state, the other alternative would be the Fed.
Yeah, but just like the fox in the hen house. It's like the fox in the hen house.
Okay, but who would you suggest I write?
Eric Holder,
Attorney General.
Yeah. I would.
The new FBI director.
New FBI director, John McCain.
Oh, come on.
You're just asking for stupid names.
McCain? Are you kidding? He hates my ass and he's behind all this shit. Come on.
You asked for suggestions.
Would never.
Can I ask a question?
That's like dumping it. No.
Dumb question here. This guy is going to go on
agency,
Fox.
Not the senator.
He's looking for immunity.'s going to give himself up.
I mean, John McCain is not going to.
What the hell kind of immunity could you get?
Yeah, but whatever he says to Fox is going to.
No,
he can say whatever he wants to Fox.
He's the one that went
Fox
public
does the story.
out to me on the birth certificate. You know?
There's no investigation. So realistically, there's no reason to give him immunity for anything. As long as he's not running his mouth.
He's just going to run his mouth.
The problem is when he's going to want immunity is when he is going to.
I've known John for
we get
many
involved in a
years.
criminal investigation. He gives us evidence to go ahead and prosecute somebody else.
Right.
What they're going to say is he stole the information because that's like that's their defense. Hey, you know what? This guy, he had a legitimate CIA contract with us, but we had absolutely no idea he was doing this. The only thing that's going to save him is the emails going back and forth and whatever. And things we can corroborate those statements with.
We got 50 or 100 emails that lay out with the government CIA agents the data mining, data harvesting, that lays it out.
And see, that's where some attorneys are going to have to come in and say, okay, well, he provided us that information for us to be able to go ahead and investigate this, even though that might have been in violation of the contract he had with the CIA.
Right.
Then that's where he's going to get caught in a jam because we're going to need the information as far as our criminal investigations go. And that's where he's thinking immunity because as soon as he gives that up, then that's when the feds are going to want to stick it up his ass.
See, I went to Darrell Issa. You know Darrell is?
No, I don't.
Darrell's from California.
Yeah, he's the chairman of the Ways and Means.
No, judicial investigate. He hasn't done shit with birth certificate.
So I went to Issa and I said, Darrell, I gave him a little bit of flavor of this. He said, look, the best immunity the guy can get is going public.
He can, and I agree with that wholeheartedly because I think as long as 10 has it, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, you saw what happened. Okay, even with the Snowden thing, small potatoes, but But did you see how many people came to his aid and said, you know what?
Well, the other thing that I'm thinking, right, but here's the other thing that I'm thinking with this guy. Yeah,
Go ahead, I'm bringing Cameron again.
he's worried about immunity, but he's got a very short lifespan left on this earth. So prosecuting him is going
He
to be
doesn't
way...
care. He's pissed off.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But,
Hey, Carl. Hey, it's Tim. I'm with Sheriff Joe.
You got to start with that fucking birth certificate.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah, listen, I'm still at work here, so I can't really talk. I got a little bit more work to do. Can I call you back in an hour?
Probably going to be done by
I
then.
won't be around, but anyway, the only thing I have, Tim is here, and he's running by some situations
I just,
you know about.
I was just confirming, you're all over the story, you're up on the speed, and you're...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm waiting, as you know, I'm waiting for Dennis, and he sent me a couple of emails today, but I haven't really seen the final last batch of stuff. But yeah, we're moving forward. Tell him I'm looking forward to talking to him once I get things wrapped up with our guy.
So you'll call Sheriff here at some point in time and discuss it with him.
Oh, sure. I can't right now, Tim.
No, I understand. Go back to work.
All right, cool.
Bye.
Brian time.
Nobody on the big story says he's on something else.
Right.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. This will never play.
I don't think so. I think you're wrong, Joe.
Okay, let's see.
He spent a week out there.
He takes his orders too.
They've squashed shit before. I did tell them that we went through
orders
that.
too.
Yeah,
we've been through this shit.
But I've talked to Carl 30 times.
So what?
And most of the time he's always, but he's working and trying to get a story out. He says to me, hey, I'm doing a story.
Okay. He's still got to get it. He's got all this shit, but he's got to get it approved.
Let's just say for a moment in time that he does come out with a story.
The only thing I'm going to say, if he calls, you came to see me, we looked at the birth certificate, we're looking into it. That's all I can say.
But would you even really have to use my name? You say an individual came with information?
I'm going to use your name.
Right.
I got a complaint, just like we did with the birth certificate, we're looking into it. This situation could pertain to the people of Maricopa County.
Right. Now, what Montgomery's done, I've asked him to isolate Maricopa County on one disc.
Yeah, I know why you did it. Figure something could be done here.
Sure, but I'm going to, if I send you a letter...
Better go to Russia, you get more done in Russia.
If I send a letter to you, and if you get, let's say you get a disc with all the stuff on it, just in Maricopa County, then you'd have to make a decision, right? Okay, do we open an investigation on this, or do we not?
Yeah. If we do, we're going to use the Cold posse, Mike, and along with, I'm not sending an army out there on this shit.
Well,
is this guy? I mean, can he talk? I mean, obviously, is he with it, Montgomery?
Oh, yeah.
At this point,
Can he travel? Can he come here?
He's willing to come here.
the only problem with coming here is does he have anything there in Seattle, or is?
What do you mean, anything?
Yeah, I mean, evidence, hard evidence, documentation.
It's all there.
So it would make more sense.
It's a shame that someone really in the government or something doesn't look into this. I mean,
if somebody came to this office and said, "Hey, my name is John Smith, and I live out in Scottsdale, and I think I got evidence that somebody hacked into my bank account," would you investigate that?
We probably would, because we're a lot different than what everybody else around here. But it seems like we always, do the right thing, and everyone else does the wrong thing.
I'm just an isolated example. Somebody comes in and says, "Hey, this guy did it. I've got the evidence here. Would you start an investigation?"
Yeah, but I think here's what I think is. Well, here's what I think. I mean, you know what? Here's the thing. I work cases much differently than most people. There's a reason why I'm up here and I do these cases, because my mind thinks I kind of go forward and then work backwards. Mm-hmm. And if we were to take on a case of this size, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time. And I'm not going to settle for anything else than it getting indicted somehow, some way, because that's just the way my mind thinks.
Me neither.
I'm not going to do the case just to, do the case and that's it. That's not the way I operate. And that my mind thinks different. So like me, I'm always thinking, okay, how do I need to put this case together to make it a good case? And to do it that way, you need to make a lot of moving parts fit. Especially in a case where you're dealing with all this other stuff. Because at the end of the day, I can sit here and tell you, there's no doubt. What I learned down in Hawaii and what I've learned with Mike, there's no doubt that Barack Obama's birth certificate is not legit. The funny part is before that investigation, I didn't give a fuck who that guy was. I didn't care. But based on the evidence that I saw, his birth certificate isn't legit. It's not.
And here we
But here's the thing.
You got a guy named Brennan that probably altered it.
But here's the thing. You go into that investigation, and it's the problem is people get lost with all these big names and all this other shit. If that was if that guy was blow shit the ragman, he would have been prosecuted for false birth fraud. Yeah. The only reason why he's not prosecuted for it is because he has everyone in Washington protecting him.
And he's got the national media.
Yeah, but with a story like this, I don't know. People are pissed off about
that. That's right, Brian.
People are pissed off about people stealing identities.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Plus healthcare bullshit and people accessing this
He's
information.
talking to the sheriff. He didn't have the balls. He has to say I'm busy. There's no
Cameron?
There's no, yeah.
He doesn't want you. He's afraid you're going to stop the story. He's afraid you're going to come out tomorrow.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do that.
Yeah. He's afraid he's going to get scooped. He's asked me about 5 times. Now look, if you talk to Arpaio, don't let him scoop me.
Yeah, scoop me.
Should get him.
Like anybody's
Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Brian, work this. I'm stuck on this immunity thing. Let me ask you something. If SO went over there to see this guy, talked to this guy, and got all this guy's intel, and he's looking for some kind of immunity deal, but you can't promise an immunity deal because you got to look at all this information first and make sure.
Well, realistically, you have to treat him like a snitch.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. Like he's the guy that he's not in jail, but okay, 2 people get in a shooting or whatever. Hey, I want to rat this other guy out. Realistically, that's what this guy. Hey, I'm ratting I was there. This is what happened, but this is the reason why it happened.
And they're going to go after you because of your domestic problem too. Think that you have a hard on, or I don't know, with the wife and all this. I don't know, all that other shit.
Why would they go after me?
Because of your problem with the.
Well, they're always going to say that you have an axe to grind because it's your ex-wife.
Of course they have.
But you know what? You know what? Rhetoric is easily, but content trumps rhetoric.
I understand that, and I'm just saying. Because there's one of the reasons why I asked you. Okay, who's this guy that comes in here that can throw his ex-wife $25 million? Because I am thinking about, okay, how's the story going to play out later? Okay, the sheriff's office sat down with this guy, and the only reason why he's doing this is because he has an axe to grind with his ex-wife.
Well, you're not the only one.
I'm just saying that's the way I think. And it's better off that we cross those off as we go because it's a lot better.
I don't think the ex-wife's going to play on this one because she's such a small fry. She had a contract with the government, but you're talking about such a bigger, broader picture of every county. Every sheriff in every county is getting victims in this country.
But no other sheriff's going to matter. No
That's
other
why I'm here.
Count.
Of course, the other thing with me, the sheriff is a kook. Now he's a bigger kook. Now he's going after.
Not with this though. Not with this stuff.
Well,
not with this.
If Fox News breaks it and it's a big deal, that gives you paves your way.
So let's see what Fox does on this, and then if it generates some interest, and then we'll see.
Okay.
And then decide where to give it. About 5 years from now, we'll all be dead and buried. We don't get a bullet.
I sure hope I'm not dead and buried in 5 years.
Then we'll decide that birth certificate pissed me off. But that's the government involved in that one. Hawaii and all that shit.
Sure.
Hawaii.
Well, Sheriff, this intel that he's got now with this kid taking a bullet, this could be why they're so smug about it, because they know the guy that did it's no longer around. That's why they don't give a shit.
Who did what?
The guy that made the certificate. They killed the kid.
But see,
he did what?
Made the certificate for him.
Where do you ever come up with that?
The guy was going.
He made the birth certificate.
We don't. You don't know if he
You
made
don't
it.
know that.
Go ahead. I don't know if he made
Go
it.
ahead.
You never knew who did the birth.
No,
Here's
that's
what
I'm
we
saying.
know. Here's what we now know for sure. We know Brennan, now CIA director, got fired by Bush, went to become the CEO of Analysis Group. Obama's campaign
Three
hired
doors
him.
down.
The birth certificate, way before you guys ever heard about the birth certificate, this birth certificate came out. Hillary Clinton was bitching about it. There was an investigation launched. They said, oh, yeah, somebody got into the birth certificate records of all three candidates. Investigation subpoenaed the kid, and he's killed the night before. Brennan's now CIA director.
They would have hacked into the mainframes in the Department of Health in Hawaii. They would have accessed that number. This is why the number is all screwed up.
Hey, Mike, you know how they did it? With the fucking hammer at Fort Washington.
That they accessed. That's what they did.
They used the hammer.
This is why they don't give a shit. This all makes sense to me now after everything we've been through. That's why they don't give a shit. This is why that attorney told us, well, you still have a birth certificate? She knows that isn't a goddamn birth certificate. But she can't come out
Why
and
do you
say
think
it.
Well, that girl down in fucking Hawaii is clueless. She doesn't know English.
Why would so?
No, but she just knows that wasn't.
See, it makes sense. Like a jury would make sense because Brennan, his payoff is CIA director. They put him up for CIA. He gets rejected. Then he gets 3 doors down in the White House. It's some kind of special.
So why didn't Congress get some balls and open the birth certificate and all this shit would tie in anyway? You know,
Because they're never going to touch that certificate. That's already signed off with the Republicans that are in control of.
This kid was going to go testify the next day, and they call it a random street killing in Washington D.C.
Which isn't all that unusual.
And he apparently, I don't know this factually, but apparently he was really involved. He worked for Brennan, computer guy, and had something to do with the changing of the birth certificate.
So your reporter is going to call you when I'm not around.
Yeah.
And he's going to talk to you about why you came to see me and all
I
that.
told him I was coming.
Well, but he's going to wonder if I'm going to call CNN or leak something out. You know, right?
Oh yeah, you can tell. He said
you don't want to talk to me, which is good. But at least he could mention for his story that it was brought to my attention. And
he told me that
not
when
much I could say.
He said that he was going to. He said after he talked to Brennan and after he talked to Clapper, that he was going to call you.
This guy?
Yeah.
He hasn't talked to Brennan or Clapper yet, right?
So that'll be the last thing he does.
And you know what they're going to say? They're going to tell him to go pound sand. They're not going to. They're not going to make any statements.
Are you kidding? They're going to be calling the guy in England for.
They don't even know already.
Yeah.
You know.
They already know what's going. They believe me. They already had the roundtable meeting saying these are the 15 different ways it can come at us. Hey, this is A, B, C, and D. Which way are we going to go?
They're going
with
to tie
this?
this into national security release unit.
Yeah.
It's all part of this.
They're going to hide behind the Patriot Act.
Another chapter. No, the Fox is going to use the other guy,
Snowden.
Oh, here's another example. Blah, blah, blah.
I disagree with you. I was there for the interview.
Yeah.
With Carl, with the guy, and Carl goes right into his, Snowden said this, but said this is what Snowden didn't have. And he really launched into that because Snowden released some documents, but Montgomery was on the inside as the computer guy. Snowden was like a lightweight guy that copied shit. So I appreciate you guys getting together. Why don't we see when the Fox? I'll know when the Fox piece airs, so you guys can all watch it. And if it gets a lot of traction, they'll pick Montgomery up like that. Now feds will come in and pick him up.
Because he's going to burn Montgomery.
Well,
Montgomery's going to burn himself.
Montgomery
goes on Fox.
He's going on Fox saying, I did all this, and Clapper and Brennan and Salvatore. And here's the names.
Who's the Italian guy? Salvatore, what's his name?
Salvatore, there's two guys, Liberatore and Salvatore.
Yeah, where's Liberatore? Who's he?
Joe Liberatore, CIA.
Because my buddy is Liberatore, Orange County, keeps running for Congress. He gets beat all the time. He owns a big CPA firm. No relation, Liberatore?
I don't have any clue. There's quite a few Liberatores around.
Yeah.
But those are the guys, the direct guys at Fort Washington, where you got 100 emails. And they talk about Clapper and Brennan and the Hammer
and data mining. If we ever get caught, this will be illegal, they say in one of the emails.
So is the CIA laying groundwork? They got information the cartels are after me? Are they trying to
Do they sent
cover,
that to you?
huh?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know.
You ever think of that?
I didn't think of that.
Huh?
I didn't think of that.
Because they sure know who you and I are. I'm sure our name is somewhere.
Well, my name's Brandon Jones.
Huh?
I'm Brandon Jones.
I gotta be in there somewhere.
You're gonna be in there.
Huh?
I'm calling
This is
Montgomery.
legit.
I'm calling Montgomery to see if he's found your name yet.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please.
That's bullshit. Oh, I see. I see what's wrong.
Where do you currently live?
I live summertimes in Seattle area.
Seattle.
And then Mexico most of the winter.
Oh, my favorite country. They know who I am down there?
Do you know what? At least in Mexico, you know the rules.
I worked there.
No.
You don't? No. You're coming to, hold on a minute. You're coming to me, and I even know my background? I thought you were coming
I'm not
to
a
me
biographer.
because
How
I'm an
the fuck
expert.
would I know that?
I thought you were coming to me because I'm an expert with the CIA and all that shit. You didn't know my background?
No,
were
you a fisherman down there or something? What was the deal?
You better tell that reporter my background.
You tell him. I don't know your background. I know you've been a sheriff for 50 years. That's all I know.
What the hell's that got to being a little old sheriff? That doesn't mean shit.
He was the director.
I was the
of
director
all of
of
Mexico.
Mexico City
For
in
the DEA.
South America. Worked with Noriega.
For what?
For the U.S. Drug Enforcement, DEA.
I didn't know that.
In Turkey, in the Middle East. You see my diplomatic passport there? Do you ever look at my goddamn wall?
It's the first time I've been in your office. How can I look at your
You
wall?
see Obama all over it? See my picture with
My
Obama
back's
there?
to the pictures,
Well,
Joe.
why do you look at the goddamn thing here? You don't even know my background. Watergate, see all the letters from the Attorney General and all that shit? You think I don't know how the CIA operates? Huh? You're not talking to a sheriff.
Then I'm coming to the right guy.
You're talking to the ex-federal guy.
Then I'm coming to the right
30
guy.
years, ex-federal guy that knows more about Watergate than the Watergate knows about. Okay?
So do you think that gives you an advantage, or?
I think if someone ever says my background, like your Fox reporter, it might give me a little credibility to being a little hick-town sheriff who, what the hell is he looking at this shit for? I think it would make a little difference on my background, don't you?
Well, I think it should.
See, I know what CIA stands for. Most sheriffs wouldn't even know what the hell it means.
I think when you talk to Carl.
Jesus Christ. You didn't tell my background.
I didn't have that discussion with him.
Why? Am I undercover now?
No, he knows you from 2 years ago.
What an insult. And you're in Mexico, and where are you down with the ocean down there?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
You got a nice villa?
I do.
Well, I would imagine it has marble floors. That's what I had. Mexico City.
Las Pinas.
Yeah. Are you got a good view? You have the maids?
Sure. Let me look here.
Did you ever tell anybody you're from Arizona? You know Arizona?
No, I don't know Arizona.
I mean, did you ever tell anybody, like the janitor or something, that you... Yeah, I told you. I know.
All right.
Let me see the end of the year on porch here. Now, I do know that's not fake, the ocean. Anybody could take this picture.
Yeah, they could.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Not a bad view. You got a double shot here. Is this your house or your rent?
House.
You own it?
Yeah.
Shit, this is a good place to go to get away.
It's got big gates, you know, so they come in.
Where about in Mexico?
Beautiful.
Cabo.
Oh, you're down in Cabo.
Yeah.
You see
Love that. I've been there 25 times.
Yeah, see the beautiful...
Where? Oh, no, I used to go down there all the time.
Oh, that's Palmilla.
Yeah, yeah.
That's Brandon.
I know exactly where it is. I used to stay over at, I used to stay at the Finisterre all the time, and then
oh, yeah.
I stayed at the Rose.
He goes everywhere. You know why he asked for Seattle? But he wants to get on a plane to go to Seattle now.
Seattle's not a great place.
You want to go to Seattle?
Sure, it's not a great place.
That's all he does, travel.
He just wants to go on the county line.
Yeah, that's me. You know me.
All right, buddy. Since you've now been bragging about the shit on your wall, would you mind standing up and I'll take a picture from my file with you pointing to your stuff? You mind?
I'm not pointing at the president.
I didn't say that stuff. Come on.
Okay, let's take a picture of Glass and the general here.
All right,
Glass and the general.
This proves.
Big story breaking tonight. The Department of Justice charging a federal contractor with leaking top secret information to the media. The highly sensitive information in question is reportedly confirmation that the Russians tried to hack the 2016 election. At this hour, the NSA not commenting on the matter to Fox News, but telling us that this data still does not change the fact that Russian interference did not alter votes, according to the story so far. House Oversight Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz joins us. Good to see you tonight, Congressman.
Glad to be here with you.
So what do you think about this?
I'm just seeing the media reports.
Yeah.
Look, they have got to get after these leaks. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. Doesn't matter what administration. When you have classified information, you cannot put that out there just because you think it would be a good idea. I want people in handcuffs, and I want to see people behind bars.
So apparently this contractor, whose name is Reality Lee Winner, printed it out, brought it out of the building, and then turned it over to, and it was published by The Intercept.
Well, you can see the problem. They have hundreds of thousands of people that have security clearances that can do simply that. There's supposed to be safeguards in there. And when we talk to the State Department, you talk to the Department of Justice, you talk to the NSA, they assure you that they have all these safeguards. But how many times do we have to see this story happen? They don't. They obviously don't have the safeguards.
I know who this person is and what their motivation was and what they got in exchange, perhaps, for turning over these documents. So a lot more to come on that story. So obviously, one of the biggest events this week, probably the biggest event this week, is going to be James Comey's testimony before the Senate Intelligence Committee. You spoke with him recently. Did you ask him what was in the memos that he wrote after that meeting that he had with the president?
Well, in working with Trey Gowdy, we really believe that the very first thing that has to happen is we actually have to see the documents themselves. Remember, the New York Times, who originally broke this story, they never saw the documents, and yet they printed the story. I haven't seen them. Trey Gowdy hasn't seen them. We're not aware of anybody in Congress who's actually seen these unless they've been given to Senate Intel in the last, 48 hours or so, and nobody knows about it.
You would expect that the notes that he took after that meeting, because he kept a record of all his meetings, would have been turned over to the Department of Justice. That's what he would have had to do.
Well, they seem to be either federal records. Now, when I spoke with Mr. Comey, I asked him very specifically, we were having a good, fun conversation, but I asked him very specifically, do these documents reside at the Department of Justice, or do you personally have them? And he said he would not comment whatsoever. And I kind of struck me as odd. So we have since followed up at the Oversight Committee to say we would like to see all of your documents, not just about your meeting with Donald Trump.
Can he be compelled to hand them over?
Oh, yeah. I think if he has them, which is a question. So I want to see not only the things that he maybe had with his interaction with Donald Trump, but what about Barack Obama? What about Attorney General Loretta Lynch? What about Bill Clinton? What about all those other, if he's making records of these things, as the FBI director, and we, the American people, are paying him, guess what? That's a federal record. And so you can't just put that in your back pocket, walk it home. And what's interesting about the New York Times article, which is, again, a question for Thursday, are there truly classified material in there? You can't walk out of the building with classified information. I don't care if you're the former FBI director or anybody else.
So obviously the big moment that everyone's going to be watching for is when he's asked the question, did you interpret the conversation that you had with President Trump, where he, according to this report, said, can we get past this Michael Flynn issue? Did he believe that that was obstruction of justice, right?
Well, then he also has to answer the question, why did he testify under oath that there had been no political influence? That evidently happened. He had the meeting.
What do you think he's going to say about, what does your gut tell you he'll say about obstruction of justice?
Well, I worry that what he's going to say is he's going to go back to the tried and true, well, there's classified material and I'm going to have to talk to you about, not in this setting. That's the worry.
So then why do a public testimony?
Well, I'd love to hear his story, but you've also got to see the documents. And then you have to explain why is it that you publicly testified under oath that there was no political interference? Why is it that your replacement, the current acting FBI director, testified under oath that he had seen no political influence happening whatsoever? As Director Comey had previously said, this is a big story if that had happened.
Yeah. But that's right.
But where's the evidence of that happening?
That soundbite from that hearing for the folks at home. And the obvious question after, did you consider that to be obstruction of justice, is why didn't you report it?
Yes, you can talk to the House Oversight Committee, House Judiciary Committee. I mean, there's lots of different outlets. To just simply write it on a sticky note or something and put it in your back pocket and walk out the door, it's probably more sophisticated than that, but where are those documents? And if he's doing that in this instance with the president, where is he doing that with Obama? Where he mostly works?
Because I know Chairman Burr of the Senate Intelligence Committee met with, wants to talk to the former FBI Director Mueller, make sure that they're squared away on what they can and can't discuss in this open forum. So we'll see how much we get out of it. Thank you so much, Congressman.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Joining us right now is former Arkansas governor, former presidential candidate, Mike Huckabee. Governor, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. What do you make of these charges?
I think it's important that she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And what Mike Baker just said is so true. This really reveals, though, a crisis of character. When a person takes a job and agrees to do something and then they fail to do it, that's bad. But when what they fail to do is protect U.S. secrets and they fail to do something that really involves national security, that's treason. That's acting against the best interest of your fellow citizens. It's acting against the best interest of your country. But it's also the revelation of a deep character flaw where a person believes that he or she is above the law and that whatever personal passions one has, that's more important than an agreement, than what's right. And that scares the daylights out of me for the future of this country if we continue to see people who think that they don't have to abide by the law because they don't feel like it.
Yeah, Dagan, it's really hard to argue against this. What Governor is saying, she printed this out and she mailed it to Intercept, a news organization.
And I don't believe, as being a member of the media, I'm not going to fault these media organizations, even the New York Times, who printed that information that was leaked to them about the Manchester bombing investigation. However, I will fault the leaker, because again, it's not about doing right by your country and trying to reveal. I don't care what Edward Snowden says. I don't care what this woman might say. It's about seeking fame. It's about looking for the spotlight and wanting attention. And Edward Snowden had a film made about him by Oliver Stone. And people, particularly libertarians, laud what he did. Oh, we wouldn't have known about the NSA metadata collection program. I think a lot more of these politicians need to stand up for the very kind of data collection that was going on that Edward Snowden leaked in terms of, if you really want to fight terror, you need to have big data collection and threat analysis.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Dagan, let me ask you this. Why don't we do a little data collection on the people who are collecting it? I mean, her social media was filled with all kinds of revelations of how unhappy she was about the government, about Trump's election, about the way Bernie was handled. Mm-hmm. Now, if you and I can know that stuff, how come we can't get that kind of information on the people who are handling these documents?
Well, that's a very good point.
Because if we can spy on the Donald Trump campaign, as government apparently did, then why can't we do a better job of looking at the people handling these documents, the simple things like their public social media, to find out exactly what's going on with it?
Wasn't she a contractor? What does this tell us about? Are we relying too much, are the intelligence agencies and the military relying too much on outside contractors who aren't tied to this oath that you talk about?
Well, no, they are tied. They're tied. They have the same
sign a document, but they're not kind of imbued with.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of, maybe they don't feel as if they're invested in the agency that they have to be with to the same degree. But I don't know. Governor, do you think that there's? I don't want to get too theoretical here, but do you sense that this is a uniquely cultural or new development in the sense of the willingness or the lack of concern over obligations and the lack of consequences? I don't know where
they don't want to answer to anybody. They don't want to answer to anybody.
Right.
Well, I mean, look at what we do have. Dagan earlier mentioned the Manning case. You know, you're going to get commuted, and Snowden's become this international hero. So young people looking at this say, you know what, I'm doing this, it's a patriotic duty.
Right.
We fail to teach a real sense of patriotism, and let me use the word that I don't hear enough anymore, integrity. Integrity is that you do the things in private that you would do in public. That your character means that you do the same thing regardless of whether or not you think someone is watching you. I don't know what's happened to that. And I really worry about the future of our country if people only think it's wrong if they get caught, but it isn't wrong if they can get away with it.
Well, they're really
and
drilling
the
down.
fact that people can feel something different and go ahead and do it, that's frightening for the future of the safety of this nation.
We are learning more tonight about the story that we gave you last evening about the potential motive of a Georgia woman allegedly at the heart of a bombshell leak that confirms that Russia attacked our voting system, or attempted to attack the voting system, prior to the 2016 election. So we now know that this young lady, 25-year-old reality winner is her name, was apparently no fan of President Trump. Her social media accounts littered with expletive-ridden criticism of him, like this one, quote, "I'm losing my mind. If you voted for this piece of," you can figure out the rest, "explain this. He's lying. He's blatantly lying, and the second largest supply of fresh water in the country is now at risk. Hashtag no Dakota pipeline, access pipeline, never my president resist." She's a contractor for the federal government. Here now, Fox News senior judicial analyst, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Judge, you know, starting just fresh off of that, I mean, she has every right to tweet whatever she wants.
Right. It's probably inappropriate that somebody that has a national security clearance who therefore works for the president, remember the NSA is in the military, she's a contractor for the military, expresses views like that, but she does have a constitutional right to do it. But I would argue that she actually helped the president by what she released, because she released irrefutable proof that the NSA knew that the Russians attempted to affect the outcome of the election by planting cookies, you know, attractive links, in 122 city and county clerks around the country who were in the business of counting votes. And if any employees in one of those 122 offices clicked on the link, then the hacker would be able to manipulate the outcome. President Obama denied that this happened. We now know that his NSA knew that it happened. President Putin, whom none of us really believe, denied that it happened. We now know that he was lying.
Why did President Obama deny that it happened?
Well, who knows why President Obama said what he said, but he denied as late as Christmas, with Christmas time,
anything that actually affected voting.
Correct. Which was after the NSA gathered the information that this woman released last week.
They're not saying that there was an impact on the voting outcome in any of those counties, correct? They're saying that it was attempted, that they tried to infiltrate the system but were unsuccessful.
If you read the report, the NSA acknowledges in the report that it does not know whether or not any of these cookies was linked, whether or not there was any manipulation, but it knows for certain that hackers in Russia accessed the tabulation software of 122 counties and cities in the United States. And this woman, and she's in legal trouble. She's going to be prosecuted for it, even though I don't think anybody was harmed by it.
Would she like to go to jail?
I think she will go to jail. The president is aggressive on prosecuting leaks, even leaks that helped him. She revealed that the NSA knew about this and that there was no connection between it and the Trump campaign.
Fascinating. Judge Napolitano, as always, thank you. Good to see you.
Our Law and Justice segment tonight. Before the election, top Democrats were caught on undercover video scheming to incite violence, specifically to incite violence outside of Trump rallies so they could blame the violence on Trump himself. And now the lawsuits are coming, but not against those planning to incite the violence, against the man who videotaped their plans. Investigative journalist James O'Keefe is facing a $1 million lawsuit for exposing Democrats, and he's here to discuss it. But take a look at the video first.
It doesn't matter what the freaking legal and ethics people say. We need to win this.
Hillary is aware of all the work that you guys do, I hope.
The campaign is fully in.
And then they tell Hillary what's going on.
Well, I mean, Hillary knows through chain of command.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting we wait around. We need to start this
right away.
Okay.
On every one of these fronts.
Okay.
What I call it is conflict engagement.
That's your version of re-enfranchisement.
Conflict engagement in the lines at Trump rallies. We're starting anarchy here.
With me now, president of Project Veritas, investigative journalist James O'Keefe. James, good to see you.
Great to see you, Liz.
All right, James, this is quite an incredible story. When I first saw these headlines about a lawsuit, I figured it would be in reverse. I figured these people plotting to incite violence at Trump rallies were getting hit with a lawsuit. But no. You're the one that's being sued for $1 million. For what?
For telling the truth. For telling the truth. And because Bob Creamer is friends with Obama, his subordinate, Scott Vogel, is currently being investigated criminally by the Wisconsin Attorney General. So this is an attempt to silence me and to deter others from doing what we do. It's to try to shut us down. And I said last week, I'm not going to be shut down. In fact, I can't wait to depose Bob Creamer. And I can't wait to go under oath myself to say that I didn't break the law. I don't think he's willing to be deposed. I think this is just a game to try to get publicity and shut me down. So I think it's an attempt to shut people down for telling the truth and to deter people from doing investigative reporting. Well,
if it is a stunt for publicity, he's certainly giving you some good publicity. So maybe when you do talk to him, thank him for that. But this is the part, this is one of the parts that's very sketchy to me. Now these two individuals, Robert Creamer and Scott Vogel, they were the gentlemen in this video or behind the plots in this video to incite the violence at Trump rallies and then blame it on Trump himself for his hateful rhetoric. We all know that story. These two individuals actually resigned from their positions immediately following when you released these videos. So in a sense, it was an admission of guilt, or at least something that they didn't want to defend themselves on. And now that the story's died down, they're just trying to get back at you.
They're trying to reignite it. Well, they completely disgraced and humiliated. By the way, you said they were let go. Scott Vogel was fired. And Donna Brazile told me, personally, most people don't know this, that she fired Bob Creamer, that she terminated that contract. So everything in this lawsuit, Liz, it actually states that I used a fake Social Security number to enter the White House. First of all, it's true that Bob Creamer did invite us to the White House to meet with President Obama. Our undercover reporter had established such a relationship. Our niece was trusted so much. She was invited to the White House to meet with President Obama. That's a fact that no one wanted to report. Now Creamer is putting it in a lawsuit, but he's going a step further. He's saying that I forged a Social Security number to go into the White House. I didn't actually go, but the fact that I was invited to go meet with Obama during this undercover exercise shows you his proximity to the president. He was fired by Donna Brazile for planting violence at Trump rallies. He admitted to us that Hillary Clinton, it was her idea to put ducks on the ground. Liz, no, everyone keeps talking about Russia and all these things. No one seems to want to talk about how Hillary Clinton herself came up with the idea to put ducks on the ground, as said by Bob Creamer. Now Creamer is suing me. I don't think Creamer is going to actually be deposed. I think he'll exercise his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. But I sure hope he's deposed so we can get to the bottom of who's behind all this stuff.
Right, because the most shocking part perhaps is after seeing these recordings that you made, hearing these conversations, hearing how involved the DNC and Hillary Clinton were in these plots. I mean, these plots to incite violence, it's shocking that they'd have such easy access, that a rather low-level staffer or associate, your undercover journalist, was actually invited to meet with the president here. But James, just to clear up any record here, did you or any of your associates break any laws, even minor ones, during any of these undercover investigations?
No, and they don't even allege that we do. They say that we did the wiretapping laws, but in District of Columbia, it's one-party consent, meaning that I can record anybody. He says I breached fiduciary duty. Well, my reporter has a duty to Project Veritas, not to Bob Creamer. We never signed any non-disclosure agreements. I mean, Bob Creamer was not. I mean, he's a particularly soulless individual, brazen. He's a felon. He is a convicted felon, Liz. I'm not a convicted felon. I've been convicted of a misdemeanor for filming inside of a building. He's committed a bank fraud felony. Bob Creamer is basically saying that that everything he reported was true. But he's saying that we breached fiduciary duty. He's saying we recorded people illegally. We didn't break any laws. I'll go under oath to say that. I will. I don't think he's willing to go under oath. I think this is an attempt to put his name back in the spotlight. Thank you, Bob Creamer, for that, for bringing attention to this again. bringing this up again. And the Wisconsin Attorney General, Liz, said that they were launching a criminal investigation into Scott Vogel, a criminal investigation into the voter fraud. When Scott Vogel said, let's bust people across state lines and break laws, I hope that they do something about that. I hope they hold them accountable.
Right, I certainly hope so, because, you know, the Democrats' talking point, there is no voter fraud. It doesn't exist. We don't bust people. We haven't been busting people for years and years, like this individual said. James, I think this might be another attempt, not just to shut down what you're doing or what you're saying or to hide the truth, but to drain your monetary resources so that you're not able to continue your work. How much is this costing you?
Well, I mean, it could cost us a lot. We had to settle with Acorn for $100,000. I wasn't in the wrong. I mean, that people say, well, you lied about Acorn, James. You know, you settled with them. Well, first of all, it would have cost us $500,000 to go to court. This is what they do. They use lawfare. They did it to David Daleiden. They shut him down. He's stuck in lawsuits for years. Kamala Harris sent people with AR-15s to storm his house in California, in Orange County, not too far from where you guys are, and confiscate his hard drives.
Right.
What they want to do, Liz, is they want to bankrupt us and deter us. So yeah, Project Veritas needs your support. We need financial contributions. We're a foundation. We're tax exempt. It's going to cost me tens of thousands of dollars to defend this stuff. And they're trying to name my reporters and target them. So by all means, if you want to support us, support a legal defense fund, make a donation at projectveritas.com to help us through this.
Right, and James, please keep us updated as this unfolds, as you hear whether Robert Creamer is willing to go under oath to testify about what he did and about what he said on that video. We're very interested because that's a huge abuse of power.
Welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1299B, and today's date is June 6th, 2017, and the title of the episode is, It Has Begun, the Elite Are Not Holding Back. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, we understand that Comey is going to be testifying in front of Congress on June 8th, and the corporate media, MSNBC, CNN, CNBC, they're all out there, and they're describing the hearing as the Washington's Super Bowl. And they're expecting Comey to come out saying, yes, Trump, he told me, listen, back off. They want to hear this. They think this is what Comey's going to say. But I'm going to tell you right now, if he does say that, he's going to have proof. He's going to have to show the memo. And then Trump most likely will pull out the recordings, which most likely he has. So what is Comey going to do? He's going to skate between it, and he's not going to say anything. Actually, the hearings most likely will be a bust, and nothing will come out of it. Now, the corporate media is going to try to spin it to make it look like something happened, but nothing will. And very interestingly, he's testifying at the same exact date when the British elections are occurring on June 8th, which is very interesting. Now, during this hearing, we understand it's going to be a lot of questions about Russia and things like that. And it just so happens that we had a top secret document from the National Security Agency leaked to The Intercept, which confirms that the Russian military intelligence, GRU, was behind an attempt to hack more than 100 local election officials. Now, the individual that leaked this information is 25-year-old Reality Winner. Now, Reality Winner is a former U.S. Air Force never-Trumper, born, her real name is Sarah Winner, and she had a top-secret clearance and a very public anti-Trump presence on social media. But she got a job with the NSA contractor Pluribus International and starts working in Georgia at the NSA facility on February 13th, which is very interesting. So let's break this down and let's look at the timeline of how this all played out. On May 5th, the date the leaked document was allegedly created, detailing what the NSA claims are the results of an investigation into Russian election hacking based on new information received in April, the report, well, it really doesn't say anything. In the report, there is zero evidence of Russian hacking or influence, only a thinly supported narrative about an alleged spear phishing campaign and its potential victims. On May 9th, 4 days later, Winner printed this document out, removed it, and snail-mailed this top-secret classified intel, which offerings absolutely zero proof to support its claims, to The Intercept. And when you print something out on the printer, there's little yellow dots that they put on there so they can figure out where it was exactly printed. So on May 30th, The Intercept contacted the government agency to let them know about the documents mailed to them by the rogue NSA contractor. The online magazine then proceeds to throw Winner under the bus by giving the NSA FBI information which they use to easily identify her. On June 4th, suddenly retiring Jason Chaffetz says he wants to see leakers in handcuffs. June 5th, The Intercept publishes a report confirming Russia hacked the election. An hour after The Intercept publishes the report, the FBI arrests Winner. So let's think about this for a second. The NSA hired contractors who would fail to properly vet and weed out a radicalized 25-year-old political activist with top-secret clearance who changed her name to Reality and spouts aggressive rhetoric against a sitting president over social media. Now, the NSA brought this individual in, and they knew that most likely they could use her. Now, remember, they've had no proof whatsoever about Russian hacking. And if they did have proof prior to this, they would have produced it. So what I'm thinking here is that both sides used her. The Trump administration realized what was going on, and they said, okay, let's watch this individual. And if she does leak the information, we will get her. The deep state was using her because they knew that Comey was going to testify. They knew they needed to get information out there about Russian hacking, and this was a great way to do it. And they would be able to feed this to a online magazine. And basically, by doing this, it would shift the Russian hacking narrative away from the alleged DNC server breach and allow the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike to basically be let off. And it allows the deep state to maintain the assertion that Russia literally meddled in the election with an actual hack via phishing scam. So The Intercept was used as a vehicle for spreading phony claims about Russian interference in America's presidential election. And they were trying to put this out there to actually make the case against Russia, get CrowdStrike out of the picture, and to keep the entire narrative continually moving forward. And I think what happened was this individual that was set up by both sides is now in trouble, and it looks like she's facing, 10 years in prison for leaking documents which actually have no proof inside the document. It shows nothing. So the Trump administration, they understand there are still leakers out there, and we can see the deep state is still trying to push their agenda forward. They're not holding back anymore. They're going to use whatever they possibly can and any individual they need to use to try to basically show that they are right, that this actually happened, and we can see they're pushing their agenda forward right now. Now, what's very interesting is Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. He has come out and said that Trump has made it clear that the U.S. should work to rebuild its relationship with Russia. He added that the president has been clear that Russia is an important global player, noting that the U.S. relationship with Russia is at a low point and is deteriorating, and we need to bring them back into the fold. And we can see this is what the deep state does not want. They don't want the president to do this whatsoever. And we know behind the scenes, Trump has been working with Russia, been working with China, and what is happening right now, and what we're going to see happen as we move forward, is he's going to start to bring things out in the open. Now, the corporate media is not going to be picking up on this. Maybe they will, but they're going to ignore a lot of his tweets. They're going to ignore what he is saying, but he's going to slowly but surely let everyone know what he is actually doing. And we're going to see this happen as we move forward throughout this year. Now, throughout Obama's presidency, all we saw on the corporate media was how the United States had to scramble fighters because a Russian bomber was flying very close to the United States, maybe, in Alaska, in international airspace, and they made it seem like it was a really bad thing that Russia was flying their bombers in international airspace, that they're getting ready to attack. Well, Russia did the same thing to the United States. The United States was flying a B-52 bomber over the Baltic region, and Russia scrambled their Su-27 fighter jets because they said, oh, wait, there's a U.S. bomber very close to Russia, and we need to see what's going on here. And they did the same exact thing that the United States has done in the past to show that this is all meaningless. They were in international space, and they were close to, Russia's border, just like Russia bombers are close to the U.S. borders. But it doesn't mean anything is going to happen. Now, if you notice, the corporate media, they really didn't make a big deal about this. Now, of course, if the corporate media did, they would turn it around and they would say, hey, Russia, they are messing with our bombers. We're flying in international airspace. How dare they? But we can see at this point that this is completely meaningless because each country, they fly their bombers, their planes in international airspace, which might be close to the borders of many different countries. It doesn't mean they're going to attack. The corporate media at the time, they were using this to convince everyone that Russia is doing this on purpose because they are getting ready to attack the United States, which was completely untrue. If you looked at the actions of Putin, this is not what he does at all. Now, we see out in Qatar that things are rapidly, they're deteriorating right now. And we can see that Qatar is out there saying that, listen, we are not going to launch measures to escalate anything towards our brotherly nations. This has to be resolved around the discussion table in a transparent and frank way. And we can see right now that the Financial Times, they were out there saying, well, this has to do with Iran and the $1 billion that they paid in ransom money. And now it has to do with the natural gas that they have in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Middle Eastern countries. Well, they want a piece of this action. This is not what this is about. This is about when Trump visited Saudi Arabia and when he visited Israel, when he visited the Vatican, the Pope, when he visited Brussels. This is about telling the deep state, we're done here. All of this is coming to an end. This is what this is all about. These Middle Eastern countries right now, well, they found a scapegoat because he was out there saying, listen, we need to stop this terrorism. And basically what he was telling them behind the scenes was, listen, to save face, find out who you're going to use as the country that has been supporting terrorism. And we can see they picked out Qatar. Now, did he say pick out Qatar? No. But these countries, because Trump realizes we still have to deal with these countries, we'll still have to deal with Qatar. This will all most likely blow over, maybe not. but they are already out there showing that this is the country that has been supporting the terrorists. Now, we can see that Saudi Arabia and many of the other countries, United Arab Emirates, they have closed off the shipping traffic to Qatar, and they're pushing this very hard. Now, what's very interesting, many reports ago, I said that the Saudi Arabia, $110 billion arms deal, that was smoke and mirrors. That was a cover story for what was really going on there. And I said the corporate media is not going to be picking up on this. Well, it looks like they're starting to pick up on what is really going on here, because already we can see out in the Daily Mail, the headline reads, is the $110 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia just a smoke and mirrors? Because they can't find a contract that Trump created with them. It doesn't exist. Remember, this deal was really made with Obama. This was all done to keep the corporate media off track. Now, the U.S. corporate media, they're too busy attacking Trump, and they really didn't pick up on any of this. But they're going to start picking up on it because they're going to start realizing what is really happening right now. And Trump, like I said, he's going to start letting the people of the United States, he's going to start letting it out slowly but surely what is really going on. And we're already starting to see bits and pieces of this. Now, a lot of people are not looking at this. A lot of people are saying, no, it had nothing to do with Trump. But really, in the background, behind the scenes of all this, it really has to do with those individuals that are taking down the deep state. He went on to say that during my recent trip to the Middle East, I stated that there can no longer be funding of radical ideology. And the leaders pointed to Qatar. Look. And we can see that this was all part of the entire plan, because what we're seeing right now is a complete breakdown. He's telling everyone that this is coming to an end. No longer will the United States be involved in the Middle East. Remember, we're only in the Middle East because of the petrodollar, the agreement that was made back during Kissinger's time. This is coming to an end. We do not need to be involved in the Middle East anymore. But the deep state, the elite, they don't want to give this up. This is why they're pushing ahead with the battle in Raqqa. This is why they're still trying to split up Syria, because they still are trying to push forward with their goals. They are not giving up. So basically right now, we can see the U.S.-backed forces, they are starting their attacks inside of Syria. Now remember, once the Islamic State is completely removed and the other terrorist groups are completely removed from Syria, there is no reason for the United States, for Israel, for the UK, for any other country to be inside of Syria. And they know the clock is ticking down. They only have a certain period of time to do what they need to do, and that is trying to split up Syria. Now, do I think this is going to work? I don't think so. I think Syria and Russia and the U.S., when I say the U.S., I'm talking about Trump and his individuals, they have everything under control here, and I don't think this is going to work. But they're going to continually try. Now, out in Paris, we saw this event occur where this individual, well, he was at Notre Dame, and he had a hammer, a knife, and it looks like he was acting alone, as, of course, this is normally how it works. He had a hammer and some kitchen knives. Of course, he had an identity card, which said he was an Algerian student, and he yelled out, "It's for Syria." And what we see happening right now, through all these different events that are happening around the world, it's the deep state, where the elite, where they're not backing down. They're trying to push their agenda to show why they're still relevant, why you still do need to be afraid. And we can see that Syria, well, this is a huge focus right now of where the elite, the deep state are at this point, because what is happening is everything's starting to fall apart. We look at General Haftar. He's making a move on Tripoli right now. Soon, he'll be getting rid of the UN-backed government. And we know from Trump, hands off in Libya. We see that Tillerson is trying to restore the relationship with Russia, even though it's restored in the background, because they've already been talking. out in public, they need to make it look like, yes, we're restoring the relationship. We want to have good relations with Russia. Now, remember, a lot of things already happened behind the scenes, but he needs to bring things out slowly to the public because the public doesn't understand what is going on right now. We do because we've been following this. Now, a lot of people said, this is crazy. He's not doing this behind the scenes. He just signed a, $100 billion or whatever contract with Saudi Arabia. We're supplying weapons to the terrorists. As you can see, that was fake. It was a huge cover story. Even the corporate media out in the UK, they're picking up on it. So what's happening right now is they're starting to realize, well, wait a minute. Everything that we thought was happening is not happening here. The information that's being fed to us by these certain intelligence agencies, well, it turns out to be completely false. And soon you're going to see the corporate media, they're going to be very confused. They're not going to be understanding what's going on here. And they're going to start contradicting themselves. And they're going to start looking at the situation going, well, this doesn't make sense anymore. Wait a minute. Something else is happening. And Trump is going to continually tell the people what is going on slowly but surely. In the beginning, it's going to be tweets. And then it's going to be announcements. And then he's going to start letting you know that, no, we've restored relationships with Russia. That's what Tillerson is about to do. That all this that we've been seeing is because of the deep state, and a lot of this is going to come out. Now, is it going to come out tomorrow? No, it has to be a very slow process because a lot of people are still asleep. A lot of people still believe in what is happening. And I believe that is a lot of truths that are going to start to come out now. A lot of things are going to come out, and a lot of people are going to start to realize, wait a minute, things have changed. So basically what's happening right now is Trump and those individuals, they have the upper hand. There was a point in time where the deep state, the corporate media, when they attacked him, he had to defend himself. Well, the opposite is going to start to happen, where Trump, if you notice, a lot of things he has said, well, they have come true. Remember when he first came out and said, well, Obama was spying on me, and the corporate media went crazy and they just attacked him. And then we come to find out that, yes, there was spying going on, not just with Trump, but with many, many people. And this is a slow process where he needs to start to win the public over. And I believe this is the beginning of it. And I think right now, he doesn't have to defend himself anymore. The tables are turning, and we're starting to see this. And as we go throughout this year, and as we get closer to this whole system coming apart and ripping itself apart, we're going to see a lot more of it come out. And I think eventually what's going to happen is there's going to be explanations of why things are happening. Now, again, the deep state, the elite, they're not just going to sit back. They're going to fight this until the very end. But one thing that remains constant in all this, we're going to go through a transition period where the economy is going to have to be reset. The economy is not going to function for quite a while. And we're going to go through this period of pain. And it's going to be painful, and people need to be prepared for this. So get prepared, get ready, and we're going to continually watch how everything unfolds. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning into the Liberty Report. Today, I do not have a co-host. Daniel is not in town, but we'll be back tomorrow. But I want to welcome all our viewers today. I want to talk a little bit about the financial markets in connection with our foreign policy, which I think there's a lot of problems brewing, and maybe there'll be some more sudden changes on what is happening. I first got interested in watching the markets way back in the early 1970s when I was reading Austrian economics, and they were predicting that the Bretton Woods pseudo gold standard would break down, and certainly it did in 1971. But out of frustration, I decided not to exactly run for Congress, but to speak out because I thought the monetary issue was so important and it should be addressed. And as I look back, and others are starting to agree, one of the biggest monetary events in history was the breakdown of the Bretton Woods and the disintegration of the gold standard in 1971. But I spoke out in a campaign, in a presidential campaign, in a congressional campaign that was dealing with, the Watergate year. No Republican wanted to run, and Texas was all Democrats. So I actually had an opening, and I would go out and speak at the various groups as a candidate, and not really expecting much to happen. But since that time, I've certainly kept an eye on the ups and downs, the booms and the busts, and watched out for, all the bubbles and what happens afterwards, and why monetary policy was so important. And then finally connecting not only monetary policy and economic policy, and closely connecting it to our foreign policy. And then it became very obvious what was going on. It was a connection between those who wanted to make a lot of money in banking, in commercial operation, the corporate world, the military-industrial complex. And there was a connection with this mainly because the Fed had to provide the funds because they couldn't possibly borrow this much money, and they couldn't tax enough, so they resorted to the inflation, and they've been able to get away with this for a long time. And it's been going on for a long time, and we've seen a lot of bubbles come and go. We've seen the NASDAQ bubble, and we've seen the housing bubble and the Japanese financial bubbles, and they continue. And I want to read a short quote from a well-known and a very successful investor, Jeremy Grantham. He's British, but he has a company that's located in the United States, and that's GMO. And he has been a bear. He prides himself in having detected, all the bubbles and made a lot of money out of it. So he's very astute and probably very wealthy. But in Financial Times this week, he came up, had an interview there, and he made some statements that caught my attention. I do want to read one statement to sort of set the stage for what I want to talk about. And that has to do with bubbles. And you have to realize he's been good at this and has predicted, but he's changed his mind. All of a sudden, he says, it's a new era. It's different now. There's no evidence of a bubble, which I find very interesting. So this is what he has said. He says, I've dedicated my life to financial bubbles, and I don't think this is a bubble. This is the broadest market of all times. That is not the nature of a bubble. And he probably has some facts and figures that defends what he's saying, but to conclude that there's not a bubble, I have to say that although I'm not an asset manager, from an economic viewpoint, I have to disagree that there's many bubbles out there. It's so big that maybe you can't see the trees for the forest or something like that, because I think it's out there. Matter of fact, Mises teaches that and taught that interest rates, of course, and expansion of money supply causes bubble and distortion. And a lot of times bubbles, like stock market bubbles, are easier to detect, but malinvestment, investing in the wrong places and getting too much, wouldn't necessarily have huge prices, but it would also cause problems. He argued that even an interest rate of 1% would cause distortion enough that would require a correction. But of course, we have zero rate interest rates, and we've been pumping out the money. And of course, the government's argument is there is no inflation, and yet poor people can't pay the rent, and they have and they can't keep up with their cost of living. and the stocks are very, very high. Bonds are very, very high. So to me, I see bubbles everywhere I look, and I anticipate that we are going to see these corrections. And the big question I always get out on the speech tours is, yeah, this sounds good and it sounds right, but tell us when it's going to happen, which I'm not going to do that because I don't know and nobody knows that, because the event that precipitates the desire for more than a couple people making a correction and taking advantages of excessive prices, it's unknown. It's been called a black swan event. Just can pop up and change people's attitude. So although there's a lot of objective factors involved in the building of bubbles, like monetary policy and what government does and how they direct the money to be spent, it's also something that you can't really predict exactly how long it will act, because there's a subjective factor. There's objective factors that you know long term, but the subjective factors enter into exactly where the money goes, because that we have been working the last 10 years on old notions that pump up the money supply. That's how we've gotten out of our recessions and depressions. We just pump up the money supply, and the people finally liquidate a bit of their debt, and they go back to investing. So they figure, well, this is a bad recession, and this is the Great Recession. So we're going to need a lot of money, and certainly they poured it out, a lot of money. But what they couldn't predict is where it would go. They thought, well, we'll do that, and if we pump it into the banks and stocks, it's all going to dribble down, and there'll be a higher demand, and there'll be more production and more jobs. Well, it didn't work. It didn't work. The money went elsewhere because their computer projections of what people would do didn't know what people would do and where the money would go. And of course, it went into areas that just made the rich richer, made more billionaires than ever before. We're getting companies now that are trillionaires, and yet 50% of our population are still suffering. So we still have a lot of distortion out there, but also along with this, we have a tremendous amount of debt. There's a debt overhang. Even if you're not paying huge amount of interest on this debt, paying back the debt is necessary, but a lot of people are paying a lot of interest because the interest that is paid is usually paid for by the consumer. If an average person doesn't borrow a lot of money and doesn't have a house, they think, I'm not paying any interest. But all products have that worked into it. So if the corporations are either taxed or have to pay interest, that is all worked into charging that to the consumer. But in the last 8 years, under Obama, the national debt doubled from 10 to 20 trillion dollars. Right now, there's a household debt of $12 trillion, and that is not going to be paid for. It's going to be liquidated. But we have the stock market sky high. We have the bond prices sky high. And if you want to look at one little old item, you could look at Bitcoin. That's something that, I don't know if anybody fully understands exactly what's going on or how long that'll last. I'm skeptical. I'm certainly in support of the legality of it if people don't cheat and steal, but I don't believe it really serves the purpose of money. It's not a store of value. It can be facilitate exchanges, and I think that's what it's doing. But it's gone up 200% this year. And that means that people have a lot of money and a lot of dollars, and they're shifting them around. And this facilitator, the Bitcoin, is valuable in facilitating. But where did the Bitcoin come from? And that, of course, is another story. You can't put a Bitcoin in your pocket. And I was raised in a tradition where I thought you should be able to put your money with value in your pocket. And if you wanted to store it because you didn't trust the banks because they might close down, you ought to be able to put it in your shoebox or something else. But Bitcoins, you can't do that. You can't, in a desperate situation, you can't carry your computer around and get bailed out by saying, here, take your computer and you're going to be a wealthy person. That's why I'm skeptical, but I certainly think that it should be permissible. Now, we have this tremendous imbalance in the economy, tremendous amount of debt. We have a sluggish economy. Half of the people, suffering and getting way behind. And yet there's a lot of danger signs out there and what's going to happen. This is not a phenomenon in the United States. This has been going on. This is what's unique in history. It's been going on essentially since 1971, when dollar literally was declared king, and we were spared the disasters of the wars in our homeland, not financially, but we were spared, and we had the strongest economy, and the strength of our economy was able to take care of the Soviet system. They had too much debt and they finally collapsed. They didn't have enough economic activity to compensate. We did, and so we've been pumping out the dollars, and we get a lot for it. Just this week, the Chinese said, what we want to do is keep buying, more of U.S. debt, and this, of course, was a signal that the two countries are behind the scenes, at least recognizing that we hear them screaming and hollering about the trade balance with China. No, there's a balance of payments with China. We're glad to buy stuff, and if they have money, they're making it very clear, we're going to keep buying your debt. So we go to China to borrow money, and it keeps things going. But the Chinese government has to say certain things. Our government says certain things to show that we're nationalistic and that we're not going to have people push around and not let people know how desperate we are, that we have to borrow money from the Chinese to keep going. But it's very fragile. Europe is fragile, but the dollar's involved all the time. When the crisis hit in 2008 and 2009, it became necessary for the big bailouts had to come from elsewhere other than the Congress. Sure, the Congress spent billions, but the Fed pumped out trillions of dollars to prop up this dollar system. And the dollar system, survived it all to this degree, but it did it by just keeping pumping and building a much bigger bubble. So I not only see bubbles almost every place I look, in the bond market and in the stock market, I see it in the dollar market, the worldwide dollar market, because this dependency on debt is so out of control. There's the bond markets are huge, and 54% of the bonds had to be bought by central banks. And the central banks' credit, of course, they create credit, but what they hold in reserve are dollars. So this is huge, and I don't think anybody fully understands how this can become unraveled. They say, well, it couldn't happen. We don't even see any bubbles anymore because this is so different. We see that these that stocks and all will continue because some price and earning ratios look pretty good, and there's going to be continued growth, and not paying a lot of attention to the people who are falling behind, the homeless now. Our big cities have tens of thousands of people that are homeless. They don't have the money to pay for rent. Even if they have a job, they can become homeless because they don't have enough money because rents are too high. Then they say there's no inflation. Well, the cost of living is high. In a city like New York and a city like Los Angeles, cost of living is very high. They can't pay the rent, and even the food prices are high. But our government tells us no inflation. Well, the main job we have is for the Federal Reserve to create more inflation. The problem is there's not enough inflation. Inflation is an indication of economic growth. And that's a bunch of baloney. Why wasn't Zimbabwe and Venezuela doing real well? They had a lot of inflation. So that is total nonsense. And yet, 100% of the activity in these last several years, maybe even 8 years, the whole purpose of the Federal Reserve was to stimulate inflation, get prices going up, and that would be a sign that there's economic growth. It didn't work, and they hide it, and they distort the views, they distort the financial reports on unemployment. There's probably close to 1 million people that are out of the workforce now, and yet the unemployment rate is 4.3%. So nobody's suffering. And there's a market out there. They say there are so many jobs and no applicants, and we're in boom times. Well, you know, there's one person who proved that some of that was nonsense, and that's Donald Trump, because he maybe was listening and knew what was going on to what they were talking about in the government, but he went to the people who felt left out, and that is a large number of people, and they were independents and Democrats and Republicans, and it was his empathy for these people that just far outclassed the classical expectation of the Democrats that they were always supposed to be the empathizers and taking care of the working class. So what do we have to look at in foreign policy? Well, there's lots of stuff, and on this report, we talk about it all the time. We talk about Syria, we talk about Iraq and Afghanistan, 16 years of war there, constantly going on. But this week, there was an interesting incident that happened, that the $80 billion we spend on intelligence gathering and the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have in our military, nobody said, you know, guess what? There's going to be a major change in policy in Garda, and they're going to be rejected by their neighbors, you know, Saudi Arabia and others, and they all broke relations, you know, diplomatic relations with Garda, which is a big event. And they said, well, it's because Garda is supporting the terrorists. So here it is. We have the Saudis who are ganging up together. We participating in a war against Yemen, and then saying, well, Garda has to be punished because they've been too friendly, you know, with the terrorists. And then they applied, well, they actually even talked to the people in Iran, and this is a major problem. So it's so hypocritical. Nobody really talked much about what goes on in the Middle East because they get ridiculed back when they were trying to start, getting ready to start the war in Iraq. You know, it was always, well, Saddam Hussein was killing his people, Assad is gassing his people, and on and on we have to go, and we're the exceptional nations, we're going to take care of that. And but then a few, and they were painted as far left as they say it's all about oil. And it was a lot about oil. It was a lot about religion and other things. But oil was a big deal. And the military-industrial complex, that was a big deal too, and it still is, even right now. But some claim that, and I think this is what happened, Trump went over there and he over-identified with Saudi Arabia, and this, you know, pointed out some differences with Garda and gave them an excuse to say, well, it's all about terrorism, yet it's probably all about natural gas. You know, where are the pipelines going to go? So money still talks, and banking still talks, and selling weapons to Saudi Arabia, that still talks. And you know, so our corporations and our banks and our governments are very happy, you know, with all this. So there is an event, you know, coming that will suddenly change this whole setting, and the bubbles will burst. And if it lets air out slowly over a period of time, you know, it could be handled. But unfortunately, most bubbles burst and let all the air out at one time. Even this week, there's some activities going on. There's an election, you know, in Britain. There's some European Central Bank meetings going on. There's some hearings going on this week with Comey, and people will be watching that. So there might be some other event, but that is what is unpredictable. But I think it is safe to say that on long term, the policy that we have of spending, running up debt, and telling other people how to live, and getting involved and making enemies and making excuses for doing what we're doing for regime change. There's even a hint today about regime change in Garda, because they're not, you know, they're not coming together. They're not supporting, you know, the Saudi, Israeli, U.S. policies of being uniformly opposed to, you know, Iran. So something like this, I mean, this would be, I think, catastrophic if all of a sudden there is a regime change in Garda. But those are the kind of things that float around. But even without one of those particular events, the bubble can't last. The bubble is there. It isn't any different financially that bubbles burst. But it doesn't, it is different. Each bubble is different, has a different characteristic, the length of time and who it affects and this sort of thing and what precipitates it. And that is what is unknown. But I do not believe they've just outlawed bubbles and that we're going to have perpetual prosperity. Right now, we already know we don't have the prosperity. So it used to be that the new era said prosperity for everybody and it was going to last forever and everybody was going to be happy. That is not the case. We live in a very dangerous time financially, and yes, the foreign policy is horrible. But if we changed our monetary policy and said that that which you can't afford by either borrowing and borrowing and taxing, you shouldn't be doing it. Matter of fact, you shouldn't be able to borrow. That you should not be permitted to print the money, no matter how well received that money is throughout the world. And that, in one sense, was a gift to us, but it was also a very dangerous gift because we'll have to pay it back one way or the other. So I think it's fascinating. I think it's very interesting. I don't think it's complex. I think big government, big banking, and fiat money, all these things fully explains the difficulties that we have throughout the world. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to the Liberty Report, and please come back soon.
Welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1299A, and today's date is June 6, 2017, and the title of the episode is The Last Stage of Popping the Bubbles Has Begun. It's only a matter of time. Let's get into the economic collapse financial news. Now, we're starting to see a lot of problems in the economy, and it's getting worse. We've been looking at retail, and we're seeing that retail stores, they are closing left and right. Bankruptcies are happening, and it's not just in the retail industry, it's happening in every single sector. But in the retail industry, it is really noticeable. And Macy's, they're saying that their profit margin, well, it's not going to be where they think it's going to be. It's going to be about 60 to 80 basis points lower. And remember, they made this forecast back in February, and they're starting to realize, well, things aren't going to be as good as we thought. And a lot of stores are starting to look at this and say, okay, yes, we had a projection. We projected it out for the rest of this year, but it looks like we're not going to hit any of these goals, and things are a lot worse than we originally thought. Now, remember, prior to 2008, going into 2008, we started to see a rise in consumer and business bankruptcies. And of course, they skyrocketed right after the market fell in 2008, going into 2009. And we're starting to see the same exact thing happen once again. We see consumer and business bankruptcies, well, they're rising again after they've been declining since around 2010 to about 2015. And this is not a good sign. Bankruptcy filings for businesses from large corporations to tiny sole proprietorships, well, That started back in November of 2015. And at first, it was the energy bust. And people, well, it was the energy sector. We could see what happened. Prices came down and they couldn't operate and things started to fall apart. But the bankruptcies of these energy companies, they have tapered off. And what we're seeing right now is that the bankruptcies in the retail sector, in consumer sector, well, they're starting to pick up the slack. So really, here we go again. Total U.S. business bankruptcies in May rose by 4.7% year over year. And there were about 3,572 filings. And this is according to the American Bankruptcy Institute. That's up 40% from May 2015 and up 10% from May 2014. And there's another concern. Bankruptcy filings are highly seasonal. They peak in the tax season around March or April, and then they fall off. So the decline in April after the peak in March was within the seasonal pattern, but over the past years, filings dropped in May, but not this year. This year, they jumped. And what we're seeing is total U.S. bankruptcy filings by consumers and businesses in May rose by 5.3% year over year to 69,000. Consumers at risk of seeking bankruptcy protection are those with insurmountable piles of debt and a stagnating or declining real income. And we saw this back in 2007, 2008. Now, the amount of debt is driven by student loans, auto loans, revolving credit, like credit cards, and we can see, and also medical bills and treatment, that's all plays into this. Normally not mortgages. Mortgages, people say, okay, you know what? I can take a loan or an equity loan and I'll be fine. But normally this happens with student loans, auto loans, and the things that we mentioned. And what we're seeing right now is that there's a lot of this debt. Credit card debt is around $1 trillion. It is just one notch below the peak during the financial crisis. Auto loan balances outstanding have surged 36% from the pre-crisis peak in 2006 to 1.12 trillion. And student loan balances outstanding have surged 180% over the same period to 1.44 trillion. This amounts to over 3.5 trillion plus medical debts. And we're starting to see bankruptcies increase, where in the past they've decreased during this period. So it looks like things are repeating what we saw back in 2008, 2009. It looks like we're back in that same situation. Now, we understand that the budget, well, that only takes us to September 30th, that $1 trillion budget they passed. We understand that the debt ceiling is coming up and the government is running out of money, which means there's going to be a shutdown. It really doesn't affect the people, but it looks really, really good on the corporate media and people get all scared. But all your services and everything, well, they don't cease to exist. They continue on. But we see House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi. She is out there and she is saying that they're going to use the debt ceiling as leverage to stop Trump's tax proposals. And at this point, looking at Trump and looking at his actions, I don't think he really cares, because he understands that the economy is not going to last the way it is right now. Even if the debt ceiling is raised, if it's not raised, it makes no difference. The amount of debt and the amount of tax receipts coming in, it just can't work anymore. And he realizes this. So if the debt ceiling is raised, we're just going to add more debt. More people are going to lose their jobs. Tax receipts coming into the government will not be able to support the debt. If the debt ceiling is not raised, well, guess what? Government is shut down. The longer it goes, well, the more the government is not spending. And what it means is a lot of departments will start to close slowly but surely. And it's a waiting game, because no matter which way we look at it, the economy is going to collapse. And we know that these individuals in government, it looks really bad if they keep something shut down for a long period of time. And yes, she might be saying that she's going to use this as leverage, but guess what? Just like the Republicans, they will always give in and they will raise the debt ceiling. And this is exactly what he wants them to do. He wants the debt ceiling raised because he realizes, he understands that he needs to continually add more to the debt. We need to blow up these bubbles. We need to bring down the system. His strategy is not to repair the economy that we're in today. His strategy is to collapse the economy that we're in today and then rebuild it through the transition. This is what he's been preparing for. Now, we can see that the central bankers, they are out there trying to make it look like the economy is doing fantastic. And they want to do this because they're on the other side now, looking at Trump saying, okay, we need to bring this down before he does because we need to control the narrative. And the way the central bank needs to do it, yes, can they just push a button and just have everything come to an end? Of course they can. But that wouldn't look natural. That wouldn't look like a natural crash. So what they need to do is they get the insiders out of the stock market. They bring in the retail investors like the millennials, which now we see on the corporate media. They're out there saying that since the financial crisis has ended about a year ago, millennials who were a little nervous about investing, well, they're looking at the market once again. And it looks like maybe they'll start investing in the market because they can see that it's stable and it continually moves up. And it looks like maybe now it's time. Now, this is an article which they're putting out there, and this one's on Market Watch. It is to convince everyone that everything is fine in the economy, to get people into the stock market. So the insiders can pull out, the retail investors to come in because they know the bubble is about to pop. This is what they do in real estate. Once all the speculators are out there and they have the inside information and they realize the housing bubble is at its maximum, what they do is they start selling off their properties, and the retail investors come in and they start purchasing tons of them, thinking that the market's going to continually rise. And then all of a sudden, everything comes crashing down. So we are at that point where we're going to see everything start to fall apart. Now, we need to remember something very important here. The central bank, they really don't have any more tools to keep this economy going. Yes, they can use stimulus. They might pass stimulus off from country to country. We had Mark Zuckerberg out there talking about universal basic income, where they're going to just give cash to individuals. We know this is not going to work. This is going to cause inflation, which means that there's going to be more currency in the economy, which is going to devalue the currency, and it's going to cause more debt. The tax receipts coming in will not be able to support this, and eventually this will crash the economy. Yes, it will work for a short period of time, very short, and then things will start to unravel. So what do they have left? Well, they have nothing left, and this is the major problem. Now, what I see happening here is when things start to fall apart, we're going to see it happen on the outskirts around the world. What I mean by that, we're going to see it happen in many different countries. Of course, we're going to see it in the emerging markets first, the smaller countries. It's going to head to Europe, and then eventually here to the United States, just like we saw back in the Great Depression. Now, what's very interesting is South Africa, well, they just plunged into a recession. So we're starting to see financial institutions continually fail. We had Deutsche Bank, which had to be bailed out. We had Italian banks that had to be bailed out. We see Banco Popular in Spain, which needs a bail-in or some type of investor to step in. We see Home Capital in Canada, which is a complete disaster. And now we have South Africa that just entered a recession. And we can see the GDP numbers are way down. They tumbled down to about 0.7%, which is very interesting, which is very close to the United States GDP numbers. And we can see that it's already starting on the outskirts, and it will work its way in very slowly. Now, the central bankers realize this, and we have to remember something very important. We are now coming off of the oil dollar system, which is the petrodollar system. Now, why Trump is doing everything behind the scenes, and actually a little bit later in the next report, I'm going to explain why the corporate media might be catching on right now about what he's really doing. What we see happening right now is he's working behind the scenes, trying to get everything set up. He's looking at the land, reviewing the land that the president's put aside. He's looking at the natural resources. He's looking at oil offshore drilling in Alaska, because he realizes once we come off the petrodollar, guess what? The oil that we're receiving from the Middle East is going to freeze up, just like it did back in 1971 when we were going on the oil petrodollar system. Well, we couldn't get oil in there until the deal was made, and this is why the corporate media and the government was out there saying there were shortages. No, it was because they were coming off the gold system, moving on to the petrodollar system, and everything wasn't ironed out. And we see we're on the back end of this. Now, remember, trade, he said, is very important. Yes, we need to have some type of trade. Why? Because what we do today is countries, they receive the dollars, they use those dollars to buy our goods that we manufacturing. And manufacturing has left this country. So we have less to give these countries. And it wasn't like when we first went onto the system where we had many, many things to give these countries. Now we have a lot less because all manufacturing has left this country. So when we come off the petrodollar system, guess what? These countries don't need to hold the dollar anymore. They're not going to be purchasing our goods with the dollar anymore. So they will be off the dollar system, which means we're going to need to produce and trade with other countries. And this is what is being set up right now. It might be hard to see, but this is the plan. This is why trade is so important. This is why joining the Belt and Road is so important. He unraveled the TPP, this globalist system that they wanted to keep the system going and bring the country down to a third world nation. He removed us from the Paris Climate Accord because what is happening right now is he understands, and those individuals in government that are behind him understand that this system, it's coming to an end and everything has to be in place. Now we're going to go through a transition period, just like we did coming off the gold system, going onto the petrodollar system. And many people think, wow, it was great then because, you know, my house price went up, my income went up. Well, what you didn't realize was there was so much printing of money. And as we came off the gold standard, the dollar devalued. That's why you saw inflation the way you did. That's why they raised the interest rates the way they did to try to control it. Now we're on the back end. Interest rates very low, wages going down. We don't see inflation right now. We will, because the dollar is going to devalue quite a bit when all these countries don't need to hold on to the dollar anymore. So we're on the back end of all of this. We're going to go through this transition. The corporate media is going to be out there telling you how terrible everything's going to be. Everything that he's doing is going to be awful. It's not going to work. This is the mouthpiece of the deep state. This is what the corporate media does. But this is in preparation for the new system. And we're going to go through this transition. This transition is going to be difficult because all those products that we've been receiving from China, the oil that we've been receiving, food products, that's going to come to a screeching halt until we get onto this new system. So there's going to be a time period where the entire economy will not be operational. And this is what we are getting prepared for. This is what we've been talking about. Food, water, cash on hand, gold and silver to protect your wealth, a weapon because people are not going to be prepared for what is happening. This is what we've been talking about all along. And we are on that other end where we're coming off of this petrodollar system. And it's not going to be easy. Remember, we have all this debt. And all these countries around the world are going to say, okay, it's not backed by oil anymore. The dollar is not backed by gold. It's worth nothing. And there's debt. There's so much debt attached to it. Why do we want to hold this? And they're going to take it and say, we don't want this anymore. And all those dollars are going to flood back to the United States. And we're going to see inflation, which is a lot of currency in circulation and the devaluation of the dollar. So get prepared. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Well, good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. Our government has all been shut down for the better part of a year here in D.C. You should see it, total dysfunction. And all over allegations that Vladimir Putin somehow hacked our democracy on behalf of Donald Trump. Yet after all this time, the only actual crime that has surfaced during the course of this scandal appear to have been committed not by the president, but by his opponents, who have leaked reams of classified material in order to hurt him. That's a felony, by the way, and it's happened a lot, some weeks almost every day. The latest example comes from the National Security Agency, the NSA. A 25-year-old contractor with the name Reality Winner, supposedly her real name, is accused of leaking classified surveillance of Russian hackers. Now, the document suggests an effort to penetrate U.S. election software, though not to change vote totals. Not that details matter in this case. The whole thing just sounds sinister. And that, of course, was the point of the leak, to add to the perception that Trump is somehow a foreign agent. Now, Reality Winner seems like the kind of person who might want to make that point. Take a look at her Twitter account. It contains an almost constant stream of attacks on the president she works for, or did until today. In February, she protested Trump's travel ban on Twitter by declaring that, quote, the most dangerous entry to this country was the orange fascist we led into the White House. She later tweeted that Kanye West, quote, you should make a shirt that says being white is terrorism. She retweeted Kurt Eichenwald, remember him? His tweet demanding a redo of the election and suggesting that Trump had KKK sympathies. Quote, why burn a flag Donald Trump thinks crosses burn much better? Now, this is obviously an intemperate political activist. How did she get a security clearance? We could ask the same question about a lot of people working in government right now, especially in our vast and unelected intelligence bureaucracy. Many of them hate the president. Now, that's happened before in other administrations. People just disagree with the new guy. And when that does happen, those with integrity resign their jobs and they speak their minds in public, maybe even run for office themselves. That's how a healthy democracy operates and has for a long time, but no longer. Unwilling to give up cushy government gigs in the name of principle, they have taken the cowardly route, one that's destroying not just the administration, but making the government impossible to run. Now, for the record, not all leaks are bad, even those that hurt politicians we might support or you might support. The public does have a right to know a lot more than it does. Trust us. But these specific leaks aren't designed to help, and they're not helping. They're not attempts by whistleblowers to alert the public to secret crimes. They haven't exposed a single illegal act. They're not about transparency. They are propaganda. They're selectively released to serve a political agenda, a specific one. The permanent political class in Washington hates the democratically elected president. That's what this is about, and it's making the country impossible to govern. Because even government officials need some level of privacy or they can't do their jobs. They can't think clearly. They can't speak honestly. They can't trust that their plans will remain veiled for a time because they need to. Everybody knows this, and that's why normal people don't publish their emails online for everyone else to read, though at this rate, they may be published anyway, including yours. We're joined now by Brian Dean Wright. He's a former CIA officer, and Crystal Ball, a former congressional candidate and a senior fellow at the New Leaders Council. So, Brian, you worked over there, and it seems like a lot of these leaks are coming from government employees in the intel community, and they seem reckless. Is that perception right?
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, look, we have been warning about this, those of us who have served and are seeing these leaks over the past 6 months increase in volume and severity. The challenge that we face in the intel community is this. People believe that they are the judge, jury, and executioner of our political process. It's not all spies. In fact, it's the vast majority of folks. They're not doing this. They're doing their good work. But there are these people, and they need to be properly vetted. In this case, it just wasn't done.
You think? A 25-year-old political activist who almost immediately gets security clearances, did anybody look at her social media accounts? Like, how could that happen?
Well, it sure should have. And if it didn't, and in this case, clearly it didn't, I guarantee you the security folks, to include the polygraphers, are going back over how in the heck she got through and why they didn't vet her information. I can guarantee you that's happening tonight.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. Easier in hindsight. Crystal, I'm not against all leaks. I benefited from many of them. I think the public has a right to know much more than it does. I mean that. Yeah. They hide too much from us, and it's our country. But these leaks are not designed to inform the public. They're designed to topple the administration, and they paint a picture that is not complete. It's selective, and I think it's misleading and inaccurate.
what's the point of them other than to hurt the guy in charge?
Well, I don't think that's a fair characterization at all. I mean, there's been a concern for a long time, especially up until the point that Bob Mueller was appointed as special counsel. There was a concern that the investigation into Russian hacking in our election would be done in a partisan way and we wouldn't ultimately get to the truth. So if you look at this leak in particular with Reality Winner, this document, the classified NSA document that was released here, it doesn't actually have anything to do with Donald Trump. It has a lot to do with our elections and whether our elections are being tainted by Russians and if they're getting involved. And what it shows is that up through October, Russians were still messing with our election infrastructure. Look, there's an election in Virginia next week, so I think that it is reasonable for her to have made the judgment that it was in the public's best interest for this sort of information to be out there.
Insane. I mean, by the way, that's not actually what it demonstrates, that they were, quote, messing with our infrastructure. It means they, like every powerful foreign government in the world, wants to have more influence here than they do. It doesn't show they affected the outcome of anything.
No, it doesn't show that at all. But it does show they were.
If she had concerned about the integrity of our election infrastructure, why wouldn't she bring that to the people in charge of it within government? This is a purely political move.
Well, but there are election officials in every state and every county in the country. And so, look, I think she should be prosecuted. I think that it is important that we have information that stays secret in the government. But I also think that if somebody feels that it is worth risking jail time to put something out there in the public eye, then they have the right to do that.
So would you say that about, I don't know, an armed robber? If you think if it's worth risking getting shot during, a liquor store holdup, are you virtuous for doing it?
I mean, that's a very different situation, Tucker.
I don't think it is. So Brian, I'm sorry, we're going to jump in. Hold on. Let's give this man a say.
Sure.
All right. Here's the deal, Chris. We're both Democrats, but I got to tell you, I disagree with you on this, and this is why. In the intelligence community, if you have a problem with a piece of information being withheld and you know it's being done for wrong reasons, there are processes, and she had one, right? You go to the Inspector's General office, you go to the FBI's, various departments that they have that you can go to. We're trained on that. You go to the oversight committees. You go to your member of Congress or a member of Congress. There are systems in play that we in the intelligence community are taught to engage in dialogue on. She chose not to. She chose to go to the media to leak something based on her ideology, her goal, her political goal, and encouraging this. And it's happened, by the way, on both sides of the aisle. Washington Post, New York Times is encouraging it. Bill Kristol on the right. They're encouraging these spies to do this kind of stuff, to engage in their own version of, hey, it's my America and I can do with these secrets as I want. That is wrong. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat.
Chris, I want to ask you a specific philosophical question. That kind of is the point here. Who's in charge of the country? So voters, whether you like it or not, you don't, elected Donald Trump. That's how the system works. Voters are in charge. A small group of unelected people is saying we don't agree with that result, and we're trying to undo it. Which is more democratic? Which is more fair? Which is more in line with our traditions? I mean, it's not even close.
I just find it very interesting that we're more concerned about the leaks, which I already said I think she should be prosecuted. I think if other leakers are found, they should be prosecuted as well, just as the Obama administration did. But we are more concerned with the leaks than we are with the fact that the Russians attacked our democracy and that the president's campaign may have participated in it.
They didn't attack our democracy.
They did.
That's a meaningless phrase. Hey, hold on. And if you're interested in crimes and in exposing them to sunlight, and I am, the only crimes that we know about so far are the leaks themselves. So, this is innuendo. If they can find evidence that Trump was on the phone with Putin trying to move votes in Ohio, I will applaud the release of that information. But that's not what this is.
Tucker, it should not be a partisan issue to want to get to the bottom of what happened in our election and whether the president or his team had anything to do with that. I mean, that's fairly essential to our democracy.
Okay, so federal employees are now in charge of that investigation on a freelance basis. Don't we have an FBI? I mean, I kind of thought, Brian, isn't that kind of the whole point of having a Justice Department?
We have an FBI, and the director got fired for political reasons, Tucker. That's exactly what we're talking about here. That's why there's no faith in this investigation, because the president demanded a loyalty oath from Jim Comey and then fired him when he wouldn't give it, asked him not to investigate Michael Flynn. So, of course, people are saying
actually.
this
I know
is
you probably don't mean it because you're not thinking it through. Brian, the last word to you.
Tucker, two things. two things. One, this is not an either or. We have to do both. Investigate the leaks, make sure the spies don't get into this regime that they think that this is appropriate. Second, let the FBI do the investigation. We are going to get the results as an American public, and we will decide then and there, do we take these results and do we punish President Trump? Or if he's not guilty and there's nothing there, then we go back to the ballot box in 2018 and 2020, and Democrats like me have to stand up and say, here's what we want to do for the country. Get over all this other stuff. It's ridiculous.
You don't have to support Trump to recognize what it looks like when the ruling class tries to undo the results of an election. That's exactly what's going on.
That's not what's happening.
It is. Crystal, Brian, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Tucker.
Breaking tonight, 3 cold-blooded attacks in 3 months in England and no signs of sheer terror abating anytime soon. In March, a lone wolf killed 4 people in a brutal rampage at the Parliament. 2 weeks later, in Manchester, or 2 weeks ago, rather, a suicide bomber murdered 22 children were among the dead there. And now 50 hours ago, 7 innocent lives taken by terrorists on London Bridge and Borough Market. British Prime Minister Theresa May and London Mayor Sadiq Khan are taking heat for their reserved responses to the terror. But President Trump not holding back what he thinks in a series of tweets saying this. Pathetic excuse by London Mayor Sadiq Khan, who had to think fast on his, quote, no reason to be alarmed statement. MSM, mainstream media, working hard to sell it, he says. Joining me now, chairman of the Quilliam think tank and a former Islamic extremist, Maajid Nawaz. Maajid, thank you for being here tonight. It's good to have you with us this evening. You know, you listened to that list, and we played the soundbite from our last conversation back in March when you warned that there would be much more to come. I suppose you're sorry you were right.
Indeed. And I think we have to come to terms, Martha, with the fact that Europe, Britain, and the rest of Europe are in the midst of a full-blown jihadist insurgency. You were citing figures earlier that our security services are attempting to monitor around 23,000 suspected jihadists. That, by the way, is out of a population in the UK of just 5% that are Muslim, which means that 23,000 from 4 million Muslims in this country, and around those 23,000, that's those who are jihadists, around them will be those who sympathize with the ideology, Islamists, who believe in establishing a caliphate, and around them, those who empathize with their friends who happen to be Islamists. If that's not insurgency levels, I don't know what is.
I mean, it is just terrifying to look at the growth of this in so many places. You think of Belgium, you think of Paris. So what do you think? You know, there are some who, we had another attack here today in Orlando, which was of a very different nature. But some people look at these as just individual incidents of violence, you know, and people who are off balance and who are violent, you know, based on other things. What do you say to people who sort of have that perspective of what's going on in your country right now?
It's an absolute insult to people who suffer from mental illness, the majority of whom, by the way, medically, statistically, we know the majority of people who suffer from mental illness are not violent. In fact, they are the victims of violence. And it's an insult to people who suffer genuinely from medical conditions of mental health issues to accuse or to scapegoat terrorism as simply loners who are suffering from mental health. It may be a bit of that involved, but frankly, in every case we look at, there are networks involved. Radicalization has happened. These jihadist terrorists are indoctrinated by an ideology that believes first and foremost that their particular and very specific view of Islam must be imposed on everybody else and by force when necessary. Take these 2 attackers, for example, Khurram Butt and Rashid Radwan. They hailed, especially Khurram Butt is known to have hailed from the Al-Muhajirun network. Al-Muhajirun was led in the UK until recently by Anjum Chowdhury, who was convicted and is now in prison for having sworn allegiance to ISIS. Al-Muhajirun effectively in the UK was the wing of ISIS that was active and operating in the United Kingdom. In turn, Al-Muhajirun itself was a splinter group of a broader organization that remains legal, my former group, Hizb ut-Tahrir. And so for decades in Europe and in Britain, organizations that espouse the Islamist ideology, want to impose their view of Islam on everybody else, these organizations have been indoctrinating young people like I was at 16 when I joined. I'm now 40 this year, so that's how long this has been going on. And they've been telling these young kids that democracy is for the infidels, it's filthy, that secularism is heresy, and we must fight against it. These are by no means loners or people that didn't emerge from the milieu that I've just described. And as I said, it's reached insurgency levels, and we must begin to adopt counter-insurgency measures. And that's where I think, whether of the left of the political spectrum, Sadiq Khan is a Labour mayor, or of the right, Theresa May, too little has been done, and frankly, it's too late. And we need to start looking at long-term solutions.
We need your insight across the board here, and we really thank you for being here tonight. Do you think that Theresa May will win on Thursday before I let you go?
I think she is set to win. Her tone changed after this recent attack, and she has reverted to the tone of former Prime Minister David Cameron, who took this issue of extremism incredibly seriously. And it took, unfortunately, 3 attacks in as many months in the United Kingdom for Theresa May to not just worry about how the United Kingdom exits from the European Union, but also to recognize that terrorism is here to stay and isn't going away.
As former Home Secretary, it has been on her plate in the past, to be sure. Majid, thank you very much. Very good to have you with us tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joseph Farah, and you may or may not know that long before I started WND.com, I was a Middle East correspondent, and as such, I've been, observing the Middle East, reporting on it, analyzing it for probably 30 years. So with Donald Trump having just visited Saudi Arabia and then moving on to Israel, a number of people have been asking me, after seeing the spectacle we saw in Saudi Arabia, what does all this mean? Is this a good thing, bad thing? What's going on over there? So I thought I'd take a few minutes to talk about that. Why did the Saudis treat President Trump so graciously? Well, the answer to that question is they're scared. Okay, Saudi Arabia is very isolated. It's facing existential threats from Iran and even some of the more extreme terrorist groups that they helped fund. It's not an easy, uncomplicated answer to provide. First of all, even the Saudi royal family doesn't agree on everything. Some of them are, prone to supporting terrorism. Others are not. But one thing they have learned, and certainly this king has learned, is that this terrorism that they have funded so extensively for decades has now become a threat to their own stability in Saudi Arabia. So we know that this king is sincere in what he did with Donald Trump this week. We know that he has come to the conclusion that they need the United States of America. They need to have them at their back because, number one, they're facing a nuclear threat from Iran. They're already involved in a war in Yemen with Iran. And Saudi Arabia has been a victim of terrorism itself. They're very concerned about what's going on in Syria, and they're very concerned about ISIS, which is out of control. Nobody can control ISIS, even Saudi Arabia. And so that's why they're scared. That's why they bent over backwards to meet with Donald Trump and to come to terms with Donald Trump and agree that they need to take the lead in fighting this radical Islamic extremist terrorist threat in their own backyard. Is there really a chance that Saudi Arabia can be a constructive partner in addressing the threat that ISIS poses, that Hezbollah poses, that Iran poses? Well, look, Saudi Arabia is one of the wealthiest nations in the world. They don't have a big military, but they could have a better military with some help from the United States. And that's part of what was discussed and agreed upon with President Trump this week. They are motivated. Saudi Arabia is not insulated from terrorist attacks itself. It's facing hostilities in Yemen from Iran and so forth. And the bigger threat, of course, of a nuclear Iran. That would be devastating to Saudi Arabia. A lot of people think, you know, the first thing Iran's going to do if they get nuclear weapons is use them on Israel. I don't think that would be their first target. I think Saudi Arabia would be, and the royal family thinks that as well. So they're interested in stability. Imagine you're among the wealthiest people in the entire world. What do you want to protect? You want to protect your life and your wealth. And that's what this is about. And I do believe they have the motivation to fulfill the agreements that they made with President Trump this week. Should Saudi Arabia be trusted? Well, you know, the answer to that question, you can go back to what Ronald Reagan said when people asked him, should we trust the Soviet Union? He said, trust but verify. And that's the secret with working with Saudi Arabia. Look, Saudi Arabia was behind the funding of the 9/11 attack on the U.S. Okay, elements within Saudi Arabia funded that devastating attack on the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and so forth. So, you know, we don't go into a relationship with Saudi Arabia thinking that they're a bunch of innocents and that they, you know, that we align with them, our interests completely align. That's not the case. But we also can't ignore that we have common interests. And that's what this Trump agreement tried to seek out, is where do we have common ground with Saudi Arabia? The United States is getting tired of fighting wars in the Middle East. We're no good at it. Let them fight their own war. That's the goal, and I think it's a good one. How can we measure the success of this foray into international diplomacy that Donald Trump made this week? Well, I think when you look at the reaction from Saudi Arabia and you look at the differences between this meeting and, say, one that George W. Bush had or one that Barack Obama had, there are stark differences between what you saw. You saw in this case, they rolled the red carpet out 100%. Donald Trump wasn't bowing to the king of Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, Saudi Arabia, the king there was giving the highest award that the country has to give to the President of the United States. And this is good. You also didn't see, like we saw with Barbara Bush going in with their veil over her head. You saw Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump and all the other women in the U.S. delegation not wearing any covering. Why should they? They don't believe in that. And Saudi Arabia showed its respect for our customs and our ways by even shaking the hands of the women who were part of the delegation. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice to see? It's a two-way street. The difference is that most of Donald Trump's predecessors who visited Saudi Arabia, and I'll go back to Jimmy Carter. The Saudis knew that Jimmy Carter was coming with his hand out. And when Jimmy Carter left office, he was given millions of dollars by Saudi Arabia. In other words, our president was on the take. He was doing the bidding of Saudi Arabia. We can go to George H.W. Bush. What did he get after he left office? A fortune given to him by Saudi Arabia. Bill Clinton, what did he get? A fortune given to him by Saudi Arabia after he left office. George Bush, same thing. Barack Obama, too early to tell. I don't know if he's gotten any money, but I bet it's coming soon enough. And so our presidents of the past, with the exception of Ronald Reagan, who didn't take any money from the Saudis, there's been this relationship where the Saudis feel like they own these guys and they can get what they want rather than the American people getting what they want and what's best in their best interest. So that's the big difference. They knew that Donald Trump didn't need any money from the Saudis. Okay, he was coming there as a strong leader of America, representing the American people's best interests and seeking that common ground I talked about earlier between American interests and Saudi interests. And I think it was a home run, any way you look at it.
Hi, this is Dave Hodges of the Common Sense Show, and we're the show that's freeing America, one enslaved mind at a time. Well, there's a terrific website out there that I want to call everyone's attention to, and that is fellowshipoftheminds.com. And I don't know if you're familiar with this website, but it has some really good revealing information on it, and I go there frequently, and it gives me a different perspective, a lot of the things that I'm already aware of. Let me read to you from a passage that appeared in an article published today. Independent journalist George Webb says that after President Trump fired FBI Director James Comey, longtime Democrat operative and Clinton loyalist John Podesta is in a frenzy to unload $40 billion from the Clinton Foundation by buying up art, gold, diamonds, and spreading them all over the world. And here's why. This is really simple why. Podesta knows the game is about up. And if we can get justice to prevail, if we can get Jeff Sessions to move forward with what he has been doing with prosecuting child sex trafficking, working his way up that food chain to get to the really big players, the subject of the Clinton Foundation will come into play. It'll come into play, and we know they launder money through drugs, gun running, the right to play, pay to play as they like to call it, and of course child sex trafficking. This is a criminal enterprise. The Clinton Foundation also stole $2 billion from Haiti and Haitian relief money. Again, a criminal enterprise operation, which means they fall under the Civilian Asset Forfeiture Laws, or RICO. And if anyone connected to the Clinton Foundation or any part of the foundation is found to be guilty of organized crime, and clearly they are an organized criminal activity, they will lose everything. And this is a sure sign that we're winning, folks. We are winning the war right now when we're forcing Hillary Clinton in a graduation speech at her alma mater at Wesley, and she has to come out and address Pizzagate. You're winning. When you see Podesta hiding the assets like some spouse planning to divorce his spouse, and he's hiding the assets all over town, this means you're winning. They know they're going down. They know they're in trouble. And then you have the murder of that prosecutor, federal prosecutor in Florida, in Debbie Wasserman Schultz's district, and he was looking into the Seth Rich, the DNC voter fraud, and he gets his head bashed in, and they're trying to look at it as a suicide. They know this is not going to hold water. We're winning. We are winning, and we need to keep the pressure on. I just did a broadcast about 10 minutes ago where I implored people to become a journalism army of one and disseminate this to everybody. This is one of those stories. This is one of those stories. Podesta is divvying up the assets of the Clinton Foundation because they are in deep, deep doo-doo. And heretofore, the Clinton Foundation is like that huge turd that you can't flush down the toilet. Well, now they're trying to flush themselves down everyone else's toilet in order to hide their assets. This is really a great moment for our movement, folks. If we want our kids to live in any kind of environment that has some sense of decency and morality to it, the Clinton Foundation and everyone connected to it needs to go to prison. We're winning. Thank you. Thank you for all your efforts, because it's not because of what I broadcast or what my friend Steve Quayle or Doug Hagman or Joe Hagman or any of these great guys do. It's because of what the masses are doing when they latch onto this information and share it. You guys are awesome. Americans are awesome. All races, colors, creeds. We don't want to live in a country that's run by a bunch of criminals. Thank God we have good people in this country willing to stand up. And this makes me proud to be an American. Anyway, I wanted to mention to all of you, too, you are really helping the operations here at the Common Sense Show by watching the occasional ads that YouTube plays, by letting one ad play on one browser, turning the sound down, and listening to the broadcast like this. We're able to extend our newsletter through the summer because of what you've done, because we've met basic expenses, and I'm hearing from my colleagues you're doing the same thing. Again, Americans are awesome. You want the truth. And to our international friends, join our populist movement. Overthrow these criminals who secretly run the elected governments, because it happens in every country. Every country has a deep state. Ours is probably the worst. But you've got them in Britain, you've got them in France, you've obviously got them in Germany. Of course, Merkel's one of them, both on the inside now. But we need to really pursue this together. Well, that's it for the Common Sense Show. Thanks so much for joining us. Remember, our sponsor is Numana Foods. And find out why everybody says Numana is the very best in storable food. Go to numana.com/Hodges. And we always offer 5% off for our listening audience with the coupon code Hodges, NOV5. And you guys who are new to us, welcome. We're glad you could join us. We hope you'll come back often. And to find out when we release new items, go ahead and subscribe and you'll get a notification.
Wait. Okay. You're rolling. Okay, so we're going to retrace the steps of John Podesta and Podesta Associates, the largest lobbying firm.
Podesta Group.
The Podesta Group. Thank you, Jason. Now you know who the cameraman is. We're going to retrace those steps. So we're going down G Street. We're going to go by the Smithsonian right here.
Head west on G Street Northwest toward 8th Street Northwest.
So you're getting real-time narration from Siri, so you know where we're going. So we're coming up on the 900 block.
Turn right onto 9th Street Northwest.
And the Podesta, I believe, is 1001, right?
Yes.
So now you heard me say this morning that who was the replacement, basically, for Vince Foster? It was John Podesta. Who benefited by the death of being the enforcer in the White House more than John Podesta? Now, I'm not saying John Podesta is going...
Head west on G Street Northwest toward 10th Street Northwest.
And I'll turn this off after we do that. We're going to go to Braverman's house.
Turn right onto 10th Street Northwest.
We're going to go by Eric Braverman's house on DuPont Circle. We're going to go up Massachusetts Avenue, which is Embassy Row. So we don't need the navigation anymore. But the significant piece of this is Podesta, now working at the Washington Post, is now tweeting like mad as the deep state, as we close in on the deep state. Now, I'm not saying me, Jason, and whatnot. I'm just saying H.A. Goodman and all the other folks that are a part of this investigation. And the world is a part of this now. So the world is closing. Everyone's picking up different pieces of information. Liz Crokin, I think, or someone at WND published the doctor and the hospital. I think it's going to be Sava and MedStar. There's connections to Heather Podesta that we know about. There's connections to the D.C. police.
Turn right onto 11th Street Northwest.
All these inconsistencies. So here I'm going to turn it off now. But I'm just going to go to Podesta's location just so people can get a visual about where the decisions were made in this deep state. And as I've always said, the deep state isn't as deep as you think it is. It's a few guys making a few phone calls with a few SEI union backrooms and a couple of cigars and brandies, and that's how this stuff happens. It isn't, you know, a worldwide cabal of all the, you know, whatever, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. It's one guy calling a union boss and saying, can we get some Arkies in here to clean up a situation we got? And this has been around in the union business for the longest time. This isn't new. You can, you know, watch the movie On the Waterfront if you don't believe me. So we're going to be right here. We're going to stop here. This is going to be, where are we at? This is 10th and...
Turn left onto 10th Street Northwest.
I believe that's it. I believe that's the building right there, 1001. So I'm going to cut off navigation. All would-be reporters. The reason why we're doing this is so when you don't have to, when you come to Washington, you know exactly where to go. You can hang out. You can wait for John Podesta. You can wait for Tony Podesta to come out. You can wait for Heather Podesta. You can wait for Podesta's son coming out, the guy who went around the world checking in on something, checking in on some operations going all around the Mideast. So I'm not saying it's finders, but, you know, we time correlate everything in the investigation. We're not trying to do fake news. We're trying to just do sources and citations. So I'm going to leave it there. We'll pick it up at Eric Braverman at DuPont Circle.
More on the terror attack in London. British police officers rarely carry guns. Civilians are not allowed to have a handgun. If they had been allowed the right to bear arms, could the terrorists have been stopped sooner? Dana Lash joins us now. She's an NRA spokesperson, and she's the host of The Dana Show. I think your answer to the question, could they have stopped the terror quicker, will be yes. But we're facing a situation where the British police probably will never have guns on a large scale. Is that true?
Yeah, I think you make a very good point there, Stuart, and as always, thank you for having me. I was absolutely shocked when I learned that around 90% of that police force there in London, they're unarmed, the community police force. And that to me is shocking, because the first person who encountered and who engaged with the terrorists there in London at just the recent atrocity was a police officer, and he was armed with only his baton. And he's a hero, and he tried to use the instrument that he had with which to defend himself, and it didn't work out very well, because the terrorists were able to not only overwhelm him, but they had knives. They were able to get around and take him down to the ground, which is awful. And I just think, and I know 8 minutes doesn't seem like a lot of time to a lot of people, but if you've never been in a position where you've had to fear for your life, and you've realized, and you've looked evil in the face, and you've seen people whose decision as to whether or not you're going to live or die, it's in their hands, not your own. Those 8 minutes seemed like forever. And that's why it is so important. Stuart, I never want to see anyone ever go through the experience of not being able to defend themselves. It's one of the reasons I'm so passionate in what I do. That's why NRA Carry Guard was founded, to help people be able to better defend themselves.
But you do understand there's a difference in culture here. Look, I'm an American citizen, newly minted. I firmly believe in the right to bear arms. Got it. I'm all over it. I'm on it. However, Britain has a different culture, different history, and I don't think you'll ever see the widespread ownership of guns in Britain again, certainly not in my lifetime. I think you will see the difference in cultures here. No.
Self-defense shouldn't be determined by culture. It definitely shouldn't be determined by culture. And we need to stop looking at firearms as anything but instruments of self-defense, because that is exactly what they are. And Stuart, I'll add that defensive gun use vastly outweighs criminal abuse of firearms.
Okay, I got it. I think there's a difference of opinion here, but we should work on it. Hold on a second.
Self-defense shouldn't be limited by culture. We can agree on that.
Yeah, we can agree on that, but history's another story. All right, Dana. Okay, look, I'm going to put someone's face on your screen. This person, her name is Reality Lee Winner. She's an NSA contractor. She was arrested over the weekend, accused of leaking top-secret report on Russian hacking efforts. That's the lady. Now, my question, why did she have that information at hand for her to leak? Why did she have that information? What's going on here?
The million-dollar question, Stuart. It is amazing that first off, that someone was able to just rail not only against the administration, but against the American government in general on their social media accounts. This is not a whistleblower, and I disagree with Julian Assange, who I think is wrong to defend her. This is not someone who is seeking as a patriot to expose wrongdoing. This is someone who has a political score to settle. She simply doesn't like our commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, for her position, her opinion on that is entirely irrelevant, because she was put in that position to be a curator and a steward of classified, very sensitive information. And the fact that she so easily abused it, I hope that she has the book thrown at her. But Stuart, I think your bigger question here is how are we allowing some of these individuals that seem to be, quite frankly, nut jobs, access top secret information, classified information? This goes into what I've been talking about on my radio program for weeks now, that there is a bureaucratic fourth branch of government that is seeking to undermine the executive branch. And this individual, Reality Winner with a nut job named to match, this individual completely is a fantastic example of that. Well, it's shameful. This should not be happening in the U.S. government.
Well, there is, it looks like, a fifth column within the federal bureaucracy deliberately undermining President Trump. That is outrageous. It's got to stop, but I'm not sure you can stop it.
Well, and that's why I think that Congress, and I think this administration as well, I hope that they're able to get out some of these holdovers from the previous administration. I hope they're able to fill some of these staff positions that so desperately need to be filled. I think that would go a long way in perhaps alleviating some of this. Well said. Dana Lash, always a pleasure. Thanks for being on the show again. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you, Stuart. Sure. Thank you.
Charles Krauthammer is a writer and columnist and resolute defender of the West, and he joins us tonight. So, Charles, why the displaced rage? I'm not defending the president's tweets. I don't think he ought to be tweeting at all. But you look at television, you would think that his crime is greater than the crime committed on London Bridge.
Look, you're always going to have lunatic voices on the left. Some will get expressed on cable TV. But generally speaking, this is not... Look, there are a lot of stories about the lunacy of the left. The suppression of speech on campus. The rioting, the sort of anti-fascist so-called rioting. If somebody dares say things politically incorrect. That's all true. Those are real stories. They ought to be covered. But the London attack is not really a media story. It's not a political correctness story. It's a story about Islamic radicalism. And the tragedy here is, the president is sort of right in talking about immigration. But the point he's missing is that the problem was immigration 30 years ago. We're 30 years late. The terrorists were 30 years old. This was a failure, and it generally is a failure, of assimilation, integration of these immigrants by mostly Europeans over the last 30 years, which is why it is not amenable to solution.
Well, but it is in this country, because, of course, Europe is at least 30 years ahead of us on the same immigration path. And so you could, if you took it seriously, prevent to some extent what has happened in Europe. But it is also a political story when people are being arrested for criticizing a religion or voicing their political views. I mean, that is actually happening in Europe and has for a while.
They don't have the First Amendment. We don't have the same problem of assimilation. America is blessedly different in this regard, which is one reason why you have an epidemic of radical Islamic terrorism in Europe, and you don't have it here. And the one major attack, the one catastrophic attack, was entirely from outsiders who worked their way through our system. Here, what is the characteristic of the European attacks, so tragic and so hard to deal with, is the fact that these are British citizens raised in a country, second generation. Here are second generation immigrants, generally speaking. I'm not speaking about the Muslims in particular. Assimilate. That's the story of the Jews, the Italians, the Poles. And the third generation is so assimilable, you can hardly tell.
Do we know that?
That is not the case. Well,
the scale is so different. So this country is, what, 1% Muslim? France, so we don't know exactly, but maybe 10%. I mean, it's a much different scale in Europe from what it is here.
Absolutely. 10% of the population in France is estimated to be Muslim immigrants. No, it's a question of scale, but it's a question of also history. We have a history of being able to import immigrants in a way and to make them into Americans. But that is true. The question of scale is important. It's one of the reasons why people here are so strongly against illegal immigration, because the fear is that this is sort of a monoclonal immigration. It's Hispanic speaking, mostly Mexican, which is wonderful. But the problem is that if they become a critical mass in certain parts of the country, then you get a problem of assimilation where people end up not speaking the language and not integrating. In Brooklyn, for example, you've got 150 nationalities, but they are so relatively small that the assimilation almost is automatic. That's been our history for 150 years.
But don't you think our attitudes have changed? Assimilation doesn't happen. We were talking about this in the commercial break. It doesn't happen unless the host country demands it and says, here's our culture, here's our language, here are our values, adopt them or leave. Normal countries do that. We don't do that anymore.
Well, we do it to a certain extent. I think the bilingual education fad was a terrible mistake because it created separateness. When you add to that the monoclonal immigration, meaning it's not from around the world, it's not from, equally distributed the way it was 100 years ago at Ellis Island, but it is mostly Hispanic speaking, and you end up in a community where you don't get to learn English. That, I think, is the problem. But you're right. There is a loss of spirit in the West, not so much in the U.S. as in Europe, where we don't believe in ourselves, where our history is flawed, where we teach our kids all of the sins of the American Republic and none of the glories. When you do that for a long enough time, you end up with a generation that doesn't know why they should be proud to be American.
Well, exactly. And
why they should be defending America. We are not anywhere near there, but that's the danger.
It seems like we are. I mean, what are our shared values? If you believe in multiculturalism, then by definition, you're not going to rise to defend your culture because it's equal to every other culture.
Well, it depends how you define multiculturalism. I mean, we are a multicultural nation, and we accord respect to the different religions, ethnicities, languages. It's when you say that our own history is so corrupt that our tradition is the one that is uniquely the one that is not worth learning. That's when you run into problems.
What?
I don't think we're near there, but there is a danger, and I think we need to be very careful how we handle that, or we could raise generations that don't know why they should be proud to be Americans and why they should be Americans.
I hope we're as far from that as you say. Charles Kramer, thank you.
My pleasure.
Turns
we need to do today is to recognize we have not stopped radicalization taking place in our schools, our prisons, and our mosques. And I don't think you can deal with a problem until first you come clean about what you've got wrong.
That's Fox News contributor Nigel Farage here with an eye on the roots of radicalization, namely mosques in this country. So is it time to bring back surveillance of Muslim religious centers? Here to talk to us is former New York City Police Department lieutenant and Army veteran, Dr. Darren Porcher. Doctor, good morning to you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, famously, there was surveillance of mosques here in the United States, here in New York City a while back, but then they stopped.
Right. Under the Bloomberg administration, under Police Commissioner Kelly, they conducted this surveillance of the mosques. However, that was something that was derailed with the incoming mayor, Michael Bloomberg.
Right.
We didn't really get fruitful information in connection with the mosque surveillance. However, I'm a strong proponent of using intel that's gathered by police officers that are going undercover and cooperators that are in the mosque. We need them to coalesce with law enforcement to ensure that we're able to eradicate the threat. In addition to that, we need to have a credible threat of criminality in these mosques because it requires a massive amount of resources to conduct this surveillance. Therefore, it's more fruitful for law enforcement to have informants and undercover officers.
Okay, but sometimes it's hard to get somebody who goes to that mosque to help you, to cooperate with you.
Well, believe it or not, more and more members of the Islamic community have a problem with the radicalization that occurs in these mosques.
Good.
Therefore, what they're looking to do is eradicate that and separate themselves from this radical perspective of Islam and bring this to more so a religion of peace.
Sure. You know, after the terror attack in London a couple of nights ago, the United Kingdom Police issued a mind-boggling three-step plan. Metropolitan Police said, run, hide, tell. Now, here in the United States, it's run, hide, fight. What do you think of this?
Well, we want to go back to 9/11. When we look at the 9/11 hijackers, we had one of the commercial airliners that crashed in Pennsylvania. The reason why that airliner crashed and didn't crash into one of our targets here is because the people on that plane fought with the hijackers.
Right.
I'm a strong proponent, and we look back at what happened in a Pulse nightclub just recently. If the people come together, they coalesce, and they attack the assailant,
Sure.
you're going to be more susceptible to eradicating that assault as opposed to having the carnage.
Sure, but if your first step is run, you're not going to do that, are you?
Absolutely, and it just goes back to I'm a strong proponent of engage the assailant directly, and that way you can take down an individual.
All right, Dr. Porcher, thank you very much. Our first guest in our brand new studio.
I feel honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've heard this before. Retailers taking a hit. Happening again today. Macy's, Abercrombie & Fitch, L Brands, look at JCPenney's in the $4 range. All of them down again. Talk about retail ice age. And the name of the third terrorist in the London attack has now been released. Authorities say Yosef Zagba was prevented from boarding a flight from Italy to Istanbul last year. So he was on the radar. ISIS propaganda was found on his phone. This is according to Italian officials. However, until now, there was not enough evidence to press formal charges against him. Our next guest says these attackers are using religious and civil liberties against us in the West. James Mitchell is the author of Enhanced Interrogation. He's the man who waterboarded 3 9/11 suspects, and he joins us now. James Mitchell, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
You've gone face-to-face with KSM and a couple of others. What did they tell you about using our values against us?
Well, what KSM said, two things that was really quite important. Around the 2004-2005 time period, he predicted an increase in these lone wolf and small group terror attacks. He said that immigrants would move into the country, feed themselves on our welfare system while they spread their jihadi message, and then when the time was right, rise up and attack from within. He said that our religious freedoms and this obsessive, and I'm paraphrasing, this obsessive political correctness act as a cloaking device that would allow people to come into our country and spread this Islamic ideology and set up the kinds of networks that would be required to pull off terror attacks without ever breaking any of our laws.
It seems that he was arguing and stating his position in a way which makes us want to keep Islamic terrorists and generally Muslims out of the country.
Well, one of the things that they made clear to me in my conversations with a dozen or so senior terrorists that I talked with is that the mere exposure to Islam, the way it's taught in the Salafist sect, actually makes it easier to recruit them into a terrorist organization, because it's not like they have to introduce new ideas. The ideas are already there. There actually is a piece of malware that's embedded, so to speak, in the ideology itself, and that is that Allah has already declared an unending war against non-believers, and that it's the responsibility of every Muslim everywhere in the world to defend Islam, to attack his enemies, and to spread true Sharia by requiring that people convert, subjugate themselves, be enslaved, or be slaughtered. And at the core, that combined with one other piece of malware, which is this belief that there's this open-ended mandate to do this that's not constrained by the historical context in which the person wrote those documents, that applies now as equally as it did then. Those are the things that actually allow them to use this false history to recruit young people into the jihadist lifestyle.
James, we often come to you almost as if you would be a reporter on the way these people think. So I've got one more for you in that vein. We often heard after 9/11 that Islam means peace. What was the response of KSM and others when you asked them, what does peace mean to you?
Right. Well, in a conversation with him one time, I asked him, it's about 2004, long after the enhanced interrogations were over, I asked him, how come you guys say Islam's a religion of peace? Because every time I see you, you're killing somebody. And he said, Islam is a religion of peace. He said, the world will be at peace when everyone has either converted to our version of Islam, been subjugated as second-class citizens, enslaved, or slaughtered. So Islam, the way I practice it, is spreading peace throughout the world.
Amazing. James Mitchell, please come back and inform us some more on how these people really think. We appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you.
The death of a DNC staffer is stirring up controversy as conflicting reports continue to pour in. Seth Rich was murdered last July, and so far police have made no arrest in the case and have no leads. One America News believes solving this case and bringing Rich's murderer to justice is essential to exposing the truth for the American people. We are offering a $100,000 reward for any information that leads to the arrest of a suspect in the case. If you have any information, please send an email to tips@oann.com. One America's Pearson Sharp has more.
On July 10th, 2016, Seth Rich was murdered. Of that, there can be no doubt.
But that's apparently where the line between fact and fiction begins to get a little blurred. According to the mainstream media, Seth Rich was killed after leaving a bar that night in an apparent robbery that went horribly wrong. And that's the extent of their narrative. Past that, it's all a right-wing conspiracy theory that's politically motivated and has no basis in reality. But let's set those accusations aside for just a moment and look at the facts. We want to stress that our only agenda is to find the truth, and that everything we report here is simply revealing the facts that we've uncovered in our investigation. Facts and not opinions. And from an objective standpoint, they simply don't add up. So what are the facts? Well, Seth left Lou's City Bar around 1:45 a.m. and refused to ride home, even though staff say that he was unusually drunk. He told them that he was heading to Wonderland Ballroom, another popular bar that was only a 10-minute walk away. But he never arrived. Staff say that he was distressed that night, noticing that something was clearly bothering Rich, who they described as normally a very good-natured guy. It would have taken Seth about half an hour to walk the mile back to his Bloomingdale Row house. But he didn't go straight home, and 2.5 hours later at 4:19 a.m., just a block from his home, he was gunned down by unknown attackers. He was on the phone with his girlfriend at the time, and she says that she heard scuffling noises on the other end of the line, but Rich told her not to worry and hung up. Authorities say that he was shot twice in the back and had bruises on his hands, knees, and face, and appeared to have been in a scuffle with his attackers. Yet no DNA evidence has emerged from that apparent altercation. He was taken to the hospital, where he died about an hour and a half later at 5:57 a.m. It all sounds pretty straightforward. But digging deeper, holes begin to emerge. Problems start with the police claim that Rich was robbed due to a high number of recent muggings and robberies in the area. But despite having an expensive watch, wads of cash, and a mobile phone, nothing was stolen. It's pretty unusual for a robbery, but let's move on. The case gets a little stranger when you consider that before his death, Seth Rich was investigating several cases involving the DNC's electoral fraud and voter suppression, and was set to testify in a case of Hillary Clinton's email investigation. The content of his scheduled testimony isn't clear, but it does raise questions about the scandal involving the DNC. But that was all last July. To get up to speed, the case broke into the national spotlight once again on May 15th, when private investigator Rod Wheeler came forward, claiming that he was pretty sure there was more to the case than what was being reported in the news. Wheeler was hired by Rich's family in March to find Seth's murderer. According to Wheeler, he was in contact with a federal investigator who had personally laid eyes on Rich's laptop. An FBI forensic report made just 96 hours after Rich's death shows that he made contact with Gavin McFadden, a director of WikiLeaks and a mentor to founder Julian Assange. The federal investigator, who requested to remain anonymous, said that sometime before May 21st, 2016, Rich transferred 44,053 emails and 17,761 attachments belonging to DNC leaders. Those emails were dated from January of 2015 all the way to late May of 2016. On July 22nd, just 12 days after Rich was killed, WikiLeaks published the exact same number of DNC emails that were allegedly given to them by Rich, showing conspiracy against Bernie Sanders and leading to Debbie Wasserman Schultz resigning as the DNC chairperson. Incidentally, Gavin McFadden later died on October 22nd, 2016, just days before the presidential election. His cause of death was listed as lung cancer. Wheeler also stated that the DC police have been incredibly unhelpful, even saying that a source inside the department had told him to stand down and back off the case. But now the story gets even more interesting. A day after releasing this statement, Rod Wheeler, the private investigator, took back everything he'd said. Wheeler chalked it up to a miscommunication and said he got his story from a Fox News reporter, as well as other media reports. So where was the miscommunication? Well, let's look at before and after. Monday, Wheeler said on national television, quote, "My investigation up to this point shows that there was some degree of email exchange between Seth Rich and WikiLeaks." He also had this exchange with Fox 5 in DC. Fox asked, "So you have sources at the FBI saying that there is information?" Wheeler responded, "For sure." Fox asked, "You have sources at the FBI saying that there is information that could link Seth Rich to WikiLeaks?" Wheeler responded, "Absolutely. Yeah, that's confirmed." So was it confirmed, or is that a miscommunication? Then on Tuesday, he came out saying, "I've never ever seen Seth Rich's computer, nor have I talked with the federal investigator." He then told CNN that he had no evidence to suggest that Rich had contacted WikiLeaks before his death. That's quite a miscommunication. It's pretty much the exact opposite of what he said just one day before. And what about his personal conversations with the DC police? After all, he stated flat out that his own source inside the department personally told him that he was ordered to back down. But wait, was that a miscommunication as well? Did he actually just read that from a Fox News report?
Every time I talk to the police department about the WikiLeaks or the emails, it's automatically shut down. That discussion is automatically shut down.
What could be responsible for his sudden reversal of opinion about what he actually did or didn't do? I've reached out to Mr. Wheeler, though so far he hasn't returned our calls. Stay with us after the break when we take a closer look at the high-ranking DNC official who's taken a personal interest in preventing anyone from snooping into the case. Regardless of his own previous statements, the anonymous investigator that Wheeler says he did and then didn't speak with still confirmed his story, saying, quote, "I have seen and read the emails between Seth Rich and WikiLeaks." Wheeler has since received a cease and desist letter from the Rich family, who have condemned his report as a breach of contract, calling it deeply hurtful. But Wheeler's statements still contain useful insights. Before recanting his story, he explained that after he called the police to inquire about Seth, a high-ranking member of the DNC promptly phoned the police as well and then called Rich's family. Apparently, the DNC member was demanding to know why Wheeler was snooping into Rich's death. Wheeler has now revealed that high-ranking DNC official was actually Donna Brazile, the disgraced former DNC chairwoman. Brazile, a CNN contributor and donor to Hillary Clinton's campaign, was forced to step down after she was caught feeding Clinton questions ahead of her presidential debate. Wheeler said Seth Rich had been having trouble at the DNC and was clashing with someone working there. That someone turned out to be Brazile.
A high-ranking official at the DNC, when I called the police department, they got that information and called the Rich family wanting to know why was I snooping around.
But was he snooping around? Or was he just reading news articles and that was just another miscommunication? Wheeler says that he's convinced the answers to whoever is behind Rich's death are on his laptop. However, police say they don't know where the computer is, and the FBI says they don't have it. It was originally reported the FBI had conducted a forensics report of Rich's computer. But now they're claiming it's not their case, and they're referring all questions to the DC police. Wheeler's not the only one flip-flopping, however. After their son was murdered, Seth Rich's parents said they were open to any help to find the killer or killers. They even suggested they weren't sure it was a robbery.
If it was a robbery, it failed because he still had his watch, he still had his money, he still had his credit cards, he still had his phone. So it was a wasted effort, except we lost a life.
But their attitudes have changed since then, and now they say it was just a robbery, and anyone contradicting that is simply peddling fake evidence. What brought about that change? It might have happened around the time they brought on Brad Bauman to be their family spokesman. Bauman is a professional crisis consultant, and according to him, every single time a story is reported, it is just hearsay, it's lies, it's politically driven or politically motivated hearsay. And it actually causes the opposite of what everyone wants. It causes the inability for the police and for the independent investigators to figure out what actually happened. But who is Bauman? Well, he's been called a professional Democrat by WikiLeaks and has frequently criticized both Republicans and President Trump, who he says is simply playing the American people and has no respect for the country. He also said the Republican Party is full of, quote, scam artists, hucksters, and sociopaths trying to screw you. He works for the Pastorum Group, which describes itself as a full-service, progressive, values-first communications and political strategy firm working with progressive candidates, causes, and coalitions to create meaningful social change. Bauman was also the executive director for the Congressional Progressive Caucus in D.C., the second largest caucus in Congress. While there, he pushed hard for progressive agenda items and founded the Progressive Action PAC. After all that, it seems doubtful Bauman would have any kind of bias. Yet according to Bauman, anyone who questions Seth Rich's murder was anything more than a robbery deserves a special place in hell. Strong words from a DNC hardliner. And who's paying for his services? Is the Pat Storm Group working for free? Is the DNC footing the bill for Bauman's services? Clearly, the DNC, whose leaked emails revealed a conspiracy to undermine Bernie Sanders' campaign, would have no agenda in controlling the narrative around Seth Rich's murder, either. And what about the DNC? Where do they stand in this investigation? Well, in our investigation, one name pops up over and over again: John Podesta. During Hillary's campaign, Podesta was her right-hand man, her former campaign chief, who had tens of thousands of his own emails leaked to the press by WikiLeaks. In those emails, Podesta makes a shocking statement back in 2015 concerning potential leakers. He says, quote, "I'm definitely for making an example of a suspected leaker, whether or not we have any real basis for it." That's pretty startling considering his apparent ties to the Seth Rich murder investigation. Where do those ties begin? Well, for starters, with Officer Robert Wingate Robinson. Robinson was one of the first responding officers who showed up after Seth Rich was shot. He was also a student at Georgetown University at the same time that John Podesta was a professor there. And Robinson's sister, Nandy, worked for Hillary Clinton's campaign as a research associate in 2016. Since last May, she's been the deputy research director of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee in D.C. Interesting to have such a well-connected officer as the first one on the scene of a murder involving a DNC staffer who might have been the one to leak tens of thousands of highly sensitive DNC emails. But Podesta's ties don't end there. Seth Rich wasn't dead when Officer Robinson arrived. Police reports say that he was still alive and was talking to the officers and the EMTs. He was taken to Washington Hospital Center, where an unnamed fourth-year surgery resident says that he treated Rich's injuries. The anonymous resident posted online detailing Rich's wounds and explaining that he was shot in the lower back, damaging his liver and leaving several small bowel injuries. The resident, whose story can't be independently verified at this time, said that Rich didn't have any major vascular injuries, and personally he had seen dozens of other cases which were much worse, and the patient had still survived. The resident claimed that nothing about Rich's injuries suggested that he had sustained a fatal wound. However, the resident was then told by the attending physician that he was not to make any more rounds on Seth Rich, who was being surrounded by LEOs, or law enforcement officers. The resident says that no one was allowed to see Rich before he died except the attending physician. After the break, we investigate who that physician was and how his connections take him all the way to the top of the DNC. That night, the attending physician was Dr. Jack Sava. Sava's been a doctor since 2001 and has been a big supporter of Hillary Clinton, even donating $2,700 to her campaign in 2016. He was also on John Podesta's guest list for a Democratic function. Sava was also a frequent visitor to the White House. In fact, he visited the White House a total of 6 times before the night of Seth Rich's murder. His wife visited a whopping 23 times. And it's not clear what their trips involved, but it does seem like a lot of times to visit the White House just because. And Jack Sava and his wife weren't the only ones visiting the White House either. According to official visitors' logs, Joe Capone, the manager at Lou's City Bar, the last place Seth Rich was seen before being shot, also visited the White House. Logs show that Capone stopped by on July 6th, just 4 days before Seth was shot and killed. And here's proof. A picture Capone took from inside the White House and posted online. The picture has since been taken down. The logs also show that he got a meeting in the East Wing, which makes him very special indeed, since that's the area reserved as office space for the First Lady and her staff. And finally, there's Heather Podesta, John's former sister-in-law. Heather serves on the board of the Washington, D.C. Police Foundation right alongside Police Chief Kathy Lanier. Lanier was the chief when Seth Rich was murdered in July, but then stepped down the next month. Heather is also the ex-wife of John Podesta's brother, Tony, whose Podesta Group is one of the most powerful and well-connected lobby organizations in the U.S. So if all of that is a conspiracy theory, where does that leave us? Well, the police still insist that Seth Rich's death was a robbery gone wrong and have no evidence that it was related to his job. But they don't have any evidence it was a robbery either. And their story has changed as well. There's a major discrepancy in the Metropolitan PD's press release, which originally stated that officers first heard gunshots and then responded to the shooting. But later reports insist that officers only found out about the shooting later from an alert on their digital audio surveillance system. There are still a lot of dots to connect and a lot of gaps that don't make sense. According to the mainstream media and Democrats in Washington, Seth Rich's case is a wild goose chase. The real culprits are in Moscow. The story goes that it's actually Russian hackers who broke into the DNC servers and leaked thousands of emails, costing Hillary Clinton the election, and not Seth Rich. They claim that President Trump and his team was colluding with Moscow and Vladimir Putin to discredit Hillary just in time to turn the American public against her in the voting booths. And since they say there's no evidence that Seth Rich was a leaker and that his investigation is a conspiracy theory, surely they've got evidence that it was Russia involved, right? Well, not so far. Despite John Podesta attacking the First Amendment rights of the free press and calling Sean Hannity and Newt Gingrich disgusting for questioning Seth Rich's murder, there's still no evidence that Russia was involved in the election in any way.
We have this very strange story now of this young man who worked for the Democratic National Committee who apparently was assassinated at 4 in the morning.
Well, Podesta says that questions about Seth Rich's murder are more examples of fake news from the Russians. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein says that so far he's seen no proof of any crime that was committed or that any prosecution is warranted. No one has even been able to tell what crime was committed that has anything to do with Russia. There's been nothing found to suggest the Kremlin ever hacked the DNC or that the Trump campaign was involved. Ignoring a total lack of evidence, Democrats insist their case is the truth and that Seth Rich's murder is just a wild goose chase. But there are a lot of wild geese to simply dismiss them all, especially when those behind the massive leaks that exposed the DNC in the first place say there's something going on. Speaking on Dutch TV program Nieuwsuur, Assange strongly implied that Rich was his informant, though he stopped short of saying it.
Whistleblowers go to significant efforts to get us material and often very significant risks. As a 27-year-old works for the DNC, who was shot in the back, murdered just 2 weeks ago for unknown reasons as he was walking down the street in Washington. So
that was just a robbery, I believe, wasn't it?
No, there's no finding. So
what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that our sources take risks and they become concerned to see things occurring like that.
But was he one of your sources then? I mean,
we don't comment on who our sources are.
WikiLeaks isn't offering the only proof. Famed international hacker Kim.com has come out and said that he personally knew Seth Rich and that, in fact, Rich handed over the trove of DNC emails to WikiLeaks. Kim claims that Rich went by the online name Panda and contacted him explaining that he was developing voter analytics tools and other technologies to expose corruption and the influence of corporate money in politics. Supporting his claim that Rich was Panda, Seth appeared to use the online handle Panda for Progress for his Twitter and Instagram accounts. Seth also had 2 Skype accounts linked to his second Gmail address, which was also Panda for Progress. He had a suspected Facebook account as well called Pandas for Bernie. Kim has called Seth Rich a hero and promised to deliver evidence to Congress proving that he was the source for WikiLeaks' DNC emails. Adding to the growing doubts over the DNC's official line, Seth's murder wasn't the only peculiar death that summer. On June 22nd, former UN President John Ash was found dead, with authorities first reporting his death as a heart attack. They later changed their story after an autopsy report showed that he died due to a crushed windpipe. Ash died just a few days before he was set to testify with his co-defendant, Lak Sum, a Chinese businessman who illegally funneled millions of dollars to American businessman Charlie Tree, who then used the money to donate to the DNC during Bill Clinton's re-election. Charlie Tree was also rumored to be a Clinton Foundation donor during Bill Clinton's reign as president. Prosecutors accused Ash of accepting thousands of dollars in bribes from the Chinese businessman when he served as a UN president in 2013, the same year that Hillary Clinton served as Secretary of State. According to a letter sent by more than 60 members of the House, the Clinton Foundation is a lawless, pay-to-play enterprise that has been operating under a cloak of philanthropy for years. Solving this case could reveal important clues in the 2016 election and how high up corruption at the DNC really went. So far, One America News, WikiLeaks, the DC Metropolitan Police, and even a Republican lobbyist, Jack Berkman, have all put substantial money towards finding Seth Rich's killer, totaling $250,000. But up to this point, the DNC has never offered any reward for information to help solve the murder of their own staffer. His death has received almost no attention, though to be fair, the DNC did dedicate a bike rack in his honor. And Hillary Clinton took the opportunity to use his death as a chance to push her agenda for more gun control.
He was just 27 years old. Surely we can agree that weapons of war have no place on the streets of America.
For now, there are no clear answers as to who killed Seth Rich or why. Police have called it a robbery, but have no proof. There's growing evidence that it was something much more than a mugging gone wrong, but everyone on the left insists that it's nothing more than a conspiracy theory and coincidence. But it's not just one coincidence or two, it's dozens, and they trace their way all the way to the highest branches of the DNC. Yes, it could be a coincidence that the officers were wearing body cameras, but the footage apparently can't be found. It could be a coincidence that the attending physician has direct ties to Hillary's right-hand man, John Podesta. And it could be a coincidence that Seth's father said that a security camera from a small convenience store across the street captured video of their son collapsing at the feet of two men, and that police say that now that footage doesn't exist. But the question we must ask ourselves now is, at what point does one coincidence or 100 add up to something approaching the truth? For One America News, I'm Pearson Sharp.
While One America conducts its in-depth investigation, Judicial Watch is also taking action to solve unanswered questions surrounding that death. One America's John Hines caught up with the president of Judicial Watch and has this report.
Tom, I just wanted to ask you, I know that you've begun an investigation into the death of the DNC staff member, Seth Rich. A lot of people have been asking questions, apparently some possibly suspicious circumstances, a lot of questions, and nobody seems to have the answers. What are you doing, and why have you begun to get involved in this issue?
Well, there's a lot of public controversy about his death, and what we are able to do is use the Freedom of Information laws maybe to get answers and settle the controversies one way or another. There are concerns about the handling of the police investigation and whether there was political meddling in it. And to that end, just last week, we filed Freedom of Information requests here in the District of Columbia with the police department and the mayor's office. And also, but even last year, we had filed a request with the FBI about Seth Rich because there were reports back then that he was a cooperating witness in the investigations that the FBI were conducting. We didn't get a records response. They said they didn't find anything, but we don't know. And then secondly, we have a separate FOIA for the DNC hack itself, because the WikiLeaks people are hinting, and I don't know if they're just playing with us or telling the truth, that Seth Rich was a source for some of the DNC emails that were hacked or leaked to the media last year. So we have a lawsuit about that DNC hacking attempt at the federal level. So we've just a number of Freedom of Information Act requests out there. And, you know, here in Washington, we're not allowed to ask certain questions about certain things because the establishment thinks it's too controversial. And I don't know whether there's a scandal associated with the death of Seth Rich. You know, it's a horrible circumstance. He was murdered. The likeliest answer is the simplest one. He was a random victim of violence here in the District of Columbia, which is too much crime, obviously. But a lot of public controversy about it, and all we're doing is asking the questions. Typically, the agencies have a few weeks to respond, and if, depending on the nature of the response, were able to go to court to either force the release of records or challenge their failure to respond. And that's available to us under the law both at the federal level and here in the District of Columbia, which is a local government entity.
Do you think it's a little bit curious, for instance, that perhaps the Democratic National Committee or some perhaps Democrats in Congress have not gone in ahead of organizations like yours and others who are beginning to ask these kinds of questions?
Well, I think they're upset that the questions are being asked because it distracts from their conspiracy theory of the election, which is the Russians elected Donald Trump. And I don't understand why they're so sensitive about this. As an official of the Democratic Party or a staffer of the Democratic Party who was murdered, you would think they want to solve the crime too. And I suspect they do, but they don't like anyone asking any questions beyond suggesting it was just the typical random act of violence here in the District of Columbia, because it distracts from their conspiracy theory that they're running with, which is that Donald Trump shouldn't be president.
Well, George, it's been almost 1 month to the day since our last meeting, and there's been quite a change to the weather, you might say.
Yeah, it's, what, 93 right now? It's nice.
Well, I wasn't just talking about that. We've got Andrew McCabe is now the director of the FBI.
Yes.
Seth Rich's murder has come back into the headlines.
With a vengeance, with a vengeance.
And your investigation has taken some amazing twists and turns with the discovery of the BlackBerry enterprise network that was utilized. Tell us a little bit about some of the new stuff that you've learned.
Well, the whole BlackBerry, just following the BlackBerries in this story has led to not only Huma sending emails to Anthony Weiner,
right?
But today I walked down Park Avenue near your old apartment on 254 Park Avenue, where Anthony Weiner and Huma Abedin used to live as well.
Right.
And I walked a very short distance to the PR firm that he used to work at, which was MWW.
Uh-huh.
Now, I never knew what MWW actually stood for, other than Mossad Worldwide.
Right.
You know, it was just a joke. You know,
but you're joking. However, we do have an image of a very young Anthony Weiner with Ehud Barak.
Yes.
And what's the significance of that?
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody, I mean, we're two Jewish guys. I mean, it's okay to say that he's Mossad. I mean, it's an...
But do we have any evidence other than a photograph of him with Ehud Barak?
Oh, well, you know, no, but I mean, I think if you look at MWW as a powerhouse PR firm, you have a company that specializes in crisis PR. They're the #1 crisis PR. So if you're going to go to war, you want MWW doing your backstory of why you're going to war. Michael Kempner runs MWW. He's obviously the deputy director of DNC behind Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was a front person to Michael Kempner. I mean,
is this the same crisis management firm that's now the family representative for the Rich family, or that's someone else?
Well, I believe they are, whether they know it or not, whether the people know it or not. But I mean, if you look at Bauman for the family, it's a different company. But I mean, if you look at the person that's doing the Jack Berkman, I mean, I think they're all little fingerlings of Michael Kempner. But I don't have direct proof of that. But I just see an awful lot of PR standing in between the evidence and the people's right to know.
I see.
Yeah.
So Anthony Weiner would have hired this crisis management company to deal with this whole sexting scandal.
Yes, I believe they dealt with the sexting scandal, and they also did things like the Flint, Michigan water crisis. Michael Kempner is a very strong supporter of Hillary Clinton, always has been. Kind of came to the party late with Barack Obama.
You know, one other thing I've always found very strange about the marriage of Huma Abedin and Anthony Weiner, we certainly know that Huma Abedin comes from a devout Muslim family. Her mother and father are very involved in the Muslim Brotherhood and publications about Islam and Wahhabi Islam. And, you know, Judaism and Islam are two religions that really generally stress marrying within the faith. I've always found it very strange that the two of them would be married unless, of course, their union is a deep cover sheep dipping operation.
Yeah, well, there is the greater Israel theory, which is, you know, Israel's going to have everybody fight and then take that piece of Syria with, Genie Energy, and then we're going to have everybody fight over in Iran, and then take a hunk of Iran, and same thing for Cairo, Egypt, at least the Sinai, and then to the south with Yemen. And so there is that greater Israel theory. That's the Jim Woolsey theory. That's the Larry Summers Rothschild theory. I don't know.
So we don't necessarily have any proof of that, but it certainly seems like a slightly strange union between the two of them. And why would she stay with him after all of that disgraceful behavior, unless they were working together for some greater purpose?
Yeah, well, I definitely think they're intelligence operatives. I mean, there's no question in my mind. The Muslim Brotherhood's been around since 1927. British intelligence has used Muslim Brotherhood quite a bit to change the different emirates to the people that are liking to British Petroleum. Using intelligence operatives from the Muslim Brotherhood is not something that just happened last week. It's been quite a common practice over the last almost 90 years.
And the other thing that you've brought up recently is that Hillary Clinton had sent an email requesting that one of the members of Anthony's trusted staff provide the cell phone. It also seems very strange that a congressman would be having this sort of IT role in giving out cell phones to different senators and members of Congress. What is that all about?
Yeah, well, especially when you consider these are the special phones. These are the special phones. These aren't the NSA approved phones, the bulletproof, confidential, classified phones.
Right.
These are the special phones that the NSA said are very easily hackable. Well, that could be a problem, or it also could be a benefit. If you wanted to walk into your office, let's say, at MWW, which is at 304 Park, so it's only, I walked it today and showed a video, it was less than a minute walk, the Guatemalan embassy being in between.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's a MS-13 hiring agency, but anyway, you could easily walk in there and unknowingly have all your 650,000 emails sync up to the MWW server, and they might one day accidentally find that all those emails are on their server.
Wow.
Yeah. I pointed my camera up at the top three floors of MWW today on Park Avenue, and
you're still here.
I'm still here.
Now, the other thing that's happening right now, as you and I are speaking, is the whole Russiagate, impeach Trump, collusion thing. It's just at a fever pitch.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to note that the whole Seth Rich murder seems to be diametrically opposed to that narrative of Russia hacking. Because if Seth Rich leaked it, obviously Russia didn't hack it. It seems strange to me that neither the Senate nor House Intelligence Committees are investigating any of that evidence at all.
Yeah, well, there may be a shred of truth to the Russia thing in the sense that Russia may have helped Julian Assange pay for some servers way back when. But as far as the rank and file of WikiLeaks, those people come mainly from Gavin McFadden's recruiting of journalists young journalists, mainly, from all over Europe. So there's very little connection. Now, is there some influence with RT and some of the, yeah, just like there's some influence from Western media, but those kids all make up their own mind. I think the idea that somehow these kids all went to some missile base in Laputa and were trained by Russian mind control spies is ridiculous. You just have to look at the people who are actually in the WikiLeaks organization. The pushing of the Russia hack narrative starts with the Steele dossier, which was...
I think it goes back further than that. One of the very early videos I did on Crowdsource the Truth was having to do with Kurt Eichenwald appearing on CNN on October 10th, well before we ever saw that Steele dossier. And Eichenwald was saying that Trump was reading doctored emails from Russia. But they're very clearly coming straight out of WikiLeaks, and Eichenwald was lying.
Yeah. I think that was probably the first public rollout, kind of a test the water. And then as they got further along, I think there was some rumblings earlier with Manafort. Manafort had some intelligence background. I mean, let's just be honest with Yanukovych. He was his right-hand man that was supported by the United States at the time. We wanted the gas pipeline to go through there. We wanted them to become part of the European Union. So Paul Manafort, I think, did a pretty good job as a statesman for the United States to try to turn that around and say, oh, no, Yanukovych is now a prop of the Soviet Union, is really kind of turning history around. We have just as many Russian oligarchs that are friends of Hillary that we do of Trump.
I'd say even more. What about that whole deal with Uranium One? 20% of U.S. uranium mining capacity sold to a Russian-owned company while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. John Podesta was lobbying for Uranium One.
And he had, John Podesta had Jewel in Canada, which took positions in. There's more than enough blame to go around with, with the various Frank Justra, with his dealings in Kyrgyzstan and all these other satellites, ex-satellites of the Soviet Union, with all his mining plays. So I think to really build on that island is kind of almost, it's a very shaky raft to build on. And it just keeps kind of almost disintegrating by itself the more effort they pour into it, because it's just such such a sandcastle to begin with.
Has there been any new information about Eric Braverman? I mean, of course, this all started, where is Eric Braverman? We still don't know where he is.
No, we don't. And I look at Braverman as the left shoe and Seth Rich as the right shoe. I mean, these are the two guys that went to WikiLeaks. And so I call them the DNC trio now, I guess. Well, actually, there's three guys that died at WikiLeaks, so I call that the WikiLeaks trio. And then there's the DNC duo, which is Sean Lucas, who dies young, and then also Seth Rich. And then I call Eric Braverman the Powerball, because that's pick six, Wiki 6. I think that both Seth Rich and Braverman go to WikiLeaks. Now, Braverman goes to Ratner first. Ratner dies. Then that's cut off for Seth Rich. Right. So then he goes to Jones, and then Gavin McFadden. Trump is learning how to play the game. He's getting away from the knee-jerk tweets, and he's starting to put out little leaks. You know, hey, 44,000 emails, 11,000 or 17,000 attachments.
Did Trump put that out?
Well, all these are covert actions. I mean, it's hard to say. There's two ways it could have happened. One is Hillary peanut buttered all this NSA type data across 5 different intelligence agencies.
When you say peanut buttered, you mean she just gave it to everybody, spread it around?
Yeah, she wanted to make sure that when Trump came in, that Trump couldn't go and shut down her operation. It was going to be a whack-a-mole, literally whack-a-mole. She was going to have moles in all 5 agencies, the key 5. NGA, NSA, FBI, CIA, and ODNI. And then there's those PR releases about 17 agencies, but if you really look at the intelligence structure in the U.S., it's those 5 key agencies. So she peanut buttered this information. Now, it could be that these are just the NGA leakers. That's yet to come forward, I believe. Or it could be Trump being smart enough to just feed Mike Chernovich these leads, and all of a sudden, Chernovich seems to know awfully quickly when something's going to break. He was the first guy on the
Syria missile strike.
Well, Syria missile strike, but also he was the first one on the Seth Rich leak as well, just this recent Seth Rich leak.
I think that was on Drudge, and then he just retweeted.
It was on Drudge, but I think he knew about it before Drudge, is what I'm saying.
What makes you say that?
I really probably couldn't go any further, but he does have the White House press pass now, and he is a trusted. Dan Scavino trusts Mike Chernovich. I'll just leave it at that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, there's a kind of a new name who's recently come to the surface who seems to be pretty important in all this, which is Rod Wheeler, the private investigator who's a former homicide detective from the D.C. Metro Police. He's been taking a lot of heat this week, but I've examined some of his interviews and his claims, and he seems to be onto something.
Yeah, he did. He was on that Lou Dobbs interview and said body cams, body cams, body cams.
Right. Where is the photographic evidence from the police body cams? Yeah. Where is Seth Rich's laptop? Where is his cell phone? Where are the contents of that? Why are these things not being submitted as evidence in this Russian inquiry?
Yeah. Well, Trump is going to get the WikiLeaks out. At this point, it's not Trump, I don't believe, but it's somebody who really is sharp that is going to let them build this Russia case and then continually pop the balloon over and over.
Do you really feel like Trump has that much control? It seems to me the entire deep state is against him right now. He's fighting for his life.
It is, but let's say you say the 44,000 emails is not true. Let's say you say the 17,000 attachments is not true. Then all of a sudden WikiLeaks announces or releases the first 5,000. What do you do then? It has all the right metadata. It has all the to's and froms. It says what day Gavin McFadden got it. Goes through all the routers. What do? Do you say that's a fake? And then, well, remember, there's 5,000 more where that came from, and then 5,000 more. So you could, when you release in tranches, you're kind of setting up your counterintelligence opponent to
to play chess, to make a reaction. As soon as you say that's a fake, then you release another 5,000 that's corroborated with other evidence.
But no one has been able to actually prove that anything WikiLeaks has ever released is anything but authentic.
They have a 100% track record.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. Over a 10-year period, that's a long time. Yeah.
Coming up on 11.
Coming up on 11, and when you consider the Steele dossier, which is called the PP dossier, you know, with BuzzFeed and CNN, if I was Jeff Zucker, I would have just taken a year off after that. I mean, I would have just said, look, we're not in the news business anymore. We're going to do sports for a year, and then we'll come back when everybody kind of forgets.
BuzzFeed was the tip of the spear on disparaging Rod Wheeler.
Well, I mean, this goes back to the 50s with the intelligence. I mean, you have somebody from Allentown or Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania, write an article and say Jason Goodman's some kind of spy, and then AP picks it up.
Right.
And then everyone then quotes the AP article.
Right.
The Associated Press says, well, all it is somebody giving a stamp of authenticity to some unvetted article.
And we're seeing that happen left and right. I mean,
I've never seen it to this extent. Never.
We're absolutely in an unprecedented phase here. I mean, you know, the Washington Post puts out a piece that says Trump revealed classified information to the Russians. And then when we go and actually listen to lawyers and people that understand diplomacy, they say that that's not true at all.
Well, the president, I believe, can unclassify anything. If he believes that Al-Qaeda or ISIS is going to use a laptop to blow up a plane, and he wants to tell Putin about that, I don't see how it is couched as releasing classified information. To me, that's helping a key partner.
That's right.
Not be a victim of terrorism. You know.
Yeah, not to mention Tillerson, McMaster, they said they were in the meeting and nothing inappropriate was done. So it's hard to say. But let's circle back to the investigation again, because there's so much stuff that you've come up with. Now, in James Comey's most recent testimony, he seemed to verify the claims that you made about this illicit BlackBerry enterprise server network.
Yeah, and I've talked to many experts at Research in Motion, which makes the BlackBerry in Waterloo, Canada, and they've all confirmed this desktop linking. And then not only will you link your phone automatically to your desktop whenever you can connect to a cell tower, but then you also have the laptops connecting to each other into a master server. And if you remember, the Awans were accused by the Capitol Police of having a master server. So is that the same server? Is the Anthony Weiner's trusted network, as Hillary calls it, sending secure phones, the Awan brothers sending out BlackBerries? I went to the home, I hate to reiterate, there was a pile of BlackBerries with government markings, and there was a pile of laptops with government markings when Andre Taggart called it in. So the FBI came and got them, so they must have figured that they didn't belong to the Awan brothers. So they belonged to somebody if they had confiscated them. Right? So we haven't made that link fully, but there is going to be documentation. It's going to be redacted, but it's going to say the day the search was performed. This is all going to come out. It has to. And one of the things I try to do is be in front of the investigative curve so that Judicial Watch knows what to FOIA and other journalists know what to FOIA. That's my role, is really kind of a bird dog for other journalists to go get those documents.
And, you know, on that note, there was a particular email that you identified that oddly had one redacted name in it that could blow the whole case wide open.
Yeah, and that could be Imran Awan. Imran Awan fits. We'll see. Again, if Hillary says, have Anthony's trusted staff send the secure phone, and then Huma responds, I'll have blank blank send the secure phone right now, FedEx it, and they redact it. Why would you redact that? I mean, she has her special phones. Why would you redact that one piece of information? That one piece of information unlocks the whole case. If that says Imran Awan, then I'm right about the BlackBerries and I'm right about the laptops in his home. And then the case is solved, because then we know the FBI has the laptops, the FBI has the phones.
And so what are the Senate and House Intelligence Committees doing? Can this information be gotten to them somehow?
Well, I have to do a public forum because, you know, Schumer kind of runs the Senate in terms of talking to CNN, and Schiff kind of runs the House, and there is nothing else going to get through that channel. That's a 100% channel. Occasionally they'll have, you know, someone on, to provide a kind of a wet paper retort. So there's no mainstream media. There's no MSNBC or Fox potentially, but really the best way to get the message directly to the people is through the YouTube channel.
Right.
Yeah.
It's strange. I ran into both Chuck Schumer and Adam Schiff on 2 separate trains. Made a video about Chuck Schumer, but I didn't have a camera with me when I ran into Adam Schiff. That's kind of weird.
Was it before or after we made a video? I can't comment on that. I don't know. Maybe they're thinking, well, I don't know how much a friend of Israel is.
I think it was before. I think it was well before. So where do you see the investigation going now? When I watch and I'm following it, I feel like you're really coming to a crescendo, about to break through. All this information about Seth Rich. I mean, you went to the convenience store that was, right on the corner where he was killed.
Well, this morning, I reiterated the story, but I think it had gotten buried in mainstream medium news that there was 2 bullet shots in his back. I did have the 4th-year surgery residence report of the bullet lodging in the upper lobe of the liver, and then the one going through his abdomen from the back.
That seemed like new and pertinent information that we hadn't really had.
It was out there, but it gets so buried in the blizzard of these bulletin boards like Vote and so forth. These are great researchers, but you have a lot of mix in there. And what I try to do is pick the diamonds, leave the dirt clods, and. But the way this guy talked, as far as medically, and obviously my son's a physician, so
Seemed credible.
Yeah, it's very credible. And they resected about 12 centimeters of Seth Rich's intestine. They left it open because they were going to wash it out the next day.
Right.
But in talking with different physicians, they said even if that did cause a septicemia, an infection, for some reason somebody left it open, it wouldn't cause death.
Right.
And the guy who had seen about 25 gunshot wounds, he was on loan from Washington Hospital Center, WHC in D.C. But he had said he'd seen 25 like that, and none of them died.
So it's seeming like we've really reached a point where the whole Seth Rich murder has really taken on a new significance, both in your investigation and the whole entire Trump-Russia collusion impeachment thing. And it's almost the most important thing happening right now.
Yeah, it's the first shoe to drop in the investigation. And Braverman, I still say, and I said it 205 days ago, will be the other shoe when it drops. Now, I'm not saying Braverman's dead. I'm saying he's living with his brother in a kibbutz near Tel Aviv.
Any more information about that? Any follow-up at Yale? How could he be living in Tel Aviv if he's scheduled to be teaching in Connecticut?
I don't think anybody's seen him in Connecticut. I think he's grown a beard. He's eating hummus every day and on a kibbutz that does not have electricity. And no one knows anything about the news going on, and everyone speaks Hebrew in that village, and no one knows what's going on in the United States. That's where I think he is right now.
Wow.
So, and nothing I've learned since then has changed my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And just because I think he's too good of an asset to take out, whereas Seth Rich, in the eyes of the people making decisions, was expendable.
And what do you think the logical reason is that that Adam Schiff and the House and the Senate committees aren't looking for this very pertinent evidence related to Seth Rich's murder? The information on his laptop, the information on his cell phone, the body cameras, who killed him, why did they kill him? Nobody's coming to collect this $125,000 reward. If it was 2 street thugs, don't you think one of them would roll over on the other for $125 grand?
Yeah, well, it's not 2 street thugs. What Seth was mad about is he is a Bernie-crat, I'm a Bernie-crat. Hillary was taking money from the Bernie-crats and giving it to the Hillocrats. That's the bottom line.
Right.
And he didn't like it. And he called Gavin McFadden through, I think, John Jones, but we'll see if that comes out. Or the metadata on the phone calls is going to be with John Jones. That has not come out yet. But McFadden's in conversation with him, counseling him and saying, what do I need to give you to prove this case? And he's saying, okay, well, I need donations by zip code is what you need. I need to show that the Senate candidate that Seth Rich was working for in Nebraska received this much money. That's why I need to send you the spreadsheet for Nebraska. I need to send you the breakdown for every county.
So Seth Rich is sending them, that's the email attachments, all
those are the email
Excel files or whatever it might be. I don't think we can stress enough the incredible coincidence of Ratner, McFadden, Jones, all 3 from WikiLeaks.
Yes.
Seth Rich, these 4 guys who seem to be quite directly related, even circumstantially, And they've all died within such a short period of time.
Yeah, well, and of course, I would throw Sean Lucas in there as 5, and then I would throw Eric Braverman in as the Powerball, because we still don't know where Eric Braverman is. I'd like to see him. You know, I think the world would like to see him. I think the world's worried about Eric Braverman.
And if he's tweeting, he's obviously got access to electricity and internet, conceivably.
I think anybody could be tweeting. It's like Snowden. I mean, you never know at what point the person is put on ice, and then you bring in the
shadow tweeter.
Yeah, shadow tweeter. I guess that's a good way to say it. I mean, Snowden changes dramatically about a year ago in his whole timbre of what he's saying. First of all, he just starts commenting only on the UK, very little on the US. And the things he starts saying about the US are all in support of the US deep state. So I'm really wondering about Snowden's account as well. Huh. And the account changed from @Snowden to @Snowden_. So that was kind of weird as well. They changed the account.
Yeah.
And there was a dead man switch that came out there in the middle of that switch as well.
What do you mean?
Well, you can configure your account in such a way that if you don't answer a ping every morning, let's say every 24 hours, it automatically figures you're dead, right? And then it sends out codes that will help you unlock encrypted files.
Oh, right. We've seen WikiLeaks do stuff like that.
Yeah, and that happened with Snowden.
Really?
Yeah, so the dead man switch was activated, and ever since that dead man switch, he has changed. I mean, the account has changed.
George, how do you know all this stuff that nobody else knows?
Everybody knows this stuff.
Oh.
It's all out there. It's all out there. That's why we're doing this show.
Yeah.
Crowdsource the truth. Now, if you remember, let's just go through the timeline. He supposedly spends 5 hours in the bar at the end of Lou City Bar.
Kind of boozy.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
And that leather cherry supposedly was in 6 nights a week.
Huh.
Okay, that's the PR that's come out about this. And I'm not implicating...
6 nights a week, the guy's sitting in a bar?
I'm not saying Mossad Worldwide did the PR on this, but I'm just saying all the articles, and there's a lot, say he's there in the bar 6 nights a week. Now, that's a person you know as a regular.
Right.
If somebody's coming in 6 nights a week and staying at the bar 3 or 4 hours, everybody's going to know him.
Right.
So everybody at the bar should be able to say, yep, he was there. I'm going to tweet it. Yes, I remember Seth Rich. Tweet out condolences, tweet out, you know, talk to newspaper
Nothing
reporters.
like that on the Facebook feed or the Twitter feed for the bar.
The only thing we have is one guy, which is Joe Capone. Joe Capone runs that bar, and Joe Capone says, I tried to put him in a cab at 1:40 a.m. in front of the bar. So that should be on all the cameras.
Well, why didn't he go home in a cab then?
Well, he tried to talk him out of it, but Seth Rich was so drunk, supposedly, that he said, no, I'm walking home. I'm going to walk the 36 minutes home.
That doesn't seem like something somebody would do if they were drunk. Versus just flopping into a cab?
We don't know, but it is odd that Joe Capone is at the White House and John Podesta uses the White House as a meeting place.
Wait. When is Joe Capone at the White House?
3 days before the murder of Seth Rich, Joe Capone is at the White House.
How do people not know this? What's a bartender doing at the White House? Is he hanging out with the pizza shop guy? And that just reminded me of the next thing we need to talk about.
We won't go there just yet.
Hang on, and put a pin in that.
Yeah, but I mean...
What is Joe Capone doing at the White House?
So in the intelligence business, you always need what they call proprietaries. You need meeting places, you need places to stay, you need cars to drive, and you don't want them swiping a credit card because it creates what they call footprints, okay? Well, for instance...
So Seth Rich is drinking in a CIA bar?
Well, most of the customers are normal customers, but when your operatives come in for a meeting, you don't want them swiping a credit card.
I see.
So you make your
house tab.
Yeah, available. You just give them drinks, you know, because they're operatives. They say a name or something, and they say, "Oh, it's okay, guys, it's on me." That's how the intelligence business works. Don't want to swipe credit cards.
Right.
So I believe that Joe Capone had that kind of relationship with the DNC. It's not illegal. If he's supporting his cause or whatever and he wants to give free drinks to somebody, that's not a problem. But Podesta does go to the White House an awful lot.
Yep.
300 times or something because of the fact that it has a SCIF. It's
a secure computer information facility.
Yes, a secure, confidential, classified information facility, a SCIF. So he can go there in the SCIF and know he's not being intercepted.
Bob Creamer goes to the White House for the same reason. He doesn't want to have any conversations overheard when he's ordering up.
But not just anybody can walk into the White House and say, hey, can I use your skiff? How are these guys getting access there? They must be known operatives.
Well, I mean, Joe Clancy ran Secret Service for the longest time. And Joe Clancy and John Podesta, you couldn't get two guys that are closer together. I mean, they're one of the big reasons the Pope was brought to the United States was John Podesta and Joe Clancy's partnership, bringing the Pope here. They really, you know, that's somebody that their religion they hold in a very high esteem. So they were very close.
I thought their religion is Tholema.
Their religion is you listen or you and you don't talk.
But now wait a minute. Let's stay on Joe Capone for a second. Do we have any explanation of what he was doing, of what the bartender or the bar manager who was at the bar the night Seth Rich was killed, what is he doing in the White House 3 days before that happens?
Well, what you normally do in a skiff is you say an operation is sort of like a play.
Right.
All right. And just like you would have a screenwriter for a play, 1 act, 2 acts, 3 acts, you're going to have the same thing for an operation. So you're going to have the setup, you're going to have the execution, and then you're going to have the cover up. Okay. The setup is here's where he's going to be. We're going to get him there somehow. We're going to have 18 friends invite him there. We're going to walk him there. We're going to get him there. Your job is to make sure he sits at the end of the bar and keep giving him free drinks. You mentioned the White House connection. Hey, Seth, your drinks are on me. Keep him there until close. Now you have to dog walk him out at 1:45. That's how this works.
Pour him strong drinks, get him
Pour him strong drinks all night, make sure he's damn drunk. If we ever do have to pull the camera, he's going to be, you know, now, I don't know, that's the setup phase. Usually this is compartmentalized. You don't know what's going to happen in the next phase. They just say, look, this is the operation, we're doing the setup. Joe, give him free drinks and get him out to that street on 145.
Did you see that interview with Joe Capone on crime?
Very evasive.
He seemed weird.
Very evasive. You know, they told him, look, you can testify from A to B. That's all we're going to give you. Now, B to C is some kid from the Guatemalan embassy that just had a meeting, you know, over on Park Avenue, is told, you two guys need to pick up this guy who's wobbling at 1:45 and take him to this garage over at Howard University. So it's compartmentalized. They don't know that Seth Rich is going to be interrogated. They just know that I need to take you over to the med school into the garage.
Well, Rod, I can't thank you enough for joining us here today.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today here in this Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, thanks for taking time out of the weekend. Now, as you know, George and I have been involved in a crowdsourced investigation that didn't actually start with Seth Rich. But the interesting thing about the crowdsource is that it always sort of leads you to where the most important information is.
Yeah, that's it, sure.
And right now we're on Seth Rich, and I was really particularly interested in seeing the way the media treated you, because it's another focus of what I'm doing is examining the media. Can you talk about that a little bit, the whole assault on you directly after you went on to Fox?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I've been with Fox News now for about 12, 13 years as a crime analyst, talking about everything from San Bernardino to the Pulse nightclub shooting, these types of crimes, right? And so when I went on Fox to talk about the Seth Rich case, it's not the first time I had been on Fox talking about the Seth Rich case.
Oh, really?
I was on Fox, Fox and Friends back in October of last year, and I did what we call a walk and talk. I walked the scene on Flagler Street, and I looked at the crime scene from the perspective, what if this were a botched robbery? And interestingly enough, guys, back then, I actually believed it could have been a botched robbery. I mean, I could see how that could be. Right. And that was the narrative that the police department was saying at the time. They believed it was a botched street robbery.
Still saying that, aren't they?
They're still saying that. And so, you know, back in October, I agreed. So when the family brought me on board, and you can stop me if I'm going too far ahead.
No, please.
But when the family brought me on board, and again, I can't talk anything about the investigation itself.
We understand.
Because I have what I call a shut up order. That's what it is, a shut up, don't say anything.
And I want to talk about that in a minute.
But when the family brought me on board back in March of this year, right? They brought me on board to investigate a murder, which is what I like to say I do best. I had no clue at the time believe it or not, about the relationships that Seth had with the DNC or WikiLeaks and the email thing and the Russian hacking. I have never followed that. I mean, I've heard about it, sure, but I haven't really followed it. So I didn't put two and two together in terms of whatever I find in this death investigation or murder investigation is going to have some effect on the WikiLeaks thing and the Russian hacking. I wasn't focused on that at all. And that's and I've always said that because that was the truth. I'm focused on who were the bad guys. So I began the investigation. When you begin a murder investigation specifically, I always like to say you have 3 doors to go. This is what I used to teach rookies, as a matter of fact, rookie detectives. You have 3 doors to go into when you do an investigation. The first door is whether or not this was just a street crime, a botched robbery as in this case. So you want to work that possibility, right? The second door is whether or not this person's death is the result of relationships gone bad. Lovers triangle, boyfriend on the side, girlfriend, you know. Those things happen quite often, right? But then the third door that you go in is the door that's related to that person's employment and relationships as it applies to his job. So I worked extensively through door number 1, okay? I mean, I talked to some of the, what I like to call knuckleheads on the street. You know, did anybody see anything? Tell me, that kind of stuff. You know, you're hitting the ground running, right? Then I started looking at door number 2, personal relationships. And again, I can't go into detail, but I would encourage your viewers and others to talk to the bar manager at Capone. I think his name's Joe Capone. He'll tell you, I spent most of the time that I talked to him talking about relationships that Seth could have had. We even joked about it. I said, did Seth have 2 or 3 girls on the side? I mean, you have to ask those kind of questions, you know what I mean? And then even with Seth's girlfriend, Kelsey, we spent most of our time talking about their relationship. I never asked a word about emails because it wasn't my focus.
And is she living in D.C. or she's in Omaha at this point?
D.C.
Okay.
You mean during the time of the murder? Yeah. No, during the time of the murder, she was in Omaha. But she's living in D.C. now.
And they had that 89-minute phone call.
Right, I can't go into details.
Sorry.
I can't go into details.
Got it.
But that's not the only phone call you are aware of. There's other telephone calls. But that's huge in this investigation. So now I'm at door number 3 because I don't find anything in door number 1. I don't find anything to support a relationship gone bad or lovers triangle. I don't find that in door number 2.
Right.
Okay, so what a detective will do now is say, okay, well, let's look at job relationships. Maybe there's something going on with the supervisor. You know, sometimes people have problems with supervisors. It's really a terrible, toxic situation, and then maybe one winds up shooting and killing. Who knows? Anything is possible.
Maybe Amy Dacey or someone like that.
So I started looking at job-related.
Right.
And now I'm starting to get pushback from certain people. Don't dig. Don't go any further. Don't look in door number 3.
Right.
And you know what I mean? You can look in door number 1, look in door number 2 all you want. Don't look in door number 3. Well, wait a minute. What's behind door number 3?
Exactly.
You see what I mean?
Sure. Yes.
And that's where we stopped.
See, one of the things that really intrigues us is that today, Joe Biggs, I'm sure you saw, came out with an FBI document that has basically been shown to be fake, most people would say. It's very curious that the FBI would even be involved in the investigation of a civilian, because working for the DNC, that's a private organization. It's not a government organization.
That's correct.
Seth is not a federal employee, and there's no interstate aspect to his murder. So why would the FBI be involved in this at all?
Well, there's only one scenario where I can think that the FBI would have been involved. And that is, based on my experience as a detective here in D.C., sometimes meaning the D.C. Police Department, our IT department can't get into certain types of electronic devices.
I see.
And so the FBI, they have the resources to get into or crack into, whatever you want to call it, into certain types of devices. So what we would do, they wouldn't be so much involved in the investigation. They would just help us get into that data that's a part of that computer.
Forensic examination.
So I can see how that can happen. I mean, that happens all the time. Matter of fact, on the state level, many states have Bureau of Criminal Investigations on the state level. And believe it or not, local police departments rely on the BCI units, state, to help them with those types of electronic investigations.
That's a good explanation. So the FBI could be involved. And obviously you can't talk about any information related to the laptop or the phone other than what you said already, which is they wouldn't give you access to it.
No access, that's right.
Would that also be true for lab information or DNA testing, that type of thing?
It depends on the jurisdiction. Now, D.C. has its own DNA laboratory over at 1D, and it's state-of-the-art, so they do their own. And they
Metro PD, you're saying?
Yeah, Metropolitan Police Department, D.C., yeah.
119 D Street.
Yeah, and they had it back then, so they would have done their own DNA testing.
And when you're talking about knuckleheads, Brandon Warren, is that a knucklehead you can talk with us about, or?
No.
Okay. But he's a real person, or can't even talk about that?
I've heard of the name, but other than that, I don't know much about him.
Haven't spoken to him. Okay, that's interesting. Because George obviously spent quite a bit of time with Joe Capone and has done some reporting on that.
Yeah, I spent about 4 days there, and I saw Joe every day, and I'm more the Columbo type where I ask, 5, 6 questions and then have a glass of wine and then ask a couple more. And, I had read all the reports, and there was a Daily Mail article about it saying that he was somehow there and Seth felt depressed, and I didn't know if that was secondhand information or firsthand information. And then there was this report that he had been put into a cab maybe, and there was other accounts that said he had walked. And so I did what you did. I walked the whole, all the way down to Flagler, took a couple of different routes, but I mainly went down, Georgia to Harvard. A couple different routes you can take, but it's quite a walk. It's like about a 40-minute walk.
Yeah.
And then he had a previous address at 122, I'm going to forget the address, but it was much closer, his previous address. And I walked in about 8 minutes. So I was thinking, well, if he really did live there, 122, and I'm just spacing on the street, but it was this much shorter walk. I mean, did he really live at 2113 First Street? I mean, it just seemed like there wasn't any footprints or any metadata that actually said he lived at 21. And I realize you can't answer or talk about the investigation, but that's the first thing that struck me in doing exactly what you did with door number 1, just walking the shoes of the victim.
Sure.
Yeah, and that was kind of, that got me. And then there was this period of time also from the shooter or whatever, the shooting system, from 4:20.
Shot spotter,
yeah, from 4:20 a.m. to the 5:59 call of death. There was several articles that came out that said his parents were there. There was another article that said Aaron, the brother, was there. He was sitting up talking. There was another article that came out from supposedly written by a 4th-year surgery or intern, that said he had been shot once, 3rd lobe of the liver, and that was still in there. And then that was just an entry wound, and then there was an exit entry and exit wound through the abdomen, and 12 centimeters had been resected, and he seemed stable, and the guy had seen 25 of those or 30 of them, and no one had ever died in that situation. So
has anyone seen the autopsy report?
Well, that's what we were going to ask you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Neither have we.
No, I haven't been given access to the autopsy report.
And how often does that happen in a murder investigation?
It doesn't happen. I mean, the autopsy report for a detective is, I always used to say, is the Bible, because you're going to learn so much about the victim. The toxicology report is part of the autopsy report. That's important when you're doing a murder investigation, right? I'm talking to victim now, right?
Yeah.
Entry and exit wounds, all kinds of things you learn from the autopsy report. And again, I can't go into detail, but all I would say is every investigation I've ever done, murder investigation or death investigation, you always ask, step 1, let me see a copy of the autopsy report. But I want to go back to door 1.
Okay.
Okay, because it's interesting, door 1. Let's say this were a botched robbery.
Yeah.
Okay? And you have to look at all possibilities,
Absolutely,
right?
Sure.
So police officers, we get the call, shot spotter, sounds of gunshots, 21st and Flagler, I need a unit. This is what the dispatcher says, okay?
Sure.
So you got units responding, okay? I'm going dispatcher, 318, I'm going, whatever the number is, right? So the officers get on the scene. If we see that and this is any murder investigation. I'm not just talking about this particular case, but this is the way it works, right? You get on the scene, your victim is still alive and talking, right? The first thing you ask that victim as a uniformed officer, we train officers this, who shot you? Who shot you? Chicago, with the number of shootings they have, I guarantee you every time a cop rolls up on the scene, that's the first thing you want to ask that victim, because you don't know if that victim's going to die or not.
Right.
Who shot you, man? This is what you say.
That could be solving the crime right there.
Well, that's why you ask it, you know? Or, if you don't find out who shot you, what did they look like?
Right.
So we can give what we call a lookout.
Right.
Okay? This is protocol for any shooting situation. So the first unit's on the scene, get that lookout, and you broadcast it over the air. I want to know in this investigation, I want a copy of the audible transmission from the lookout. They had to have a lookout.
Have you communicated with any of the responding officers?
No.
You haven't? And obviously no one's had access to the body cam footage or anything like that.
No, that's right.
See, the thing is, I don't want any of us here to be accused of being conspiracy theorists or anything like that. So I really liked your answer to the FBI question, because that's a sensible answer that provides a logical alternative that debunks what most people would say about why the FBI might or might not be involved. So it brings me back to these questions like, I mean, even the cease and desist order that you've gotten from the family. Now, that's specifically about talking about the case. Are you still investigating the case, or are you just ceasing and desisting from everything?
Right, cease and desist basically from everything.
So you're fired. You're not investigating it anymore.
Right, not investigating it on behalf of the family. Anyone can investigate any case they want. But on behalf of the family, no, I'm not investigating it for them. And the cease and desist, like I said, I consider that a shut the hell up order.
Right.
Don't say a word. Don't tell anybody. Because what I want to do, and I issued a statement, I don't know if you guys saw the statement that I'm not sure. Released about a week ago, and I'm asking the family to allow me to release my investigative report to the world.
Yeah, of course.
I want the world to see it. I mean, I want them to see what I have. Because if people see what I have in my report, if you take the political motivation out of it, out of the equation, then you're going to say, oh, it makes sense why he thinks this.
Right.
I mean, that's what most normal people would say.
I think so.
You know what I mean?
Sure. I think
but
so.
take the political stuff out of it.
Right.
It just seems a little bit odd that, for instance, I believe that there was 2 meetings at each hospital that Seth Rich is shot in between. There's a meeting at the Howard University Hospital, which is a trauma center as well, and then there's the MedStar up on the hill. So Howard at the bottom to the left, you know, W Street going west, and I was on my hands and knees at that corner of W and Flagler looking straight ahead, and you can almost see MedStar on a direct line. And so he has to go to one of those 2 hospitals. What I find amazing is that people won't say which hospital he went to.
Oh, he went to MedStar.
He went to MedStar, so we can't confirm that he went to MedStar. Now, he never spent any time at Howard at all. Never.
Not from what I know, he didn't.
Okay.
And it kind of makes sense that he would go to MedStar in that area. That's the hospital of choice that we usually take shooting victims to. Between Howard and MedStar, we typically take them to MedStar. Now, Howard has what we call a crash unit as well, and they're pretty good with gunshot victims. But in that case, where that shooting happened at, I think it would have been better to go to MedStar.
Did you speak to the attending physician at all?
No.
Do you know who that was?
No, I don't.
This is an interesting sort of confusion surrounding the doctor, whether it's Dr. Sava, Dr. Altelyevich, or if that's the same person operating under 2 different names.
Oh, I see. No, I have no idea.
Okay.
I have a social security number with Sava with those 2 names, and some people change their name. You know, he's from let's say Hungary, and he wants to be more American, so he changes his name to Sava, maybe, or maybe it's just simpler for people to say. You know, so there may be reasons why.
Right.
But a lot of aliases as well, and that you know, that he kind of gives you pause, like maybe why is that going on, and just why the secrecy? Why not just say I was the, you know, sometimes on you know, I remember when Gabby Giffords was shot, there was almost hourly reporting by the physician talking about here's her CAT scan, and you know, we're going to go in here. It was a miracle that we saved her life.
That's right.
And it's been a lot of cases like that where the doctors have been very open with the information. So you just wonder why in this situation it's so closed down.
You don't know.
There's so many things like that just make you wonder why this is happening. And, you know, it's just very confusing, and it leaves people, I think that's what leads people to this whole conspiracy theory kind of idea. To me, that's a real hot button word. Because when someone says, oh, well, you know, Rod Wheeler is promoting a conspiracy theory that's been debunked, my first question is, well, how has it been debunked?
Right.
Where is your evidence that is stronger than his evidence that shows that he is saying something incorrect? And none of that has come forward as far as we can see.
It hasn't come forward.
It's very odd.
And I haven't walked back anything. As a matter of fact, in the statement that I released a week ago, I mean, I said then in my statement in writing that I do believe that there was some communication between Seth and WikiLeaks.
And we believe the same.
And I believe that based on common sense, first of all, you know what I mean? I guess I'm a practical person. Based on common sense and, you know, from information that we're getting from various sources. Now, does that mean that I know for a fact that that happened? Absolutely not.
Right.
But I believe that to be the case.
So I don't want you to give away any of the investigation because you've got this gag order, but can you say there was a lot of, I think in your statement, something about there was, you know, some email going back and forth between somebody from WikiLeaks and Seth Rich. Can you confirm that? Is that true? Or?
Well, the information, guys, that I got about the source, which was an FBI federal investigator, right? That was a source that was developed by the Fox News Channel reporter, Malia Zimmerman, okay? Her and I communicated, and when I'll never forget when she called me, right? Thing is, I have nothing to hide, so you know what I mean? So I'll tell you what happened, right? And if I screwed up, say, Rod, you screwed up, right? When she called me, she said, Rod, we got this new information that there's this FBI guy, a former FBI guy, a federal investigator, and he said he knows for a fact that emails went from Seth's computer to WikiLeaks. And you know what I asked her? And she'll tell you. I said, is this guy credible? That's what I asked her. She said, he's very credible. And I said, and that's confirmed. She said, it's confirmed. Okay. Well, that's what I rolled with.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And just to finish that off and don't give anything away, but Gavin McFadden was the recipient.
Right.
Yeah. So that is confirmed. Okay.
And so she was going to come out in the form of a report on that Tuesday, right? This was a Monday. Well, it was a Monday when she called me and confirmed this to me. I hadn't seen the report. So I'm basing everything I was saying off of the telephone conversation that her and I had. And that was the extent of it. I had never talked to this guy. I never said I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who the guy is.
It was very clear to me,
mean?
just from listening to what you said and the way you were criticized, that this was fake news hitting you with a smear campaign.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, and this is all verifiable. As soon as I got that news from Malia, guess who I called? The police department.
Right. Sure.
I mean, isn't this what you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
And you know what? I talked to the detective. I said, look, I got this new information. I think we can crack the case. I'm thinking about a murder. I'm sorry.
Right.
I wasn't thinking about everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
He'll tell you. And I called him right away and shared. He said, okay, Rod, thanks. We'll get right on it.
And this is a guy that you know from your years on the force?
No. This is the guy investigating the case now.
Okay.
He wasn't there when I was there.
I see.
And then I picked up the phone and I called Joel Rich. The father.
Yeah.
This is all verified. I'll show you the phone records. I don't have anything to hide. You look at all the phone records. You see everybody else I called.
Right.
I called Joel Rich and I said, Joel, guess what? We just got this information, this FBI. He said, really? I said, yeah. He said, what do you think? I said, it sounds like it's pretty good. Whoever this FBI guy is.
Right.
I said, but I think Fox News is going to do a story on it tomorrow. I just want you to be aware. He said, okay, Rod, no problem. Great job.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I mean, yeah.
And then I called Aaron.
The brother.
The brother.
Yeah.
To let him know. Now, he wasn't as happy about it.
He seems very strange in the interview as well.
When I shared this, I was excited. I'm thinking maybe this is the lead that we need, the witness we need to crack this case. We can finally get the murderers. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking we can confirm.
Right.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
So I call Aaron and we're having this conversation. And again, I can't go into a whole lot of details, but I'll tell you one thing I said to him at the end of that conversation. I said, Aaron, and I said it just like this. I said, let me ask you, man, are you all right? He said, what do you mean? I said, do you really want this case solved? He said, Rod, just do what you want to do. Click, and hung up the phone. Because I asked him that because he wasn't acting right to me. You know, if it's your loved one, and I tell you, I think we know who did it or whatever, you go, oh, great, go get him, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to say, well, wait a minute, don't go any more into door number 3. You're not going to say that.
So do you think that's because there's some outside pressure being put on the family, or you can't speculate?
I don't want to speculate. I could speculate, but I don't want to speculate because I'll be clobbered. But I have some ideas.
Now, we've heard a lot that, sorry, George, we've heard a lot that, you know, things have been said from the family. And is that actually coming from the family, or is that coming from this PR firm that's representing the family?
In my opinion, I think it's coming from the PR firm that's representing the family.
Do you know the name of that firm?
Well, I know it's Brad Bauman. Yeah. But I also know that my relationship with Joel and Mary was great. I think they're wonderful people. Joel and Mary wants this case solved.
Of course.
They do.
Of course.
I can't say that for anyone else. But
it's very strange.
The relationship, Joel gave me information that I'm pretty sure others in his family would not have wanted him to give to me. But see, that's because he wants the case solved.
Of course.
Sure, exactly. So just to nail down the details, you can share metadata, you can't share the details. You called the DC police detective. Can you share that name of who you called?
No, I could, but I don't want to right now. I'd have to get clearance from my attorney.
Okay. No,
you know what I mean?
Well, then there's 2 rumors out there floating around, and I just wondered if you could debunk either one of them. One of them said that the family was talking to Seth Rich, and he was sitting up at the hospital.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You didn't get involved until well after.
Right, yeah, I don't know
because
about that.
I've heard different things from different people, and the other one was that Aaron was there talking to him while he was sitting up at the hospital.
I don't know. I don't believe that to be the case, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, and then the last one was if no autopsy, and we actually have had our folks, you know, with the email that you can send for any homicide in the D.C. area, law requires an autopsy, so we requested that, and then there's Judicial Watch has requested a lot of the documents with Tom Fitton, the phone and the laptop, and so forth. So that's proceeding. I think maybe ACLJ, not ACLU, but also American Justice and Law Center is doing some FOIAs for this. That may help in your investigation, I'm not sure. But the other question I had was, do you know if the family signed off on any kind of consent form for his internal organs? That happens a lot with shooting.
Sure, I'm not sure. I don't know. I never asked that question.
So they haven't, okay.
And have you seen any information that would lead you to believe that Joe Capone has some sort of relationship with Bob Creamer, or has ever dealt with him?
No, I haven't.
So I want to bring it around a little bit closer to what George has been investigating. And I know you've probably been looking at some of the work that we've been doing together since we started talking. So you're probably familiar with Imran Awan and the Awan brothers, the Pakistani ISI infiltration of the IT department at Congress. None of that came into play in your investigation, I presume?
No, it did not.
Anything you want to ask about that, George?
Well, now this is taking you into this world of WikiLeaks, and the first thing I guess is interesting is if which you have confirmed, thank you very much, that Seth Rich did email Gavin McFadden, and there was an interplay between them.
From the information that I got from the Fox News reporter who had the FBI source.
So
Can you characterize that traffic? Was it a casual once or twice, or was there quite a bit?
I don't know. Okay. Remember, it was on that Monday evening when she called me and told me this new information. Okay. I hadn't read it in the report. Really. Yeah, and this was a source she had developed.
Okay.
And I just asked, was it credible? Yes. Is it confirmed? Yes. Okay. And I just ran with it, but I didn't, I don't even know the guy's name. I don't know what the guy looked. I never talked to the guy.
Yeah. George is very focused on metadata, and there is metadata to indicate a huge data traffic spike on July the 7th.
Yeah, 3 days before he dies, there's two Russians that somehow have access to metadata of a large data transfer from the DNC, where Seth worked, to the Clinton Foundation in New York. Now, that's not necessarily important. It seems very far afield, but there are reports that his boss, Amy Dacey, had some kind of argument about whether that data should be released or not. Then there's this meeting the day before with Joe Capone and Bob Kramer at the White House. It almost seems like maybe there's a cause and effect there, and with Seth being very upset about, you know, Hillary potentially moving money or data from his favorite candidates, were the Bernie-crats like myself, over to the Hillocrats. So there are many people who believe that, you know, the state of the mind of the person before they died, very important. What is his motive? And that his motive was, we're getting railroaded here, and I want to prove that this money is being moved over. So many people have speculated, and we don't know yet, but we do have the 2 Russians that were expelled because they said it was a Russian report. So again, it's speculative here,
Sure.
but that there was this transfer. So we don't know if Seth was performing that transfer or he was reacting to someone else moving that data up to the Clinton Foundation.
Certainly interesting, though, the timing.
But
and
the 2 Russian analysts, do say it moved a very large, unusual amount of traffic, like, you know, more than 10 times from the DNC to the Clinton Foundation, which seems odd, just oddity, anomaly.
Have you ever heard of something called NGP Van? Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Okay, that's
What
related.
is it?
Well, it's the software database that was used for voter information tracking
see.
by the DNC, and it seems to be related to this data spike and possibly something Seth Rich might have been interested in, certainly something WikiLeaks would have been interested in.
If you were trying to prove what I just said, which is they're taking the money away from the Bernie-crats and giving it to the Hillocrats, you could use this software, this Van software, to prove that. You could say, oh, this is a long set of conversations. Let's say we had 5 or 6 emails that we exchanged, and then, you know, Rod Wheeler said, oh, we're going to give $5,000 to the DNC. If then that showed up later as a $5,000 donation to the Hillary, then you could say, whoa, these two things don't mix and match. So there is some chatter within the WikiLeaks, Gavin McFadden being in WikiLeaks UK, that's exactly the kinds of conversations that he was having, saying, here's what I need.
I see.
Coaching him and saying, here's what I need to prove, almost down to the zip code level. Now, that's obviously speculation on my part, just knowing Gavin McFadden and his journalism school that he had. So that's why I asked the characterization of how much traffic and email
went back and forth.
We
didn't go into detail at all. Matter of fact, I didn't even know the number of emails because the local Fox 5 reporter, Marina Morocco, the one that wasn't supposed to break that story that night, and she wasn't. I don't know if you ever have heard that before, but she wasn't supposed
Didn't know that.
to. Yeah, it was just going to be a teaser because we wanted Fox News to break the story the next day if they were going to break the story. I just kind of called myself sharing some information I had just heard with Marina, and she said she was just going to do a teaser. She wound up making it an exclusive
Because that was just a local affiliate, not the main.
Right, but it blew up.
Right,
of course.
So anyway, that's kind of what happened with that whole process in terms of how the information got out. But yeah, I didn't have any detail in terms of what this FBI informant had told the Fox News reporter, Malia. I had no detail because, see, I was in my car when she called me.
Sure.
And I was on my way to Fox, as a matter of fact, to do a show called Making Money with Charles Payne. We were going to talk about MS-13 that day.
Oh, really?
At 6 o'clock.
That's interesting.
So I was on my way downtown, D.C. anyway when she called, so I wasn't at my computer. And so I'm on the phone listening to her. We canceled that segment that day. But I stayed downtown and had dinner at a restaurant called Art and Soul, and Marina came to the restaurant and got a 30-second clip from me, and that was the exclusive story.
Oh, wow. That's what she led with that night.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30
made the news story, yeah.
It changed your life.
It's crazy.
Now, Rod, did the death of Sean Lucas come into your investigation at all? And what, do you have any thoughts about that you can share with us?
I have thoughts, yes, for the first part, no for the second part. I do have some thoughts about Sean Lucas's death.
Yeah, we've been very sort of fascinated by the idea that Sean Lucas, Gavin McFadden, John Jones, Michael Ratner, Seth Rich all died within a proximity of 2 or 3 months, some of them being in their 20s, and all of them being related, either directly or indirectly, through WikiLeaks, DNC data, and all of this whole thing. There's not really anything you can tell us about that.
I can't go into detail right now about that. Hopefully at some point I will be able to. But I will tell you this. On March 31st, I did a local Fox 5 show that morning, live on the set.
Yep.
This year. I had just started the investigation, and I shared with the anchor on the air that I'm uncovering somewhat of an underground organized crime ring. I said this on the air.
That's the next thing we want to ask you about.
Above and beyond the Seth Rich murder. And the anchor at the time, Allison Seymour is her name. She said, well, can you talk a little bit more about that, Rod? I said, I can't. I said, but I'm just finding some things that's really making me a little uncomfortable. And that's what you just named, with all those names, that's what I was finding.
And was SEIU involved in that criminal syndicate at all?
Not as far as I knew at that time.
Are we going to get killed for having this interview with you? Because a lot of our viewers are emailing us that might happen.
Well, there is another thing that happens is that the police chief, Lanier, I think it's Kathy Lanier?
Kathy Lanier,
yeah.
I know Kathy.
She seems to have a very strong relationship with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She seems to have a strong relationship with Amy Dacey, the boss of Seth Rich, and
a little bit of a checkered past on the force. We were reading an article today from a local paper that said there were a lot of sort of disgruntled officers who left under her command. Can't talk about that, it looks like.
Well, I didn't work under Kathy, but I was in the academy with Kathy. So I've been knowing Kathy for years.
Really?
And she's always been a very nice person. I've never seen anything that would indicate anything wrong that she's done or questionable. I haven't.
Well, we're not saying questionable. It's just the facts in the article stated that the officer roles were really dwindling under her, and that a lot of officers were leaving the force.
Some were. I wouldn't say a lot, but there were some. She had some disputes with certain commanders that, I know a lot of the officers said, wow, that's kind of crazy, and went to other departments. But I don't know anything specific in terms of that. I have heard some things, and I don't want to say, I'll tell you later, but I have heard some things. I wouldn't repeat it now on camera because I can't verify it. And I don't want to just speculate. Of course. But I will share with you what I heard later after the cameras are off.
So there are some emails in the WikiLeaks from John Podesta, especially, not the first set of WikiLeaks, which is happening somewhere between May 25th is the last email, and then June 12th or 13th, somewhere in there. That's Seth Rich might be the person that gave those. But there's a second set that come out in October 7th timeframe that he certainly couldn't have given because they have later timeframes after his death. So there is a second person. Now there's a guy. There are several emails in those Podesta leaks that say we need to make an example out of someone. Just some things that, call out who is the leaker, and then Podesta responds, Eric Braverman. So it would lead you to believe that there was some state of mind that there was someone else other than. Then there's an ambassador from UK. His name's Craig Murray. He flies over here, tries to get in the country on the 6th of September. That doesn't work, and then he comes in, I think, for a speech at American University around September 22nd, 23rd. He says he goes to the back of American University, a wooded area, and gets a thumb drive from somebody from the DNC and WikiLeaks. So putting one and one together, maybe WikiLeaks leaker 2 knows WikiLeaks leaker 1.
Did any of these guys come into the investigation?
No, not in my investigation.
Yeah. So he's still alive. I don't know how much longer.
Craig Murray.
Yeah, Craig Murray.
Well, and Eric Braverman, we don't know. That was the start of George's investigation, is where is this guy, Eric Braverman?
So no one can find him?
Well, he's never had a public appearance. There's been a couple of tweets that said, oh, Eric Braverman's going to run the Google Foundation, but that isn't really like going out and getting a cup of coffee at Starbucks. You know?
George has been to Yale investigating, seminars he's supposed to be giving that are mysteriously rescheduled. I went to an apartment that was supposedly his apartment that seemed like an apartment I didn't want to knock on the door of. So there's a lot of mystery surrounding him. There's one other name I want to ask you about. Did someone by the name of Wingate Robinson come into the investigation at all?
One of the officers, I guess there's a moped officer that first comes to see a woman, and then there's this Mr. Officer Wingate Robinson comes there, and then there's 3 of the officers have body cams and 2 don't.
I've heard of that, yeah. But I was told that no one knows where the body cam video footage is.
How common is that, would you say?
It's not common at all. This is the police department of a major city. I can see it if we were in, small town Iowa somewhere. We're talking a major city. You lose the video camera for everybody?
It's very strange. And something that I'm sure you're familiar with, having been on the force and everything, I see a lot of parallels in the mysterious death of Seth Rich and another government employee, Vince Foster. Now, people are definitely going to call me a conspiracy theorist about this, but when I see similarities like missing photographic evidence, anyone questioning the story being immediately called a conspiracy theorist and being kind of like, run out of town and cease and desisted and made fun of on the internet. And all that. Why is that happening?
Don't know.
It seems strange, doesn't it?
It is strange, yeah. It's to cause somewhat of a distraction or a deflection, I guess I should say. You know what I mean? If they can shift the narrative to, in this particular case, to this horrible former DC detective who's really just
talking about you,
talking about me.
Right.
Shift the narrative to that.
You seem like a nice guy.
Instead of being focused on who killed this guy and listen to what I'm saying. But see, and I think they've been somewhat successful with shifting the narrative.
Absolutely. We went to the crime. I went to the crime scene. I knocked on doors. A lot of the people I talked to said no one knocked on any doors. No one said, hey, did you see anything? Which normally collecting witnesses near the crime scene is pretty much 101. I went to the convenience store, which is cat corner from W and Flagler, and asked for the camera footage, and got really kind of an aggressive response from people coming to the store, third parties, in kind of an intimidating fashion. Somehow that's lost. The convenience store footage is lost.
The police department has that.
They do.
The police department has the camera footage.
Have you seen any of that
I
footage?
haven't seen it. I couldn't see it.
I haven't seen it.
No, they told me I don't need to see it.
But that's fine. To see it.
I don't need to see it. I'm only
This is not the droid you're looking for, Rod.
That's what I was told. I can't see it.
So you've been told the convenience store.
But I was told that the video, but I was told that it doesn't really show much.
Well, then why can't we see it? So there's really more questions than there are answers at this point.
But where did you get the name Wingate Robinson? I know that was one of the officers on the scene.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything about that person? Or?
Well, there's a strong tie to John Podesta at Georgetown. He ran track for Georgetown, and I think he was a running back at Georgetown. And I don't know what kind of connections to the Podestas since then, but I do know Heather Podesta, the previous wife of his brother Tony, has strong ties with the DC police.
I see.
And that's where pressure could be coming from. And I think almost a kind of a fatherly interest in Officer Wingate Robinson. So I just think everyone wants to see an arm's length relationship in the investigation and can't understand why these normal things don't happen.
Right.
So I think that's and it's odd because I published all the badge numbers and I published all the names, but his name was capitalized, almost like if you're press, talk to this guy, because, it was just an odd press release. It was an odd press release.
Well, those are really all the questions that I had. George, anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I have a couple. I mean, would the shot spotter be able to, I mean, the 22 sounds a lot different than a 44 or 38, right? Mm-hmm. Would it be able to determine the caliber of the gun?
Not precisely, but it'd give you a pretty good idea.
Did they share that information with you? That
I didn't need to see it.
Okay.
Oh, I was told.
Oh, that's what you're told,
we didn't
right?
need to see it.
I don't need to see it.
So there was
it's really an obstruction of your investigation.
There was an FBI car that was burglarized, and the FBI offered $10,000. There was a weapon stolen, but more importantly, a secure radio that was missing. Any connection? It's odd. What seemed odd to me is the FBI would offer the $10,000 for the recovery of the radio, but not offer $100,000, let's say, for the recovery of information relating to Seth Rich's death.
Yeah, I can't say anything about that.
Got it.
I want to, but I can't. I want to, but I can't.
So what do you think the odds are that you'll be able to publish your report?
We're working. My attorney is working with the family's attorney, and we're trying to reach some kind of a settlement. They adamantly do not want me to release any information I have, period, no matter what. So we'll have to see where it goes.
Okay. Is there, have you been involved in any of these cases where there's a public right to know versus the family's wishes? I mean...
I haven't.
Yeah, okay.
See, because it's interesting, this murder case really has become kind of the crux of the whole entire impeachment, where it's a question of Russia hacking or some internal person leaking. Mm-hmm. And, irrespective of what anyone thinks about the man who is the president currently, we're talking about an assault on the office of the president of the United States. Mm-hmm. And that seems like a very serious matter to have all of these things happening to really obstruct the effective investigation of this murder that is so important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're very concerned about that, and that's actually why we asked you here today. And we're really happy
it's got to be one of the two. Well, the first two doors that you spoke of, but it's either a leak or it's a hack at this point. I mean, Schumer and Schiff are pushing the hack pretty strong, or it could be a leak.
And that answer is behind door number 3.
But you don't need to look behind that door.
But I can't see behind. They don't want me to see behind door.
It's quite crazy.
3.
Okay.
Well, listen, Rod, we really appreciate the time, and we appreciate you being as forthcoming as you could be.
Nice meeting you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hopefully, we can speak to you again in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Please, because I'm talking very honestly with you, I hope that you accept that in the spirit of what I'm doing.
Yes.
Nothing. As somebody who is as liberal as I am, and I'm not ashamed of that. That there is nothing that has shown me in any way, shape, or form that he either believed this way, felt this way, or acted this way.
So you don't even think that Seth was a Bernie Sanders fan?
I don't.
Okay.
I absolutely do not.
Consequently, he was a Hillary Clinton supporter. Is that correct?
He had been offered and was on the precipice of accepting a job with the Hillary campaign.
Gotcha. Well, let me ask you this about this Kim.com guy. What do you think his motive would be in saying, hey, I'll come to the U.S. and show my evidence and this and that Seth Rich was the WikiLeaks guy? What is his motive there, and do you think he's completely lying?
A, I think he is completely lying.
Okay.
B, I cannot speculate on his motives because that wouldn't be fair of me either. But what I do think is that he is lying and that he knows he's lying, which is why, by the way, he didn't provide any evidence. He refused to provide any evidence. And I suspect that the reason why he has since, while he's not backing off, he certainly has gotten a lot more quiet over the last 2 days. I suspect that the reason why he has is because he himself understands that that he doesn't have anything and that he is exposing himself to further legal liability by the family if he were to continue down this path.
Okay. Was not to rehash, but to go back to the whole thing of, okay, this was a shameful act. Was the cease and desist order by the law firm on behalf of the family, was that issued because the family felt like that if Seth had indeed released those emails, that would have been a dishonorable act?
No, the cease and desist order was issued because the family, excuse me, let me backtrack that. Let me not backtrack it. It's this simple. Because the family and Rod Wheeler had a pretty ironclad non-disclosure agreement about any facts about or theories about the case were to be directed to the family and law enforcement only, and that Rod Wheeler is in breach of that non-disclosure by having gone to press without the explicit approval of the family. That's why the cease and desist order was issued.
Okay. Has anybody in the DNC been in touch with you or in any way influenced the way in which you're representing the family?
No.
No.
They have no influence in what I do. Period. Dot.
Okay. Now there was some words.
Wait, with that, I've been on the phone with you for like 40 minutes.
I know.
Man.
You've been very your time. One last question, please. Mm-hmm. That is, as I understood it, there was, and I saw this report a month or two ago, that there was video footage, security camera surveillance video footage of some nature that captured the crime and the crime scene. Are you aware of that? And can you elaborate on it?
I am not, and I refer back to what I had originally told you, which is that I am not allowed to talk about anything pertaining to the criminal investigation or active evidence involved in the investigation, and those questions really should go to the Washington Police Department.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
And you still feel like that's like you're sticking with what the DC MPD is saying, that they still think it's a botched robbery?
Yes. And now I really do have to go because it's Joel on the other line, and I take his calls. All right.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your time. All right, Mr.
No problem.
Spoke with Liz, by the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. I want to welcome each and every one of you to this broadcast. We've got a great segment lined up for you. Alicia Powe, P-O-W-E, just a marvelous investigative journalist doing the work the corporate media is not expected to do because, well, they're compromised, and doing the work, surpassing the work many of the so-called investigative journalists are doing as well. Joining up with Liz Crokin as well. They've done together. There's a great piece on WorldNet Daily, WND, and we'll link to it here in the program description. Bottom line, the issue is the Seth Rich homicide, which unraveling that will lead to the exposure of the machinations of the deep state, DNC, some of the political operatives. It'll blow the narrative of the hack versus the leak out of the water. It will unravel and reveal the criminality in much of the operations of the deep state. So without any further ado, Alicia Powell, thanks for joining us. And we're waiting for Liz Crokin we're waiting to get a hold of her. But in the meantime, come on in.
Well, what's remarkable is how the mainstream media, if you watched CNN earlier, or anytime there's a mention of this story in the media, it's the reporter or the individual who even mentions it is berated as a conspiracy theorist. And, what gives this story any less validity than the unsubstantiated claims that President Trump is colluded with Russia to rig the elections, right?
That's right.
After about, nearly 2 weeks of investigating this story every day, we have found no evidence that this was a robbery, that his murder was related to robbery. He was found dead with his watch and lots of money in his pocket and his credit cards. And I think it's just absolutely aggravating that people are so prone to believing that this is just fake news.
That's right. Alicia, now you've done great work. By the way, you can follow her on Twitter at Alicia_Powe, Powe. Follow her work and also on WND. This particular homicide has so much, is so common. And Joe and I have worked, and myself, I've worked unsolved homicides as an investigator. And I've worked, you're dealing with family members. You're dealing with a very contentious at times elements, within the family. You're dealing with the press. You're dealing with the police. You're dealing with the general public. What's your feeling on this? Who is attempting to stifle the facts of this case?
Well, what difference does it make what someone who's speculation means nothing, right?
Right.
But when we speak to the investigator that the family hired, the man who paid the investigator to work to the family, because the family the family was getting no answers on the case. So a man named by Ed Batowski, who I guess is wealthy, reached out to the family just for moral support, and he offered to pay for a private investigator. After months and months of not finding any information out from the Washington, D.C. Police Department. And the family was actually praising Detective Wheeler, the private investigator, just a day before Fox News broke that story about the federal...
Is it ringing? Oh, there we go.
Alicia got pushed off and Liz got... It's a coup.
Did I overthrow her? You guys there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Liz, hang on just a second. We're getting... okay, so Tech Eric...
Hold on a second, Liz. We lost Alicia. We're going to try to bring her back. We might have to use a phone number for one of you guys, a landline.
So somebody didn't update their Skype, apparently. Liz, shame on you.
Is it me?
I don't know. Oh, well.
We'll figure it out.
Well, Liz, while we're trying to get Alicia back, welcome back. Glad you're okay from that stuff yesterday.
Yeah, it was a really strange afternoon, that's for sure. Never a dull moment over here.
Did you ever get any more answers? I know John called in, after you talked with John yesterday, he called in and gave us an update. But have you received any additional updates in the last 20 hours?
So basically what happened is, and I'm still not sure, but basically what happened is someone came to my house claiming to be a police officer, saying that they were trying to serve me. They had held up a badge. This person wasn't a police officer. I refused to open my door. The person insisted that I opened my door. I'm like, look, if you want to serve me something, leave it at my doorstep. I'm not opening my door. And mind you, I live in a secure building where you have to be buzzed in. So they snuck in. And, they were in the hallway. And so anyways, the person got really aggressive and they said that they wouldn't leave until I opened the door. And she insisted that legally I had to open the door. And so I called my mom, got my mom on the phone, and I'm like, Mom, this person that claims to be a police officer is trying to get in my place. And the person then said, oh, no, I'm not a police officer. Anyways, long story short, it was paperwork related to my ex committed a sexual assault against me, and I've been dealing with a lawsuit for 5 years now. It was paperwork that had to do with that, but I will say it was paperwork that was dated 2 months ago that's already been served to me. So why? And I was just in court for 2 weeks, or I'm sorry, I was just in court 2 weeks ago and was served papers, and so it made no sense that would be served papers. I'm pretty sure are the same papers I was served 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So, covering this Seth Rich stuff, lots of strange things have been happening to me. You guys know how these deep state people operate. So you just have to be really careful. And, there was no way I was going to answer the door to anyone, So
Got it.
It is what it is.
All right. Now we were able to get both Liz, you, and Alicia on. Alicia was giving us kind of a rundown when you in your absence. But
hey, Liz.
Hey, girl. That's my partner in crime.
Well, Liz, why don't you go ahead and introduce Alicia properly to our audience and just go ahead and take it because there's so much information that you folks, both of you have, and of course, WND article just posted today. So Liz, go ahead and introduce Alicia.
Well, Alicia is amazing. She's an awesome journalist, and she actually found me because of your platform after I went on your show and revealed that I was being censored for my work exposing and covering sex trafficking. She reached out to me and said that, asked me if I'd be interested in reporting for WND. So she recruited me. So I'm very grateful for her for that. And I'm very grateful that there's still an outlet out there that's willing to cover Seth Rich's murder. Because as you know, and as your audience knows, every outlet that's covering this is either spewing lies or they're getting threats and intimidated into silence. The latest is Sean Hannity. It looks like he may have lost his job for covering an unsolved murder. So I'm grateful that I was able to connect with WND thanks to Alicia. And we've been working really hard on this story around the clock all week. She's on the ground in Washington, D.C. I live in California, so I've been doing work via the phone and investigative work behind the computer. And that's where we're at now. The story that I wrote today, I don't know if you guys got too into it because I was having problems here online, but the story that came out today on WND that I worked on, I interviewed Jack Berkman. Now, he is a GOP lobbyist who has started a fund and a group. He basically has put together an investigation team to investigate Seth Rich's murder. I did a long interview with him yesterday on the phone. He has put up $105,000 in reward money for anyone that can give information that leads to an arrest. And he has a whole team of investigators investigating Seth Rich's murder. And they've been working on this for months. So I did a long interview with him yesterday, and he revealed a lot of bombshell information. So the first thing that he revealed to me, and this was all on the record, he told me that initially everybody was cooperating with the Seth Rich murder investigation. When I say everybody, I said he was referring to all parties involved. So that would be the police, that would be the DNC, all the family members. No problem in the beginning, the first few months after Seth Rich's death. Everybody is 180. Not almost everybody is 180. At least the authorities have. So what he told me is that police are no longer cooperating with him and his team. He said that not only are police not cooperating, they're withholding key evidence. Okay. He said that he said he saw one surveillance video of Seth's murder. And he said that they have at least one other tape that they are withholding that they should release to the public and that he is trying to view. He also said that the DC police's, theory that this is a robbery is a complete and total joke and absolutely ridiculous, which we all know. He said that the DC police are not only withholding evidence, but they're also doing everything they can to suppress and suffocate this investigation. And he also said that the police are colluding with the DC mayor to make this go away. All right. He also said that in the beginning, the DNC was very cooperative with him. And he said that Donna Brazile, when she was still with the DNC, that she was very nice and she cooperated with him and his team investigating this case. He said there's no longer any cooperation with the DNC. And furthermore, the DNC crisis spokesperson that is now speaking for Seth Rich's family, he said that this spokesperson, Brad Bowman, has been viciously attacking him. He's been calling him names. And he's like, he's supposed to be the spokesperson for the family. We're all just trying to find out who murdered Seth Rich so the family can get justice and some closure. Why is this guy calling me names? Why is this guy attacking me? He said it's gotten so bad to the point that he might send a cease and desist letter to Brad Bowman and file a defamation suit against him for attacking him. So, and I don't know if Alicia got into this because I wasn't able to connect, but Alicia talked to the DC Police Department to get a statement from them on what Jack Berkman told us. And the DC Police Department basically mocked us and called us conspiracy theorists and said they don't engage with conspiracy theorists. Excuse me? We are putting out good, hard journalism. We're doing good, hard investigative work. And the DC Police Department, there's a dead young man. And you guys are going to mock us? This isn't a joke.
And the family's political crisis consultant, Brad Bauman, who was assigned to the family by the DNC, although he emphatically denies it, he says you're evil and you should burn in hell if you at all believe that there's any ties to Seth Rich and WikiLeaks. Now, why would any logical person rule out the possibility that maybe the person who was leaking the DNC emails was Seth Rich? And if he were, why wouldn't the spirit cooking Clintons have him off? Right? So, if there's no smoke, why are they censoring us?
Well, and why?
There's no fire.
Right.
Why are, look, we're journalists. We are very professional and we are genuinely dedicated to getting to the truth. We are genuinely dedicated to our craft. We're not fake news. We're not lapdogs. We're not shills. We're real journalists. We're working our butts off 24/7. And I'm sorry, whether the police like what we're reporting or don't like what we're reporting, we don't deserve to be treated this way. And for them to just mock us is insulting not only to us, but to Seth Rich's family and his soul. It's sick. These people are sick and they're evil.
Alicia, did you deal with the public information officer of the Metropolitan Police or someone else?
Well, first I deal with the public information officer who basically just said we're not going to talk about a pending investigation. And I actually went to speak to a homicide detective yesterday, and I spoke with someone who said, "We'll let you speak to our chief, the lead investigator on this case." And we're sure he'll give you an interview. I mean, we're not going to give you details about the case, but we can give you some general information. So he was supposed to call me back, and then hours fly by throughout the day, and he did not. And finally, I called him up, and his name is Joseph Della Camera. He is the same person who I was told by a source I cannot name that was told to stand down by Donna Brazile and even someone higher up in the DNC from investigating the case. So his response is to me, I cannot speak about this. Okay. I cannot speak about this. And he just hung up the phone. And so.
And you guys, though, it's
strange.
Let's say this is a conspiracy theory, and by the chance that we're being led astray here, because we're just reporting what we're told by our sources, and that's our job. Our job is not to create the narrative like the MSM does, like CNN does. Our job is to report what we find out. All right, and even if we are being led astray by our sources or whatnot, then release the evidence. At DC Police Department, then release the footage, release the evidence, release the autopsy, release the bullet forensics, and prove us and our sources wrong. They refuse to do that. So, you know, if you start calling us names and mocking our hard work, why don't you release the evidence and let the public decide?
Right.
And apparently the family has the computer and the Washington, D.C. police have the computer. That's according to the family spokesman. So then if you have evidence there, and there's also, Detective Wheeler told me that the brother does not want him investigating WikiLeaks. In fact, one of the stipulations in their negotiation, there was a 2-week negotiation that took place before the family decided to hire the private investigator. And one of the things they agreed on was that Detective Wheeler would not look into the emails and not look into WikiLeaks. Why?
Whoa. Wait, hang on a second.
This is information that I don't think you've reported yet.
Are you telling me, this is the first I'm hearing about this, are you telling me that Rod Wheeler as a private investigator was hired with conditions on areas that he could not?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
And he agreed to this?
Isn't that insane? I don't know what he agreed to or not agreed to, but that was told to me by Wheeler and another source. And that's why it's somehow the family, you know, I know they're going through a sensitive time. I mean,
wow.
But there's something suspicious going on with WikiLeaks and emails that we're supposed to just turn our heads and forget about and move on with our lives and talk about how Trump should be impeached for colluding with Russia, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah.
I've never...
real conspiracy theory.
Yeah, this is huge to me, having worked on unsolved homicides. There would be no way, period, that I would ever, as an investigator, agree to conditions like that. I can accept, for example, saying, well, clear anything that you're going to release to the media through us first, but not conditions as to who not to investigate or look at. That to me, right there, is just wow.
Right.
Well, you know, what we're working on now is one of the things that Jack Berkman told me over the phone. And by the way, I really think you guys should have him on the show. I'm going to give John his contact information because he's a really good interview and he's really well-spoken, very animated as well. But he told me that that Seth Rich had this whole kind of secret online life. He had all of these accounts, like multiple social media accounts, multiple Skype accounts, multiple email accounts. Some are anonymous, some weren't anonymous. And Jack is looking into this, and he said that they're going to be revealing a lot of information on that in the next coming days. And a lot of internet sleuths on 4chan have been finding a lot of these secret accounts he has. So there's a wealth of information online and probably on all of Seth's devices that will be clues as to who murdered him and why. So that's something to look out for in the next few days, because I think we're going to have a lot of information coming out about that. So it should be an interesting few days, but that's where we're at now, and that's what we're working on. But yeah, Seth Rich was very active online, and you know, it's kind of like if he's setting up all of these back channels to communicate with people online in a fashion that's not traceable, well, why would he do that unless he's planning to exchange information that was top secret or dangerous information, right? So I think that's something that's really interesting and something that we'll be working on, and you guys should be, you know, looking out for in the upcoming days.
Well, and I think, our congressional leaders, our senators, they need to be calling for a special investigation into this. And I mean, one congressman actually did have the courage to talk about this today and call for a special investigation. Texas Congressman Blake Farenthold, he was on CNN earlier today, and you should go and watch the clip of these two CNN anchors basically belittling him for saying that we should be the the Seth Rich murder investigation should be a part of the Russia investigation into hacking the election. And why is it not? And hopefully that's where we go next with this story, is we get some congressional leadership, some senators to call for a special investigation and stop dismissing this in group thinking and following what the mainstream media is saying, and shine a light on this and raise national awareness to this story, because this is not mainstream. Maybe people who really follow the news are following what we're doing and, you know, see how Sean Hannity is getting censored, but it's not what it would be if the roles were reversed. And this had been Republicans who allegedly killed one of their staffers. Imagine what the outcry would be nationwide. Every uninformed and every person who doesn't care about politics, every American would be calling Trump a murderer and demanding investigations, and there'll be riots in the street. Yeah, on the other side, it seems as if conservatives are just as prone to repeating what the mainstream media's propaganda is.
Exactly. And folks, our guest, Liz Crokin, you know her, and Alicia Powell, P-O-W-E. Follow Alicia _Powell. That's her Twitter handle. And Liz Crokin, at Liz Crokin on Twitter as well. I have to say, we admire your collective and individual work on this case. And I'll say this, since we've been talking so heavily about this, we too have been, our sponsors are being harassed in some cases. Some of them, not all of them, are being harassed, and we are feeling the effects of this. But we're not going to back down. We are not going to stop talking about this, regardless. I don't care if you know.
Well, I hope you guys relay to your, the harassment's a coordinated effort by Media Matters, which is run by David Brock, who's closely tied to Podesta and the Clintons. And Rush Limbaugh actually talked about this weeks ago on his show. He talks about it a lot. This is a coordinated effort to destroy people that are trying to reveal the truth. And I hope that your sponsors realize that these people that are contacting them are not real people. They're paid by a corrupt organization. They are bots. They are fake accounts. If you go on my Twitter page and you see the majority of people that are condemning me and harassing me for covering this, they're fake accounts. They have, no one's retweeting their stuff. You never see a real name on the Twitter handle. You never see a picture. It'll be like a picture of a cartoon. And so I hope sponsors know that these are not real people. Real people want you to cover this. Real people want to demand answers, okay? And so I hope that your sponsors realize that, that is a con job, and that those aren't real people, harassing them. They're fake people trying to cover up the murder of a really good, patriotic young man. And there's one thing I want to say before we sign off here. To back up what Alicia says, Alicia and I, and you guys, we can only do so much. We're putting ourselves in danger, and we're literally risking our lives to get the truth out there, because we're good people and we believe in getting the truth out there no matter where it leads. And we're patriots. All right. But we need the support, and we need as much support as possible. And I encourage everybody out there to tweet about this. Tweet your congressmen, tweet the FBI, tweet the White House, write the White House. We need to get there to be a federal investigation and or congressional investigation. We need to get the feds involved, because that's the only way that we're really going to get to the truth. We can only do so much. But if enough people, enough Americans, enough people around the world start tweeting Congress, members of Congress, the vice president, the president, Jeff Sessions, your local representatives, if they start getting flooded with phone calls, emails, tweets, then there will be so much pressure, because the people are more powerful than these sleazy, evil scumbag elites, that they will be forced to do something about it. So I encourage everyone to take action, and you do not need to leave your bedroom to take action. Just pick up your phone, pick up your computer, and start putting the pressure on people in power.
And to add on to that, the left is so desperate. Since Donald Trump went to shellac the Democrat Party and the liberal media, we won this election. So now they're resorting to censorship. If it were based on just what was reported on TV and the mainstream media and Hollywood and the music industry, Hillary Clinton would be the president right now. But we have this internet as our greatest tool to pass on this information, spread it like wildfire, and they can't censor that. They can maybe suspend our Twitter account, but we have more power than we ever had as a society to really lift the lid off the griminess that is, in my view, as a conservative, the Democrat Party.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you so very much. And it's a pleasure to meet you. And thank you for being on our side. Thank you for being a warrior for the truth. And Liz, thank you as well. Teaming up with Alicia, you two are the greatest. Thank you so very much. And folks, please support these two young ladies in their quest for truth. We will stand together. Thank you both. Wow. What great ladies, huh, Joe?
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this network break.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
Welcome back, folks, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. Our thanks to Eric the Tech. All I saw was elbows and kneecaps over at his space station when he was trying to get them both on. Somebody didn't update their Skype or whatever. And I saw that, his arms flailing and buttons being pushed and headphones flying and cords flying. And I don't know what was going on over there. I don't know if there was any bloodshed, but Eric the Tech managed to get both of them on at the same time. That was good. We have that capability sometimes on the other side, things, how it goes, right? I want to thank everyone for joining us. I do want to speak on a couple of things. Just very briefly here, the information that Alicia and Liz just gave us, the fact that There was reportedly a 2-week negotiation between the investigator and the family, and or the contact with the family. Again, we have to narrow down, hone down the details on this, and I'll do that off air. But in my experience in dealing with unsolved homicides, when the family or the point of contact of the family comes to you and says, look, we understand the police have this. We want to hire you because we believe that you will give this cold case, and anything really after, this is an arbitrary number. Anything after a year is certainly a cold case, but certainly anything after a week, 2 weeks, can be considered a cold case on a homicide. And I think, Joe, there was a TV program. What was the first 48, right? Was that
yeah,
right?
It's still on.
Okay. First 48. Once you pass that 48-hour mark in a homicide, you're
statistically
exactly. It starts
statistically, it's going to be harder to solve after that.
That's right. And what would, just from a personal level, 5 years it was April of 1987, or it was 1987 when, early 87, when my partner and I dealt with my family on a 5-year-old unsolved homicide. And 6 months later, roughly, a man was arrested for my uncle's murder. Now, the only reason I mention this is subsequent to that, me working that homicide, I worked many other unsolved homicides in 3 different states. All right. Now, you deal with families, you deal with multiple, personalities that are all over the board. You deal with emotions that are just, it's a horrible situation. And sometimes the families are torn apart. But the bottom line is they all come together for one reason, and that's to find the truth. That is to seek the justice, the legal justice. And I speak from experience on this. So having said that, if ever, and I never had a situation in my career where a family said, okay, we want you to look into this. However, you cannot look here, or this is off limits. And if that would be, I would never sign on to something like that, ever. You got to be out of your mind. Now, I don't know what Rod Wheeler, what kind of contract he signed. I understand, of course, if the family says you run all of your public statements, if you make any, because of the visibility through us first, we must approve your public statements. I get that. That's fine. But nobody is going to tell me where I can and can't look. Because 99.9%, you tell me I can't look over here, that's the first place I'm going to look. And then I'm going to look at the person who told me that I can't look over there. Yep. Yeah, you've been around. But see, okay, so okay. Now, I do understand this. I do understand the allocation of funds. Let me tell you something. A private investigation, just here's a little reality check for everybody. The majority of the unsolved homicide cases I worked for pennies. You know why? Because I'm an idiot. All right? Because I cared more about helping the families, and the families have no money. By the time they get to someone like me, they might have had 2 or 3 other PIs before them who were unscrupulous. In any business, you get that used car salesman kind of, and the families become untrusting. Well, wait a second. I don't want it. Just let's see. Let me take a look and let's see what we can do here. And by the time it was, I'm, 6 weeks into the case, I'm still working on nothing, in terms of dollars. That was how because I detest the people who take advantage of families who are absolutely hurting from a loss like this. So that's just me. That's the way but in reality, PIs roughly, depending on the part of the country you're in, could be as much as $100 an hour, $65 an hour. At the low end, $100 on average. And I know PIs who would charge just for thinking about a case, for crying out loud. That's not the way I operate, but that's okay. So you could rack up tens of thousands of dollars for investigative efforts that get you nowhere, that bankrupt the family. I get all of that. So if the conversation was, look, I don't want to spend money on you conducting a political investigation, I understand that. Now, I hope you understood what I just said. That's not to say that, in other words, don't use my money to investigate some political cause if you are an ideologue for that cause. I understand that. However, that doesn't preclude me from going over there if that's where the evidence leads. And that's the difference here. So if that's an important distinction, and that we must understand. And I'll tell you one thing: I would move heaven and earth to get to the truth on this matter. And you tell me not to look there, well, I'm sorry. Then I'll do it on my own. I certainly won't use your funds to do that. But if that's where the evidence leads, I'm going to follow that until the last dog is hung. That's the way it is. All right, that's number one. Number two, I do want to tell you this, and then I'm going to turn it to Joe here. The fact of the matter is this: I just sent this on my personal Twitter, and I'm just getting the hang of Twitter. All right, I've been on for 7 years, 8 years. I'm just starting to get the hang of it. But we are seeing the blowback right now, and the blowback is absolutely incredible from talking about this unsolved murder of Seth Rich. And because of that, we know that we're close. We know that we're close to the truth. Do not tell me, don't send me an email, for example, or a tweet saying, oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself putting the family through hell. No, hell is not knowing who killed your son. Hell is being told that your son was killed in a botched armed robbery when there's no evidence to support that. It is the people out there. It are the people who are out there who are using this as a political football are not the people who are attempting to find the truth of this, but the people who are politicizing this to avoid the furtherance of an investigation into the larger investigation. That's who is exploiting the family. We will, and this is a statement I'm going to make, despite the fact that some of our sponsors are, and Sean Hannity and the Hagman Report share some of the same sponsors. We are, and a loss of those sponsors put a big hole, a huge hole, probably this big, into our budget. But I don't care, because I do know one thing. We've been down that road before, and we're not going to submit. We're not going to succumb. We're not going to acquiesce. We're going to continue forward because God will provide. And you people out there, the people who support us, we thank you. And that is allowing us to continue our mission, and that's allowing us to grow. And we will commit to you. We will not submit or acquiesce. And it just gets my goat, just talking frankly, it gets my goat when I look at some so-called conservative pundits, serial stalkers of Sean Hannity, rejoicing in the fact that, oh my goodness, and this is my opinion, okay? Because I know she's a lawyer. This is my opinion. So I'm giving you my opinion. It's my opinion that you, serial stalker Sean Hannity, you should be ashamed of yourself. And others who support you should be ashamed of themselves for rejoicing in the fact that, hey, we can get Sean Hannity off the air. Or saying that Sean Hannity retracted, he's backing down from the Seth Rich story. If you understand, you've got to listen precisely to what Sean Hannity said. He said, I'm not backing down from this. I just can't, and I'm paraphrasing. We're just not going to talk about this on Fox, on his Fox news show. He's got other venues he could talk about this. He's not stopping talking about this. He is just moving platforms. I'm not making excuses for him. That's just what he's doing. But regardless, we only have this platform, this show, and no one is going to tell us what we can and can't talk about. And that, my friends, is my promise to you. And you know, the last thing, the insignificant struggling for relevance and struggling for you know, their relevance in life, because they've lived out their life and they're insignificant to themselves in their minds. The ankle biter is saying, well, you know, they're frauds and fakes. Okay. We can put up with that. We can put up with all of this, but we're not backing down. We're doubling down. And you have that. That's our commitment here just a couple of days before Memorial Day 2017. And it's going to be a hot summer, ladies and gentlemen. It really is. Corpus Christi Republican Congressman Blake Farenthold, this is what Liz and Alicia were talking about, considers the source behind the 2016 hack of the DNC. The unanswered questions believes a federal investigation is warranted. He's saying, look, the murder of Seth Rich, the DNC hack, the WikiLeaks, all connected, deserves a federal investigation. This is what Liz and Alicia were talking about. Joe, this story is
picking
is
up where you left off and Liz left off. There's an article on CNN, money.cnn.com. The headline is a little strange. Fox News stirred up an online riot with Seth Rich story, and it's too late to restore peace. This was yesterday evening, almost exactly 24 hours ago, 8:15 p.m. I don't know what an online riot is, but obviously we know CNN's reporting is very inaccurate, if not flat out, just made up as they go along. And just to point out some of the inaccuracies, one, this didn't start with Fox News or Sean Hannity. And they use the word conspiracy theory in this story, in this small story, 12 times. And they go on to say that, minutes after Fox News retracted its inaccurate story peddling a conspiracy theory about the fatal shooting of Democratic National Committee staffer Seth Rich, Boyle sprang up into Breitbart's Slack channel. Now, this is the conversation here starts out with a few people twittering back and forth to themselves. It was Matthew Boyle and Ben Q. I don't know why that's showcased there, but they go on to talk about how many on the far right are peddling or have stirred up this online riot by peddling this debunked conspiracy theory. And they go on to talk about the how people have promoted this conspiracy theory, how it's been picked up by a number of news outlets, from the Gateway Pundit to Breitbart to Infowars to Drudge. Then we can throw WorldNet Daily in there, as well as many others. But, I know we've went over this before. One thing that's just been bothering me a lot, how are these people allowed to call this a conspiracy theory? How are they allowed to call it debunked? The facts of the case have yet to be seen. One thing we do know, Seth Rich was shot in the back as he walked home from a bar in D.C. about 4 a.m. There has been no evidence of a robbery or a robbery attempt. They don't know how many suspects there were, even though there's cameras, CCTV cameras everywhere. And we can say this all day long, and I hope it registers with people, that the theory of a robbery is just as much as a conspiracy theory as Seth being the DNC leaker. It's just as much as a debunked theory as him being killed for being the DNC leaker. And you put that correctly. Because there's no evidence. Yeah. I mean, there's more evidence to suggest that he was the DNC leaker than there is to suggest that it was a robbery.
Correct. And I'm glad you said that, because, and folks, what we do is we operate from a set of facts. You have to know, you have to authenticate and establish the facts at the scene. We don't get our information, for example, from Reddit or 4chan or the forums. So what you do is you look at authenticated documentation from the first document, for example, the police report, which we've got a copy of, the public information report by MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department. We have a copy of that, and that gives you, and in fact, that's sourced online. But the bottom line with that is it gives you the location, time, date, and the officers and their badge numbers, basically. And then from that, you build on that. But you're right.
And let's look. Right. Let's look through a little bit, just off the top of my head, stories where we've seen this huge attack by the mainstream media against sponsors who were on shows who were reporting things the way that they find them, rather than talking about using the mainstream media government established talking points. One of the big ones that registers in these 9/11, the truthers, they would call them. And even though conspiracy theory was already a term, it really picked up a lot of steam after 9/11 for people who were questioning why 3 towers fell when only two planes hit each of the World Trade Center towers, how Building 7 fell. There's just so many questions into 9/11. And, the truther movement, the 9/11 truth movement, was asking legitimate questions. They wanted to know how, especially Building 7, even if you forget everything else with 9/11, Building 7 was a 47-foot skyscraper that wasn't hit by a plane. It had very minimal damage to the interior and even exterior of the building, but it collapsed. And then the BBC reported that it collapsed 20-some minutes before it actually did. There was a lot of irregularities with the official narrative. So a number of people from different walks of life began asking questions. Why, how could this happen? This obviously did not happen the way that these people reported it. So they wanted to get to the truth of the matter. We saw the huge push of, you're a conspiracy theory, how dare you? You're attacking America if you're questioning this and questioning the
dissent is
the official narrative.
Yeah.
Right. And then just, more recently, the pedogate stuff that came from the release of the John Podesta emails. This was another big one. They turned around. Anybody who used the term Pizzagate or pedogate was immediately banished as being a conspiracy theorist. The government and the media went on to use the same verbiage, calling it a debunked theory, a discredited story, a conspiracy theory. If all this Seth Rich speculation and investigation, let's say that it was a robbery gone wrong, and we're still at the same point in the investigation we are now. Nobody's been arrested, and people were pursuing these other avenues of investigation, but they were completely wrong in doing so. Who's going to take the time to boycott people's sponsors for talking about it? Who's going to take the time to make sure in every story that's in the mainstream media, they're going to put debunked or discredited or conspiracy theory in it? Nobody's going to even bother with it. If there is nothing there, why waste the time? You're not going to see, Media Matters and George Soros bots and trolls continue to pile on to something that makes no difference, what these people are saying, because if it's not true, has no basis in reality or fact, they're not going to waste their time trying to push the narrative down and discredit the people pushing the narrative, because it would have no effect either way. If they're wrong, they're wrong. People aren't going to waste their time trying to prove that they're wrong if they know they're wrong. So we see this huge increase in these terms. We see a huge push by the media, by whatever pressure points are pushing this on the media, to try to discredit the story at every turn. And not only that, discredit the people and remove the people from their jobs who want to continue to pursue this narrative. The more we see of this, the more pushback I see from Hannity, the more we see reports about, how the parents don't politicize this murder. If it was me and if it was a family member that's murdered, I don't care what avenue you look into, as long as you get to the truth. And it just boggles my mind that more people don't realize that as they try to, the more they try to discredit this and disallow people from looking into it or even talking about it on the news, the more red flags they raise and the more it looks like they have something to hide. And they're not going to stop. I mean, they've been very successful with this tactic. Deflect, deny, and name call and put down and go after sponsors, go after listeners, supporters, whatever. It's just amazing to me that these people continue, and their ways seem to be failing because more and more people are catching on. Switching gears here.
Before we switch gears, just want to direct everyone to Ellen Riggs, greennovative.com. Folks, go to greennovative.com. Take advantage of what Ellen Riggs has got to offer there. The hurricane season starts 1st of June. expect to be an active one this year up and down the East Coast. And of course, you need to make hurricane preparations for your family. Think about what you'll do when the power goes out for a day, week, a month. Having lots of batteries is great until they go dead. Solar chargers, well, they're good between 10 and 3 and so on. Remember that Green Innovative has the GMAG power cell that makes power anytime, anywhere, in any weather, day or night when you need it. Just adds salt and water to the unit and it's immediately charging your batteries. Make sure you've got a GMAG charger package in your hurricane supplies. Visit them at greeninnovative.com and enter Hagman for a 12% discount store-wide. Greeninnovative.com. Enter Hagman for a 12% discount store-wide. One more time. greeninnovative.com, coupon code Hagman. I want to thank Alan Riggs and all of our sponsors for continuing to sponsor our show. All right, Joe, go ahead.
I wanted to make sure I hit on this story today. We posted this up on the website earlier. And you want to talk about the power of online investigators, citizen journalists and online investigators. This is a win for them. You remember the guy who was hit in the head by a bike lock at a Berkeley protest?
Yeah, wasn't that by a professor?
They arrested him yesterday.
Good.
Police arrest Eric Clanton after bike lock assaults during Berkeley protest. Now, this happened over a month ago. But what was really interesting about this story, it says soon after April 15th, 28-year-old Clayton was outed online on the website 4chan as someone who used the bike lock to strike a man in the head. The assault was captured on video. The guy had a mask on. And, everything was covered but his eyes. Police had no idea how to, or at least they said they did not have any idea how to identify the man. They released video and photos and asked the public if they could help find out who this was. Well, it turns out it's a 28-year-old former teacher of Diablo Valley College. And what's interesting is when we went to Chicago a few weeks ago, actually 2 weeks ago today, when we were in the car, we were listening to a few episodes of Michael Savage, and a caller called into his show, and apparently this information has been circulating online for a while, and named this guy. I remember that when I read this morning. So he apparently has been outed for a while, but the police finally took the evidence and acted upon it, and yesterday he was arrested on 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, the weapon being identified as a U-lock bike lock, one of those assaults that is alleged to have caused a significant injury.
Right.
Now, this happened in a clash with pro-Trump supporters and self-described anti-fascist or Antifa activists determined to stop a rally where white supremacist views were expected to be expressed, according to Antifa. So, until Wednesday night, Berkeley investigators had declined to say whether they were looking into Clayton, despite the outcry from online journalists calling for his arrest. Wednesday, officers arrested him in Oakland at 2:15 p.m. He's being held at Berkeley County Jail on a $200,000 bond. And his list of occupation is a college professor. He's scheduled for arraignment on Friday. And police said they have identified 3 victims in the case. All were struck in the head or neck with a bike lock.
So just so we were clear on this, you've got this university professor dressing up to avoid detection, hiding his face, and engaged in, what were the charges?
3 counts
of aggravated assault, correct?
Where was it? He was...
Well, hitting someone with a bike lock on the head, that could kill a person.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, at the minimum, aggravated assault. But the fact of the matter is, these are the people who are attempting, or these are the people who we have allowed to infiltrate our universities. What in the world is going on here? Well, obviously.
Assault with a deadly weapon.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, so you've got this infiltration. These are the same people who are advocating the overthrow of Donald Trump. These are the same people who are advocating the my body, my choice abortion,
he was
homosexual marriage and such.
He worked in political philosophy too.
There you go. So, the teacher of political philosophy. Let me tell you how well I could, if you're not going to learn my way, I'm going to beat it into you.
Yeah. I mean, but really, and some of the pictures are, I don't know, folks, if you saw that, it's actually on video, the assault. And it's
brutal.
It is brutal.
Yeah, that hurts. That would hurt.
And the officer, one of the officers went on to say that after Clayton was arrested, he's been under investigation for some time, which that makes sense if they were acting on the information from online investigators, because as I said before,
by the
2
way,
weeks ago,
he was a junior college teacher. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was named more than a few weeks ago. So if they were acting on that intelligence, I believe that the people at 4chan or whoever it was that did this were directly responsible for his arrest. I believe if they did not do what they did to identify him, that the police probably never would have found him.
See, you guys make a difference. Our audience makes a difference. The listeners make a difference. It's you that make a difference. We can still make a difference. Never give up. Never give in. Oh, sorry.
And that article is on HagmannReport.com. You might have to scroll down a little bit and hit the load more, because I believe I posted that earlier this morning. But it's also on BerkeleySide.com if you want to read it. We will be right back after this network break. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to this Thursday edition of the Hagmann Report.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagmann and Hagmann Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagmann and Hagmann Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagmann and Hagmann Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagmann Report. Coming up in the next hour, we will be joined, in the next half hour, starting at 9, we'll be joined by George Webb. Yeah, next half hour. Stop interrupting me on air.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But first, we have our producer, John Robertson, coming on with Eve Gonzalez of Trading Post in the Woods to go over a few important things, tips to help you with, what you call it, alternative medicine, homeopathy. I'm going to turn it over to John. John, You take it away, buddy.
Well, Joe, thank you so much. Doug, greetings and God bless you both. And God's blessings on all of our listeners and viewers here this evening. We've got a hot show cranking right now. We've got over 1,800 live viewers on YouTube Live, and our chat's been blowing up like crazy. Excellent work thus far by our good friend over at Caravan to Midnight, Mr. John B. Wells, followed by two hotshot reporters at WorldNet Daily, Liz Crokin and Alicia Powell. Excellent.
YouTube channel and YouTube following. It began, I think, 214 days ago with an entry, "Where in the world," or "Where is Eric Braverman?" And it is expanded into areas covering the Awan brothers. We've talked about the Awan brothers, covering the Seth Rich homicide. We've talked about that. Rat lines. He's out in the field. And it's very interesting how he does his investigations. He'll take, in real time, he'll show you, for example, yesterday or the day before, he went to, he goes to numerous locations to locate individuals, people. And it's very interesting. And he shows, through the use of his camera, he shows his investigative results. By the way, just want to mention portions of this episode brought to you by healthmasters.com. That's healthmasters.com. Doug5, Doug and the number 5 is a coupon code for 5% off. Shop at healthmasters.com for all of your health needs. If nothing else, folks, get the ultimate multiple. But I shop there often because I do feel better from Health Masters. But moving along here, Eric Braverman is where George Webb started. And for those of you who don't know who Eric Braverman is, Eric Braverman is the former Clinton Foundation CEO who hasn't been seen or heard from in quite some time. Very interesting set of circumstances. And of course, Braverman is, I believe he's got a husband in New York City. But aside from that, the investigation by George Webb moved on to the Awan brothers and points in between. And pretty soon and in fact, George Webb, I believe, was one of the first, if not the first, to discuss the 5 Awan brothers, AWAN brothers, and their 2 wives in the congressional the 20 burglaries in the congressional offices. And really at the heart of everything here, when we come down to the wire, it's again the old story of the hack versus the leak. And it will unravel things because the narrative of the Russian hack okay, you prove that incorrect, or if you show that incorrect, it'll really whittle down it'll get to the truth rather quickly. And I could go on and on and on, but there's a foundation for George Webb. We had him on, I believe it was February 26th or thereabouts initially, and following his investigation, his investigative work product has really grown since that time. And the research findings that he's done, just amazing. And he has caught the attention of numerous people. In fact, yesterday or the day before, or this week, he has been in D.C. With a number of congressional people, notifying them. Okay, Eric the Tech just said, yeah, he'll be on in about a minute. So that's pretty cool. So we're anxious to kind of get the overview. We're going to go into this, get an overview of what he's done so far, and then work quickly to the current day where he's at, and then also find out what we all can do, each one of us, to advance, to help him and to advance his investigation. So we are going to skip the bottom of the hour network break. Okay, so Eric, I just want to let you know ahead of time. Let's give him the full time here. We're going to skip the bottom of the hour network break, and we do have him on the line. So with that, George Webb, internet sleuth extraordinaire. George, how are you, sir?
Hey,
Hey, great, Doug. I'm at dinner here with Dr. Jerome Corsi and Jason Goodman.
Wow.
So you're going to have kind of all three of us here.
Well, hey, Dr. Corsi, it's been a while. How you doing, brother?
I'm gonna just give the phone to Dr. Corsi a second just to verify that he is still alive here in Washington D.C.
Okay.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Dr.
Doug Jerry Corsi.
Yeah, how you doing, Dr. Corsi?
How are you?
Oh, man.
I'm great. I'm just great.
Well,
we're having dinner here tonight.
It's a pleasure it's a thrill to talk to you, man. It's been a while since I've seen you, but thanks for being part of the discussion. Hop in anytime, brother.
Always my pleasure. Always my pleasure. I mean, I think the last time we were together was at one of the meetings. I remember being on your show in person.
Yeah. Yes. It was great. It was great. You do a great job, Dr. Corsi, and then folks.
Well, thanks. You're very kind.
Well, yeah,
you're very kind.
Well, I got to ask. What are we having tonight? What are we eating?
Well, here's George. He'll figure it out.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm going to let those two guys talk now.
George, order me a side of wings.
Your guest.
Order me.
Or prime rib here at Morton's on the terrace.
There you go. Now we're going to triangulate and get a drone, and it's going to just be a mess. But anyway, George, I set the foundation. Basically, you began this with, where's Eric Braverman, and this has gone through the Awan brothers. I mean, you've developed this huge investigation, and you've done very well. Where do you want to start here? Because there are people at different levels of understanding and knowledge. Where do you want to start first?
Well, there's a lot of competing theories and things going on right now. I mean, things are very much in flux. I'm here in D.C. I'm talking to a lot of different congressmen and senators, and things are in flux. There's a couple of alternative theories right now, and we're really trying to figure it out. I mean, there's one that Eric Braverman is the guy who did the 4 leaks. 4 leaks being DNC hacks, Podesta leaks, the DCC leaks, the Democratic Caucus leaks, which most people kind of forget about, and then the Clinton Foundation leaks. So there's 4 leaks there. Is that one leaker, or is Seth Rich a leaker and Sean Lucas a leaker, and then Eric Braverman? The whole thing comes down to one, really fundamental question. It's a leak versus a hack. If it's a Russia hack and all the CNN stuff, or is it a leak? And I got some great information from Dr. Corsi tonight about, more information to support the leak scenario. And Seth Rich, and then Sean Lucas being very much a good friend of Seth Rich, and very much a part of the DNC and being an employee of the DNC. So that was a piece I didn't have before tonight. Dr. Corsi has said he has high-level intelligence officials that are telling him that Sean Lucas was an employee of the DNC. The reason why that's important is if you are trying to get a thumb drive, and we're talking about the WikiLeaks thumb drive network now, if you're trying to get a thumb drive to Julian Assange, you might use Sean Lucas as an intermediary in that drop of the thumb drive.
All right. Now, Sean Lucas was he an attorney? He was a process server, I think, right?
He's just a process server. He wasn't an attorney or anything, but as Dr. Corsi and I both agreed, they were both ideologues. They were both kind of Bernie-crats, like I am. They both believed that Hillary had tilted the table or put her finger on the scale, or however you want to say it, against Bernie. They thought that was unfair. They witnessed the Get Bernie meeting of the 8th or the 7th of February. They witnessed the chair throwing where the Hillary people threw the chairs in Las Vegas, and then they blamed it on the Bernie people. They witnessed the New York primary, I believe, of May 1st, where all the get out the vote was suppressed in New York, the primary. and they were fed up. They were fed up. So they decided to act. Now, we still don't know what days we're still trying to figure out what days the thumb drives were handed over. And that's metadata. We're looking at metadata now. We're looking at tracing the steps of Seth Rich and Sean Lucas to figure out the metadata.
All right. And then that makes sense because metadata does not lie. So, okay. I mean, the collective nature of it. Okay. All right. So, ultimately, resolving these questions will resolve the bigger question of hack versus leak. And now, it's my understanding you are kind of identifying the players in this and the contacts, which include but are not limited to Michael Ratner, John Jones, Gavin McFadden, who's deceased, as well as John Jones and Ratner, Craig Murray, and of course, perhaps Eric Braverman. Now you're tossing Lucas into this, Sean Lucas, as perhaps a runner, part of the rat line of thumb drives. Is that
Yes.
to WikiLeaks?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
That's exactly correct. And what I disclosed to Dr. Corsi tonight was that I was a member of what informally was known as the WikiLeaks network, which is an up-down network. And you don't know, in a blind network, you don't know when you're passing thumb drives. You don't know anything more than your downstream and your upstream. You don't know anything more than where you're getting the thumb drive from and where you're giving it to. And you don't know what's on the thumb drive. So Kim.com is saying, I'm this, incredibly pivotal player. I was the participant. I was a participant of giving thumb drives to Michael Ratner, in New York. I knew Michael Ratner mirrored everything that he did, mirrored everything he got on WikiLeaks to John Jones in London. I know for a fact that Gavin McFadden got all his information from John Jones. He was the feed point. John Jones was the feed point. Gavin McFadden ran the journalism school every year with all the kids coming in to, I can't remember the university in London. That's where they got all the kids to bring in the thumb drives. So I don't have proof that Eric Braverman went to Ratner to give the thumb drives. You got to remember, there's 4 leaks. There's 4 leaks, and this is Jerome Corsi and I disagree on this. There's 4 leaks. There's the Democratic Caucus leak, the DCC leak. People forget about that. There is the DNC leaks. There's also the leaks from Podesta leaks, and then there's also the Clinton Foundation leaks. The one person that would have had access to all 4 of those bodies of information would have been Eric Braverman. Sean Lucas wouldn't have known anything about the Democratic Caucus. He wouldn't have known anything about the Podesta emails because that was not DNC. That was the Center for American Progress, and he wouldn't have known anything about the Clinton Foundation. So the one person, it could be, there's 2 scenarios here. One could be that there's a Seth Rich leaker, and then there's a Podesta leaker, and it's Fuzzy Bear, and it's Cozy Bear, and whatever, Happy Bear, or whatever the CrowdStrike, whatever the Schumer, scenario, Schumer, Adam Schiff hoax, Russia hoax scenario. I can't remember even what they call it, Cozy Bear. Or it could be that there is one really disaffected person within the Clinton Foundation that is giving all 4 of these leaks, 4 different drops, 4 different thumb drives. And then the other alternative scenario is there's a Seth Rich leaker, that's 1. And there's a Podesta leaker, that's 2. There's a Democratic Caucus leaker, that's 3. There's a Clinton Foundation leaker, that's 4. That's Eric Braverman. So we're hot on the trail. We're in pursuit. We don't know the answer, and that's why I'm meeting with Jerome Corsi to try to figure this out.
Well, I think that this is of historic importance, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're talking with George Webb, and Dr. Jerome Corsi as well is with George Webb, and of course a filmmaker. I think you said, or Jason, who's part of the team. I saw him on the videos. But George, let me just back up for just a second here to make this clear, just so it's clear in my mind. You're intimately familiar because you just said, and maybe I missed this, but you were part of the WikiLeaks. You were part of the WikiLeaks transfer of information personally.
Yeah. So yes, I was. So before WikiLeaks was even formed, there was an RT network. Before RT was even formed, there was a network of getting information between New York and London. And what you would do is basically thumb drives in Central Park is what I would call it. But there were people that were not getting published in Europe that needed to be published in the United States. So thumb drives would come this way from, people writing, basically authors or dissidents coming to New York. And then there was thumb drives going the other way for mainly South American journalists that felt like, the CIA was being oppressive in South America. This was mainly through the Czech embassy in New York. That's my experience.
Got it.
So I don't have any more experience than that.
Okay.
But this isn't new. This isn't new. And WikiLeaks was formed after that. And thumb drive drops in Central Park are not new. And that's how it works. And, I met Julian Assange in Australia in 1984 when he was a kid. And he is a piece of the puzzle, but he's not the whole puzzle. This is bigger than Julian Assange, and I'll just leave it at that.
Very good. All right. Wow. Now we've been to the people who've been following every one of your videos, and I have, and you've got a great team of citizen researchers and journalists that are helping you as well. People who have done a lot of research, and thank God for those people, and thank God for you. All right, this is, to me, this conversation is so big, it's huge. Do we work backwards and talk, because overlapping all of this is the Awan brothers, is the Democrat. Yeah. So where are we at with, where are the Awan brothers? Have they gone back to Pakistan? Have you confirmed that, or are they still around? Or
well, the Daily Caller reported today that they did actually go back to Pakistan. Now, we're not talking about one brother or two brothers or three brothers. We're talking about four brothers and two wives, all making $160,000 a year in the Congress, all going back to Pakistan. Now, this is a guy, Imran, the ringleader, who has threatened his stepmother with killing her family if she didn't sign over her inheritance to the Awan brothers. So this isn't a genteel Pakistani intelligence group. This is a hardball Pakistani intelligence group. Now these six operatives are in the United States Congress. I was on Capitol Hill today. I went to Andre Carson's office. I went to all the different offices that employed them. 80 different Democrats employed them over the last 12 years. And these folks, Pakistani nationals, are at the highest levels, have access to the highest levels of the United States intelligence.
Brought in by Andre Carson brought him in, right, initially, or was Carson the point of contact initially?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I believe before that, Anthony Weiner, when he was a congressman from 1999 to 2001. They're really Anthony's trusted staff. You'll see, if you Google WikiLeaks and you say Anthony's trusted staff, I believe that's the Awan brothers in D.C. They're sending these phones to people, these BlackBerries. What people don't realize, the members of Congress don't realize, is that these laptops, you only need one laptop in a member's office. and then the BlackBerry is syncing all the time to the laptop. So in the Daily Caller articles, if you look up Luke Rosiak and other articles, you're going to see that there's all these thin clients that they talk about. So you put one thin client in the office, you can have 5 or 6 BlackBerries in the members' offices. You're getting all their email, getting all their discussions with their donors, all their discussions for their fundraising, all their discussions for their committee meetings. You know, they're in the agricultural meetings, they're in the Ways and Means Committee, they're in the Judiciary Committee, they're in the House, Intelligence Committee, they're in the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, everything. You know, these BlackBerries sucked up everything. And I was at the D.C. police headquarters today, the Capitol Police headquarters, and said, I want the police report for your arrest of the Awan brothers. I want the descriptions of the 20 laptops and the 20 BlackBerries that I believe are on the evidence list. I don't need anything other than metadata. Just tell me what you confiscated in this robbery investigation of U.S. Congress.
Okay. And
I mean, that is the key to the case. It's a robbery.
Did you get the information that you asked for?
No, I wanted the police captain who was, I think if people look at want to Google gosh, I'm forgetting his name now. Like Verdas, Verder, Rosa. Right. Verder Rosa.
Yep. Okay.
He's the captain of the Capitol Police, and he was berated. If you watch this video, he is berated. He is threatened 3 times
by Schultz,
by Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah,
yes, 3 times.
What the heck, George? And I know. Look, we don't want to keep you from your dinner, but this is important stuff. It's day 214, part 15, I believe, right? We'll just kind of throw that in there on your just to honor you. What the heck? What happened with? What's the deal with Schultz? What's the deal with Schultz on this case?
Well, she's the one who's covering this because she is the main contact, working with Anthony Weiner, working with Huma Abedin, working with Jackie Spear. She's the one who's orchestrating this, giving people BlackBerries that are surreptitiously syncing. And they're really, I mean, I don't know how many members are hacked. Now, 80 members were supported by the Awan brothers, but it could be all 400 because there's a Verizon store in the Capitol. I've been there. You can check my videos. There's an AT&T store, and they prominently display BlackBerries. Now, these aren't the General Dynamics bulletproof BlackBerries that are approved by the NSA for no hacking. These are Hillary's private, secure, quote-unquote, secure BlackBerries from Anthony Weiner's quote-unquote, trusted staff.
Right.
And this is really, I mean, and most people don't think, oh, that's not so bad. You know, they're going to find out about an agricultural deal or whatever. No. Andre Carson from Indianapolis, the representative from Indianapolis, sits on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He sits on the Department of Homeland Security Committee. He also sits on the critical subcommittee of the Emerging Threats subcommittee. So this is where you would get a briefing on the timing of the Yemen raid.
There you go.
So you probably remember August 6th, 2001, where the helicopter shot down in Afghanistan and 22 Navy SEALs died and 30 U.S. servicemen died. The worst day in history of the Afghan war in terms of casualties. If this intelligence, I mean, you probably have already with your
that was 2011, by the way, folks. Yeah, I just wanted. You said 2001. It's 2011, but we got it. Yeah.
Oh, 2011. I'm sorry. August 6, 2011. I apologize. Thank you very much, Doug, for that. But then this happened in Yemen, where they knew they were coming. Now, we have Pakistani nationals making $160,000 a year. Now, this is 6 people making $160,000 a year. Now, remember, they've threatened their stepmother with her relatives with kidnapping and killing.
Right.
They have fled to Pakistan. They don't have U.S. passports. And these are the people that have access to our highest levels. I mean, they're working for Ande Carson. They are working on the emerging threat subcommittee. That is a clear and present danger. So if to U.S. servicemen now, Doug, now, not like I'm not going back to Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of State. I'm talking about right now. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is still contracting with Imran Awan as a contractor. These folks still have access to information on Capitol Hill. I know this sounds unbelievable, but it's true.
No, it's not.
And I've walked around and I've talked to members and said, it's an awareness campaign for me. I'm going around to different members saying, do you realize that these 6 nationals that have fled to Pakistan still are connected, still have a pipeline into the United States Congress?
Okay. And so just for the people who aren't up to speed, George, take a moment, grab a sip of coffee or whatever, or drink.
Sure.
Just for the people who aren't up to speed, we're talking with George Webb, his YouTube channel, George Webb. You can search. In fact, we've got a link to his YouTube channel. He's on day 214.13, I think, or 14. On this investigation, he began with, where is Eric Braverman? Eric Braverman, of course, being the former CEO of the Clinton Foundation. That investigation progressed into the Awan brothers, 4 brothers, 2 wives, working as staffers, IT staffers for the people for a number of congressional Democratic Congress people, including Andre Carson and others sitting on high committees. He's found the fact that he connected that with the office break-ins, the 20 burglaries of the offices, which the equipment was taken from the offices. He found other businesses associated with the Awan brothers, including car dealerships that could be used as proprietaries or fronts for the CIA, for example, and a number of things. He also found a situation where one of the relatives, the stepmother or mother-in-law, I believe it is, of one of the Awan brothers, was being held captive in a house in Virginia. I know this sounds absolutely insane, but I urge you to go through the investigative research of George Webb to understand just how deep this goes. Now we've got these Pakistani people, Pakistani people working inside our Congress, inside our congressional building for Democrats on the highest and most sensitive committees, perhaps providing information to sources elsewhere, enemies perhaps, most likely. And liken that, or I shouldn't say liken that, think about that in the context of the downing of Extortion 17, the 22 Navy SEALs, August 6, 2011. Could it be? Could there be some connection there? And then, of course, that goes into the WikiLeaks situation, the hack versus leaks, and then not only Eric Braverman, but you enter Sean Lucas, enter the names I talked about before: Michael Ratner, John Jones, Gavin McFadden, Craig Murray, and again Eric Braverman. So all of this is tied up, and this is the path of investigation. As shotgunned as I did it, and really kind of cumbersome as I did it, this is what George Webb is on. And of course now, of late here, and he got into this, a month or 2 ago, Seth Rich, that homicide. And for all the people calling this a conspiracy theory, what George Webb has found is suggestive evidence that no, this is not a conspiracy theory. This could very well be the difference between a hack versus a leak. And if it is shown to be a leak, will ultimately blow out of the water any allegations of Russian hacking with the DNC, and they named 4 different hacks. But you can get into that yourself. So this is where we're at. So if it sounds kind of like, my goodness, what is he talking about? What are we talking about? Well, you've got to get the background from George's investigative work product. And now he's talking as we sit today. And I didn't know this. He was part of the leak system. Maybe that's not the right word, but part of the system. So he knows the inner workings of how this works. And he's, of course, being able to apply it to today. Now he's sitting with Jerome Corsi in Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital. And here we have it. And, of course, in all of its glory, shall